Welcome back, one and all, to the Mediterranean Poker Party. And no game says party more than Pot Lema Omaha. That's what we have in store today, a 10K buy-in. But for now, let's cast our minds back. 2 nights ago, on our very first stream, we crowned our first champion of this series. That was, of course, Alexei Savenkov in the 1K Mystery Bounty. He took home a whopping $85,000 for his efforts. And they were long efforts. That one went late into the night. Of course, today we have the EAPT Grand Final, Day 1B taking place. But for now, our attention is, of course, going to turn to that 10K PLO, where registration has just closed and our coverage is moments away.
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Merit Complex here in Cyprus. As you see the schedule here in front of you that we will be streaming this week. Today we have the final day of the 10K PLO. And then going into tomorrow, we're going to have the 25K 8 max final day. The EAPT 2K buy-in, 2 million guaranteed grand final. Going on later into the week, we have the 50K final day. We have the 10K high roller day 1 later in the week, and we will be finishing up with the MPP main event final day. I am Andrew. Rate implied here at the stack depths. You know, like you're gonna have to hit pretty hard here.
Yeah, you're gonna have to hit quite hard with this Jack 10 6-7, and the Jack 10 part of that hand is just
dominated a lot
against that sort of earlier raise. Again, don't know. These players might have a lot of history. There may be reasons for... Maybe he's not of that perception that the range is going to be, you know, the big cards as much as it is. Obviously, we've been privy to see him limp in with a couple hands. And it was in late position where you're more likely to limp in. And then had big hands and raised them from earlier position. So maybe a bit of confirmation bias from us in here, but something to keep an eye on.
Round to Jessica Tussell. Not the greatest of starts. It's really been dealt out thus far. Is going to elect to commit a raise here. Jack 10, 8, 4, double suited from the button. Makes it 55K of her remaining 280. Viberov.
Yeah.
Ace, Queen, Queen, 7.
He may just decide to run this rainbow hand up against that button raise. You know it's going to be a lot of hands, but he does just flick it in. I think I like that. You can just be toast with this Ace, Queen, Queen, 7 if you do end up getting it in. Obviously, we could see here would have forced Jessica to make a decision, but as it is, a deuce 3-4 board, one that Jessica's connected with. 145,000 in there. She has 1.5 times pot. Alex check back. Try and catch a second piece. And that's what she's done on what looks like kind of an innocuous card. You're not expecting the button to have some of this board, especially when they've checked back the flop. Biborov, though, still happy just maybe to try and get these queens to showdown. Concerned he could be up against, you know, potentially kings and aces. But ultimately probably just thinks he has the best of it when she's checked back this flop. And a player has that check, faces the 55K bet. Much worse when you now see a bet. He's checking there, kind of hoping maybe this gets checked through again, although maybe the only hands that do that are the aces, kings type hands.
Yeah, really awkward spot for him.
Yeah, it's almost a little bit nicer that she's bet because now it's less likely she's got the 1 pairs that beat him. So now it's only the 2 pairs, and does she really have 2 pair when she's raised pre and checked this flop? Probably not. Brick on the river. A good card for him to see.
Yeah,
gonna check.
Jessica does get the check mark. Is this a case of going for value demps for 170K behind? Close?
I think we're probably ahead, but it's a little thin. You're hoping your man's flopped 2 pair, I guess.
Right.
seems a little unlikely. I like the check back.
Yeah, a little too thin to go for it on the river. Nice pickup for Jessica Trussell. Back over the 400k mark.
Yeah, fun hand. I like how both played that one.
I enjoy these PLO streams, Demps. I get to learn from you. I
Well.
get to sweat and see what the big buy-in PLO bosses are getting up to.
Problem is, I'm going to caveat everything I say with, I enjoy playing PLO cash. I'm not the most proficient in PLO tournaments, and there is a big difference.
That's what I say about all forms of poker. It's all good. You got to give yourself a caveat.
Yeah, give myself an out.
Action back on Thaler here. It's out of the way. Very interesting combo for Mariam in the hijack. King, King, Jack 8, double suited. Pretty strong holding. Working with sub 20 blinds. Come in for a raise.
Yeah, that's a big one. The 8 and the Jack sort of working still a little bit as well. Just make it that little bit stronger. Just go with double queen, double 6.
Pretty awkward hand to play, Demps, with 3 people behind you, right? Not closing action.
Yeah, it is. And yeah, she likes to fold. Kind of a frustrating one.
I think I quite like it. Discipline. Do get round to the big blind. Farid Jatin, 7554.
Yeah, this is a nicer hand and a more expected hand to be peeling with from the big. Obviously, again, not great, but in a heads-up pot plays much better. These are the sort of trappy hands you see people play multi-way, especially like I referenced in cash games, because they think, oh, wow, it's all kind of working together, but so often there's someone else with you or on top of you with this kind of hand. But in a heads-up encounter, much better looking scenario, especially when you're going to give Mariam kind of big cards a lot more, especially off that stack. So you can feel more comfortable if you get the 6-8-9 flop that someone's not there with 7-10, for example. Well, an ace-9-8, couple of diamonds. You see Jatin there, 60%. With that gut shot and 7-high flush draw, they won't enjoy seeing that board. It's
can't know it.
Yeah, it's not a good board for him, but Mariam, the garbage flop to see when you're holding kings, especially with no more playability on this with the 2 diamonds. He's got hearts and clubs, doesn't even have the back door. Has an 8, but that's about all it's going for this. It's very hard for him to even find a bet here as a continued sort of bluff. But I think he's going to do it, I guess, with the no back doors. If I get blasted off this, it's not a disaster.
Try and shut out some hands that have equity but are in an uncomfortable spot themselves, like this one.
Like this one. This is actually a lovely hand to be betting into this hand because Jatin just has such a bad draw.
The cashier, to be fair.
Could potentially be up against diamonds that dominate us also, right? Hands like this where we're really drawing incredibly thin.
Yeah, it's bet 60 to 145. It's quite a small bet. He is going to stick around for now. But it was a tough spot. It was a tough decision. I think I just about come a call for that size.
Okay.
Slightly bigger, may have folded, I guess.
Does improve. He is now double gutted.
Yeah.
Mariam, of course, going to be very uncomfortable here. Pretty much impossible to barrel this off, Tim.
Yeah, I think we just have to shut this down now.
Just try and somehow get to showdown.
Yeah, you can sort of think, okay, hey, look, there are some draws I beat with kings.
Yeah.
But to fire off again here with no draws would be pretty optimistic, I think.
Yeah, it does shut it down. The river is a 5, and Jatin rivering the sets.
Right. Oh, yeah, sorry, pardon me. Yeah, river's a set. I was going to say this can be an interesting spot. I thought you rivered a pair for a moment about what kind of frequency we want to bluff with, as it is. Because that does complete brick, so you kind of know Mariam didn't have much when he wants to check that one back with more than pot behind, right?
Yeah,
You're going to shallow things out if you had it. You don't really get to slow play as much in this game as you would in Hold'em.
Never going to check a set, for example.
So it's kind of annoying. Jatin kind of knows his opponent probably doesn't have much. Like, might have 1 pair aces.
So it does land on the blocky type size, just trying to get called by like 1 pair type hands that you suggested.
Yeah, because there are draws that have missed. Obviously 6-7 gets there, but all the diamonds, all the sort of higher straight draws have missed. So he does get to have a lot of bluffs, but I like the sizing in that he's targeting what he knows to be a very weak range. Obviously if Mariam somehow made rivered 2 pair, going to get called. But if he has just like an ace-king type hand, might find the cry cool. Obviously, King's almost the same hand as that in a sense, but
Sure.
But the problem is, obviously, you could be up against just like a 2-pair here yourself. Like if his opponent's got ace-5 here, probably would put out a bet like 75k there, a little blocky. So definitely want an ace yourself to make the hero.
Yeah, very nice pickup for Jatin, starting off with that 400k is essentially doubled up. I very much enjoy going through the subtle nuances of these sort of shorts, like short stack versus deep stack PLOs. It seems like a very different game. A lot of subtleties on.
Yeah, a much more different game, much more so than in Hold'em. The switch between playing deep Hold'em and shallow Hold'em is still, you're still playing near enough the same, not the same ranges, but they're not that divergent. Whereas in Omaha, makes a big difference. Obviously, as we get shallower in Omaha, those big pairs just skyrocket in value.
Well, there's one of those big pairs, Demps. Pretty unappetizing side cards with the 9 and 3.
It is an ugly one, and yeah, Jessica just knows that it's from this seat not going to be playable. Yeah, cut off a button. Button certainly, of course. Cut off probably. Yeah, cut off definitely, in fact. So just showing some restraint. Obviously, we haven't as of yet got our payouts and whatnot confirmed. Obviously, we're a long way from the money still, registration having just closed, but
Sure.
we'll see that later on. Obviously, in a small field tournament, making the money is so important because, well, the first prize just isn't as big as it would be in a large field, right?
Right. Interesting spot here for Jatin. Viberov opening the button with the 10-8, 6-3 double suited. Jatin with the Queen Jack 9-8 in the small.
Yeah, this is a nice looking hand, one I expect him to want to just call with, because you don't even mind this going 3-way with this kind of hand. Big blind's forced to call with, so many hands.
Hands like this, James, or is this a little too weak? It seems like a close one.
Again, but you're just getting such a great price.
Sure.
I don't think you can fold.
Okay.
Viberov, of course, going to have a wide range, being the button and the chip leader. Jatin, again, kind of calling you. You can give him more high cards, I guess. Wow, look at this flop for Thaler. Queen 5 finds all of it. Jatin with the queen himself, and Viberov doing the front running, flops clubs. Might not be done yet. You see a small bet potentially from Viberov here.
Yeah, as flops go, relatively positive.
Oh, wow, that's cold.
Oh, my goodness.
Jatin turning trips. Obviously, again, for those who aren't quite as familiar, does not have a full house. This is PLO. You have to use 2 cards, so he needs to find a Jack 9 or 8, whereas Thaler does have the house both ways. And the double pair board, makes it not even nicer for Viberov right now with the 10 high flush draw. Obviously, it's far less likely there's a full house out there when there's 2 pair on board. As it is, Jatin going to bet out this one. Of course, you're never wild when you've got the Queen Jack. You're still beaten by Ace Queen, King Queen, but it's still a pretty nice hand. But by betting small, you force all the 5x and all the Queen X to, of course, call.
Yeah, Thaler does make the call. He's 83% here. Looking to dodge Jacks, 9s, and 8s on this river. Oh, it is an 8.
Wow,
Demps.
that is cold.
Wow.
Thaler flops the boat and loses to runner. And now, question, Jatin, size-wise, how to go. Obviously, he's got all of it. He must be thinking his opponent most likely has a 5. So I think we probably want a size small, but at the same time, hey, look, we've just basically made the nuts. And
yeah, it looks like half pot, James.
yeah. And
there's no any raising. I
think we still kind of have to raise. I mean, the guy's got Queen 8. Good luck to him. I think it's much easier to raise, of course, to a smaller sizing. This one is screaming kind of like Ace Queen, or maybe a hand like 5-8. I don't know if a 5 bets the turn.
Very grim situation developing for Thaler.
I mean, you only lose to Queen 8. Yeah, I might have liked to see a small bet on the river from Jatin, just to give Thaler a chance to both value raise and also bluff.
Bluff, right, yeah.
If he has like a 5 that hasn't got there, but hey, maybe turn that into a bluff. Maybe I'm being a bit optimistic.
Wow, he's going to...
Yeah,
No, I thought he was going to find just call for a moment.
He is going to raise. You kind of just have to raise this.
Yeah.
But notice he's sort of left an avenue back. Here, he's left 100,000 behind. Obviously, Jatin does it very quickly as well. Now, Haller has left himself 105k and faced a turbo jam.
Right.
He does make the call, sees the horrific news that it was the perfect runner-runner.
Farid Jatin, what a start for him on this feature. Goes perfect. Up to 1.4 mil. GG to Thaler. Nothing really to be done, Demps.
Yeah, I mean...
Stone cooler.
It is a stone cooler.
Post-flop, at least.
Yeah, stone cooler. I'm a little surprised maybe he didn't take a bit longer on the end there. Like for the extra 100k. He's getting like 10 to 1. And
but
probably
nobody bluffing, nobody rebluffs ever here.
It's just the speed at which the all-in went in. You know,
Sure.
you're like, is my opponent ever doing like snap jamming, 3-bet jamming a river without it?
Yeah,
I don't know.
with just the case queen or whatever.
Right.
Sure.
Or like the same hand.
Yeah.
I don't know. But these guys have probably logged plenty of hours against each other, so it's very hard to question them from here. And I'm not. It's not even just the fact they made the call. It's the fact that it was a snap jam and a pretty snappy call. I think maybe if that's the case, probably just raise all in yourself so that when you do get hero called, you know, if your opponent's got the ace queen, you get the max
value. Yeah.
Right. But then, yeah, there's all sorts of arguments, isn't it? You know, he knows, I know. The smaller bet, what does that mean? The bigger bet, what does that mean?
Yeah, very unfortunate for Thaler. GG to him. We wish him luck in his endeavors the rest of the week. As we see Shriner in the hijack. Ace, King 10-10, single suited.
No suit. Rainbow, aren't we? It's a grim one. We need to get Andrew
Sorry,
the
I
full-color
meant,
deck
you know
in
what
here.
I meant. You know what I meant.
Still going to pop it up. Ace King plays pretty strong when you're playing shallow. Tens are working too.
This is my problem when I try and sound too smart.
Viborov in there with what would be considered a pretty, you know, garbage hand, but he's playing the situation here where he's got so many chips. His opponent's pretty deep. Gets to mess around a little bit. And well, let's see what happens because he's found a piece with the 4, 5, 6, 7, albeit a slim one. And Shriner has the ace of spades and a king. This is a pretty nice situation to be on a board that your opponent shouldn't really be connecting around the 4 deuce, although in this case we see he has slightly. Check 2, Viborov. Happy to tap that one back and catch a card for free. Here is the spade. Now, just because Shriner didn't bet the flop doesn't mean he can't have the nut spade draw here, so may see him go for a little bit. But it's hard to, yeah, I like this that he's playing it as a check because I think king's probably good. If it's not, we can use it as a bluff, but it's a better card to make big bluffs with. You know, check raises, maybe.
Yeah, also chance for this to happen, induce some bluffs.
Yeah, it's not the most comfortable though because you say induce bluffs, but I mean, our opponents check back this board. They're going to do that with a lot of the spade combos. It's like we're not wild calling off with just one pair, but he's doing this perhaps with the view to raising some rivers if needed with the ace of spades. But now having made that hand, he decided he has enough here. And let's see if Viborov just shuts this down. You've got to be careful because Shriner's going to play a lot of his flushes this way against the other big stack as well.
Right.
Well, here we go.
Is it going to go for it? 135.
Just gets snapped by the looks of it. Nicely done. More than one way to play the bear ace.
Very well played from Shriner.
Just having none of it.
Gets the max.
Again, obviously we joined this table. They've been playing for a couple of hours beforehand, and Shriner's probably seen how Viborov's accumulated some chips. Those two have so many, and probably it seems to me like he said at a stall there, well, I've got a king, and I'm almost just going to call this guy down because, hey, I've seen him bluff too much. Fun hand. Been treated to some early action here on day 2 of our 10k PLO, pardon me. I'm just trying to bump the buy-ins up. These guys are playing 10k. That's enough. Between friends. It's a party. Come on.
Exactly.
25k does start today, though, of course.
Yeah.
5 p.m. kickoff here for those who are in the house.
We'll be beginning very shortly out in the main room. Looking forward to that one. Demp's going to be streaming that one tomorrow.
We are indeed. Same sort of schedule as this. They'll play through. Late Reg will finish tomorrow. Players will filter in. We'll pick up the action then and play them down to a winner.
Here we go. Viberov getting after it once more. Ace-8, 5-3 double suited. And Jatin, big hand, Ace-King, King-Queen in the cutoff.
Yeah, big hand with no suits, unfortunately. Tend to want to kind of be more inclined to ISO without suits, but he is just going to play it as a flat.
Round to Jessica Tussel. Double suited hand for her. Connected 10-9-3 deuce.
Yeah, it's so garbage, but again, you're just getting such a great price here. 35k more in the big. Not much we can do but continue. And well, she flops top, bottom, and a diamond draw. Viberov in here with what the gut shot and nut flush draw. Jatin's king's still best, but hard to continue
85.
so much on this board. And he's going to face an 85k bet here.
This one, it could get spicy, James.
Yeah, it's very hard in a three-way pot. But he does have the overpay, does have the king of diamonds as well. And of course, any high card works for him in the sense that picks up some draws. You have to wonder what's Viberov going to be betting here three-way.
So if this goes back call, which it appears it is, does Jessica just have to run this?
Slam dunk.
Yeah.
Top and bottom, flush draw. One of this part of this has got to be good.
Inflated pot.
There should be no way that she's behind to Jatin, right? Unless he's got
Sure.
10, like 6, 8, 9, 10 double or something like that. So she feels very comfortable. She knows she's going to be getting against a draw a lot, but she has 2 diamonds blocking that. And if she somehow, like I say, does run into a better hand, well, you've got the diamonds as a backup. You're kind of just desperate to get this heads up, though, of course. She doesn't want to see it like a better made hand and a better draw, which does, of course, happen. But when we're a short stack, it's a bit like in Hold'em. We peel from the big blind. We kind of flop second pair. It's never a disaster to go bust because we were shallow to start with.
Viberov deciding to send it, and ISO.
Yeah, a little surprised that he decides to do that. I'll come back to that in a moment as we just run this one out. He's having a little look-see what he's up against. Oh, the 10s and deuces. Okay. Well, big blind special. See here, he's still got a chance, but it was frustrating when your opponent has a couple of those blockers. Which can, of course, kill this one with a 10 or a deuce.
Yeah,
there's a little backdoor activity going on. Viberov looking for a 4, of course, as well.
Two to 1 favorite is Tussel.
Viberov a bit of frustration, of course. Had his bluff picked off the previous hand. Well, the queen does not alter this one.
Yeah, Viberov looking for a diamond or a 4. Doesn't find it. Jessica Tussel, big swing in her favor.
Yeah, huge look at that, up to just shy of a milli. Having max later edge with the 400k, that's 2.5 stacks. And Viberov, who, when we picked up coverage, had, I want to say, like 1.8 million, is now down to, I say down to, I mean, he's still got a million. He's still got 2.5 starting stacks himself. So just a reset. But this is the beautiful thing about poker, isn't it? Look, they've got almost immaculate stacks, matching stacks, pardon me. In fact, Viberov having 10k more. Viberov is currently sitting there going fuming that he's only got 990, whereas Jessica's buzzing that she's got 980. Ah, look at this little man.
Here he is.
Taking a seat at our table. We mentioned him at the top of the show. It is, of course, Ludo, Ludovic Geilich. He's joining us.
Hello.
And Frolov as well.
So my flush wasn't good.
Also joining us. So obviously a table breaking out on the floor. Must be down to 21 players. Final 3 tables.
Yeah, Ludo wearing his signature beloved Rangers top.
Oh, yeah, I wanted to come back to a point about that hand when Viberov decided to rejam.
Right.
You kind of, when you're calling that all in, I guess, and maybe the counter argument is that sometimes you're ahead here, but ultimately you know you're going to have to hit the nuts. to win this pot, right? You're going to have to hit that 4 or hit a diamond. Your opponent's probably got 2 pair, something made. So maybe just calling and maybe letting the other person overcall with like a medium strength made hand.
Okay.
And just getting more value for when you hit your nuts. The counter is, of course, maybe you can make that person fold a hand. They would then put you all in
fold
with.
a weaker overpair that can't continue. Just clear it out of there.
And like if you call and they just overcall, then maybe you get to the turn and then they put you all in and maybe have to fold. That's the counter argument. But once you're in a situation where you know you're going to make the nuts to win the pot, it kind of doesn't make a whole lot of sense to dissuade people joining you.
Okay. Well, welcome to the table, Ludo. It's King Queen 8. Diamonds working for him. Makes it 60k here from under the gun. Shriner defending with the King Queen 6-5.
Yep, nice start for Ludo. And a very nice looking ace-high 2-diamond board. That's Jin. Open-ender for Shriner. Ludo smashing this one. You see, fairly wet board, and the 7-4 is something that's going to connect more with the small. But the ace, of course, far more in favor of the under the gun. Ludo kind of got a lot of this. Doesn't mind getting called, hence the small bet. You kind of want to entice straight draws almost in because, hey, if you can... I mean, we see here, look at the folded cards. Shriner's actually only got 3 outs.
Looking for an offsuit 8 or 3, and there it is, James.
That's pretty grim. And Ludo makes aces and 8s there. Obviously, the front door, primary, or whatever you want to call it, most likely straight draw has got there in the form of the 5-6. But he has a monster hand with top 2 and diamonds. Now, of course, don't really want to get check raised here too much. Of course, there are plenty of bluffs that can check raise you, but it's a little scary. He may... I don't know what he's going to do here, to be honest. Could check this back and elicit some bluffs. Yes, love that, Ludo. Obviously, you can see against this particular hand the perfect line. And now Shriner a little nervous seeing that card. It's possible Ludo can have hearts here, having bet flop, check back turn with the straight completing card. But, I mean, he still has so much hand. I think you just want to come out betting.
Interesting decision point imminent for Ludo, depending on the size and if Shriner does lead, and he is going to, James. Looks like around about a 3rd pot.
Kind of painful for Ludo.
Just such a good price, right? And there are going to be some bluffs in there.
Yeah, there's going to be some bluffs. Obviously, we do block missed diamonds, but they are a thing. There's going to be some of the wheel type cards, although, you know, it's not like they all peel from the big blind here, but Shrine does have a big stack, and we saw him peeling with the, Jack 10, 6-5 earlier, so we know he's kind of happy to defend the big. I mean, obviously, if this was the 10 of spades, it would be a really easy call for Ludo, but the backdoor hearts having come in just makes so many more viable value bets for Shriner. Hence the kind of small sizing. You don't have to bet big here, even with the bluffs.
One time bank card into the middle. Ludo clearly not thrilled with this Demps.
Hating life.
Basically have a pure bluff catcher. It does feel compelled to pay it off.
Yeah, you feel like you're also always going to get shown something here, but you kind of have to call. And Ludo actually, you can look at that and go, well, I feel almost maybe a little bit fortunate that I didn't lose more. When the turns come that card, giving him the top 2 and nut flush draw, it could have been a lot worse for him.
It could certainly get stacked, right, if we bet this turn.
Very hard to fold when you bet
Pretty
that
much
turn.
impossible.
Which is why he didn't bet the turn.
Yeah.
Credit to him, recognizing that, you know, I can't bet fold this turn, and I don't want to bet get it in. So, and also if my opponent's got diamonds, if they've check called the flop with diamonds, hey,
let them get there.
Let him have a look. They might be drawing nearly dead here at this point. I've got top 2 and the nut diamond draw. Well, there we go. Raphael Shriner. No surprise to see him atop the counts. He's been doing the heavy lifting thus far. Mariam propping up the table, 275k, having late regged with 400k. Of course, another one to do that was Jessica Tussle, who's flown up to 970, matching the stack of Artur Viborov, who, of course, she got those chips off. Oh, man, Ludo, give him a flag. What's this guy got to do? See, it's hard with that name, though, to imagine you're going to see the old Union Jack appear in a second, isn't it?
The thing with Ludo, you know, everyone's like, is he Scottish? Is he German? He has a Scottish-German passport. You give him a few alcoholic drinks, the accent quickly changes, and then you know he's a Scotsman.
Yeah.
As we see, Demp's payouts have now been released.
Oh, there we go. Talk us through them, Andrew.
I will indeed. We are paying 7 players.
Okay.
Min cash, $24,000. And working all the way up to a first place prize, just a shade under 150,000 bucks going to the winner. We are down to 21 players currently.
Yeah, so case in point there, obviously the min cash being, well, 2.4 times a buy-in. Very important to kind of cash. When we get nearer that bubble, become more of a thing. But when the min cash is 2.5 buy-ins and first is 15 buy-ins, it just shows how kind of important it is to cash.
Absolutely. Viberov here back at it with aces. Nut hearts working for him.
Oh, hello.
Ace in the window. Flops top set. Ludo, of course, defending the 10-9-8-6. Comes up pretty much empty.
Yeah, this is the under the guns board.
Yeah.
It's where Hold'em and Omaha collide. You're always going to see the under the gun player have a little c-bet here against a big blind defend.
It should be hand over.
Yeah, gone very small. Obviously, I say going very small. The small bets in PLO are still bigger than they are in Hold'em, right? You rarely see the one blind bet. You see slightly larger because so many more hands have continued equity. In the same way that I feel like in Hold'em we'd say like a 50% c-bet is a big bet.
Right.
Whereas in
100%.
PLO, a big c-bet much closer to like 100% pot.
Okay. Little glimpse at the lineup of trophies from the week.
Yeah,
beautiful bits of kit.
Be nice to get your hands on one, wouldn't it? Well, the big one, I mean, obviously the big one, going to go to the champion of the MPP. They're probably going to have a few quid in the pocket. But that's going to need some excess baggage fees.
That is.
You're not getting that in your small cabin bag.
Not going to lie, I feel like that thing could impale you. You know, if you need a big mantelpiece for that bad boy.
You need to keep it high, yeah. You don't want to be drunk in your flat, fall over, slip, and hit that thing.
You can't have Granny over for Christmas. She's over there, toddles over to the mantelpiece, cane in hand. Oh, Ludo, what's this? You know, had to look up and it falls over and crushes Granny. We can't have that. I don't know where I'm going with this, but you know.
Well, I know where Frolov's going with this. He's got double suited boots.
Goes with limp James from +1.
Yeah. Again, you know, you get to this sort of stack size. Blinds have gone up to 15, 30. The 25 blinds. A lot of the hands you have, you don't really want to raise because you hate calling 3-bets. So you play a lot as limps and obviously balancing that with limping in here with the aces double. And of course, you know, aces double play really well posts. If you do go to a flop and everyone limps behind, well, you're drawing to 2 nut flush draws. It's never that bad.
Right. Does find an overlimp from Shriner on the button.
Yeah, here we go. This is that kind of hand you want to pick up against. Ace, Queen, Jack 3 with worse clubs. I mean, he's in great shape against that hand. Ludo in the small, again, just the price, irresistible. Bad hand, but how can you turn down those odds? And Viberov with the last ace in the pot. And a knuckle. Does have worse hearts than Frolov as well, though. So he's got these two guys in, drawing pretty skinny with those two hands. Little do they know it. And here we go. Couple of hearts on board. Ludo has 3 of them.
Wow.
Viberov has 2 of them. Frolov drawing to the royal flush. Although, Shriner ruining the fun there with the royal flush blocker.
Very interesting. 3 players flopping a substantial piece.
Yeah, I mean, Ludo's got the easiest fold in that he's only got 9 high hearts. Shriner does have a pair, a gut shot to Broadway, and the Queen of Hearts kind of working as a potential blocker to turn into a bluff later on. But given that he's up against Frolov having limped and now wants to bet this one 4-way, I think why is he getting out of the way? It's Viberov with a pretty ugly spot.
Yeah, trouble,
again,
trouble for him.
You're up against someone who's bet 4-way. You've got non-nut hearts, 1 pair. It's hard to continue here. If this is heads up or even 3-way maybe, I could see it. But yeah, nice fold. Don't fall into the trap of looking at that hand.
Yeah, very well played.
Yeah, I think that kind of highlights the level we're going to see here. That everyone got away from that without really thinking about it too much. Frolov's like, damn it, one no raise. Could have taken as much action as I wanted in that hand, pre and post.
Yeah, as it stands, takes down a small one. Geilich and Viberov get away unscathed. Action will be back on Frolov. Garbage hand goes into the muck. Mariam here working with 9 blinds, James. Ace, queen, jack 6 double suited. Feels like one that we strap on our boots
Yeah.
and decide it's time.
I got no problem with that. He's potted it. 1 red, 1 blue. That equals... Oh, no, he hasn't bet 100, 1,500. He's bet 105. There we go. Shriner, one of those PLO trap hands.
Action going to be round to the blinds. Viberov does have ace king 6-4.
Yeah, I mean, ace king plays nicely, but 6-4 is not quite enough. We haven't got nut suit, kind of not quite enough, I think, especially against +1.
Yeah.
If this raise had come in from, say, Ludo's seat off a similar sort of stack, then you can make an argument. Jatin with the 8-5 deuce-deuce. Those ducks will not be hunting today.
Yeah, it should be getting through from Mariam. Amazing to see that a hand this junky actually has 40%. No matter, though, you would imagine this one is going in the muck. Jatin ditches the hold-ins.
Sounds good.
We did see Mariam deep in that 1K mystery
I
bounty the other night.
It's been playing in my head. I'm trying to think.
Yeah,
Obviously,
yeah.
we saw him, but I couldn't remember. You know, we only covered one tournament, but I couldn't remember at what stage we saw the hands he was involved with. So
I remember he ran the big bluff with King 4.
First hand of the stream.
7-6-5, 10 queen.
That's right. Very first hand
I'm
of
like
the stream.
I'm like Rain Man with these things, mate.
There we go. That's why I didn't remember that he played one hand.
He did.
But he
went for it. he went for it.
He did go for it. Yeah, I mean, he was unlucky. He ran into
River top
a
pair.
river top pair.
Yeah.
It looked suicidal. Kind of was a little bit suicidal, but hey, if his opponent hadn't found that queen on the river, would of course won the pot.
Yeah. Round to Jessica, faintly junky looking. Ace Jack Jack Deuce from +1.
Yeah.
Does have nut hearts, but probably not going to be strong enough,
Yeah,
James, I'd suggest.
Not from +1. Not with some bigger stacks behind. And we're just feeling our way into this one at the moment.
Rocky start for Ludo. Did make a disciplined turn check back a few hands ago. Avoided himself getting stacked. Viberov. He had a very active right hand, raising once more.
Viberov.
Pretty nice hand on the button.
We can see how he got these chips, playing very aggressive. Yeah, I think this is reasonable. But certainly more happy in the driver's seat than as a passenger.
Decision on Jatin. King 10, 7-5 double suited. Gonna elect to call from the small once more.
Yeah, getting a little frisky here with this one, but maybe just under the impression that Viberov's like opening super wide on buttons, and if that's the case, wants to stick around. Obviously, it's just it was so likely to encourage three-way action, and King 10, 7-5 double, although a pretty hand, doesn't play great three-way. It does play well heads up, and it plays well especially when you flop the joint with the redraw. And Viberov's got reason to kind of potentially put chips in here. I like check back against the small blind peel because, again, it looks like the board, the small blind's going to have some of. And, of course, Viberov can still catch gin. King would give him Broadway. 8 would give him a straight.
Yeah. Let's find the disciplined flop check. Jatin here with the nuts.
Yeah.
So always time to put money in now, Demps.
Could check again just because we've got so much of this one. And he even has a 5 kind of blocking the maybe turn 2 pair stuff. But if he is going to bet, I was going to advocate for like a really small bet here, but he's actually gone 125. We just got all of this. And your opponent's check back, who is super aggressive. Kind of, I don't think you have to bet big, but maybe he's under the impression that, hey, look, my opponent actually checked this back, and he's very aggressive. Maybe he has like a 2-pair type hand.
And that would make some sense.
Yeah.
Try and get value. We do unblock the board pretty strongly in terms of pairs.
Yeah, it's pretty tilt for Viberov, though. It's very hard for him to play this one now to that size.
Yeah.
Kind of. Obviously, you've got 3 outs to the nuts, but
likely a club is a bad card, right, as well.
Yeah.
So, like, King of Clubs, 8 of Clubs type cards could be struggling. Does make a disciplined laydown. He's made some nice folds post. Pretty aggressive pre.
Just thinking of Jatin bets, like, always he's going to want to bet that sort of size when he's got like draws and things.
Okay.
Right. So maybe he does want to bet that big when he's got it, but I still feel like I want some small bets in there. I want some small bets with.
So like a half pot that you suggested is a small bet in PLO, maybe half.
Yeah, even
40 B40.
The famous
B40,
Picasso
baby, it's back. I'm telling you.
B40 with maybe some 2 pairs type hands, and then also the super nuts where you've got the nuts with a redraw, like that hand he had there, and maybe like the bottom straight. I don't know.
I was using B40 all day yesterday.
Oh yeah, is that why you're here today?
That is.
Shout out to the man that knocked you out. No, not really to the man that knocked you out. But yeah, commiserations, of course. We had a dark day yesterday. Picasso used it wisely, lost $4,000, playing the 2K twice.
Yeah, I was unlucky. You know, we always say that. But I was pretty unlucky.
Yeah, you lost your first bullet fairly early, but then the second one was going nicely, wasn't it?
Yeah, the second was going good. We made the last 5 hands of the night. Got kings in, well, I say in, basically in pre against pocket nines. I was loving life. About to bag up a little 1.5 million in chips. Get ready, you know, come in here today, commentate the PLO with your good self. Play day 2 tomorrow. Unfortunately, my opponent drilled a 9. And I was no more.
That's what happens.
It does.
It's a cruel game. Jatin, ace king 9-8. Very nice looking hand, especially from the button. He's gonna pop this one up, take it down. Marion with a suited ace, but such a bad looking one. He decided just to fold that. I may have defended that. I think it was it a 2.5 blind raise?
Yeah.
Something. I mean, you're getting a good price with the big blind ante, of course, in there. Big blind ante, of course, doesn't count towards the pot pre-flop, only post-flop. So the maximum raise pre is 3.5 blinds. But of course, when you're the big blind, you're just getting an even more incredible price with that in mind.
Alex not to defend, try and flop a bit of equity on this occasion.
Actually, I say that, but I'm looking at the pot and I may be misspeaking. I think perhaps we're playing without a big blind ante.
Oh, that would change things markedly.
Yeah.
Well, we have it on screen. We'll try and use our eagle eyes.
Yeah. That would obviously then change a few of the situations we've had so far.
Yeah.
I think it seemed, obviously, PLO's never been played with an ante. Okay? It's a pot limit game. It makes no sense to play with an ante.
Yeah.
But latterly, people have realized, hey, look, PLO actually, tournaments, they play so tight later on that they kind of need an ante, but then people don't want to change the dynamics of the game by having, you know, 4.5x blind opens. So compromise was made pretty much globally that there is BLI ante, but only counts towards the pot post-flop. Okay. And I just made the assumption that's the structure we have here, but it looks like it might not be the case. But we'll have a better look in the next couple of hands, see if we can see a few chips nestled in the middle before any action takes place. So as it is, we have Jessica defending with a very playable ace-10-7-5 double against the action man Viborov. And
big flop.
Yeah, and obviously Viborov's got the bottom wrap, as it were, or the lower wrap, I should say, rather than bottom, because of course top card coming in would give him the nuts. And has 10 high hearts to go with it. And Jessica with kind of a hand that's like not great, but when you're seeing it's up against Viborov, kind of action generates action. You know, he deserves a spin, and that's what he's going to get here for the 50K. She, of course, can drill a king. Be disastrous for Viborov, because he would, of course, make number 2 straight. And look at this. Deuce pairing turn. Not a card that interferes with this board too much. I mean, there can be some queen deuce, jack deuce, maybe more from the big blind.
So is this a spot, James, where we're going to knuckle back and try and realize equity here, or are we going to try and dislodge just a queen type holding for Jessica?
I like this. I'm not surprised to see this from this man because he does play with a lot of aggression, but you're still going to be up against a lot of like Queen X and Jack X with a draw.
And they're going to struggle to continue.
Obviously, it's bad news when we've got King 10-9 and 2 hearts in our hand, right?
Yeah.
Because we want our opponents to have some of those hands to check call and then fold. But in Omaha, you're always going to have a reason to not bet or whatever. You're going to have some of your own blockers in Omaha. You're holding 4 cards. There's still millions of cards out there that your opponents can have that you can bluff off. So you don't want to get too caught up in blockers in that sort of situation.
Okay.
So I like that bet from him because, yeah, what if Jessica's got, if she had a queen or a jack with a couple of hearts, all the hands she did, ace 10 with a couple of hearts, king 10 with a couple of, like all these hands,
You have to fold them all.
they just have to fold.
Yeah, nicely done from Viberov. Action back on Ludo. Ace 10, 10, 5. Does, of course, have nut diamonds. Pretty unappetizing holding from under the gun. Into the muck they go. Viberov once more. Very pretty looking King, King, 8, 8. Double suited to boot. Makes it 75k from +1.
Yeah, that's a nice looking hand. Sneaky kind of hand to have in a cash game, let me tell you.
Oh, Shriner.
Yeah, nice hand to have.
Very defendable.
Oh, yeah. Going to play this one. And there's some connectivity here. We could see some funny stuff happen on some boards. Seven tray. Great looking board for Bobrovov.
About as whiffy as it gets for Mr. Shriner.
Yeah, and just a small bet. Always going to be the order of the day here. Gets it done. Now, I was sleeping on it till now.
Oh.
We do have the YouTube chat open,
Oh, here we go.
So please do pop in, say hello. I see it's payday here. Adam Neal in the chat.
Hey, Adam. Hello, buddy.
Nice to see you here. And Mike Leonard in here just screaming Ludo. Because everyone loves to see the Ludo in the action. And that's what we've got for you today in this 10K PLO. It is the MPP, of course.
He's got a very chantable final table name,
Ludo.
doesn't he? Yeah.
Ludo.
You know, the old point and reverse. Ludo. I'm just full on biased towards him here. You know, normally we're supposed to be, you know, fair. It's supposed to be a level playing field of support. But go on, Ludo. Get it done, buddy. Yeah, everyone in the chat, welcome along. Please do engage with myself and James. We do enjoy your company. Enjoy answering any questions or, you know, shout-outs. Hope you're enjoying yourselves.
Hey.
On this fine Monday afternoon.
And if you are in the chat or watching the stream, not even in the chat, why not give us... I'm not going to ask you to subscribe. It's a bit greedy. This is only our second day of streaming.
Oh.
I'm not after everything. You know, although if you want to subscribe, it is free. It does help. But for now, I'm just going to ask for a like.
Oh, right, okay.
Like the stream. Every like helps us move up through all the algorithms. You hear all these buzzwords, algorithms and SEO and all that. But the more you like it, the more this gets exposed to fellow poker fans, the more we can grow this channel.
Absolutely.
And we are going to have a lot of action on this channel. Obviously, you're regular here with the DTD Friday night game.
Yeah.
But we want to grow the channel. A lot of action coming up over, well, the rest of this year and the years going forward here. There's going to be a lot of streaming.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Help us build, guys. Help us build. Build it, and they will come.
It's not a secret, but if you like it, they might keep me and Andrew on. And we kind of like the gig. Iranian.
Yeah. James.
Yeah, nice hand this. Obviously, Ace-King, when you get shallow, plays quite a lot like it does in Hold'em. It's just a great hand to have. And Ace-King 9-3 double plays especially nicely. Especially as well, I keep saying the word especially, but you know, the Ace and the King being suited so much stronger than, say, an Ace-high flush draw and a 9-high flush draw. And Frolov, looking at this...
This is a tough spot, right?
Yeah, 2 indicated call. I mean, your hand is pretty good, King, Queen, 10-8. Obviously, if you're up against a hand like King's, it's in a very bad shape, but
yeah,
you can see here, even though he's dominated, is, what, 46%.
So we're basically hoping we're just up against like bare aces with side cards that don't interact
again,
with our pair-up potential.
We're obviously a little bit worse off against a hand like aces, but yeah, I mean... Yeah, he has called.
Yeah.
There we go. And he'll be all right to see that. Obviously, he sees his dominating on the King, but he has 3 live ones.
Does feel priced in. So here we go, all in a call.
Merriam's sat down a hand over, like, waiting to see what he's got to fade. See, it's a pretty fair fight. Frolov be happy to see that hand, of course.
Yeah.
Getting just 200k to win 425.
I know, that was close. I think I was like one away from going with the hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ludo did consider getting it in behind with the Queen 10, 9, 8. Decided to get out of the way.
Close decision.
It was nearly, yeah.
Yeah.
Here we go, Demps.
Ooh, Queen 9-4. A little bit for each. Of course, Frolov now has a gut shot draw. And that pair, Mariam with the club draw and a 9. Oh, and both flush draws working. Wheel draw working. Ever at the table laughing. We're still flipping.
My
And we've
goodness.
gone through 4 cards.
Doesn't count. This one.
And the offsuit 4 on the end. Frolov with the unlikely hold. In the end, breathes a sigh of relief.
Bad call or nice call?
I think you won, so it must be a nice goal.
I win. Nice call.
Amazing.
Come see, come ça.
There we go. Some honesty. Perhaps saying, I'm not too sure with
Yeah.
Omaha, so what do you guys think? We mentioned some of the guys will be swanning in here, maybe seeing some overlay jumping in, maybe just, hey, I want to play some PLO. I'm here for a party. There's a lot of high rollers in this place. 10K isn't 10K to everyone, if you know what I mean.
I won with top 2 pairs, but what a hold. I'm saying, like, to hold from there, it would have been amazing. Yeah. If one card was different, I would have put my stack in. I would have lost.
Ludo doing the old speak to a foreigner when you're on holiday English.
The broken English, yeah. Always gets me.
Frolov finds that big hold, catapults his stack up to around about 1.5 million. Action on Jatin under the gun. Double suited, fairly weak holding with the Jack 10, 7-3. He disagrees with me, James. I would have thought this could go into the muck.
Yeah, I would be there with you.
I'm learning, you see. I'm learning, right? From the under the gun position. But does raise 75k.
Yeah, kind of thing. If we're a bit nearer the money and you've got a big stack, you can see applying a lot of pressure. But this one is pretty garbagey.
Shriner with an interesting looking one.
Yeah, again, I mean, the virtue of the undergun raise is
Right.
hands like that do get folded.
Ludo.
I wonder if he's just kind of going after Viborov at this point, because that's who's in the big blind. Does he want to just play hands with him? I mean,
Yeah, it did seem like a very loose open to me.
Good to see you always.
Gets it done though. Dislodges several better hands.
Because you had the hat down.
Undercover, a little bit on the feature table.
Clever.
So silent here,
Always
and
undercover
nobody's
with the
talking
hat.
and hiding.
if you are just joining us, you are here for the Mediterranean Poker Party. Well, you're not here.
So I can't talk.
You're watching on stream in some cold, rainy part of Europe, so unlucky. Myself and Andrew are here in the Mediterranean, enjoying this second stream of our festival. We are on every single day now until the end of the festival. There's no more days off, Andrew. We're just in it.
We've had our fun, James. Now it's time to work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Going to be awesome though, guys, all week. We have the 25k tomorrow. We got the 50k later in the week.
The accent.
As we see Shriner here in the cutoff. Opens the pot. Ace Jack 9-4, double suited. Decision on Ludo. Working with below 10 bigs, James. Ace 8, 6-6 double suited. Not quite strong enough.
No, it plays pretty poorly if you get called.
Is your brand a live poker room or online poker room? The cross.
Live and online.
Live and
It's
online.
like the biggest live tour in the UK.
In the UK, okay.
Yeah.
I heard the name, but I.
Have a look. No, look at it. I'm like, thank you, cheers.
Oh, there we go.
Thank you.
Some honour amongst PLO regs. Raphael Schreiner saying, hey, Ludo, just be careful. I could see one of your cards there. Obviously, we mentioned it. A high rail on this table. Sometimes a little awkward to see your cards. When you've got 4 of them, even more so.
I just take what's in the middle and be happy.
It depends on what
Also, Ludo obviously making reference to his relatively new deal as a sponsored pro. He's worn a few hats in his time, but currently with Grosvenor, as you see there, I feel like we're okay to mention these things.
Yeah.
I mean, we're all friends.
Good to see Ludo, legend, of course, of the UK scene, especially.
The trophy is it's looking very nice.
Yeah, fitting sponsor.
Everybody knows
No,
Ludo
I
in
think
the
small one is for
UK.
this and the big one is for the main event.
He's enjoying it.
But I like the design.
How do you get it home?
That's a problem.
Round 2,
I would
Jatin.
like to have this
Queen,
problem.
Queen, Jack.
They're on the same conversation. Like, how's the winner going to get that trophy home?
What
Right.
about it if it happens?
I wonder if they'll
And when it
reference
happens,
the
manifest it.
trophy falling on Granny's head like I did.
But in the Bahamas,
It's a bit of a
the
niche.
guy won the big.
Bit of a niche imagination.
Jatin going to raise this one up. Obviously, trips in your hand, terrible in PLO, but when there's small blind versus big blind, and you do have a very connected card in the Jack of Diamonds, and the trips happen to be a very big trips, as in a big pair, obviously, then things are a little bit better. And you can see here, obviously, is small favorite against that double-suited hand of Frolov, of course, is going to call. It was a very small raise as well, just a tickle raise. But again, makes it a little bit more sense if we don't have big blind ante.
We win.
And well, that's a pretty good flop for Jatin, albeit with the 2 overcards. But it's one he gets to attack, and he does actually have some way of making the nuts. And of course, by holding through the queens, you block a lot of your opponent's continue range
Right.
in the form of Broadway draws.
Oh, the right one then?
I think
We do have backdoor diamonds working for us also.
This is for the 2K,
Oh, yeah, yeah.
and this is for the
Going to be handover. Nicely done.
because it's the EPT quarterfinal, so
Yeah, guys, still discussing, of course, these beautiful trophies. There are 3 up there on the table. We have the MPP main event. That's the big one. There's the one that's obviously the EAPT because it has the word EAPT written on it, for those who aren't sure.
You are sharp.
EAPT Grand Final, of course, that is what you are taking part in. It will be sort of the, our first, or our next big final, as it were, a huge field event. In a couple of days, we'll bring you in the final table of that. It is one of the main events here, if you will. There's 2, in essence, with the EAPT and MPP both running here. A lot of players in there yesterday, huh? You were saying it's going to be a big one.
Yeah.
Looking, should smash through the guarantee again. Guaranteed at 1,000 entries.
Yeah, I believe around about 370 played 1B. And I think 300 or so in 1A, if memory serves, so it should smash it.
And we got, what, 1C on today and then a turbo 1D flight
Turbo later.
tonight. So, yeah, it's looking likely to sail through that guarantee, which is nice to see, you know. Sometimes players are a little short-sighted. You know, you go overlay hunting, and it's always nice when you're in the field and there's overlay. But ultimately, it's a good thing if guarantees get hit.
You want the big money.
You want the big money, but also you want these tours to continue to put on big guarantees. And we know the powers that be behind the MPP are the ones who go, hang on a second, we smashed that guarantee last time. Let's, like, double it next time.
Ramp it up. Jatin here on the button. Pretty wide open. Ace 10, 8 deuce. Frolov, very interesting looking combo, James. Double suited, ace 4 hearts, 9, 7 of clubs.
Yeah, it's a really nice hand. Obviously, really bad position against a stack that covers. These double suiteds always do better in heads-up pots. But the raise size, of course, being just under 3 blinds does make it much more likely it would be heads-up if he were to call, because Jessica would find it harder to continue to that size. But he is just going to let it go. It's just the out-of-position nature of this one.
Okay.
I don't hate it.
Yeah, Jessica with a double-suited hand of her own. Not getting a great price, though. Not the best connectivity. Gets out of the way.
That's the thing, the slightly larger open. And, yeah, and as you say, the connectivity. You've got a pair, you look at it, that's nice. If you hit a 9, it's great, but...
That's about it.
Yeah, you can't really make any other hands.
Great start to this feature for Jatin. Of course, had just 400k. It's close to trebled that now, James. Perhaps a little shade more.
One of our max late regs.
Are down to 17 players now in the field. So we edge towards that final table.
Yeah, average stack. Over 30 blinds, which is nice. We'll see that come down considerably as we get towards the money bubble. People are going to start playing very snug, and especially... Oh, there is a big blind ante in play. Okay. It was just out of shot before. There we go.
Jatin with a very pretty one.
Yeah, these are the spicy ones. This is why we play PLO, to find hands like 7, 8, 9, 10, double.
A beautiful hand to find in the cutoff.
Yeah, let's see. He did incorporate... Did he incorporate a limp early on?
He did.
Yeah, I wonder if
a couple.
I don't think he will now, just because of the stack size in the...
Sure.
We're getting closer to the money. He can put more pressure on him. Here he goes. Why? Even more so. He's going for a bigger raise than before.
He said he trebled his stack, has in fact quadrupled it. Great start for Farad. Going to get this one through also.
You know it's a high roller when you get people wearing like Balmain caps.
There's been a lot of French apparel.
Yeah.
We had the Montclair.
Yeah.
Right. Look at it. We had the Petanque T-shirt.
Oh, Petanque man, yeah.
Yeah. Don't you worry. I'm keeping appraised of all the current fashion trends.
I'm having a look now to see how much that cap retails for, but I reckon it's...
Oh, can we have side bet for fun?
I reckon it's a decent amount. I mean, I can't find the exact one, but...
Picasso thinks how much is a Balmain Paris green hat?
Oh, I found the same hat. Here we go.
Right. Am I going to guess?
I mean, it's a slightly different shade, but it's the same writing and the same lettering and everything.
I'm going to go $199. It's a cap. Come on, it can't be that much more.
And this is why, my friend.
Oh.
You will always be a
fish.
pigeon.
Oh.
I was going for pigeon. You know.
Pigeon. 399. Double it.
Close it. 350 euros.
Yeah, that wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. That's too much for a hat.
When you've got...
I'm a simple man. I come from a working class Scottish background. 350 euros for a green hat.
Yeah.
Like how? Because they're the name?
Yeah.
I'm actually disgusted. I might walk out.
But that's when you know you're playing high rollers.
Right,
People are flicking in 350 on caps.
How much do you reckon that Rangers jersey retails for?
Too much.
Too much indeed.
Ludo gets a walk.
That's very well timed for him.
I like Ludo. Every time he's at a table, he's kind of already developed a little rapport. Like Shriner's like kind of laughing and joking as he's sort of giving him the walk. There's some friendliness there already. He's a very welcoming person at the table. But yeah, 350 for a cap. It's quite a lot.
All right, Demps. Come on. It's time to embarrass you now for your opulent ways. What's the most money you have spent on, you know, just like a piece of clothing apparel?
Well, I wasn't always.
Come on.
I wasn't always as
Out with it.
Well measured, calm as I am. In my youth, there were some splurges.
I don't need you to give me reasons why it was a good purchase. I just want the number and what it was. Come on, come on.
It's funny because I saw said item the other day. I've just gone through a house move, and I've kept this jacket because of the amount of money I spent on said jacket.
All right.
Jacket hasn't fit me for a little while now.
Is it like a leather? It's leather, isn't it?
It might be.
I knew it was gonna be. What a read.
But yeah, I mean.
All right. Well,
I can't bear to break with it because I spent so much on it. But it hasn't fit me for like 10 years, if I'm being honest.
While you fumble through this explanation of how much it was, Shriner, King Queen 10-8 on the button. Hearts working for him. Ludo really been kind of dealt out here, other than that one big hand he played earlier. Round to Viberov in the big. It's King 7-4. Does have dominating hearts. Of course, gonna defend this one out the big. Do go heads up. I wonder how much that jacket was. It's still in my mind. 7-6 deuce on the flop. Viberov flopping best.
Might have to put it on Vinted.
You're going to have to sell it, mate. Sometimes it's just time.
No.
No?
Just get myself back in shape.
Yeah, that's what we all say. Hey, I've been in the gym every day. I wasn't doing much, but, you know, I was there.
Yeah.
Interesting here, Shriner. Going to c-bet this one, Demps. Half pot. Let's have a gut shot. Not much else going for him. Viberov.
Yeah.
Going to stick around for one.
It's kind of why it's an okay hand to kind of stab with in the sense that, hey, look, if we get raised, we haven't lost anything. And there's still a lot of good cards for him. Like, there's 10 here.
Yeah.
Turns top pair, now has a whole host of equity. As you can say, has outrun Labarov's top pair. Expect this now.
Is this a hand we're going to check a lot, Demps, with the connectivity? Like, the big blind's got a lot of 8-9, a lot of two pairs.
We've got an 8 block in that, but I think we've got enough now just to check back and kind of play this one down. Now, this is where things get interesting. Of course, spades complete, more straight draws complete. Viborov with reason to perhaps bluff. He may feel he just has the best hand still with this 7, and also he could be betting into a lot of flushes here.
If he had a spade in hand, Demps, like king of spades here, he might turn it into a bluff.
Yeah. I think that's a good shout.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a case of, you know, in Hold'em in a similar situation, we'd say, well, the big blind's always going to bluff now because they can rep all these things, but the player on the button can just have a lot of flushes as well.
Right. And like Shriner now, Demps, is this deciding if he's going to bluff? Because, I mean, we can't bet for value, obviously.
No, we're not thinking about betting. But he's thinking about bluffing here. He's thinking about trying to make 2 pair folds.
Okay.
Like I say, he can have flushes. He has the 10 of spades in hand. That's kind of the most likely part of the flush draw combo that he may have checked back on the turn, bar maybe nut flush draws. Obviously, hands that turn some equity other than the draw.
That makes some sense. Yeah, and he is going to turn it into a bluff.
He also has the 8s working nicely, so kind of the 4-8, the 8-9s are blocked as the hands that would always check call.
That would check call, yeah.
And of course, the 10 of spades working as a blocker to a flush, but also to the best 2 pair combos. So there's a lot to like about using this hand to bluff. And again, I keep throwing on reasons, but the king-queen being completely unconnected to this board, making it more likely Viborov maybe has a hand like a 2 pair, but wants to make it fold. And there we go. Nicely done. I thought that was a well-played hand by both.
Yeah. Very nicely done from Shriner. So I'm playing that tricky ace-king earlier against Viborov, showing some of his prowess post-flop. Up to the roundabout 1.8 million as we see the chip counts pop up on the screen. Shriner out in front, 1.7 million, shade over 40 blinds. Closely followed by Daniel Thaler, 1.6 milli. Frolov and Viborov, both around the 1 million chip mark, 25 blinds. Jessica, 18 bigs, and Ludo with some work to do, James. 7 blinds working for him at the moment. Gonna have to get his skates on.
The good news for Ludo is the sun's still out, so if he busts now, he can get a little beach time, maybe. I don't know.
Have you seen Ludo? He's not really he's quite pale as tone goes.
It's a long sleeve top, is it? Just to keep the arms shielded from the beaming sun. It is a gorgeous day here today. I mean, it's been nice every day, but it has been very windy for the preceding 2 days. But today, the wind dropped. Beautiful. Gorgeous out there. I was in there, like I say, having a little swim with Mr. Stephen Warburton.
Oh.
So the 2 of us went for a wee dip before lunch.
A little mate state. That's nice.
Yeah.
Scottish men, we don't really lie in the sun. Like you see me, I'm in the sun for 30 minutes, and I go a very appetizing shade of red.
I have noticed he's trying to keep things, Steve, as similar to the last time we had the MPP, where, for those that don't recall, he chopped the main event.
He did.
He chopped it 3-way. I think ended up coming 3rd, but got the lion's share of the money. And so he's like, well, me and him were hanging out a lot, going for these little swims. So I think he's just trying to repeat the system. And I'm expecting my free piece in return for this
well, obviously. We'll come back to it in a moment, but I think I know what he needs to do for that recreation. As we see Jatin, beautiful looking ace, king, king, 4 double suited. ISO's the limp of Viborov.
Yeah, and Viborov's like...
It's a pretty grim hand to limp call, is it, Dem?
It is, and I think he's more like, oh, I kind of knew this was going to happen if I limped moment, because Jatin suddenly has a lot more chips. It's the first chance I've had to limp in the small, and is this how the stall's going to be set? It's that sort of meta game.
Yeah. As it stands, Jatin did have it.
Oh, he had it.
Had a really big hand. Yeah, Warbs, he was crushing with the old bucket hat. And then since he's retired it, I don't know, things have not been going as swimmingly. I think it's time to bring it back. Speaking of apparel, come on, it's time. How much was the jacket?
No.
You're not going to tell me?
Too embarrassed.
Off stream only?
Yeah, off stream only.
Oh, my
Maybe
word.
not even then.
I'm very disappointed in you.
We'll just focus on... look, I'm not spending 350 euros on a baseball cap, okay?
Right.
It was a smarter bit of clothing than that. I feel like the proportionally.
It's okay, James. You can do what you can do whatever you want, my friend, with your fashion and your wallet.
I saw Ivy wearing a cap recently.
Okay.
And did the same thing. Did a little Google to try and find the cap. 600 he spent on his. $600 on a cap.
A mere
90.
600.
4 eyes, 90.
Viberov at it again, Demps. Is this too wide? Working off our stack size. Maybe okay from the button. Ace, deuce, 5-5. You have the nut flush draw.
Yeah. Hey, look, a suited ace on the button.
Makes it in there.
Yeah. There's not many you wouldn't want to try and get it through with. And Jatin with the double suited hand. This is, again, kind of hand that does play nicely if your head's up.
Yeah, we saw
it's a little uglier.
We saw
Three-way.
Frolov, right, have a similar sort of decision.
Well, Frolov now got the chance to close the action. Blinds having gone up to 2040, just 50k more. Ace, Queen, Jack 4, obviously, anytime you're playing, well, any kind of pot, but especially when things start to go Multiway, you really want to have a suited ace. But this is still a good enough hand in my mind. And he tends to agree. Calling, swelling the pot to 310k, and some mediocre holdings here, but a chance for carnage. Especially if we see more spades. But as it is, the 8-4-3 flop sees Viberov, the favorite, because he's got that wheel wrap, backdoor nut hearts. Frolov having flopped second pair. Jatin missing.
Yep, very favorable board for Viberov. You'll be pleased to see it.
There's arguments to both bet and check here. He's coming with bet. Kind of makes the most sense. And he's bet pretty small as well. So keeping, like, encouraging people to stay in here because it's kind of nice, obviously, drawing to a straight. But the good thing about betting is maybe you liven up your hand a little bit if, say, the 6 comes. You want to stop someone having 5-7. Although with 2 5s in your hand, less of an issue. Maybe stop them having 6-7 in case you hit that 5. But
wow, this seems very
here we go.
spicy to me, Demps.
Exactly that. Look at this. The 6-7 with 2 backdoor flush draws is going to call, try and strike Jin. And, well, a 10 brings the backdoor club draw. With one of those roots materializing.
Double gutted now also. 5s and 9s working for Jatin. Very spicy turn card. See the equity shift.
Yeah, is Jatin going to come with a lead here?
He is leading.
No,
he's not.
He's inspecting.
It's about as action a turn as we could get, Demps, right?
Yeah, this is pretty grim for Viberov when you see your opponent start doing this, because it's very hard for Viberov to actually call bets here when he's got just a solitary club and drawing at kind of non-nut straights. A lot of maybe the bluffs you're up against might be hands like the 5, 6, 7 combos.
Wow.
There we go. Just pots it. 560 to go and just puts Viberov in the bin.
Does this hand make a lot of sense, Demps, from a theory perspective? Are we going to just lead some 2 pairs and sets and stuff here?
I think so, yeah. I think yeah, we're going to lead those hands because you don't want to have your opponent check back on this board. There's so many scary cards.
Okay.
The pot to stack ratio is the way it is. And of course, if he had, like, say, flopped a 2 pair, hard from the small blind to have flopped 2 pair, but he could certainly have turned 2 pair. Yep. But say he's still going to be cautious of the player behind on the flop. Once he gets heads up, you're much more willing to put it in with 2 pair. And of course, it's more like you're up against like 8s and 10s there that have turned.
Yep.
We're mixing it in with some of those speculative peels on the flop. But I think also a lot of it is just a facet of Viberov, and he's thinking, hey, like Viberov's been very active, maybe like weaker than most when he bets the flop. So kind of credit to Viberov. He's got the action there in the call from the King Jack 6-7 on that flop. But of course, it went against him in this instance.
Yeah, very fun, interesting hand. Jatin really being impressive. On point there, finding that turn lead. Takes it down.
Yeah, we got some good players here.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that hand. Credit to the imagination. Seemed like a very wide peel to me on the flop. Of course, I'm not a PLO aficionado.
And of course, we've got Ludo here as well.
Yeah, Ludo really needs to find something, and this would, I would imagine, be it, Demps. 7 blinds, double suited.
Yeah, double suited ace.
Pretty happy to find this.
Hand.
Does essentially half stack it.
Yeah, pots it. Vibrov with a hand that will
Wow.
want to take him on. Question of whether he wants to take it upstairs himself or just call. Just call. Obviously, some bad stuff can happen if he gets punished behind. And if it does go three-way, hey, look, the ace queen.
I think he's clicked
Oh,
it.
he has clicked it. There we go. Okay.
Well, here we go. Ludo Gaelic at risk.
I wonder if Ludo ever just calls this and leaves some chips back just in case he gets like...
In case you get the worst flop in history.
Yeah, and like with the ace jack high, you know, you're just net, like this is never like a king high rundown, right? This is going to be, if it's an ace high type hand, it's going to be like ace queen at worst. And yeah, so he has just called just to leave a few chips back, like just in case you get some disastrous board.
Okay.
If it comes deuce, 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 you know, he can fold.
So here we
You give yourself the
go.
option.
Sure, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Well,
it's only 40K, wow.
Not folded on this one.
No, sorry, I didn't realize it was so little. He's basically never fallen for 40K, but still. Every time you give yourself more options, if you back yourself to be a good player, it's got to be good. And yeah, you see Viborov looks at that board and goes, really? You've got that hand here?
Yeah.
The pair, the diamonds, you block my ace.
Ludo.
I don't have, you know, Viborov's got no draws himself of any type, bar the backdoor hearts.
And all of a sudden, James, Ludo, 4-1 favorite. Find that double up. Viborov drawing very thin.
Yeah. Viborov will be happy just to turn some equity. And there we go, he does
Wow.
turn some equity in the form of the nut heart draw. Ludo's eyes. Got to fade it. Fade he does. Ludo holds with a pair of sixes.
Wild stuff for Ludovic Gaelic. Unfortunate for Viborov.
Yeah, terrible run for him here. Obviously, we picked up the coverage a couple of hours into the day. He had, what, 1.7, 1.8 million, something in that order, and now down to just above a starting stack. Hey, it's a cruel game. Again there, you know, he had slightly the best of it.
Yeah, big swings in the game of PLO. Nice pickup for Ludo. Back to 660K. We are down to 16 players. Guys, if you're just joining, welcome along. This is the 10K PLO.
Look at this setup. Look at those trophies.
Beautiful.
Beautiful shot here of the stage, right in the middle of this monstrous ballroom here at the Merit Royal Diamond. Here, a lot of noise in the background. Different tournaments going off, of course. We do have that EAPT main event, the grand final, of course. 6-8-9-9. Not a hand Ludo's going to play from that seat. Viborov. I mean, wouldn't rule it out he's playing this one blind, given the run he's been on when he's been looking, but I'm sure he's looked.
Does look fairly over it.
Yeah, it's just gone against him. But hey, look, he's got more chips than he started the tournament with. That's the way you got to look at it. Shriner.
Oh,
aces of the kings. Now, is Shriner going to give him action just because he's seen how active Viborov's been and he looks visibly dejected after losing that last hand? Obviously, kings play pretty good against most hands, not so good against aces.
Is 11 big blinds effective, and here we go.
If you give action, you get action.
And all of a sudden,
the equities.
Wow, they're close.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're not that close. Obviously, we're taking into account we're taking account folded cards. So I didn't clock what cards were folded on the way around, but it's obviously swung things somewhat in Shriner's favor.
375.
What is this witchcraft? Oh, there's a king in the window, damps.
No, they just
they're not
setting the cards. Come on now.
My apologies.
Calm yourself down.
I got excited.
Yes, the equities wouldn't be this close.
Yeah, I was going to say, what is this witchcraft?
Obviously,
PLO.
you know, Viborov having a rainbow hand does hinder you in PLO, but. Well, 8-6-4 board. Shriner finds diamonds. Needs one more, of course. You can see there, of course, at the top, those two kings still alive, hence that improved equity pre-flop for pairing up. A good card for Viborov, but doesn't change too much, bar like, you know, the 5 of diamonds or something. And a deuce. The aces hold. It's back up to 980k.
I think yeah, sorry, James.
No, carry on.
I was just going to say, I think he earned that one.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's been a rough run.
If he got run down there, I would have felt pretty bad for him. I don't often feel bad for poker players, but that would be a little unfair because he's had some tough ones. But it just goes to show, you know, he gave the action, he gets the action. I'm sure Shriner against a lot of players there would have just pitched the king. Was it king 10 deuce?
King 10 deuce, yeah.
Yeah, king 10 napkin. But against this man, he was like, no, I'm going to try for you.
Yeah. 11 effective or so, deciding. I'll give my man a run. Nice double up for Viberov.
Welcome to all of you streaming us here on the DTD Player YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. This is, of course, 10K PLO. And we are streaming every day now for, I don't know how many days in a row. 7? 8? Something like that.
7 in a row, my friend.
7 in a row. So you've got a full week worth of action coming to you from here in Merit. Underground, deep underground. Well, players are deep underground. They're down there in the Diamond Ballroom. But you and I are just across the way in the Royal, where we can step out of our commentary booth and in a few steps, just be outside, lovely little terrace there. Maybe a little coffee on the break, or a tea for you.
I can't wait for one.
A little English breakfast tea with some milk.
I'm waiting for them to bring me a milk. Because, you know, this part of the world, black tea is very much in vogue.
You know, anywhere outside the United Kingdom or Ireland,
it's true.
People have tea without milk.
It's true.
I'm kind of with them.
It's true. Now, I allowed you to let the jacket slide.
Oh, hang on a second. I'll come back to that in a minute because you're going to mug me off.
Yeah.
Thankfully, some cards have gone the way. Jessica she definitely didn't fold aces.
I was about
double.
to say.
She's gone max. So Viberov opening up with Jack 8-7 again, a little marginal, especially from under the gun, but Viberov, he gives action. Jatin, for that reason, came along with the Queen 9-5. Not a great hand. And Jessica now just gets to pile over the top with a lot of hands. One of them being, of course, aces. But she would have done that far wider. Nice pickup for her. You're just happy there to pick that up, even.
For sure.
Aces. You know, as it happens, she was up against hands that do really poorly against aces, but a lot of the hands that could potentially call her still actually do okay. So you kind of, in PLO, as we get nearer to the money, obviously we're still a long way away with 16 left and 7 paid. You've still got to lose it over half the field. But survival is kind of nice in this game. But I'm going to say something. I was mugging you off for your use of tea, or milk in tea. But again, you have to with an English breakfast tea. I understand that. I'm not a big tea person, but when I have a tea, it's a mint tea or a herbal tea, something, you know, that doesn't have milk in it.
Something a bit healthier.
Well, health's not really the problem here, actually. I mean, I had a cookie on my way back to the booth before we started. That's why
it's hard to dodge them, let's be honest.
Well, the thing is, they're very small, so you don't feel so bad.
Right.
I had 6 of them.
Seems fair. An even half dozen.
I didn't really. I had 1. I should have had 6. Jessica with the boots again. 1 nut suit. I like the way she's played so far in the. It's been pretty snug. She came in, kind of had the good spin up, but just playing a patient game. And there's a lot of action on this table. I'd be playing the same way. I think just feels like it might not take as long to get in the money in this tournament as arguably it should, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I was going to say, Jessica.
Some people are splashing.
She's just casually going about her business, right? Steadily building. Round to the action man, Viberov. Pretty dusty looking Queen 8-5-5.
Yeah.
Pitch this one.
$24K min cash. That's what you get if you make the final table here in the MPP PLO High Roller. First prize, $148,800. I mean, come on. Let's take $1,200 out of somewhere and round this thing up. Who do we have to talk to? I heard Simon Trumper's voice earlier out there. Maybe just peel a little 1,200 out the pocket.
Simon.
Put it up top. Come on.
Simon, take 400 off.
Oh, no, we're not taking out the prize pool.
Second, third, and fourth. Oh, you're just going to add it in.
Just add it. I mean, there's only, you know, there's already 40k added. What's another 1200? Overlay. That was the order of the day. Players love it.
1200, eh? That sounds like around about the price of a fancy overpriced jacket.
Bloody wish.
Round 2, Ludo. King 7 at 3-4.
It was less than the buy into this tournament. There you go.
Okay.
Let's not get crazy.
My goodness. Now, Viberov versus Jatin. We have had this matchup several times already.
Just about, anyway. Currency conversion there.
Jatin finding another pretty strong hand, Demps, blind on blind. Viberov does limp again. Likely to get raised again.
Yeah, definitely a raise here against a limp. Oh.
Oh.
Wow, I am surprised by that.
Trappy, trappy.
Okay, was he just worried about facing a limp raise? I mean, this hand's kind of strong enough to take that heat. The ace, king, queen, 6. I'm a little surprised. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought mandatory raise in flow.
Yeah, as it is. Checks back and finds a little piece on this 9-6-3. Certainly could go either way here. I mean, a 6 is good a lot of the time. We have lots of really good turn cards in the form of an ace, king, queen. But then again, same argument, you can just check this back. And if you caught one of those ace, king, queens, it could be a great card in the sense that your opponent could potentially...
Ah,
there we go.
Does get a better hand to fold.
He does get better hands to fold. That's the other benefit to betting, of course. There are some better hands that fold. Not many. You think, like, if this was like a king 9-8 deuce and he'd flop top pair with more live kickers, that would continue. But the 10s, the jacks, like the 8s, even the 7s that don't have a card with them connecting with the 6-9 would then have to fold. It's a very small range of hands that are better that fold. But a lot of time in this game, just betting makes life easier, especially if you're the chip daddy.
Yeah, Jatin been pretty much faultless Demps so far, right?
If you've got a €350 cap habit, then you know you've got to play your best in these tournaments because those things. Wow, yeah.
What do you think the most expensive article of clothing I've ever bought is, Demps? There's a question for you to mull over. We'll get back to that. Ludo finds...
I reckon you've got some really fancy kilt somewhere.
That's not a bad shout. Ace king 7 for Ludo.
Yeah, limping in.
14 blinds.
Oh, wait, I say he's limping in. Is he limping in?
No, he hasn't acted yet. Looks like the pot button is being pressed.
Yeah. Seems the more natural route.
Oh.
I was wondering if he was going to limp. I mean, like, it's an argument of that sort of stack size. Maybe if he had a little bit more. If he was closer to 20 blinds, I think we might see.
Set up the limp, get in.
Yeah. But the rainbow hand obviously does play pretty poorly as well, so limping and taking it multi-way, never ideal. So even then, maybe he would open raise with these kind of hands, limp some of the better ones, like if he had one suit here.
And Viberov, I was about to say this hand kind of like falsely attractive against pot, right? Seems a little thin to me.
Yeah, much better looking hand from Frolov in the big here, the king, queen, jack 10. And yeah, this just rates to do pretty well against Viberov. And because we've seen Viberov play a lot of hands, we know that to be the case. And we see that here with the jack, jack 9-6, obviously. Frolov has that in pretty bad shape, in the sense that when they both overtake aces, the king, queen, jack 10 is going to be doing better. Makes the better straights.
Yeah, does complete.
And this is horrible for Ludo, having those non-suited aces. It's like, really, I'm up against 8 cards, and then bar hitting an ace or finding like the deuce-deuce flop, there aren't many good boards for him. Well, it's as close as to the deuce-deuce flop as you can really hope for. The 4-4 deuce, that one is Ludo. And I think he just gets the bet pretty small here, really. I mean, he's going to have some other hands like the ace-king rundowns or the ace-queen rundowns. He's going to have these aces, these king-type aces and kings. So on a 4-4 deuce, just gets bet really small because your opponents just don't have draws here. Okay, maybe Frolov has some connectivity with this board pinning from the big, but it was a pot size raise.
So look to bet small Demps and target hands like Viberov has, the sort of jacks
like,
and queens.
Just makes it horrible for these kind of hands like that. I love this. It's gone quarter pot. yeah, it just makes it really hard for these kind of hands because they know that, you know, he knows Ludo can have some of those rundowns, and these two jacks could be ahead. Let's see if he feels compelled. It is a three-way pot, don't forget. He does get away from it. And that's why this is so great. Obviously, Ludo's done it here, but now we know, like, when Ludo does have that, you know, the ace queen 10-9, he would have got one through there. Well done, Ludo. A big pickup.
Yeah, it's a big moment for him on that flop.
I tell you, when you're playing PLO and you pull it up there and you've got a couple of coolers and you've got those kind of bad aces,
Sure.
you just take a breath and you're like, and the dealer just rips out 4-4 deuce and you're just like, yes.
Thank you.
I get to win. Obviously, you can be beat, but if you beat, you beat.
Yeah.
Oh, Jessica getting moved as the field thins down. We see 15 players left, 3 tables of 5. Of course, PLO plays 7-handed, so we're 1 player away from getting down to our last 2 tables, and our table will repopulate.
Action back on Ludo under the gun.
Yeah, this one might be played, but obviously a great orbit for him. The full double up, a little fortuitous to be so, and then winning that pot with the aces. Again, given the pre-flop action, a little fortuitous that he got the juicy looking flop.
Right.
Because this man Frolov had the lovely looking hand there, the king, queen, jack 10, peel from the big blind. You're like, I'm not supposed to have a hand this good.
Couldn't have bricked any harder, could he?
Yeah, it was unfortunate for him that, of course, the other cards in there were jack, jack 9. It's like 3 of the great cards for you to see on the flop when you're holding king, queen, jack 10. The jacks, the 9s, those sort of cards.
As we see Shriner getting a walk. The ace king 9-9.
Jatin having a think here. I mean, obviously, he has 2 million in chips. He is the big stack. Gets to apply some pressure. Has a double-suited hand, but a garbage one at that. But he is going to give it a go. I think Frolov, you know, hasn't shown much propensity to be getting involved. So, you know, maybe thinking going after that. Of course, I was thinking Jessica was still there, but she isn't. So Shriner is now the small blind. And obviously, like a nice-looking hand if there wasn't a raise in front. And it's Ludo in the big, who is going to look down at a pretty nice defendable one. And a great hand to have against this particular holding, in that he has the better queen 6, and he has 2 live flush draws himself.
Yeah, more than enough hardware to defend. Working with 20 blinds or so himself. It's going to flick in calling chips. Off to the flop we go.
Wow.
Ho ho.
Huge flop for Ludo. The upper wrap, the 6-8-9 with spades. Jatin with just a pair of 3s. 6 kind of working to a lower straight. Ludo going to go for the check in your face raise. Will he get the option though? Because Jatin may just decide this hand's so bad, he doesn't want to bet. On the flip, of course, he may think, hey, look, if Ludo's just got Jack 10, 8, 4, what's he going to do if I bet?
Sure.
Just get to win the pot. You might think this hand's so bad, you can still bet it, even though it's a dangerous looking board.
I'm going to try and fold out some of these king, queen, jack type holdings, right? Stuff like this.
I'm giving myself the caveat of he can go both ways with this. He has decided to bet. Ludo, loving to see that. Ludo obviously just gets to take this upstairs. Just holds queen high, so getting folds is great.
Yep.
And you can get folds from some good hands here. Somebody over pairs.
Yep, the old B40 from Jatin.
Your favorite.
Absolutely, I'm telling you, it's back. Here we go.
Here we go.
It's going to be hand over.
Have that.
Very nice little spell of momentum for Ludo Gaelic. Up to almost 1.2 million now, James, after being down to 280k a mere 20 minutes or so ago.
Yeah, nice little spin for him. And no serious damage to Jatin, of course, who came in as one of the max late regs. He's done fantastically well thus far. Just a raise and a C-bet. It's okay.
Yeah.
And actually, in the end, he basically had no route to winning that pot. And there were some really bad cards from him in the sense that he could make some second best hands that would have to put chips in. So if Ludo could have seen his man's hand, I'm sure he would have just called and let some really good things progress. So that is, in this case, a good reason to bet the flop.
Action going to fold around here to Shriner. On the button, 7543. Gets out of the way.
Yeah, just lets it go. Again, kind of a tempting hand. You look down at that sort of hand, but just all low cards. Again, if he had like a situation where maybe the big blind overfolds, but we know the big blind isn't going to overfold because it's Viborov. And if anything, he's going to overplay. We've seen that he's propensity to get involved. And also, if maybe we're on the bubble and you're covering some players, you can really leverage those kind of hands. But for the most part, they're a little bit trappy. And, he's got, these two competent players behind. Viborov battles. Ludo knows what he's doing. And Ludo would, of course, have pounced with this hand. Kings with a suited ace. Beautiful holding in this game. Viborov with a pretty nice holding himself in a blind v blind encounter in position. Pair of jacks and a suited ace. And they both do find that ace. Ludo with the king of hearts, nut flush draw blocker. And that's who's going to peel back to double check now.
Potential trouble ahead for Viborov, working with just under 2 pots, excuse me.
Yeah, but this is the kind of spot where neither player's going to put more than one bet in.
Okay.
Or want to put more than one bet in with this hand. I think Ludo might bet. Viborov would just probably call with this holding. Does have backdoor diamonds. The jacks are working in a block capacity.
Going big.
Oh, he is?
Yeah.
Okay. He's just setting him in, effectively setting him in. Kind of makes a bit of sense. If your opponent's got a better hand you now, then, well, good luck to them. But there's lots of draws out there. So Ludo just going for straight-up equity denial. And this size, I don't know, does Viborov get away from this now? Yeah, he does. Well done. Good fold.
Very good.
Yeah. When you've got 2 jacks in your hand, they're very hard, of course, to call there. Because if Ludo has raised from the small and wants to pot this, he's saying he's got, like, I've got a big ace.
Big draw.
Or I've got some sort of big draw. When you're holding 2 of the jacks, obviously you do negate those somewhat. And yeah, when you're wrong, when he has got a big ace like the ace king, then you're screwed. You're running to a jack or a deuce.
Just dead, yeah.
Nicely done.
Yeah, again, the subtleties of the old PLO. I always have my hold'em head on there. I'm like, oh, we have an ace king. We have an ace king on ace 9-8. Let's get it in. Very nice spell.
Yeah, great
for
orbit.
Ludo.
Orbit and a half for the Scotsman.
Players to start satellite 2. Please check your name on the screen and take your seat.
Your pal and compatriot.
Take your seat, please.
But you support different football teams.
We do. I'm not sure which is in a worse current predicament. Ludo's, beloved Rangers looked like they might get it done against his good friend, Mr. Neil Farrell's beloved Celtic. Although, to be fair, they have like a title decider-esque match coming up, I believe. The infamous Old Firm derby. But I think Rangers have to win or it's all over, basically.
I mean, it's the poker equivalent of, screaming the nightly 100. Like, minor league football. Doesn't interest me, my friend.
Listen, me either. But hey, we move forward as we see Viborov limp the small here. Jatin checks back, King, Queen, 7-4.
I'm going to go hide on the break, I think.
Oh my goodness.
They might be after me.
They very well could be. Pretty even here. Basically a flip post flop. Viborov is open-ended. Not much more working for him. Jatin with just a pair of 4s himself.
Yeah, these guys are finally finding the third way to play this blind-on-blind encounter with just a limp and a check. Oh no, they did a limp check last time. What am I talking about? But with strong hands. This time, weak hands.
Yeah, Jatin really has
Whoa.
had the best of it thus far. I don't think it's 120. I believe it's a very small bet.
Okay.
Yeah. I think it's 55K, so more in the B40 half-pot realm.
Okay. You're right, 55.
Yeah.
Graphics just catching up. I was going to say, a check calling pot there would be
Yes.
surprising, as it is. We head to the turn. Jatin's still best with that 4, but that's a pretty ugly card. See the deuce brings in not just the obvious straight, but you know, your opponent made a check call with a hand like 4 deuce 6, you know, a gut shot on a pair, those kind of hands. So the deuce is somewhat working.
Yeah, you would expect check now, Demps.
Deuce 3 5 kind of hands. As it is, it was just the
Wow,
deuce.
he's gonna barrel.
Ooh. Well, maybe just thinking, hey, look, my opponent would have surely check raised me if they had much strength. Oh, he's gone micro again. Wow.
Yeah, this is interesting.
Well, well, well. I wonder, Viborov having that 5, but elects just a snap fold. That's a curious line. I'm enjoying this.
Yeah, Jatin really showing himself to have a lot of gear changes,
He's
right? Post, big, small, like very creative.
We saw the last stop, but he just checked back the ace, king, queen, 6, where I thought for sure he was going to raise. Here he's played a funky line again. I'm learning a lot watching this man. It's fun to see.
Yeah, man, natural instinct that was that we would give up on this one and check. Just with our, you know, cards in hand, not interacting too much with the board. Very nicely done. Has had the best of it so far against Viborov. Certainly not enjoying having Jatin on his direct left. Action back round to Ludo.
Suited ace in the cutoff. Now, he had like a bad suited ace before, but far fewer chips, and I think we saw him fold. But case in point here, with a pretty similar sort of dusty-ish holding, but now with a much bigger stack. Does get to come in for the raise here.
Yeah, Ludo getting after it. Bumps it up to 85K. Does fold round to Frolov.
And Frolov's image at the table does, I don't think, I'm not saying he is this way, but does seem to be like kind of a less aggressive kind of, I hate to use the word, but I can't think of a better one, weaker, passive kind of player. Because all we've seen of him is him peeling some raises from the big blind. Now actually we've seen he's played pretty much flawlessly. Yeah. But he did offer up that question earlier on, like, what was I supposed to call this hand? So maybe just exhibit some inexperience, so maybe players will come after that blind a little bit more. Something to keep an eye on. But I actually think he's played fine. No, he's done nothing wrong. So the perception I would get at the table is that he's maybe the least experienced of these
everything.
Exactly.
Right.
Now, of course, we are hurtling towards our first break of the day. And we will mix things up with a new feature table, Andrew, after the break. And I can tell you that the players involved will be someone I'm very excited to see.
Let's go.
Tom Axel Bedell. He's like a legend of some high-stakes tournaments, a real character at the table as well, so I'm looking forward to seeing him in the mix. Also, often seen in a bucket hat. We know how well those do here at the MPP.
Beautiful.
Madi, also in the mix there. Stefan Lerner, Simak Sherzazian, also going to be at that table. And finally, another friend of ours.
Oh.
Little Dave Nicholson.
Dave Nicholson in the hunt. Love to see it.
He will be on that table as well. So those are the 5 that we will have after the upcoming break. Of course, it'll be short-lived as a 5-handed table because we are 1 table away from the final 14, thus the final 2 tables. Jatin's raise here from the button makes sense, as does Schreiner's peel from the big with a very nice and playable ace-jack 10-7. This hand has a lot of board coverage. Interestingly, it has ball coverage around the kind of cards that Jatin wants to see. Although the Queen 4-3 board is a little anticlimactic for these 2 holdings. See if Jatin just goes for a sort of smallish bet here. Again, no disaster if he gets blasted off this one by some sort of combo drawn around the 3-4. So hard to check back and actually win this at Showdown anyway with just a pair of 9s. They're so unlikely to hold up. So I bet it is.
Yeah. Is following your lead, James. Little probe.
Yeah,
Round about a quarter pot.
I'm just trying to can't do anything with this one. It's like Grim. You've got like way better hand than you're supposed to have here in terms of the playability post-flop. And you find a garbage flop like that. Does not seem fair. Well, there we go. Players are going on their first break of the day. Or actually second break, because we join them after their first break. Here it is. That's how our feature table goes back to the main floor. Of course, blinds a little bigger than that at this point. We have just played the 20, 40K level, so we will be going to 25K, 50K. So half those numbers you see on there in terms of the big blinds at play. Perhaps the story of this table would be Ludo coming in there, spinning up to 1.4 million, and well, Jatin. Ah,
he's gone.
Yeah. Anyway, there's been some spins. There are some big stacks. There's some nice stuff going on. Players are going on their first break. It's going to be about 15 minutes long, Andrew. We're going to get things moving. These players off. The new players might. The guys, please don't go too far. The two of us will be back in 15 for more of this. The MPP Pot Limit Omaha High Roller.
Always. I am lazy. I like when people help me.
Okay.
Estoy impaciente, quiero comerte.
Quiero jugar, baby, una horas más.
Estoy impaciente, quiero comerte.
Quiero jugar, baby, una horas más.
Estoy impaciente, quiero comerte.
Quiero jugar, baby, una horas más.
Estoy impaciente, quiero comerte.
Quiero jugar, baby, una horas más.
Action back round to Burton.
Yeah, loving it, isn't he? Very much involved. Raising this one up with an unknown hand until now. But it is the ladies. We'll see, he had to raise fold the last hand. Here's the man who 3-bet him.
Oh, and he sent it in, Demps.
Yeah, he's got him. Whoa, I say he's got him.
Don't know what he has yet.
Oh.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, the same action as the last hand. Look at this. We see the open from Burton with 2 queens. Melchizedek with a very, very reasonable 3-bet jam him. Slam dunk with ace-king. And given that he did this last hand with king-queen-o, now waiting behind, wondering.
My goodness, you would imagine this is not Hollywood. This stage of the tournament. It does get out of the way, Demps.
Is that a call? No call.
Here we go. Horse snaps it off. 2 top-of-range hands, James.
Top of range.
Absolutely. Cutoff versus button. 2 monster holdings.
This is pretty sick for Melchizedek that he could be 1-2 punch out of this one, having had 16 million 2 hands ago.
Big flip developing. It is the classic.
Yeah, this is the flippier flips. King 6 straight. There it is. Finds a partner. No diamond. Backdoor joy for Burton. Just the queen will do it. With 1 pull to come. just thinking, Andrew, is we hear the music.
I know, I'm loving
jiving
it.
in the background. Like, if you're the one all in there with 2 outs to come, and everyone's silent, and you just got this like happy, cheery tune going, I don't know, that might
Put you on tilt.
That might send me over the edge. Like, no one's ever hit a 2 outer to that music. Based in Grenoble, I believe. You know, the foot of the French Alps.
You know, I'm just having a bit of fun with it.
I know you are.
Mont Blanc.
I'm just getting
Mont Blanc, that's one.
Mont Blanc is
There you go.
a mountain, yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
There's a lot of mountains in France that begin Mont, as it happens.
Yeah.
Coincidentally, of course.
Hence why I made the joke. I'm 1 step ahead of you, Dems. Speaking of being 1 step ahead, Melchizedek has been 1 step ahead of the competition so far. Getting after it, ace-9 under the gun. Fairly reasonable, you know, to open here. Lots of sort of medium to short stacks that will only have 1 move. So using that ace blocker, gonna come in for an open. In a fold round to the big blind. Burton. Lots of shallow stacks now, in fact, Demps, with that blind jump. You know, 5 or 6 players at the table working with 24 bigs or below. Burton, we get to sweat with Melchizedek, and Burton with an unknown hand. 9-7-6, very much a texture that connects with the big. And you will see some donking. Does look at his chips, James. Yeah, and here it comes. Certainly a trend in modern poker. You will see a lot of leading here on these 3-card straight completing boards. Melchizedek might rip it here, Demps. I could see it. Backdoor nut flush draw, top pair, top kicker, very vulnerable holding.
Right, it's a situation where he just doesn't know what the bad cards are on the turn, does he? Yeah, there are a lot of them. Hand rates to be the best right now, but I think that does make the committing raise.
Really impressed with him so far. Just seems super attuned to what's going on. Has decided to go for the raise call, James, instead of shove.
It's effectively the same thing, right? When we're talking about this stack depth, isn't it? Making it 5 million. I mean,
oh wow.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Burton tables what looks to be
8-9.
Is that 8-9?
I think he might.
Oh, it's top pair with an open ender.
Yeah, it is.
So Melchizedek has got his man to stick it in here with effectively just the straight draw on the live card, looking to pair up for the 2 pair. So again, in the best spot, in a monster pot. There's 26 million chips in this one.
Huge.
As we see the 8 roll off. Now, of course, there are chop outs. And, of course, the ace would still do it for Melchizedek. But all of a sudden, he is bang up against it. And that's where he remains. Everything was going so right for this man. But now, all these chips moving to Burton.
Always frustrating, of course, when you try and execute said limp. Don't get to C3. Round 2, God's Danker. Pocket 6s. +1. Very likely to be in there with this one.
Yeah, man doesn't need 2 6s to enter a pot. So already a Jack-6 suited from this sort of seat. Of course, it was the 2 6s that he did the damage against earlier with his ace-9 offsuit when he came out with a rather creative turn at check raise bluff. With the lone ace of spades. Stoica finds the 10s. Here we go. Gonna get to rip this one in for 11 blinds. And one assumes, given the bounty nature of this, given that Gosdanka's had a little sand thrown in his face, that he may elect to just run. Burton wakes up with the hooks behind. Stoica, how cold is this?
My goodness.
And now Burton with a real decision point here, right? He gets to call here and allow Gosdanka to perhaps go bananas behind. Does he call here and just fold if Gosdanka goes bananas behind? Because, hey, like, I have to have a pretty strong hand here, cold calling 11 blinds.
Right.
Does he ever click it to sway Gosdanka, or is the nature of the fact that the 3-bet is to 11 blinds big enough already?
I think 50, right? We're 50 big blinds here, effective. Jack's probably strong enough to just rip it in.
Wow, okay.
I think it's very close, James. I think if we have 40 here, we wouldn't call and then fold to jam. I think
Let's see.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has sort of gone for the clicky.
Pass.
6 pass.
Marcus Jatin would have had a decision.
Pass.
Instead gets saved. Gabisa!
Oh my goodness.
Wow, well, this is grim because he was loving the action until now with just that shallow stack in the big blind. And this may factor into this, right? You think, all right, because Danka's gone after this big blind. Because it's a shallow stack, we are playing a bounty.
Right.
So, Stoica probably plays his hand as the value range that it is because, hey, he's only got 11 blinds himself, doesn't have much fold equity. But Burton could be that little bit lighter with that in mind.
Yeah.
The fact that Gosdanka is raising here with a really high frequency.
And there's just so much money in the pot. I mean, we have 7 blinds, James. Of course, ace-queen figures to be in a lot worse shape than it is. We can see it's in fantastic shape against these 3 holdings.
Yeah, I think he's just going to look at this and...
We only have 1 time bank, by the way, James, I think. So
Wow.
he's not got long to make this critical decision.
think
might time
just
out here.
kind of cry fold this one. Yeah, I like it. I like it. Obviously, we can see that in this instance, he would have wanted to be in there. Gosdanka's showing, hey, look, I wasn't in with nothing. Stoica's going to get the very bad news.
It just feels like ace-queen wins this hand every time as well. There's just going to be no justice.
Yeah, well, if that's the discussion going on there, Burton kind of looking in Gabisa's direction.
What a spot for Burton.
Yeah, I can't
for a bounty and to get to around 40 million.
10's alive, hence the 27% equity. We see it there. There are 2 10s left in this deck as we head to the turn. He's happy with the ace-queen so far. Wouldn't have got there.
Yeah, desperate to see another brick. Can Stoica find one of the remaining 10s?
No, he can't. Wow, what a collection of hands. Because Merck's setting an ace-jack of diamonds in there. Gabisa had ace-queen of clubs. We had 2 jacks, 2 10s, and 6s.
My head shape doesn't suit a cap, you see.
Like I say, Gabisa, this man's not come from the Mediterranean. this man's, yeah, I don't know what's going on. He's ready to go to Sterling, as you mentioned before.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like a lumberjack look.
I like it. I like this shake.
Now, Rudsar in the cutoff. Ace, queen, very big hand, of course. 16 big blinds effective. Likely to play this one as a raise call, James, but he does decide just to ship. Interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, and here we go, Demps.
Wow. Not against Melchizedek
Oh,
again.
it's a stone cooler. Melchizedek. Seen these guys tangling all night long. The final battle potentially about to get underway. Super unfortunate for Rutzer here to run into a better hand. Cutoff versus small. And if he does not improve, James, gonna be out of here in 13th place.
Yeah, this is just cruel on Rutzer that it's gonna potentially finish this way. He's been dealt a couple of rough spots. One hand, maybe, we feel, was of his own making, but this is a tough one. Nothing on the board. Of course, not to overlook the fact that Melchizedek only has 1.9 million back himself. This is effectively the pair of them all in. Looking for stacks. But the flippers have resulted in just 3 outs with 1 pull. Can Raudzar find it? He can't. Queen, not enough. Melchizedek with another big all-in pot. Late night finish last night at 4 AM. Come back today at midday.
I don't understand what
play.
they're doing that table.
No, they're just cheap giving.
Round to Constantine.
Cheap dumping.
Another one of these mediocre hand stamps, but is openable. We have
Everybody's
seen
sitting out.
these
4
sort of
people.
20 big blind stacks
Yeah.
shy away from these sort of weak mid-range
Not even one
ace-X.
person busted there. Just
Problematic that you are raising
Well,
into
they
the
put
chip
one
leader's
here.
big blind, right? Something to
Yeah.
consider.
They put 2 here actually.
Yeah,
on the
let's get out of the way.
First and second. Oh, one.
We were 3 tables back then.
Another big hand in the small blind.
Yeah.
Now, can God's Danker find the trickiness? I would like to see Limp here a lot, Demps. I think the big blind we've seen, he's going to attack very aggressively. Whether God's Danker agrees with my appraisal,
He
it
does.
would appear that he does. Oh,
wow.
my goodness.
Wow, 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 wow. They needed far less hand than this to get these in. But as it is, surely we're going to see a big showdown here as Burton going to raise up over this limp and God's Danker with the true value in pocket jacks as a limp raise hand,
My
one suspects.
goodness.
Guys, is there any way he does anything like clicky?
I like Click. I like Click for sure. This is one of these, you know, where Burton is going to isolate lots of trash Demps, right? And lots of hands, you know, that are strong. And that could, he's gone very big.
It's gone big, yeah.
5.5x. Wow. Okay, probably no clicking now. Don't think we're going to click over this size
Right.
too often.
Oh, and a snap, and we have the biggest pot we've seen thus far. 44 million chips in the middle. In the most classic of scenarios, Ace King versus the 2 jacks. Obviously, we're cheating a little bit today, Andrew. We see the percentages down to just 41 for Burton by virtue of some of the folded cards. So God's Danker in great shape here to double up and basically switch stacks. Here we go.
Does not want to make a set, Demps. Blank 3 of clubs turn. Does cancel those jacks as outs for Burton. Looking for an ace or a king.
Not to be the 10 pairing the river. We'll see God's Danker retake the chip lead here at our feature table. good afternoon. But you're probably not joining us from LA, so maybe they are.
I would.
Those in Vegas.
Mediterranean poker party, mate.
Get in the mix.
There we are, still seven-handed here. Opening event of the 2024 MPP. 1K Lux and Pay Mystery Bounty final table. And here we go. First look at a real hand in a while. Pocket Queens for Savenkov. UTG1. They're coming for the raise to 2.5. And here we go. Another potential spot. That was very fast, Demps. Skutladze makes the call with ace-jack off, and here we go. Ebby on the button, pocket tens. Potential disaster, Demps, depending on how quickly he plays this hand. 35 bigs.
Yeah, it feels... I could see him going two ways.
Yeah, and here we go. I was going to say, it feels like a spot that we could even potentially jam, not so much at finals.
Yeah.
You know, in normal tournament poker.
We have to be concerned still. I'm surprised it's gone quite this size. I might have gone smaller because we kind of like...
Yeah, this is
you want to hear...
big.
You can ask a question of Savenkov for fun. And a very warm welcome back to everyone here for the Mediterranean Poker Party, Pot Lima Omaha High Roller. Now, Andrew, that's a mouthful.
It certainly is. This is, guys, day 2 coverage of the 10K High Roller. Chips in front of you now. We have a new lineup for you on this feature table. We have Maddie leading the way. 36 big blinds, James. We're about to go to 25 50K blinds. He has 1.8 million in chips. Followed by Tom Bedell, 31 bigs, just a shade over 1.5 mil. Then we have 3 shorties. There he is, the legend himself, friend of ours, Mr. David Nicholson, Stefan Lehner, and Siamak Shirazian, all working with sort of 11, 12 big blinds, James, so they have some work to do as we approach this final table. 15 players remaining, and as we referenced earlier, James, 7 paid, min cash of $24,000. First place going to take home $148,800 for their troubles.
Certainly are, and as I referenced before, perhaps the player I'm most looking forward to seeing here is Tom Bedell. Tom Axel Bedell, bit of a legend around, well, all parts of the poker world. He doesn't really play anything small. Put it that way. This is a small buy-in for him, in my mind.
You know, he's in Cyprus. Sees there's a game underway, decides I'm going to flick it in. You can see him there in seat 2. Well, seat 1, I should say, of course, in this lineup.
Did win 10K PLO, the EPT Barcelona last summer. Good for 330,000 euros. So man who knows his way around 4-card streets, and he's always got some sort of snazzy.
Look at that.
Yeah, the bucket hat. It's just class. But yeah, litany of big results. 4th in the PCA High Roller back in 2019. That was a 25K buy-in. 7th in a 50K Triton Madrid. He's got a 3rd place finish in a 25K at King's Casino. So you get the idea. This man, he plays the high stakes as you would expect with this attire. I mean, the guy's not... he's not buying high street like you and I.
I mean, that is a look. I believe the youngsters would call that a vibe, James.
Little scarf and everything.
Yeah. Going to open the action here. Shade over the min raise. Ace-Jack 10-5. Spades are working for him. Round 2, the big blind. First look for us today at Shirazian. Hand that has some connectivity, but only one suit. Short stacked. Decides to lay it down. First pot goes the way of Mr. Tom Bedell.
Love to see it.
That is a cool outfit.
Yeah. Cool customer. And like I say, don't sleep on his skills. He knows what he's doing. Brings a bunch of chips. But it's still, you know, we're getting towards the business end of the tournament. And he's got a lot of chips, but it's still only sort of just over 4 starting stacks. So he's got some way to go to be sort of secure of getting money out of this one. Of course, 7 paid from the, 46 entries. So quite a high percentage getting paid. Obviously, naturally, just suits the final table getting paid.
600.
Shirazian, he's going to look down at Jack 10, 9, 8 in the small blind. Gets quizzical about the stack of Little Dave behind. The answer was about 600k. He wasn't lying, but he looks down at aces and, well, Shirazian going nowhere with this hand. Andrew obviously was hoping to see a check back holding this Jack 10, 9, 8, but it's certainly going to play it for 100k more. And a lot of flops he gets to get it in on. Little Dave can't believe his luck finding this hand in the big blind.
Yeah, big flop incoming now. Shirazian with pot behind. Does flop a flush draw and a gut shot, but Dave Nicholson with the dominating hearts.
What terrible shape to find yourself in with this hand, and it's pretty grim. I wonder, you hate calling this off, but also you can't really fold it, so you may just see him do the stop and go here.
Okay.
Because,
there we go.
I don't think he has any other option. Little Dave got him absolutely crushed with not just the boots, not just the higher hearts, but he's even got that 7 kind of blocking. Although I suppose that 7 being the 7 hearts. Not relevant, but here we go. Little Dave has his man in bad shape. But there are still avenues. Of course, any kind of high card would bring increased straight opportunities. Little Dave's not greedy.
Or an ace.
Wants to give his man a queen. Or an ace. Bring in some wraps.
This is a good card. Take an ace.
Well, they can take or leave what they want. They don't get a choice. Andrew, it's the second card off the deck. That's what will be delivered. Shirazian needs a 7. Well, that kills it. GG's. Little Dave with the old 100% mark. A man who told me yesterday in this very tournament, Andrew, that he got his first ever live royal flush, which I found kind of hard to believe that he'd not had a royal flush up until now in the live arena, but that was what he claimed. So we do lose our man in 15th. Finally, we are down to the last 14. And unfortunately, Andrew, for us as viewers, that means we do actually need to go on another break because there is going to be a redraw with the final 2 tables. So we came back, one-handed Little Dave, gets the job done, and he's going to send us on that short break. So we'll have to wait a moment and see who we get on our next feature table. I'm petitioning for Tom Axel Bedell. I wonder now, we maybe should be pausing here because maybe there's another hand going off elsewhere. I'm not quite sure. Or maybe the players just aren't familiar with the process here, being that it's the last 14, but I have been reliably informed we will be having a redraw break. But you never know.
Can't get rid of me. Yeah. Like a little rash.
I think Little Dave aspires to be Tom Axel Bedell in later life.
I can see it.
That's where I see him heading.
I can see it.
Some cream will get rid of it for a little bit.
Little Dave describing himself as herpes. I'll leave that one there. So there we go. Just 4 remain on this table. We'll be doing that 4 redraw. Little Dave vaults up to 20 blinds, courtesy of that victory, knocking out Simak Shirazian in 15th place. It is, of course, Mardi and Tom Bedell still leading the way on this table.
Instantly win.
As the players will be heading, one assumes, to a redraw. Just want to hold just in case. Sometimes I'm wrong, Andrew. It happens once every
very rarely
3 or 4 years. I did make a mistake last year, so we might be due.
We're due.
But as it is, as you mentioned, the final 14, half of them will make that final table where the minimum payout will be 24k. And yes, we are confirmed going on a break in just a few moments for this redraw, guys. So please don't go too far. Myself and Andrew will be back in just a few moments. Seven Andrew, beaming this to you from the Merrick complex. It's such a complex. There are so many tunnels and corridors and whatnot, but me and Andrew are actually in a separate building, although the same building, given we traverse underground between them. But we are in the Royal.
I still have no idea.
This is in the
where
Royal Diamond. The tournament's in the Royal Diamond. We're in the Royal,
right?
Which is the original offensive. In the soon-to-be-opened Onyx setup. I mean, this commentary booth is, well, unused until today. We have broken her in.
Yeah.
And it's nice in here. Has to be said, we've got some fantastic setup in here. Nice little info screen. We've got our own little tournament clock in here.
It kind of reminds me of a panic room, James. I'm going to lie. That doesn't reflect on my personal circumstance, just to be clear.
I mean, the air conditioning.
It's like a padded room. If they lock this door from the outside, we may never get out.
I think we can climb out through the air conditioning ducts. Looking up.
I can't get up there.
Well, that's true.
You may be able to. I'm under it. Forget. Did you not see my vertical leap at the basketball today?
I'll come back for you.
Okay, I'm sure you would. Ebby. I'm kind of loving how Ebby is just sort of saying, you know what, I'm going for this.
Yeah.
You know, like pocket fives here, Midland stack under the gun. I think normal theory, we probably let this one go with two big stacks behind us. Not a bit of it. As does God's Danker. Defends the 7-4 suited. And here we go. 8-7-7. God's Danker flops, trips.
He's back. God's Danker finds it.
This could be trouble, James, right, for Ebby.
It could be a good
It's a lot of draws.
Right, and I mean, it's a good-looking flop. Oh, but he likes to check it back, recognizing that this isn't really his texture. Even though he has a kind of hand that wants to bet someone for protection. God's Danker improving as if he needed it to a boat, whilst Ebby picks up that inside straight draw. Now, does God's Danker find the bet? He does. With so many draws on board, I like this. Fast play. Ebby going to have either a hand that just folds, or a lot of hands are going to want to call at least one, and potentially two on brick rivers. Here we go. The call is made. 2.5 more. Finds the middle. We've got 13 million chip pot heading to a brick river. That is about as good as it gets for God's Danker. He's thinking, hey, I'm up against a lot of ace highs here. And maybe some of these pocket pairs, even some over pairs that want to check back on this flop for deception.
Absolutely. How big will he go, James? Pretty big.
Yeah, about half pot.
Yeah, quite like this. You know, we can get some hero calls. Hasn't gone too greedy. Very easy here to really bloat this river.
It's kind of fun because he does get to have a lot of those bluffs. Like a lot of gut shots, open-ended, missed heart draws.
I mean, I think as played, Demps, we have a pretty clean bluff catch. Don't hold a 9 or a 10 or a jack. Don't hold a heart.
Right.
We have gotten to this river, you know, with a pretty, like we're relatively high up our check back range, right? Check back, call turn, get to the river with a pair. It's going to be very difficult to fold here for the price. Doesn't feel great.
Yeah.
There are so many misdraws that we do unblock all of them.
Very tough spot for him. I'm with you. I wouldn't be surprised at all to see a call, and I wouldn't fault it either.
I think you'll call here.
I think we can fold now, obviously, the missed hearts we might have had, and like the ace highs can fold, but yeah, especially if we're like c-betting like the 9s plus at a really high frequency, then suddenly what are the weak hands we have? Like maybe we have some 8x that checks back. Yeah, he has made the call, and like I say, I don't hate it at all. Gets shown the boat. A little overkill. Cards find the muck. Here we go. God's Danker joins the big boys with 45 million in chips.
But yeah, course. 3-bet, never going to be a bad thing.
Here we go, Burton with a big one.
All of a sudden, Ebby did make that magnificent raise fold, but we are left with 6 BBs. Generalov is so tough because even now you don't really get to defend and just try and flop a piece because you have Gabdulin and Ebby that have basically the same stack as you, right? So like 2 million here is so valuable to your chip stack.
Yeah.
I think he may fold the stamps based on what we've seen from him so far, and it'd be hard to fault it.
Yeah, I like the fold here. Feels grim, but...
I mean, the problem with these spots also is that there are actually reverse implied here against a player like Burton. Like, he's going to open Queen 8 suited, right? He's going to open King 7 off. You know, hands, you know, that we have a hand that you normally expect to be very live against, you know, normal ranges, so to speak. But Burton is not afraid. I mean, I wouldn't put it past him just to open the 8-9 suited here, Demps, right? All this type of stuff.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah.
It's a great point.
So it's not like when we flop a piece that it's always clean.
Yeah.
And Gabdulin's going to be in the big blind next hand, right? It's going to chop him down. Is this a prudent use of your time banks? It's going to defend, though. We're working with 2/3 pot back. Would be a nice time to flop something.
There we go.
And he does.
Now, given that the ICM situation, is this a spot where...
I think we donk shove this one for sure.
We just shove or do we check?
Yeah.
I like that just given the ICM.
I don't think Burton can fold here either.
Snaps it
Got to
off.
flick it in. Just like that, Generalov, 75% favorite here to find that double.
Wow, and how patient has this man been?
Yeah, unreal. Very clean turn.
Just got a fade 6. Diamond would be a good card. He's not wrong. Diamond it is. Double up. Generalov suddenly in the mix. 27 million chips.
Welcome to Mediterranean Poker Party.
Whoop whoop, what a tremendous beginning of Mediterranean Poker Party. The brand new, huge poker stage was built. It's TV time. Don't forget the main thing that unites nation. A bunch of poker events running now.
And I'm from Norway.
Turkey,
Australia,
The Netherlands,
Lebanon,
France,
Bulgaria,
Venezuela,
Belarus,
Iran,
Ukraine,
Austria, Serbia,
Russia,
Germany,
Armenia,
Hungary,
Kazakhstan,
Italy, Greece,
Romania,
Moldova, Scotland, Poland,
China,
Spain,
Sweden,
England,
Georgia,
Mexico,
Croatia,
USA.
Lithuania.
And welcome back, one and all, to the MPP PLO High Roller, as we bizarrely have a real close-up view of my room there with my with my little plunge pool.
There's mine on the right.
They are baller, those suites, aren't they? What have we got to do to get one of those? I guess they're reserved for the kind of people who spend €350 baseball caps.
No, that's for when we do a really good job at the end of the week, right? I'm reliably informed. Do we get in there for a night?
Do we actually get to go in there, though? I mean, like, do we ever do a good enough job? I don't know. Here we go. New table lineup. I'm happy because my boy, Tom Axel Bedell, is back on our feature table. He has 34 blinds. Just a pit below Maddie, who has 36. Little Dave returns, fresh off that little victory to get us down to the final 14. Of course, the short stacks there, flying the Austrian flag. Both of them, Stefan Lerner and Jessica Tussel, They have their work cut out somewhat, but it's not like this is a super deep tournament.
Exactly.
Average chip's now 1.3, so they're not far off the mark. A double up, and they are right back into it. And of course, we are still quite a long way from the money, but only 7 places. So if that makes sense, things can happen quickly. They could happen slowly. It's anyone's guess. I mean, I would say that we won't reach the final table in this frame. I think this will get really shallow in terms of stacked blinds. But as it gets shorter-handed, who knows? It's PLO. Sometimes cards just get dealt, and you find themselves all in. But I would imagine the next 3 levels, we won't get to that final table. That's my guessing.
Yeah, I was about to say, we will see how the cards want to cooperate in terms of big action.
It'll be close. So we got the 2 Norwegians next to each other. They both fold.
First look at Maddie there. Gets rid of a very dusty holding. Round 2, one of our short stacks. Working with 10 bigs, James. Lehner.
Yeah, and that's a great hand.
Very nice hand to see in the cutoff. And he is going to essentially commit. Makes it 175.
Yeah, Ignat getting rid of a hand that would have been playable himself from the button, but not to that pot open. Yeah, Sondra and Tom Bedell exchanging some words in, no doubt, Norwegian. And I didn't understand it, they're both Norwegian.
You must be fluent now, James, in all forms of poker chat with these cosmopolitan events. You must be able to speak fragments of every language.
Then I can.
No, I never.
I see a lot of chips there.
Yes.
I never steal from the bottom. I always steal when I'm close to top. Yeah. Big difference, eh?
Or when he's got a pair of 7s.
Tom's got all the moves. So I advertised a redraw, but it seems like we just did a table breaks more than a redraw. So I think I see like Tom and Maddie and Little D still in the same seats. So we just filled in the gaps. They caught me out again. That happened the other night. Or maybe they drew the same seats. Who knows?
Yeah, probably just miking up our new compatriots to the table.
Yeah, it takes a minute.
You see Tom here, ace, king, queen, deuce. Very pretty hand apart from that little deuce dangler, but he is going to open the pot. Makes 105 to go.
Leading from the front.
Maddie, quick call from +1.
Yeah, this isn't the greatest hand, but
yeah,
he's obviously decided he's going to play some pots with Bedell. And like I say, I mean, we're just singing for the first time, but I know this man plays hands, so he's obviously thinking, hey, doesn't have to have a premium. I want to get in here with this suited ace, ace-king, pocket pair, not the worst hand. Tough from +1 because you just open up to jams behind, but having said all that, you've got ace-king, you block a lot of the hands that will jam behind from those shorter stacks. Andre Sexton in the big, flicks it in with the queen double 7-6 and finds a pretty favorable flop here in that he has the 2 7s blocking the nuts, he has a 6, he is working to that straight draw, but look at this Mardi calling from +1, flopping that second set, and even Tom Axel Bedell in there with the king high clubs, but it is Sondre understanding that this board kind of favors him and having those 2 7 blockers going to come out leading. Bedell, tough spot with the king high flush draw. Ace high flush draw, obviously, Andrew, very easy to continue here. King high, you've also got that little bit of concern. What if my opponent's leading out nut flush draw? What if the guy behind me has the nut flush draw? For 150, he decides the price is right, makes the call. Now, decision point on Madi. Sure, you can be behind here to the flopped straight, but you have a vulnerable set with this action in front. You can be 99% sure Tom does not have you beat. I would be surprised if he doesn't raise, but he's going to play it cautious, okay. See if we can draw a brick, maybe.
Right.
Any high card, non-club. Very sneaky. There's the 3. Doesn't change things really. I mean, deuce 5 is now a secondary straight, but I don't think anyone has deuce 5 here that doesn't already have 5-7. It's so tough for Sexton.
Yeah, it's real tricky now.
I mean, the good thing is if he bombs this, flush draw can't call, really. But you have to trust your opponents in that sense. And he does just slow it down now. And it kind of telegraphed that he was up to no good, because any hand that thought it was good on the flop is still good on the turn.
Yeah, and it's going to need to protect, right, against two ranges, and it's going to continue to bet.
Yeah, so now when it checks to Maddie, Maddie knows he has the best hand.
Yeah, lots to protect from for him also. Time to do so.
Ooh.
Reaching for chips, was gone pretty small, James.
Yeah,
Looks
really
like
small, just 200K.
200K.
Quarter pot on this really dangerous looking board. But again, perhaps knowing that, look, I know the bad cards are the clubs. I don't want to let someone fold like a mediocre hand here.
Oh, wow.
Ooh, and look at this, he gets a call from...
This is optimistic.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, hey, look, he's got a straight draw. He's pretty sure he's not up against straight for quarter pot. Wants to have a look, but it's tough when there's another player in the pot who could easily have clubs, as Tom Bedell does in this spot. But does Tom want to draw? It's a non-nut clubs.
Wow,
a three-way pot.
He is coming in.
The answer is yes, to that price specifically, getting 6-1. Realizes he can't fold yet. The river, a brick. Maddie getting the absolute max here with that milky turn size, Andrew, keeping both players in. Now, Sondra knows he can't have the best hand, and it kind of can't really bluff anymore either because of the line he took on the turn. So just has to check. Tom the same with just ace high, and Maddie just happy to check. I would like to see him go for a little bit of value there, just given that how small he went at the turn and got two calls. But as it is, 2 sixes. We'll take this one down. Maybe there was a part of him that's worried that, hey, maybe like
Sexton did a tricky trap.
Well, Sexton could have like deuce 5. Like maybe he stabbed the flop with like a 5-5 deuce as blockers, and then got there, and so I can be up against that lower straight, which is it was Subi's in there with the 2 7s, so possible he would have done that with the 2 5s.
Yeah, we're a couple of higher sets. You know, seems very unlikely out there, of course.
Yeah.
Just happy to check this back, perhaps thinking he's going to be against sort of half hands that we can never call river, or occasionally runs into the lower end of the straight, like you referenced.
Yeah, I'd still advocate a bet, but there are arguments to the check back. Fun hand, nonetheless.
Yeah.
Already, I'd argue more interesting maybe than the hands we saw in the first frame, perhaps. This what happens when you get some action players in the mix.
I think it was our first real three-way post-flop confrontation, and Maddie, you know, vaults himself up to 2.8 million, one of the bigger stacks left in the field. Very nice result for him. So we see Lena +1 gets out of the way. First look for us on the feature at Ignat, resident Romanian. Ace King of Hearts, 6-5 of diamonds, very pretty looking combo, James. Reaches for chips.
Yeah, beautiful looking hand.
Does.
Obviously, you'd rather double suited to the ace and the king rather than to the ace and the 6, but beggars can't be choosers. Jessica, ace, double, queen, 3 with a nut suit now. Does she decide to run this all down to her perception of Ignat's opening ranges here? Because she has fold equity still, of course, with those 12 blinds. And she has a hand that performs pretty well, but it performs not so well against these kind of hands, the ace-king, and of course, aces or kings. And Alex, it's a step sideways for now.
Yeah, very tough spot for her. Does get out of the way. Round to Tom Bedell, working with somewhat dusty kings, but is content to defend.
Hey, kings are kings at the end of the day.
Yep. Oh, and it's in the window. The case king, James.
Not just that, look at this.
Oh my goodness, Ignat with top 2.
Yeah, this is car crash stuff. The coldest of cold decks. He's loving life, Ignat, with that top 2.
Bedell even with king high spades.
Yeah, hadn't even clocked that. Yeah, top set.
Insane spot.
King high spades. Got his man almost dead. Just the running straights. We'll get him out of this now. Does Tom Bedell feel like he has so much of this, he wants to slow play it? That's the decision point here.
Yeah, it feels
Your opponent just, it's so hard for them to have anything when you raise it they can continue with. Now, of course, there are hands like aces, maybe ace-king type holds, so rare, maybe nut spades.
Yeah.
Other than that, most of his hands are going to bet fold when you hold this much of it.
Yeah, the only route to escape here for Ignat is if Bedell does just call and we see something like a spade on the turn, James.
It's a great call. It's a great call. No need to raise this. We just got all of it. He even actually has a gut shot as well, doesn't he? This fills in a low card. not ideal if you're in Ignat's seat. It's possible Badel's in there with some combination of 3-4. On the flip side, of course, it's also possible he's in there with like king 5-4, and it's just made kings up. And look at this. Going to come out with a little lead to stop his opponent checking back. I like this. Shallow the stacks. Because there are a lot of hands that Ignat would check this turn back with.
Sure.
Now he can't. And with the hand he's got, the top 3 pair, I think he may just...
I think so too.
...have to shove this.
Lots of hands to still protect against. You know, it's difficult to think of a good river damps, and he has jammed.
He's jammed.
And he's drawing dead.
Yeah. Incredible how bad he has got this in, given the strength of his hand in top 3 pair. Just awful to see he's up against top set. He's sitting there trying to work out, wait, do I have outs?
Yeah, the coldest of cold decks. Ignat going to be our 14th place finisher here. Brutal, brutal spot, James. Can't fault this shove.
Yep, well, we're getting the dramatic pause for effect. Not necessary, of course. Flush for fun.
Nice flop.
I like the flop, yeah, I did.
Are they just checking, maybe the chips incorrect or something? What are we waiting for here?
Checking if he's covered.
Maybe that's what we got going on here. They're counting down Tom's stack rather than Ignat's, but biographics were far superior. But maybe. Oh, he is now on his feet. Because they weren't even close in chips, were they?
I don't think so. Yeah, I thought Tom covered him by a good 500k pre. Perhaps just making sure.
GG's. George Ignat. Not to be coldest of cold decks in PLO. That King 6 deuce flop. You've raised it up.
Yeah.
Ace King 6. And look at there. There's the grin. There's the smile. I know well. I've seen it all too often.
Very nice turn lead there, though, Demps. You know, it's unlikely that Ignat checked back probably with, you know, covering all of the pair combinations on the turn. But, of course, with that lead, if it had somehow gone check-check, spade rolls off river, may have found a route to escape.
Yeah.
Very difficult, of course.
Yeah.
Tom's going to win this tournament.
Yeah.
Little D's calling it.
When I was young, I dreamed about it myself.
I'm just trying to get second.
I take the third place.
That's fine, isn't it? And you got to know what your limitations are in life, you know?
I hate the 7 posts. I've been there so many times.
Cards back in the air. Action on laner.
But I'll fight for the
Ace Queen 4-3 double suited with nut clubs.
You know.
Yeah. That's some good energy. Good energy.
Is reaching for chips once more. Raises the pot. 175k. Players now, of course, 6-handed. 13 players remaining. Round to Tom in the small blind. Ace 8-7-6. Let's get out of the way. And look at this, Demps. Maddie, Ace, King, Queen, Jack, and nut diamonds.
Yeah, here we go.
I used to play all the time, and 10 years ago, actually more than 10. 2014, I quit playing.
It's just going to call.
Certainly an option to put it in pre.
Yeah, I guess maybe just suspecting still that Lerner has opened under the gun, and the hand plays pretty nicely post anyway.
Right.
You keep some sort of badly dominated hands in, as we see here. He flops really nicely in that they both flop top pair, top kicker, but Maddie with the live over and a gut shot. Chance to scoop his man.
It's a little bit of
Lerner, I don't think he has any option but just to commit on this one. Given he has a top pair, top kicker, backdoor not clubs, but so much connectivity.
Right.
I literally barely play these days.
He does need some protection.
So I will
7
let
times
you
a year.
with a small flash, okay? I don't know something about blockers.
Okay. I'll believe you. I promise.
There he goes. Looks like he has bet pot.
You would imagine that they are going to be running this one.
Yeah, I mean, Maddie's got to be, concerned. Hey, he could be up against aces or kings, but
The guys winning this.
even against those hands, his equity's really nice.
The guys winning the to any of the MPP. They're friends of mine, so I've come to like support.
Oh, he's organizing this event.
Yeah, yeah. But I don't play so much.
Hasn't committed the chips just yet.
Oh, they'll be going in.
DTD player.
Yeah.
Oh. Just a cool, leaving 100k back.
I don't know him in person.
Deuce. Good card actually for Lerner. Gives him some path to victories now in the form of a 5. And 100k goes in. I think both players will be relieved to see the hands when they get tabled here. Although maybe Lerner thinking probably had the best of it, given the action on the flop and the delay in Maddie calling.
Yeah, Lerner can still scoop here.
Yeah, needs that 5. Or, of course, 3 or 4. With the 5 being his additional outs.
Oh!
No, there it is. Motionless. Got there. Certainly was the dog going in, but the favourite coming out. A mere flesh win for Maddie.
Big river for Lerner. Vaults up to 1.5 million.
Oh, nice. In Vegas.
Yeah, I make final table there too, and
oh, wow.
Nice runs and scores, and yeah, I take my followers to the trip, and let's hope it's a little bit easier to take followers.
Nice. Your followers, how much percentage men versus women?
Max all in.
80% because it's a lot of poker players.
Yeah.
I mean, I have 3 room players, I have the high stakes players from Austria, Germany.
That's good. It's good to get.
And I also have.
Action folds round to Saxton. In the cutoff, Jack 10, 8, 8. Getting very short. Just a shade under 10 blinds. Let's get out of the way. Round 2, Tom Bedell. Queen 10, 8, 6 on the button.
Just a little bit.
Mary didn't recognize that Tom was yet to act. Does elect to limp. Round 2, Lerner picking up on some weakness here. Limp from the button and limp from Maddie.
Yeah, and also the fact he's found the butchers.
It's a fun tournament.
It's good enough reason to race.
Yeah. Perhaps something in that depths that once Maddie knows once Bedell knows that Maddie was just snap limping, he gets to then limp.
Yeah, it's encouraging.
Sure.
And Maddie with a very strong hand himself, in fact. All 3 players were kind of above average holdings given the positions they're in and how this one's played out. And what a flop this is for Tom Bedell. Flops the joint, but look at the percentages. He is in the underdog because Lerner has flopped top set and a flush draw.
A lot of money.
Maddie as well with a piece of this. And he's going to stab out with the... And understandably so, kind of... He has a queen, he has a jack. Is the ace going with it? He has the queen of hearts blocker. That's a pretty key card.
Well, here we go.
And Lerner, you know, he's got all this hand, but actually doesn't really rate to want to raise this, I don't think. You kind of want to keep someone else in. Unless you think you can raise and liven up your flush draw. Maybe someone's got the queen high flush draw, you can make them fold. But that's such a tiny part of the range. I like this, just calls. Tom now. Now, does he worry, Andrew, that he's up against the queen 10 with a redraw in Maddie's hand? So therefore, will he just take one off here, see a brick, and then commit? Or does he think he's up against non-nutted hands?
Big pot developing.
So look, I love this. I love the just call. It's so easy to just want to raise it up here, but 2 things here happen. You kind of protect your overcall range, but also you save yourself from getting free rolled. And what a turn card it is, because now he picks up the diamond draw. And of course, a card that doesn't really change the board other than nullifying some 2 pairs, and a bet coming out here again from Maddie.
It's an hour and a half drive.
Lerner with the king of diamonds. This block, obviously, some of the hands some people might continue with here is some sort of 2 pairs, picks up backdoor diamonds. Not possible when he holds that king of diamonds. Again, I don't really see why he'd want to raise. He probably feels Maddie's just got the nuts here.
Yeah. Going to be very concerned that you're up against queen 10.
And yeah, if Bedell has like the nut flush draw and hearts. He's not folding anyway, so you don't protect against that hand.
But he just wouldn't play.
And look at Tom now.
Classy like that.
Biggest pot of the tournament.
Easily, and
in progress.
I try my best not to talk over players when they're talking, and little Dave and Jessica having a little chat, but they're going to fall silent in a minute when they realise how big this pot's about to get. Maddie, of course, like, she turned aces up, carried on the bluff with the queen, but oh, is Tom going to just call again?
He is.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
That's pretty surprising to me.
Yeah, again, just trying to save himself poor fortune if a heart comes off, I guess. And, well, here we go. River pairs the 9. Lerner makes the boat. And Lerner's actually going to be upset that Bedell didn't jam the turn here, because he would have got that little bit more. He's going to be thinking that Maddie has the nuts here and Bedell was chasing the draw. So he's just going to bet the 435 here.
It's supposed to be like,
and know that Maddie will probably have to cry cool. Doing his best acting job. A little gulp, look back at the cards. So easy when he's only got 435k back.
I was gonna
In they go, and now Bedell. I mean, Bedell knows what he has.
Such a great price, Demps. 9-1 or so here on a call. Pretty grim.
Yeah, exactly that. He's getting such a great price. Feels compelled to call. And he might be thinking, hey, look, if Lerner had set kings, maybe he would have just jammed the flop, so maybe he kind of discounts it a little bit. And given Bedell knows he doesn't, Bedell has the 10 of hearts, but he knows he doesn't have the ace of hearts or the queen of hearts, so therefore it's possible Lerner maybe making desperation bluff here.
No, I'm not. I don't have time. I just don't have the time this year. I'd love to go to Vegas, but I wouldn't.
Maddie now uses a time bank.
Yeah, he's got like a, obviously he's got ace jack blocking some of the boats, but come on, this is a pot that's gone three-way twice. A jam on the river and a call. He can't call here. And here we go. They all got tabled. Tom will go looking for sympathy. You know, the nuts with diamonds, but it is the flop top set with the flush draw. Does convert eventually to win this monstrous 3.92 million chip pot. That is 10 times starting. Average for the last, what, 5 players, 4 players. Here with 13 left. That's a great spot to be for him.
How about that for a turn of events, James? Lerner, 10-15 minutes ago, had 480k.
Yeah.
Now, closing in on 4 million.
Doubles and then nearly triples.
What an interesting hand of pot limit Omaha. Very unfortunate for Bedell, you know, kind of with the way the action went, just and also very cleverly played from Lerner, just sort of incentivizing Maddie to keep bluffing.
Yeah,
you know, bloating the pot.
He had so much of the hand on the flop. Didn't want to dissuade some bluffs, some weaker hands. Doesn't mind Tom calling it behind most of the time, so was happy to let him in case he's got a 2-pair type hand. Once a turn comes, obviously, same action. Decision point was Bedell's, whether to just jam the turn. I think I might have done to try and deny Maddie some equity when he's in there, if he is non-nutted. And also, Maddie might just have queen 10, no draw, and then you free roll for diamonds.
Free roll with the diamonds, I was thinking the same. Very unfortunate for Tom. Spanner in the works, still in there with a shade under 20 blinds. Maddie, potentially a little steamed, limps the button here, King Jack 5 deuce. Lerner with another very playable looking hand, 10-9-7-6. Spades working for him, completes. Little Dave finds aces again in the big.
Yeah, takes a moment off his chat. Does pot it up versus those 2 limps. He's desperate that it's gone limp from the button and the small rather than a raise from Maddie. Maddie, I mean, we're limping in thinking we get to see a lot of free flops, but I think just price out this one with the King Jack 5 deuce is such a poor hand, but it looks like he's thinking about it. Does want to have a little look, maybe a little bitten after the last pot. Now Lerner with a very nice looking 6, 7, 9, 10. But I mean, this all just comes down to your perception of the ranges of hands that your opponents have here. As is often the case in all forms of poker, but I'd like to see him play the rush. Maddie's in here with a pretty bad hand, and it looks like he's in here with a bad hand if I'm sat there. He's just limped in called. Little Dave does look pretty strong, but a lot of the strong are aces, and we do just fine against aces.
We have a very nice cracker hand indeed.
And it's quite a fit or fold kind of hand.
Right.
You basically need to flop an 8 and some other cards with it.
Very deliberate from Lena.
Problem is, I think maybe he's slightly worried if the Little Dave is in there with some big rundown, then the 10-9 is problematic. But I think for 150k, we want to have a look.
Here we go, another three-way pot.
You certainly can afford it, Dave. And wow, an all-diamond board. That is Maddie.
My goodness.
Lil Dave with the bare ace. See, the bare ace losing its value a little bit once you've got barely more than pot behind, but it is going to elicit a bet surely. And I think a small bet followed by a big bet on the turn is the way Lil Dave's going to play this. And it does spell trouble because Maddie obviously has Lil Dave dead. Yeah, Maddie surely just has to play this as a call. I'll let Little Dave bluff off in these spots.
Big troublesome spot for Dave Nicholson.
He might have a short enough stack that he doesn't feel like following through in that. Oh, just changed things slightly, but yeah, it's a kind of, the bare ace here is the kind of hand you want to bet to bet over 3 streets, not half put on the turn necessarily. He does go for it. He does move it all in, trying to move Maddie off a potentially flopped flush. But I don't see that working here, Andrew, with the king high diamonds. Especially as Maddie has a 5 as well, just blocking potential boats. And he has 3 diamonds in his hand as well, so, you know, making it more likely that if your opponent does have the ace of diamonds, they don't have another diamond with it.
Does commit the chips.
Little Dave, no, does have outs there, of course. An ace or a queen will get him there. You win, I think, Dave declares. Well, that is the case. Bar an ace or a queen. We can see 2 of those cards have been folded, unfortunately for Dave. He's not to know that. He thinks he's got 4 outs, 1 pull. Maddie left with just 10k behind. 2.34 million chip pot. Get him back to where he was, and then some.
Ace.
Ace of spades.
I think he don't want to see a queen or ace.
Ace or queen? Ace or queen? Of anyone that's in the deck, will be fine.
Not for him.
Well, the board does pair up again, but it is the 5, not the queen. And they will count the chips down.
Okay, nice hand.
Little Dave gets the news. He is eliminated in 13th place. Not to be for the man who, well, used to win his bread in this game. That was his previous life, PLO professional, but since moved on to business and the like. Now plays recreationally.
Yeah, not to be for Dave. Good run. Unfortunate spot to find yourself in, Demps, there with the ace of diamonds in hand. Nice recovery for Maddie. The wheels were falling off somewhat after that big 3-way pot. That finds some consolidation back up to around about 2 million.
I would like to try the same, but I think
GG, Dave.
it will be very close to make the money.
We are down to 12 now, I believe, Demps.
Yeah.
Closing in on that final table. 7, of course, being paid.
So much so.
With 12 left, one assumes we are about to receive a new player because it will be 2 tables of 6. Sad to see our pal, Lil D, is no more.
Action on Sagstuen now.
It's a nice looking hand.
Sure is, especially when you're working with sub 10 blinds.
Yeah.
Gonna make it 150 to go.
Ah, and this is a very nice looking hand for Mr. Bedell. Ace Queen 9-6 double.
Be nice with me.
Obviously, he wishes the raise had come from a different seed than under the gun, but it's plenty of hand to continue with against that range.
He's my boss.
This is your boss? No.
2 Norwegians.
I can't believe.
I don't think Tom Axel Bedell has a boss.
I don't think he has ever had a boss.
Yeah. Myself and Saxon on the same page. Wow, huge flop for Saxon having opened this up in that number 1 seat. Finding top 2 with a gut shot to the wheel. Wonder if he ever wants to extend some rope, perhaps.
Yeah, if he could see the percentages, James,
right.
he would.
It's so rare in PLO you do when you've opened hand off 10 bigs that you ever want to slow play post, but this could be it. I wonder if it goes, or even just goes really small. Nah, he just does commit. Makes sense.
What's happening here? I don't have 400.
And then he quickly declares, I don't have 400. Desperate to get some action. Not going to get it.
I only have aces. I give you this one.
Tom saying he's folding aces. All the tricks in the book.
Trying to get the show.
Ah, 2 pair. I'm playing ace, queen, 10, and he's playing 5. So I said I shouldn't play anymore. Hey.
You gave this man the big billing, James. He hasn't disappointed us so far. Top entertainment from Mr. Tom Bedell.
Yeah, he's a great watch. Very excitable chap.
Det är slut på den moro. Jag kun 6, nej det är 5 man som ska ut. Nej, när du renner dåligt så ska du levera och spela
Jag får mal
gött.
mit einem kleinen Flasch weggesnappt am Tisch.
Ja, ja.
Der was jetzt kommt, hat weggesnappt mit so einem kleinen Flasch. Irgendwen.
Ja.
Also ich glaube, das will nicht so oft machen. Dann habe ich gesagt, das mache ich auch.
Ja, men då borde jag.
12 remain here. Just the 7 at the end will be paid. We are playing 25k, 50k for at least one more hand. Here, we'll just pause for a moment. As mentioned, Andrew, we are down to the final 12, so it's 2 tables of 6. And we have some fresh meat inbound. I do gather it is Bernard Larabi who's going to be taking that seat, and he's bringing over 2.6 million in chips. So, Mr. Lerner, Mr. Maddy will have some company upon the big stacks, and he is going to be sat downwind of them. Life getting a little tougher for them.
Yeah, very intriguing as we start to see that final table creeping into view. Of course, Sagstuen, Bedell and Tussel with work to do to scale that mountain. Blinds are about to go up also. It's going to be 30k, 60k blinds. We are down to 12.
I wonder if they get, I wonder if they still get that last hand at that level whilst they're waiting for a player, or whether they do just kick it up now.
Right.
Whoever's in the big blind would be complaining, Andrew.
Absolutely. Yeah, pressure building on those short stacks. We are playing a 40-minute clock. Chip average around about 1.5 million at the moment. But as you mentioned, James, it is playing shallow, and you know, Lehner a mere 30 minutes ago had only 450, sorry, even less, 280k?
In theory, this should get very shallow as we approach the bubble, because Hey, it's a min cash of 2.4 buy-ins. It's a big min cash.
Sure is.
And PLO does lend itself to that somewhat. You kind of, in Hold'em, obviously, you get the opportunity to open jam hands. In a pot limit game, not an option. You don't have as much pot equity, so therefore, as a short set, you kind of have to fold shorter. And also, you do know that you can fold shorter, get it in, and still have reasonable equity a lot, unlike in Hold'em. So it does tend to get very, very shallow. But having said all that, we've got some live ones in this one, as we always do in events at Merit. So that could all go out the window.
Yeah, Maddie there, second in chips on this table, has been very spicy.
Yeah.
They took off me.
Obviously,
Yeah, but it's not mine.
lost that big pot. Running a sort of mergy, blocky, semi-bluff type play 3 ways, which is kind of funky. And it could have, I mean, it could have worked if Tom Bedell wasn't sat behind the nuts and Lerner didn't have a set flush draw. And they both called twice. But, you know, there are some ranges that
he was thinking about.
He would have bet the turn there and they both would have folded, is my point. There are plenty of hands they could have both folded the turn with.
Yeah.
So I kind of liked it. Obviously then played that big one, eliminating Little Dave Nicholson, having flopped his flush, letting Little Dave barrel off with the ace of diamonds.
She need that.
Just a short delay here while we wait for our new arrival.
It takes a long time to rack up 2.6 million chips, Andrew, okay?
Well, I wouldn't know.
Yeah, one day you
will. One day.
All right. Sounds like we are running this one.
Ready to roll.
At the new level of 30-60.
All right, cards back in the air. Action will be on Tom Bedell. And here he is. Gets out of the way. Round 2, Maddie. Reaching for limping chips. And look at this for Spice Temps. Talk about trying to play the rush. King 4-4 deuce.
Yeah.
Unsuited, no less.
Don't try this one at home, kids. But
yeah, this is something that we haven't seen before.
But like you say, just kind of feeling the heat.
Is going to get to see a flop.
Yeah.
Saxton and Tussle.
If there's one thing we see from Maddie, he's willing to be creative post-flop. So he's been relatively, in the pots we've seen so far, passive pre, but very aggressive post. Let's see what he does here. Having flopped a deuce, checks back. Finds another 3 on the turn. His 2 4s still behind Saxton's 8 here. And Saxton's going to be pretty happy, one imagines, to try and get this to showdown. And a 10 on the end vaults Jessica Tussle into the lead. I don't think she's going to believe it when she wins this one. Yeah.
Very delighted to pick up 240k here.
Yeah, huge pickup for her. Maddie tabling the hand. I didn't have to, but it does. And I wonder if that'll do. You see Lerner, look at that.
Yes.
Perf cut. Okay, so you limped in there with King 4-4 deuce. I'm downwind of you with a big stack. He's now going, numbers are crunching, and he's adjusting his ISO ranges quite heavily.
Yeah, very interesting. Bit of extra info for the table. Perhaps, though, Maddie going to play the long con, James. Well, if he's limping with that, let's start limping him with some stronger hands.
Well, there is that.
Yeah. Jessica continues to hang around.
As fast as I can.
Jessica, of course, won a World Series of Poker bracelet in Vegas a couple of years ago, if memory serves.
She did indeed, the ladies' event.
Super experienced player.
Picking up, I believe, around 150k, but I might be completely wrong on that one.
Yeah, I remember that well. As we see Maddie here.
167k.
Not too shabby.
Also followed it up, or sorry, earlier in the same series, she got 8th in the Whopper Monster Stack for $120,000. So a lovely little series for her.
Very nice. Now, Demps, you did just reference Learner's ears prick up.
Yeah.
The previous hand, as we see Maddie limping with Ace-Jack 9-5, not diamonds.
It made, after seeing that last hand, this is now a mandatory raise with this Queen-Queen 9-9, where he may have overlimped before. He's definitely raising now.
Does bump it up to 275. Action round to Tom Bedell.
Yeah, this is going to be really nice for him as well when he oh. Yeah, you're right. I think he did try and make it 275. Was told it was 200, but he can make it more. So we'll figure out the raise size exactly in a minute. Tom Bedell with a suited ace, but 3 babies along with it. That's not going to be playable. Now we're going to see the first of what I imagine maybe a few of these kind of skirmishes where these two play an inflated pot with Lerner in position, having the betting lead. Let's see. And this is kind of what Lerner wants. He doesn't mind getting called, of course, when he raises his hands up. He's in position.
It looks like 210 is the raise.
There we go.
We do have a...
Oh, wow, what a flop! Set of 9s for Lerner, top 2 for Muddy. I suggested we might see a few of these. Lerner even has the flush draw. This may be it.
This may
Maddie
be
may
it.
be out.
And he's leading 400k.
Wow.
Gonna make it even harder to get away from this one now, Demps.
I wonder if Lerner ever thinks about slow playing this. He has 2 queens blocking the straight draws. He has the spade draw. He has the set. I think he just goes front door. That's what I like to see him. Just pump this in.
Yeah.
Run it against whatever hand that is. Because if it is a draw, like a straight draw or a flush draw, you've got blockers to all of it.
Right.
So it's in worse shape than it would usually be. But he is just going to lay the trap.
Wow.
I understand it. You've got the set, you've got the 2 queens, you've got spades.
Oh, I didn't recognize he also had spades. Excuse me. I thought he would fast play this one.
7 obviously connects in the form of 8-10, but hey, if they got 8-10, it's kind of a good luck to them spot, I think.
What does Maddie do here? Shade over pop back.
Maddie thinks he's got the best hand.
Sure.
The top 2.
No reason not to, right?
Yeah. See, Lerner, obviously this, you can be behind. You can have like some sort of wrap. And especially when you've got the 2 queens. If he does have some sort of straight draw, the 8-10 is more likely than, of course, the queen 10.
Right.
Question of what hands bet flop in terms of that. And
is it time to just put it in now, Demps? He only has 900 back.
I feel like it is, but...
Wow, he calls again.
He does just call.
Looking for a clean river card? I'm not too sure about this.
Yeah, I don't understand this.
Well, he does get the clean one, Demps. 4 of hearts river, changes nothing. Maddie, 3rd pot behind.
Yeah, I mean, he's just loving life kind of with this top 2. I like to see him check here because I think even they got the top 2, you're kind of opponent, when they just call twice, didn't jam turn, doesn't strike me that he's got a made hand.
Okay.
Looks like he's got a draw, and I like to give him a little bit of rope. As it is, he decides just to rip river. And Lerner obviously not enjoying it too much for all those reasons I mentioned on the turn. You know, the straight you're likely against here is 10-8. Given he's got the 2 queens, given he's got spades, he kind of blocks the draws you want your opponent to have and unblocks the ones that have got there. But all that said, I mean, we played this hand slow. We've under-repped. You can see here your opponent's value betting worse.
Yeah, pretty sick here for Maddie, you know, having not been called yet, James.
Yeah,
right?
He's loving life.
And I mean, Leno getting 4-1 here.
Maddie is sure
He's
he
has the best of it. This is pretty grim.
Opponent didn't raise me on the flop, didn't raise me on the turn, hasn't snapped me. The 10-8 may have slow play turn. That's the only hand that could have beat me. But when I haven't been snapped, I know I'm good here with this Jack 9. Or so he thinks. Look at this, Lerner.
Oh my goodness, he can't fold James, surely.
The funny thing is, look at this. He seems to me like he's trying to get some sort of physical turn. Look, I saw him looking at his face, looking down at his feet. The legs, sometimes a giveaway. But the tell here, if he picked one up, would be false because Maddie thinks he has the best hand.
Is there something to be said here, James, for the fact that Leno blocks those missed draws?
That's what I'm saying. Like,
right.
You block the bluffs and you unblock the nuts, but you've set your stall out against an action player.
Oh no! Oh, he's laid down the best of it! My goodness!
Wow!
Maddie the Magician somehow takes this pot down, and Lena, when he gets the news, is going to be absolutely devastated, Demps. 3.8 million in that pot. All he had to do was click call, and Maddie somehow gets it done. What a hand.
Wow. I can understand why he thinks
there's no bluffs, right?
I can understand why he thinks he can be beat. Because, look, he's got 2 queens and the queen of spades. So the draws that would have bet the flop are now more likely to be the 10-8 kind of stuff. But all that said, we can't be scared of monsters under the bed, Andrew. We have to, at some point, gamble. And if you are going to fold when that card comes, then just raise it up on the flop. Get your man committed. His opponent can still have, like, the nut spade draw that Smith.
Sure.
He can still have a worse set. We saw him limping in before the king 4-4 deuce. Why can't he have a set of sevens there? Why can't he have a hand like the jack 9 here, the jack 7 even? There's just too many hands we beat there to still fold. It wasn't even that big a bet, right? Was it third pot all in?
Quarter pot.
Yeah.
I think. Well, yeah.
I think it was getting 4-1. I think it was third pot.
Third pot getting 4-1. Wow. Cannot believe he laid it down. Oh, and he better hope no one's watching the stream, Demps, because that could really mess with your head.
Maddie has no idea what he just got away with there. He's praying for a call.
He looked so happy, didn't he?
He's praying for a call.
And maybe that's why he got the fold,
That's what I'm
right?
saying.
He's like the most chilled man in the world.
You're looking for a tell, but the tell is a man who's got it, because he has got it. And look at that, 3.7 million chips in that pot if Lerner called. Plus he has bundles behind anyway. I think somewhere in the ream of 2.5 million. He would have had 6 million chips of the 18 million chips in play if he called there.
Oh my goodness.
A third of the chips in play.
Well, as we look to recover from that madness, we see the limp pot here. Bedell, Queen Jack 10-8. Maddie here with the best of it, but Tom has an open-ended straight draw and a flush draw to go along with his pair of queens. Flop goes check, check. Bedell now bets close to pot. He's not getting this one through, Demps. Maddie, open-ended straight draw of his own and top pair. Big river coming. And here we go, Demps. Both players, river 2 pair. And Tom with just under pot behind himself. My goodness, Maddie, talk about riding the wave. And Tom with a jack in hand also may look to go for value here.
Yeah,
blocking some straights.
It's a small sort of block slash value.
Yeah.
Sets the price. And
gonna get the bad news.
It kind of annoys me it's called quickly that it's probably beaten.
And wow, Maddie now very likely to be the overall tournament chip leader. 4.2 million.
2.5 times, nearly 3 times average chips with only 12 players in the field.
Okay, Demps, let's breathe. That was quite the hand. Compelling viewing here, guys. If you are just joining us, 10K PLO final day. 12 players left. $148,000 and some change for the winner. As we see Maddie there in shot. Continue to rake in pots. What a hand. My goodness.
Tom Bedell on the downswing hard.
Yeah.
Maddie going fast the other way. Obviously those two and Lerner played that monster pot before on the King Jack 9 board. Lerner should have them all, but made a huge fold a moment ago. Has allowed Maddie to take this monster stack forward.
We see an open here from Larabi. Queen Jack 6-5, double suited. Maddie continuing it to try and ride the crest of this wave. Calls in the small, Ace Jack 10-6, nut diamonds. Leno completing here with bad kings. 8-7 deuce. Little bit of something for Maddie. Does have a gut shot. Larabi, open-ended straight draw with the 2 undercards. Laner with the overpair of kings is still best, but very vulnerable.
Everyone going to be happy to just see another card on this one.
Somewhat unappetizing for Larabi, James, that a 9, you know, can really get us into some trouble. Going to be a bunch of 10 jack out there. He is going to take the free one.
Yeah, understandably so. And that card changes things somewhat. Obviously, with him doing the front running, may look to potentially bluff now. Maddie, of course, finding the ace.
Laner here.
Oh, I got the hearts. Okay.
Nut flush draw.
Now, Larabi, I think, best served to bluff now. Given his hand has such little equity anyway, but he can certainly make some better hands fold and does still have the parachute outs in the form of a 4 or a 9. And also by betting, maybe you liven up the 9. You get the jack 10s out.
Very unlikely to get check raised too, right, on this card?
Yeah, but like if you do, so what? Like,
Yes,
you know,
yes, exactly.
And you want to make out, maybe fold out as well, some like weak flush draws and things that can't call, that liven up your 4 or 9 as well. There's plenty of good reasons to bet here.
Yeah, it does come with half pot. Maddie going nowhere. And Laner now
sticky
in a tricky spot himself.
Well,
I guess we just flick it in, right?
He just has the direct odds, yeah. Got a call, getting 4 to 1, have the nut flush draw. Yeah, Maddie, nice call with him. Obviously, recognizing his opponent's going to barrel that ace quite a bit, checking. And just trying to catch like a 9 for the nuts, obviously, but also a 10 or a jack to give him aces up. Going to feel pretty comfortable about that. So, Larabi, having bet, gets called by both players. Not what he had in mind. 9 on the end. There it is. Larabi makes the bottom straight. But it's Maddie who binks the nuts. And I actually like this because it's just going to be a check behind a lot.
It's going to go check a lot, right?
So he comes out betting here. And like Larabi is like, really? Did you call me on the turn with like a 9-10 jack or a 9-5-6 or a 6-10-5, 6-10 jack? These kind of hands, possibly. I don't think he can do much but call here. It's just kind of, if you got it, you got it.
Unfortunately for Larabi, Maddie does have it.
And look at this. Wow. Over 5 million.
He should have been out the door.
Right. He doesn't know that yet. He doesn't know he was beaten in that pot.
Yeah, Larabi lands on the river just with a bluff catcher. Feels compelled to flick it in for the price. And Maddie, 5.3 million chips. Closing in on 100 bigs. My goodness, we are now down to 11. Have had an elimination at the outer table. So we are 4 from the money. It's Maddie's world, Demps. My goodness, what a run.
Really is. Welcome to all of you here in the chat. Just as I say that, I just see none other than Mr. Andy Wilson popping in, saying he's here for Picasso's PLO expertise.
Hey, listen, how am I doing, Wilson? I think I've done all right.
I think you're doing just fine, my friend.
I think I'm doing fine.
The Chronic saying, great quality stream, guys, enjoying it, but wanted to ask what it has to do with Dust to Dawn. Well, you know, this is the Mediterranean Poker Party, sponsored by Lux on Pay. We all know there's a close connection between the powers that be at Lux on Pay, powers that be at DTD Live, former tours of that ilk, all coming together, but ultimately, it's one family.
Sure.
Natural to stream on the DTD player. It's the same team behind Dust till Dawn, bringing you the Mediterranean Poker Party.
Yeah, interesting spot here, Demps. Jessica, working with 11 bigs, decides to mix a limp in here from the gun. Ace-9 of diamonds, 6-7 of clubs. Content to try and navigate her way here with the limp.
It's one of those, you can raise here and you can limp here, pardon me, and call a raise. You really don't want to raise and have to
get it in,
Get it in, yeah. It's terrible for you. And also, you know, there's a lot of action going on in this player, but Maddie in the big blind, unlikely to fall to a raise anyway. You're going to have to play post against him. Hey, limp in. Just deepen the stacks a little bit.
As we see...
Oh, pardon me, I misconstrued where the blinds are. Of course. But still, going multi-way.
Very interesting. We see Tom Bedell decide to overlimp with the King 10-10-8 double suited. Maddie in there, pocket queens, a couple of danglers on the button. As we see Larabi gets a free flop with a pretty dusty hand.
Yeah. You love getting a free flop.
Sure.
You don't like looking down at Jack 8 5 deuce when you get it. But hey, beggars can't be choosers.
Oh, here we go.
Queen 9-4. Bosh for Maddie yet again. Finds all of it. And Bedell, gut shot draw. Jessica with, well, not much to write home about the 7 high clubs, but in a 4-way pot, they don't hold much weight.
Incredible. Wow, he checks back top set.
What a boss this Maddie is.
Oh, wow.
And he gets the napkin on the turn. Larabi with a gut shot here with the Jack 8, but also now the 5 deuce working, so he has 3 ways to make a straight. I wonder if he decides to take any aggressive action, given all 3 of them have checked this flop when he could have been the one check raising. None of them are supposed to have anything on this board, because it's kind of wet, right?
Very.
It makes sense to come out with a bluff here.
Somewhat unstandard for Maddie to check.
Oh,
the flop,
yeah, like, I mean, you do see it sometimes.
Okay.
But queens, like, no, like queens with a club flush draw maybe, or queens with a straight draw maybe, but you kind of just want to bet and allow people to check raise, get it in, especially when they're all quite shallow. But he's sneaky. And look at this.
Jessica now.
With the gut shot, with the 9, with the 7 high clubs sticking around for, what, the 2.5 big blind bet. And Bedell, is he going to stick around here with his gut shot?
Surely not, surely not.
He's thinking about it. Just desperate to make something happen.
Like
2 clubs on board.
Oh my goodness.
Really shouldn't be.
Oh, don't do it, Tom. Tom, don't do it. Oh my word.
And this is working out perfectly for Maddie.
Oh my goodness.
He's got all 3 of them. Has he? Ah, surely Tom.
Oh, no.
He's got all 3 of them to put in chips, and now he could just make it like a million.
Oh, this is unbelievable. And Tom's going to have to call off?
Right, for the 80K, I mean.
He just calls!
No.
No, you didn't.
All right. I'm ripping up the rule book in here.
Oh, no, Jessica makes the nuts.
Wow. Jessica somehow is allowed to see this river.
And she would have had to fold, right?
Of course.
Of course to the raise, but still 8 bigs back.
But what is going on?
And Maddie got a little too tricky with himself here. Surely had to pull the trigger dance.
Right. I mean,
you can get called by a worse set, right? If you
can
just
get called by all sorts.
Yeah.
I mean, look how shallow these guys are. 475K.
Wow.
Tom Bedell with just 80K back. He could have maybe got loads in against Larabi.
Yeah, I was referencing more Larabi and Jessica, right? If they somehow have a set, of course Tom was priced in.
Now Jessica's trying to work out what best way
dream
to play the nuts. It is going to be all in, and she was the limper. Don't forget, open this pot from under the gun. Now, what does Maddie do to this action? We know Tom is surely going to fold now.
What is this hand?
With his pair of 10s. But, I'm giving up saying what should happen anymore, because we're deep into the into the twilight zone here at the MPP.
Is he going to fold here, Damps, and be the biggest boss ever? I mean, it seems faintly difficult.
This is the one street where maybe he could fold, just because kind of looks like she could have a straight here, but...
Yeah.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. A gift of a double up in the form
Massive.
of this river straight. She should have been nowhere near seeing this river card. Arguably, shouldn't have been able to see the turn if Maddie had just bet the flop. He played cheeky, played trappy, elicited the bluff, got 2 calls in front. He just forgot to press the raise button.
Unbelievable. He really did set the table perfectly to win another big one. As things stand, Jessica Tussle, how's your luck? Drills the offsuit 5, gets the full more than double, basically trebles up. What a few hands and what a segment of play for us in the booth. Hope you guys are enjoying it at home. Unbelievable.
Wild.
Maddie just got a little carried away, shall we say.
I just...
I love PLO.
I don't know what to say.
I love it. I want to play. Maybe the commentators sit and go, we play PLO.
Try to get my big blind.
Please don't.
I don't know what to say, Andrew.
James is flabbergasted, ladies and gentlemen. What a brilliant hand. Right, onward we go. Tom Bedell things were going so swimmingly earlier on today. He got very unlucky when he had, of course, the Queen 10 in that multi-way coup. Now, working with 1.5 bigs, he's going to commit them. Nut flush draw, ace jack with a pair of deuces.
Please fold, please fold.
Yeah, I don't know what we do here,
I think
whether
some
it's
other clients too.
No,
big blind first or ante first,
No,
they are afraid.
whether
he's coming.
we play this hand now or
I can see.
give ourselves a little time. I mean, a suited ace is always good, but the deuce is not ideal when you've got no follow equity.
Round to Lehner. Of course, was in that insane pot earlier with Maddie. King Jack Jack 6 here.
Yeah, he should have all those chips. He should be on 6 million.
It's insane. Jessica now, of course, gets let in once more.
In fact, I never do this in a live stream. But if you are just tuning in now and you don't know what we're talking about, go back to hand number 55. Normally I would say save it for the break and watch this hand, but no. This hand doesn't matter. Stop watching. Roll back to hand 55 and watch that hand play out. That was crazy. It gave Maddie all these chips. Lerner should have all of them. As it is, Maddie has 3 times the average, despite just doubling up Jessica. And we are deep into the weeds.
Really are. As we see action check round to Lehner, going to look for a little protection here for his pocket jacks.
It's always nice to have almost exactly this kind of hand. Everyone knows you're not really bluffing because you've got to table it, but also your hand does need protection.
No.
And Tom will see it's bad shape. Just an ace or a deuce.
I fold the flush draw.
Will survive 22% of the time.
Aces as well.
Pocket deuces and 22%. The numbers are lining up. Will the turn and river card?
Can I lose this one? Straight I have as well. 2 straights. Deuce, 3.
Yeah, does have backdoors to Broadway and the wheel.
Everything.
Deuce and then one other check.
I block a deuce.
You flop.
I block a deuce.
That's nice. One other
You can't say that.
1 ace, 1 deuce, gone. 4 on the turn. But Lerner does pick up hearts. So the 3 are hearts, not an out.
3s, deuces, aces. No.
Just not the heart.
I feel that has to be mine. Almost though. Look at it.
7 of spades on the river, not to be for Tom.
Out in 11th. Manu had a lot of the chips.
Born to lose, I'm leaving.
Is off. Very unlucky, of course. Flopped the nuts in that big pot. Faced a bet on the flop and a bet on the turn. A lot of the time, he wins that monster pot. And he's the big chip leader. But such is poker and such is especially PLO. The chips went to this man. And he's the one who finishes off Tom Axel-Badel, who I have to say, I'm very sad to see go. He's a character.
I gotta say, mate, you gave him the big billing and he did not disappoint. What a fantastically lovable character. GG, Tom. We hope to see you in some of the events through the rest of the week. And with that, Demps, we're down to 10. 2 tables of 5 remain in the hunt for the 10K PLO title. And it's going to take something special to stop this man. Maddie has been on a tear. 10-7-6-3. Never like to comment on what people are likely to do, Demps. It does take a hand off.
There we go. A rainbow hand, but a good hand nonetheless from the cutoff. We are getting ever closer to the final 7, and that's the money.
5. The 25K is cancelled, really?
Yes, I heard that. I'm not sure, but like...
Okay.
It wasn't enough players shown up.
Yeah, it's very hard to compare to the 2K. It's a very
Got the raise through. All right. Maybe things, we will see like a calm down in the action as we get nearer the money now. Just 10 remain. 2 tables of 5. We will, at some point, get to 2 tables of 4. And then, Andrew, 1 table of 7. Everyone will be guaranteed 24K. But for now, some sweaty poker to be had.
I mean, things have to calm down, right? That's like the most ballistic 30 minutes of poker I think I've ever sat through.
I did it for tomorrow.
Carnage.
Both.
We are loving it. Hope you guys at home are loving it too. Plenty more to come through the week. 7 days of streaming non-stop here from Cyprus at the Mediterranean Poker Party coming your way.
First year, which I'm skipping. And also the COVID year was...
We've got a new arrival, Demps, right? Coming into the booth for the rest of the week.
We do.
Mr. Jay Harwood landed today. He will be joining us tomorrow onwards. So we see the action fold to Larabi. Beautiful looking Queen Jack 10-8, double suited from the cutoff. Makes it 125 to go. And Jessica with a big hand of her own on the button.
Yeah, this is where the fact that we're 3 away from the money and the action is still fast and furious, I think we'll see her lean towards just calling rather than potentially 3-betting this hand. But let's see. I think she would normally want to just punish a perceived light open here.
Yeah, does land on call.
Actually, maybe she always calls off playing effectively 25 blinds, but certainly I'm more looking for the point to make the point that I think we're going to see the likes of Tussle, the likes of Larabi maybe play a little bit more passively, given that this bubble could burst first sooner than it should, given the fact we see Mardi in there like just smashing away, willing to take risks.
Like also kind of nice having Maddie in there in the big, who's going to make some very marginal calls that we dominate with our flush draws and the like.
Yeah, good things happen when you make the nuts.
Look at this, he's made trip 4s. Oh my days.
And Larabi has flopped a queen. Obviously just the Jack 10-8 kicker. It's so much nicer if you somehow had the ace or king kicker, but he may feel like it's worth stabbing here, although checking back also seems fine. You're only really worried about an ace or a king, and that's not much the deck.
Right. Jessica with a complete whiff here, James.
Yeah, it's not her board.
It's going to be very difficult here to do anything but check. Does take a free one. Is the 7 of clubs.
Well, look at this. Maddie picks up the flush draw to go with his trip 4s and see. And he comes out betting here. Larabi, I mean, all he's seen is Maddie smashing away in all these pots, right?
He has gone very small, James, which will, you know, incentivize Larabi to be a little more comfortable continuing.
Yeah, I love small here, given he's got so much of the deck here. With nut clubs, with second nut clubs as well, importantly.
Like, this isn't fun for Larabi, but we're definitely calling one, right, for this size?
If you're sitting there watching Maddie kind of play every hand...
versus this player. He does get away.
Yeah, I mean... Normally I'd fold, but I'm just seeing this guy play every hand. I don't know.
Yeah, did think to myself that he may feel he is compelled to call against quarter pot against this customer. As it stands, nice lay down from Larabi. Gets away pretty much unscathed post.
Diegler, Andy, in the chat, asking about the payouts. Why don't you run us through the payouts?
I certainly will. We are paying 7 players, 10 remain. Min cash, $24,000, so 2.4x min cash, not insubstantial. 6th place, we've taken home shade over 31K, $41,000 for 5th. Up to the bigger money, $55,000 for 4th place, 74.4K for 3rd. Shade over $105,000 for our runner-up, and 1st place will take home $148,800, James.
There we go, 15 buy-ins up top, 2.5 buy-ins for 7th. Larabi, nice looking hand, albeit suited the wrong way. Maddie, a suited ace-king of his own. You know, he likes playing hands. This one,
he is box office, Stems. Yeah. I'm loving it. So much fun for us to commentate on.
I still can't get over...
Oh, the laner fold.
The laner fold.
My days.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll be talking about that one for a while as we see laner here completing in the big. Ace Queen 6-3 does have nut diamonds working for him. 7-8-5 with 2 spades. Open ender for Larabi. No spade in hand though. Maddie here, bottom pair only. Incredibly, is 33% to win. Very likely that this one checks through. Larabi here definitely does not want to bet and get raised. Does take the free one as we would expect. Turn is a 4, and it's a straight for laner with the 3-6.
Yeah, interesting here, of course, Andrew, here. He's got the 7 high straight.
Yeah.
So a 6 with an 8, a 6 with a 7, a 6 with a 5, a 6 with a 4 would all be ahead of him still. So hence, he still has to show a lot of caution.
Absolutely. Larabi looking for a 6 or a jack to make the best hand. Doesn't do it. Maddie with a very quick check river, of course. Laying on it, do we seek a little bit of blocky value, Demps? Or is this a hand?
Again, I just think...
You just check here, there's like, in case someone's bolted up or has one of those stronger straights.
Yeah, you're betting here, you're just hoping an 8 cry calls and an 8 might just fold anyway.
Right.
Because so many straights available, but... he is going to go for it.
See, I'm a PLO genius, mate. Easy this game. Does go for the very small size, as we expect.
Yeah, maybe just hoping he gets a crying call from Maddie more than Larabi.
I think so. As it stands, small pot goes the way of the Austrian. I might be a PLO reg now. Not gonna lie. Easy this game. Right?
So they say.
Very much enjoying it. 10K PLO high roller, day 2 coverage. We are 3 eliminations away from the FT. I want to see how Maddie plays No Limit. Very much box office entertainment. Action on Jessica Tussle. Sags to have been very quiet, right, for quite some time. Really has not been able to get involved.
Yeah, just kind of handcuffed a little bit. Obviously, at this point, almost all his equity is lying and getting into the money. But it's still, although only 3 bats away, it's still so far to go. You've got to lose 30% of the field. Well, here we go, Kings v Kings. See what happens. Maddie limping in. His with the suit in spades versus Lerner's suit in clubs. Lerner, understandably, just keeping the pot small, out of position against the guy covers. As I just mentioned, not far from the money. And probably wants to deepen things anyway.
Both players looking for a king that, of course, no longer exists.
Well, Lerner flipping a gutter to Broadway. Both players with a backdoor flush draw. Larabi as well as 6 and live kickers, little does he know it.
Yeah, very likely to check through.
And there's the kicker for Maddie, actually. His kings making 6s and 4s.
Oh, my goodness. Does open up a flush draw Demps for Larabi. A very middling one, of course.
Yeah, I wonder, having seen it go check, check, whether he ever decides to try and bluff here. Doesn't. That's worried that he might get called by some better diamonds and be in really bad shape. Pretty clear bet now for Maddie, but he's had some clear bets up until now that he hasn't taken, so he does take this one.
What does Laner do now against an opponent that we know is very splashy?
No.
You know, can just have anything.
He can, but
I wouldn't be shocked, Demps, to see it continue. I know it seems faintly unlikely in a, in a normal
I hear what you're
sort
saying.
of setup.
You're suggesting that he's thinking, hey, look, if Maddie would have bet an ace on this flop, he's checked back, so now my kings could be good, and
yeah, it does fold.
I'm up against some sort of draw, but it's just so hard to know which cards you're still best on the river, so
yeah,
does let it go. And Larabi just too weak a hand here, one would imagine. Oh, small bet, but 3.5 to 1, but just the 10 high diamonds and 1 pair 6s. Again, don't really know what the good cards are. Out of position against a tricky opponent in Maddie. But he is going to stick around.
Yeah. It's fascinating trying to dissect these players, trying to stop Maddie.
Yeah, and here we go. Just checks. Maddie will just check this one back and be happy to take it down.
I did wonder if Larabi would consider something with that 7 in hand, but does quickly check.
Yeah, it's an option.
Yeah.
I think he was playing fit or fold there, Larabi. Thought maybe I could catch a flush or catch a second pair might be good.
Yep. As Maddie continues to dominate. Up close to 5 million now.
Well, blinds are going up. 40K, 80K. Maddie smashing out in front on this table here with 5 million in chips. what a different story it could have been. Stefan Lerner, second in chips on this table, but was so close to having it all. Sondra Sexton, he is the shortest here by a long way, just 430,000 chips in his sack, equating to just 5 blinds at this new level. We are still 10-handed. 2 tables of 5. We need to get down to 1 table of 7.
That not all people at the same time in the restaurant.
Action on Sagstuen. Super short, James. Blinds have gone up. Has 5.5 blinds.
No walk.
I believe he's limping here. Oh no, excuse me. There was 2 red chips on there. Has committed with pot.
Oh, lovely hand. Ace King 10-7, just what the doctor ordered, just in time.
What a time to find it.
Yeah.
Now, Maddie, we know you love the game, but surely not, Demps. Surely not.
My friend, Maddie is here to play.
He's gonna call.
He's cooling. I know he's cooling. Book says no.
Maddie says yes. My goodness. All right, Sagstuen finds himself in pretty good shape.
He does, but I mean, you see the equities. Obviously, Maddie, no one else played behind. He gets to play this one heads up. He's in a good spot too. Chance to send another one to the rail. And Jack 10-9 board is all Sagstuen. He does commit. Won't love seeing that flop. Obviously, just got 1 pair, a gut shot, 3 in a row, flush draw, backdoor flush draw, pardon me, at least he has. Maddie, for just the price, kind of feels compelled with a 9 and backdoor hearts himself. He sees those are crushed. But you see the equity still 28%, despite the fact he just has lowly bottom pair here.
No, it isn't. A backdoor.
Yeah, looking for a 9, 5, or 8, I believe.
I'm just jiving to the music here.
Yeah, loving it.
I'm getting in the party feel. Saxon's liking the music too. He's ready to dance. He can kill this one with a bunch of cards.
Now, yes.
That was not a kill card, but it's a good one.
Oh, he's getting ready to throw the time banks away. Now, that's a power move for the extra equity.
That is different level. Doesn't need to, though. Pair of 10s holds up.
It's not the first 2 diamonds. No, it's not the first.
Oh, he thought he was out.
He thought Maddie had a flush. Okay. Wow, that's a great feeling. You think you've just gone 0% and you get the pot?
Brilliant.
Yes.
Why was I sweating no diamond?
Patience pays off for the Norwegian. New life. Out of the danger zone for the time being. Is of course in the big blind. 160k of those newly found chips going right back into the middle.
Yeah, he's happy to get the extra now, but when that hand got turned over, he's like, really? You couldn't just let me just raise and take on with. You got the 9755.
Yeah, he's loving it now.
Yeah.
Wow.
Double suited rundown.
I'm going to make a prediction, James. Maddie's going to play this.
With a call or a raise?
A call.
Yeah, it's like it. He's pulled the calling chips out.
Telling you, I know what I'm doing.
I would like to see him ramp up the when we are playing hands, just because again we're still quite far from the money, but also we're just not psychologically when you look around and see so few players left. Here we go, Larabi. This is an easy one for him. Ace, Ace, King, Queen with a nut suit, but he's still always scared. It's like stack's going to be at risk.
He's going to raise the pot, James.
What did I fold?
Yeah.
It's 40, yeah. Sorry.
Tried to get more money in than was allowed.
You just put the max in and
tough to blame him.
Let the dealer tell you what it is. Should be 360. It says 350 the raise, but I believe pot's 360 unless I'm going mad. I don't think Maddie's going anywhere. Not limp to fold. And again, obviously one of his suits is dominated, but look at the equities here.
Right.
Again, we are using folded cards. I think Aces, King, Queen is a slightly bigger favorite than this, but it's not hugely so. You know, when you don't have an ace in your hand up against aces, and you've got this connectivity. It's not so bad. And well, he flops the sort of low wrap, as it were. Obviously, we can see here the jack actually kills him. So he just need a 6, 7, or 8. And he checks it on over to Larabi, who kind of has like a pretty good flop. And you just got to grin and bear it.
Absolutely. Expect to get called a high percentage of the time.
Yeah, and
any fold stems? I mean, you're not loving this, right? With just 7, 8?
I mean, yeah, I mean, you got the 6, 7, 8.
You do have backdoor diamonds.
As played, I mean, it's less than pot. You're just up against like some aces a lot where you're in pretty good shape. Obviously, he doesn't know the jack's no good. But also, he doesn't know that
Here we go.
He could be up against a flush draw and be in bad shape. He's going to see this hand. He's going to be happy to take this one on. And we can see, look at this, the graph at the top. All the 6s, 7s, and 8s are still in the deck. None of them are folded. He is exactly 50-50 to win this hand, given what cards hit the middle. And look, Larabi's like, really? You had to have that hand? Come on. Couldn't I just have, like, the heart draw to go with my aces?
Right.
And have you nearly dead?
Now, can somebody slow down the buzzsaw?
Well,
that is Maddie. Turn is good for Larabi.
Clean card. He just needs one more of those. And he will have 2.3 million in chips. Very healthy. Will be above average in this final 10. And a 7 on the end. Maddie makes it. The bottom rack coming in, sending another one to the rail. Larabi out in 10th.
Good luck, guys.
Thank you.
Wow.
GG Larabi, unlucky sir, busts in 10th. And my goodness, Maddie, the buzzsaw, the Grim Reaper, sends another one home. It's going to take some stop and demps. My goodness. Closing in on 6 million in chips. As we approach our final table now, 2 eliminations away from the bubble bursting.
Yeah, and this is kind of what I was saying earlier. We're a long way from the money, but we're not, especially with the buzzsaw here. So the likes of Sondre, we see they're kind of like just kind of surviving with small stacks. We saw Jessica perhaps having a 3-bet spot that she turned down, and I think rightly so, because we could get to the money sooner than we're supposed to.
Sure.
Just given the way the play is taking place on this table, with the chip leader being so active and so willing to get it in. It's great to watch.
It's amazing.
If you're like a short stack on the other table, you're kind of loving it. You're hearing all the stories of all these all-ins, everything going off over there, just chinning. Here comes Lerner. He's going to play this one, Queen, Queen, Jack, 9 double. Obviously, never ideal that the big stack the guy covers you still in the pot, but plenty of hand to be raising it up with, as this table plays now 4-handed. He at least has the seat downwind of the big stack. And Maddie, King's double. Now, he hasn't shown too much aggression pre-flop. I don't think that will change now. This seems just to flick in 100k and call.
You have called it, James. Calling chips in hand. Leonard taking on his nemesis. Can he find a way to get the better of his man? 2 very playable double-suited hands. And it's all Maddie once more.
Yeah, he's got 4 reds. Of course, there's 3 reds on the flop. He even has the 5. The 3's kind of working around the 5, 6. Decides to just come out leading, and Lerner's just in another. Just constantly in spots against this guy, and he does this a lot, kind of like the small bets, Proby. Lerner, I mean, I think we have to. You have to call at least one.
You got to call one, right?
Right, we can hit lightning here.
Yeah.
With a queen. That's the thing. You got to call one.
I mean,
this guy's in every pot. He can't always have it. As it happens, he's got it in a weird way this time. He's got a bigger overpair. Now, obviously, improving somewhat in the sense that he's got a 3. Now has kind of like an additional full house draw down the bottom. More important, perhaps, blocking than anything. And he now checks it over. Lerner, is Lerner going to take a stab here to buy a showdown? No, he elects to check back. Oh, my word.
Oh, man.
Maddie didn't need it, but finds King's full on the end. Unfortunately for him, Lerner doesn't really have anything. Oh, he's found the check. I love this. This is so
he's
great.
Going to take his showdown, right?
Just giving him a little rope. Obviously, Lerner having queens isn't going to bet, but if he had some sort of misdraw, may feel compelled to bet. He may even have like gone tiny for value if he'd rivered the case king, although we're not looking for that when we got 2 kings in our hand. But I like the check because Lerner Lerner is going to have some bluffs, and he's going to have some value that check back turn, not going to swell the pot, reopens the action on the river, then faces the check raise and has to like puke.
Like aces, right? Something like this.
Aces, maybe unlikely trips, maybe even a straight that just checked back because it was scared of getting raised on the turn. Yeah. But more importantly, there are a lot of bluffs, like missed heart draws that might want to stab there. So I really like the check. And he just proves himself so hard to read. So
tricky.
We saw the top set check back in a four-way pot. Just cool four-way again on the turn with like the nuts. You can never put him on a hand if you're at this table.
And you can't tell me, Demps, you know, Buddha himself would be getting frustrated if they were Lerner. Like, he has to be feeling some frustration at this point.
This is a nice hand for Sexton. Ace, King, Queen, 3. Again, only 10 blinds on the button. This feels like, again, you want a suit, but beggars can't be choosers. The 3 biggest cards in the deck is going to raise it up. Interesting on the 200 rather than just full potting it. I guess Manny's never folding anyway. Going a size that makes the big blind fold a lot, but also leaves you some playability. Post flop kind of makes sense. 2.5 blinds does just that here. Lerner out of there with the Jack 9 7 deuce, and our man Maddie at it again. And you see the equities once again. Although the Queen 886 is hard to play post. Well, he's found bottom 2, but Saxton's found top 2. Is this where the Maddie Sun Run ends? Saxton's so desperate to get these chips in. Has the Ace of Clubs blocker as well, of course. Not that that really matters when we're this shallow. Hopefully he goes kind of small here. He's gone 250. Kind of asking a question of Maddie if Maddie's got anything. If Maddie's got an ace, kind of hard for him to fold. If he's got clubs, hard for him to fold. One assumes, although you never assume with Maddie in here, that it's going to come with a raise. No, he does just call.
I got to tell you, Dems, B40 is back. He's going for the B40, B40 turn all in.
Well, improves to top 3 pair. Obviously, Jack 10 gets there, but he's not going to be worried about that. He just grabs the all-in button from the dealer. It's one way to do it. Pretty grim card, actually, for Maddie now, facing the second bet. Andrew, the way this one's played out, I mean, you have bottom 2.
Feels like your opponent has no bluffs here to me, James. I'm not, you know, the greatest at this game, but he does flick it in.
I'm here. I think he just kind of has to call, given maybe there's some flush draws in there. Maybe there's some just even still some like ace X with clubs.
Okay. But the king is
Jack. Yeah, and the king is just a terrible card though, because obviously a lot of the one pair aces that have bet the flop are ace king that have raised up on the button off that shallow stack.
What a spot for Saxton, looking to fade a 6 or an 8.
Yeah, Saxton is the medicine for Maddie. He's the only one who's kind of got the best of his man now. Not once, but twice. Up to 1.9 million in chips, and now has some playability. In fact, it's just a smidge under the average stack. And given how many chips this man has, he's, you know, going to be one of the bigger stacks, certainly not one of the shorter stacks, with that 1.9 million now. Crazy action continues here at the Mediterranean Poker Party. Can barely catch our breath here in the booth for this, the PLO High Roller. It's been a treat.
Really, really has.
I know, obviously, a lot of you out there watching will be predominantly Hold'em fans, but if you are giving PLO a little go today with us, then you are getting a treat because it's breathless.
It's much more fun than Hold'em. I don't know what I've been doing for the last 20 years.
This is supposed to be this stage of a PLO tournament with 2.4 buy-ins for 7th. This is supposed to be painfully boring and slow. It's supposed to be watching paint dry.
Everyone folding.
Yeah. That's what it's supposed to be.
Saxton now, fresh off that double, James.
You're supposed to have players with aces who don't want to play a hand. That's the situation this close to the money when the min cash is 2.5 buy-ins. But that is not the situation here at the MPP. We are parting hard in the PLO streets.
Maddie, you folded.
Wow.
10-7-6-4.
Medic.
You can make loads of straights.
Hey, take a hand off. Sexton winning another.
I believe that's the first raise and take in about 3 days of this tournament.
May well be.
Sexton now, feeling it. Feeling that momentum. Perfect time for it. I've seen that with lots of players today. They've been on the ventilator and all of a sudden skyrocketed.
Yep. So 9 left.
The pace of play rapid, James. Is that
Yeah.
Is that also non-typical?
I would say, I was about to say, obviously, I'm pretty sure we're not hand for hand. I don't see any pausing going on. We're 2 away from the money. This table's playing 4-handed. The other table playing 5-handed. They're already at inherent advantage. I don't know for sure, but I guarantee, I'd bet anything that they're doing quite a bit of tanking, slowing down, making sure not to play too many hands. Whereas this table is just playing at lightning pace. Now, having said all that, the other table might actually be playing more hands purely because so many of these hands are going multiple streets, lots of betting, all that thing kind of going on.
Great point.
But if I were these players, like, let's see Lerner here. Let's
I'd be tanking here.
Yeah, he should be burning some time until we go hand for hand. This should almost be the point that the players get so egregious with the tanking here that the floor just steps in and goes, right, we're going hand for hand now.
Yeah.
I've had enough of this.
Oh, Lerner, King 10, 9, 6 decides it's good enough from the button.
Maybe
even
Jessica,
with that FT bubble approaching.
Maybe Jessica now actually, as I said, that sort of on the motion here where she is burning a bit of time here.
Right, I mean,
no way she's playing this jack 10, 9, 4. I feel like she folded the big blind last time pretty quickly. I may be wrong. Maybe I'm doing her disservice by not crediting with tanking before now, but certainly she should be. In fact, all these, like even here, Sexton's defended, but you should still take some time to defend. Like he wants the bubble to burst as well, even though he has a pretty healthy stack himself.
Oh, and wow, Sexton flopping a flush of the queen high variety. Things really not going Lerner's way.
Yeah, but
does have a 10 of hearts in hand?
He has the 10 of hearts. He has some sort of connectivity with the 8 and a pretty bad hand in the sense that I think just a small bet here. Sexton just has so many hands that can't call a bet.
Okay.
So you can go really small here.
100k realm?
Yeah, like call a pot seems fine, 120. And again, like I mean, you just got no X for yourself, so if you run into it, so at least going even smaller, I like this.
Very sharp, yeah. I like it a lot.
And Sexton, of course, with the flush. Nothing but call here. No reason to ever raise this, and you don't even want to be in a position where you can potentially get all the chips in with the third flush.
Sure.
This close to the money, so calls, and like a really bad card for Lerner to see in that, you know, Sexton could be in here with all bunch of flushes and also potentially some AX that's stuck around, maybe even a boat at this point. Really not a great card for him to follow up on, and does just slow it down. Nice card for Sexton to see with all that in mind because, hey, look, he's got a queen. He blocks potentially some boats. It's thin that there could be a boat out there, but it's not impossible.
Is this a block of our own?
Maybe.
Demps?
Yeah, looks like he's going that way. I think against, like, super, like, tough opponents, and if Lerner here had the big stack, maybe you just still play it as a check because you just don't want to get raised. But yeah. I think these guys are going to play a lot honest against each other because they've got the action, man. You're not looking to battle hard against each other when Maddie's in there, who will give you a spin. Now, you might not like it at the end when the river's dealt, but he will give you a spin.
Yeah, it does feel as if, you know, don't want to do a disservice to Lerner. Did have that critical part where he landed on the wrong decision, but there was some logic to it.
There is a lot of logic to it.
And he's played pretty great. And you know, it's that one hand that's really defined his position at the moment. But
in fairness to him, he hadn't seen the hands that we'd seen leading up to that.
Right. That
Maddie had been playing. So you know, Lerner won the big pot where he flops the set of kings and a flush draw. Maddie was like betting away, and then followed the river. He doesn't know Maddie was just like blasting there. That's the thing. We know that, but he doesn't. So you can understand why maybe he got away. He might have thought, oh, Maddie just flopped the nuts. Right. We know he's just barreling, and that's the kind of guy he is.
Round 2, Sexton is going to complete here. Fairly weak holding.
Yeah, pretty grim, but
it takes the price.
And Maddie hasn't been crazy aggressive pre.
Yeah, he hasn't isolated a lot at all.
This would be a nice spot to just pot it.
Yeah. Let's check. flops best. King Jack Deuce. Maddie, second pair. Sagstoon with a whole load of nothing. Wow, and he's going to stab though. Demp's going to turn his hand into a bluff. Just try and I don't know, try and get Maddie to fold something.
Yeah.
But we are holding a lot of the cards we would like Maddie to have.
Yeah, he does have some playability on turns in that he's got clubs and 7, 8, 9. Jack is something, but Maddie making a nice call here with that second pair. That's just too much hand to fold for one blind. And he has a queen as well, which fits nicely on this, but Swiffy checks back. I like that. Saxton not throwing good off the bat.
Yeah, is going to wave the white flag.
He thought about it for a minute there because he can now sort of
Bet,
make
check,
a king
bet.
or a jack fold, and yeah, kind
Sure.
of he can have still some hands that would play that way. Because like honestly, everything bar the nuts in his seat is like scared to bet the turn there.
Yeah.
When you're this close to the money.
Of course.
So he can still have plenty of two pairs that check turn and now might want to block river. So that's a spot where he could have blocked river, but obviously deciding that he took in such a flyer with the 7, 8, 9, 3 that he wasn't putting any more chips in, which is understandable. And who knows, it might not work. Maybe he might have just said, screw you, I've got a jack pal. Don't believe you. Lerner and Tussle exchanging something there. Not quite sure what. He wagged a finger in her direction. Two Austrians. Here she is. Queen, queen, 7-5 with a suit, but precarious stack this close to the money. I would advocate for a 29-second tank and a fold. Oh, she's going to give it a go. Again, the chips are flying on this table. I would be playing hyper preservation. I would also like to know if I were
crazy,
in her,
right?
I would like to know in her seat the chip situation on the other table. I would have, and maybe she did do. Obviously, we're looking close-ups a lot on the players. Maybe she's folded in between hands, gone to look at the other table because she's obviously on a precarious stack. But there may be some ultra short stacks on the other table, or everyone might have near average, and therefore she feels like she has to sort of move the needle herself. But I'm surprised to see her in this. For chips, sure.
Yeah, definitely seems of the thin variety with the situation at hand. That being said, she has raised. Laner defending ace-king 4 deuce, flopping best. King 9-6. Laner vaults into the lead.
Yeah, and Tussle with kind of a hand that really wants to get to showdown or at least to the turn with that gut shot.
Yeah.
Doesn't really rate to want to bet. Yeah, nicely done.
Does have backdoor clubs as well, James. Turn an irrelevant 6 of hearts.
There were a fair amount of decent cards for there. Obviously, a 3 or 4 would give her additional straight outs. The 8 would give her a straight. Queen would be a really disguised power hand. And just rates that she just has the best hand still a lot on this board, even in PLO. Nicolena now just wants to find a bet. He does. And nice. I think he can feel pretty confident he's got the best hand. I don't think she checks back better on the flop, bar some traps. But the traps are going to be really strong, like a set of kings, and he has a king, so. Nice bet. Puts her under a lot of pressure here. It feels in her shoes like, kind of very slightly light, flopped, kind of medium, check back, and now I've just given my opponent license to bet.
It seems like
I'd be impressed if she finds a call. I do like this call. I do like that she's put up a little bit of a fight. Obviously, we can see not the time to do it. And kind of an ugly card, albeit she holds 7-5, blocking some of the straight draws. Those are likely candidate bluffs on this rainbow turn.
A big moment developing for Jessica. She does get to see showdown.
Yeah,
Goes
she
check,
just hoping
check.
she obviously just hoping up against a flyer, but it was value on the turn.
Gets the bad news.
I like that. I mean, I think I just fold pre, but
right.
I do actually like the turn call. I mean, unless Lena's the guy is just going to blast loads on the river, but I don't think he is. From what we've seen, he seems a little bit more cautious. So he may have like stab bluffs on the turn and not really followed up.
Oh, it's suited.
Huh?
It's suited.
Sangston, he's under the gun. This one surely not going to be played. He's taking a little bit of time as well. Rightly so.
It actually has been very refreshing for us, of course, in the booth to see the fast play. I'm loving it. Everyone's going for it, Dems.
He is kind of like
this has to be too thin, right?
I mean, I like it in the against the small blind and the big blind, those two players, because you can put them under pressure, right? You cover them, we're near the money, but you've got Maddie on the button.
He's in there.
Who's? I mean, this is
probably the worst hand ever, right?
This is like worse than a blind hand, but he's just going to be in there and make your life so difficult.
Jessica now compelled to call.
Yeah, it kind of is, but again, like you could just make the argument for folding because Maddie might just knock out. I don't know. It's the theory's out the window. I need to know the chips of the players on the other table to be sure.
Queen Jack 4. Saxton is best. Can't know it, of course.
Yeah,
top pair and some weak kickers.
I like this. I like just betting this because, hey, like I've got top pair. I block strong hands. I don't like my hand. It's really hard to win at showdown.
Right.
I'm just going to bet this here once and be done with it. Maddie surely won't continue three-way, but if he does, he probably ends up winning the pot.
Oh my goodness.
This is so much fun.
He can't do it, surely.
We keep saying he can't do stuff.
Oh no.
And he finds a way. He flicks in the call. Jessica will surely make way. She only has 555k back. She's got a pair and a gut shot. She's thinking, hey, look, this might be my shot to building a stack. Thinking about taking one off for the 200k, but chip preservation this close to the money has to be the priority.
Saxton hating life.
Right, now let's see if Maddie... Like, Saxton just has to shut down. Well, let's pick up a gut shot draw.
He has to check, surely.
Has to.
Doesn't hold a king or a 10. I'm trying to find... I'm trying to find... This is pretty sick.
Take a bow. Take a bow, Saxton. Just recognizes that Maddie's in here so light. He knows he can't check call. So he just follows up with like another block bluff. Like you say, he thinks he might have a really weak hand or a draw. Hey, I'm beating the draws, and if he's got a really weak hand, I can make him fold that. That is class play.
Brilliant.
That is adjustment there from Saxton. He's seen enough now from Maddie. He knows exactly what he's doing here. That small bet, incredible stuff. That is really, really top level.
And James, information coming to us from the outer table. We are now on the stone bubble. We are hand for hand.
All right.
8 players left. So 1 elimination away from this 10K PLO final table. What a sensational watch so far. Big mix of crazy hands, strong play, beautifully executed hand there from Sangston. Credit to him. I think most players there, James, end up checking and potentially losing that pot.
Yeah, that was the thing. But he recognized Maddie is in there too wide.
So wide.
Thought, hey, like my queen might still be good. Kind of a weird mergey bet, but it worked. Got Maddie to fold, and see Sondra Saxton now with 37 blinds, really clear of the other two. So again, I'm saying Maddie's not fighting too much against him. He does get to play a few more hands now because he can really pressure the other two. But he does still, like I say, keep saying, he has to deal with Maddie in position. So maybe he gets to play all his buttons now with that stack size because he can go after Lerner in the big. Again, we're unaware of the chip stacks on the outer table. But it's bound to be a short one. Obviously, Jessica here, super short now with, what, 500k playing this 40-80. I think I like the post-flop play when she had those queens, but just given this sort of action we see constantly at this table, maybe a mistake to get involved. Who knows? She played such a good strategy up to this point. But it seemed like a divergence from her own strategy.
It did.
But it's easy to say. I mean, at the end of the day, they're playing four-handed, and she looks down at a good hand.
Right. And also with Maddie in there, who's going to be so wide, could double you up right on some boards.
Now again, here we are, pure bubble. This is a really good hand to get a short stack in with. But
240.
Oh.
280.
It all depends, again, on the stacks in the other table. If she's by far the shortest, I think she might decide just to run this. It's a good hand.
Yeah, it does get out of the way.
She does fold. Yeah, pure bubble fold.
Saxton, very defendable.
Yeah, well, he gets to defend this. And Lerner's just in a coffin on this pure bubble. Like, given that she sat there with 500k.
Right.
Like, this is so great. Saxton can call here and just realize equity so likely, because Lerner just has to check back so many hands. He can't risk being check
So
raised.
should Lerner, in theory, right, have a really strong holding? Because there is some.
He should.
There is some collision equity, as I like to call it. If he folded.
Oh wow.
Okay.
He folded.
Well, maybe just thinking that Lerner's going to be super nutted.
Yeah, I mean.
Aces. There we go.
Yeah, he's saying he had aces.
Wow.
But Saxton just gets to realize that.
9-4, one time suited.
I think I'd have been in there with the jack, jack, deuce, deuce, just having a little look, put some pressure on.
So close to shut.
Flop top set.
Double suited, so I was
Yeah, or just have a scary ball come out and bet.
Right.
What's Lerner going to do?
You have to call. So
I'll give you a little bit of wisdom from Mr. Farrell. Mr. Faraldo. He doesn't really play much PLO, but he says if someone raises or re-raises and you call, and it comes the low to middle cards,
just bet.
You win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's pretty true.
Words to live by. Action back on Lerner. Final table bubble. Very ugly holding. This one goes into the bin. And Jessica at risk at the moment.
Should we have wait for the next hand? Or
ja, die warten immer hinterher.
I believe they have just announced hand for hand. Saxton, very strong hand in terms of blind on blind. And wow, limps in, and look at this. Maddie with kings. And he just checks it back, James.
My boyfriend, my suited queens against his ace king.
Certainly an argument to raise here, especially with the bubble.
Habt ihr Schwarti? Habt ihr wen?
I saw Jessica discussing that two queens hand.
Saxton here flops best.
Einer mit 700.
Ace 5 deuce. Starts trying to get money in the pot. Round about half pot. Maddie here with those slow played kings pre-flop. Feels compelled to take one off. Turn is the queen of hearts. Saxton now improves. King high flush draw to go with that top pair. Going to continue to fire. Half pot once more, 250k. Maddie now kind of in no man's land, Demps. The check back pre. I thought he might bump it up with the sort of FT bubble situation. This man just constantly undeterred. Gonna keep his man honest with another call on this turn. This seems dicey to me, James.
Yeah.
Like, is Saxton really just taking off here on the FT bubble?
Seems unlikely.
It really does. River changes nothing. Saxton, though, just one pair.
Yeah, just checking, desperate to see a check back and a win.
Yeah, Maddie figures he has showdown against those semi-bluffs that Saxton could potentially have. No good, sir. And Saxton, Demps, look at the way the chips are equalizing. Up to 3.4. Maddie now with only $1 million advantage on him.
Yeah.
Starting to reel in his man.
Yeah, just manages to take a moment here, but I don't mind him playing all the hands as long as he just ramps up the aggression at this point. That's the thing.
Like, should he ISO there pre King 9-8 against
why
the small
not?
blind limp?
Why
like,
not just limp?
Feels like he should.
I feel like we can ISO. It's actually also, Saxton's almost got so many chips now that the ISOs are less effective.
Okay.
Because he does have a lot more playability, but still, I mean, it's still the final table bubble. I'd be ramping up a lot.
I was surprised to see check, I must say.
Yeah. Especially when you've got a hand. But I mean, even before we saw he had quite a bad hand, but chose not to ISO when maybe one was needed.
Saxton now finding heat. Playing very well to boot. Faintly unattractive King 10-9-4. Unsuited. Lets it go. Maddie King 4-3 deuce. Again, electing just to complete. And Laner, ace-jack 7-6, very likely to check here. Does do so, gets a free look. Doesn't want to inflate this pot, being that we're on that final table bubble. Nut clubs working for him. See Maddie has 3 of them. Ace, Queen 10. Laner way the best of it here, 90% favorite. Very interesting. Does decide to check. A little bit of pot control. 10 pairs the board on the turn.
Yeah, Laner, exactly that. You those words, pot control. That's the mode he's got to be in here.
I would imagine he checks again here.
Yeah,
try and, you know, you could get some, pick off some bluffs on the river.
I mean, theory is you just don't get to bet anything here with Jessica having so few chips.
Right. What about on the river demps? Do we go for a little bit of value?
Maybe against Maddie, because if we don't think he's going to be capable enough of like coming up with a good check raise strategy on the river and all that. But obviously theory would be still no. But he might just try and get a crying bear out of Maddie, given all he's seen. But yeah, checking back is obviously the norm.
Yeah.
Some of those asking in the chat, when are we in the money? It is at the final table of 7, so we are pure bubble. We are hand for hand. Scary stuff if you're at the table, unless you're one of those big stacks. Jessica, though, in the big blind now, coming up is super short.
It really has been a fascinating couple of hours for us on stream. Hope you guys at home are enjoying it. This is, of course, 10K PLO high roller.
So a couple of hands ago, I was sort of trying to listen to Jessica talking about the Queen's hand she played. And I thought she said something about, ask my boyfriend, and he had ace king. But actually what she said was, against my boyfriend who had ace king. So they're dating.
Oh, look at that. An added little wrinkle. Oh, she thought he was going to fold. She went after her boyfriend.
She opened up on her boyfriend's big blind when she was up a shallow stack. And then
on the stone bubble of a 10K.
And then she didn't believe him when he came betting the turn. She was like, oof. So there's some interest there, isn't it?
Loving that. No soft play.
No soft play. She thought, my boyfriend's trying to bluff me on the bubble of this 10K.
Oh, that's awesome. That's like a little extra wrinkle for us.
Yeah.
Now look at this, Maddie, with a real hand. We've seen him splashing around. Ace, Queen, Jack 4, double suited, drawing to nut hearts. Saxton with a pretty good hand of his own.
Yeah, so continuing to play a lot of hands. And like I say, these chips, you know, Maddie doesn't get to be as sort of hold the hammer over Saxton anymore as much as he was before.
Pretty unappetizing flop for Saxton.
Yeah, Saxton's kind of gone with the strategy of just constantly betting because Maddie has so many hands, so many don't fit the board. Obviously, this theoretically isn't one he's going to want to bet. But he just thinks Maddie could be in here with, we've seen it, like the King 4-4 deuce. He's just coming in.
Look at this.
He's had enough of this. He's changing tack. Obviously, we can see he got the best hand, but just pumping it up.
Yeah, first real show of naked aggression.
That's a big move because now it's 3 million plays 5. If he hadn't done that, they would be nearly equal. So I think just in time making that move to reassert his dominance on this table.
Yeah, that has been the one string to the bow that we have been looking for from Maddie. A bit more naked aggression demps. Finds it there. Very well timed. Really fun dynamics developing.
Because the make now next level instead of break. Makes sense.
They remove 2 minutes per hand, right?
Yeah.
So that means we should have the break now.
So.
Action back on Laner. Ace 10, 3 deuce. Pretty weak holding, I would suggest, on the FT bubble.
Yeah, this has just got to be a fold.
I think so. Wow. Somewhat surprised, covered by, you know, Saxton in the big.
Yeah, with Jessica's so short.
Wow.
It's like you just don't get to play any hands here at all. Like, she's all in a couple of orbits if she folds.
Any chance that she's all in now, Demps? No.
It's just bizarre because, I mean, he's lucky here in that Saxon finds nothing, but Saxon could just go after that open.
Right. What a fascinating
And a
stream.
fold from the seat. We wouldn't expect to see a fold from in the big blind. Oh, no, sorry, Maddie had folded. Maddie folded, actually, sorry, yeah, unopened. Wonder what those full cards were. What did Maddie fold?
He got a notification on his phone. Decided he had to check.
Oder schon? Aber du gibst mal nach keinen Spot. Aber du wählst halt auch jeden Button.
Surely you don't want to bust your misses on the final table bubble of a 10K when you're on holiday in the Mediterranean, James.
The card's full, the card's full.
Stefan Lehner, that's aggro.
We're about to go up in the blinds. We are crossing hand for hand, which means we do a 2-minute runoff per hand. We're holding up a second. Originally, we were scheduled to have a break at the end of this level, but I think, Andrew,
they're going to play through.
They're just going to play through to the bubble, then take the break, maybe.
They are playing a hand.
Because obviously, when the bubble bursts, we got the final table break anyway.
Right.
Chances are it doesn't take too long. We're just pausing here, of course, as well, because Jessica points out there is a hand taking place on that table. She is desperate to see someone get up and shake hands over there. I like this adjustment. Let's just carry on. There's no point taking a break now.
Sure.
Chances are this won't go on too much longer anyway. Well, here we go. Here is that outer table. Oh, it's an all-in hand as well. Look at Ludo is in there. Danny Tang's in there. And did I see? So it's a double up. Sebastian off, Florman there. Calling the action. Who? I see Ludo shaking his head a little bit.
I wonder.
Let's see where the chip's going. Danny Tang was getting his attack counted, so I think Danny Tang doubling up on the pure bubble. Jessica, like really?
Very frustrating spot to be in. Jessica now, blinds going up in 1 minute, Demp. She's going to be down to 3 big blinds on the ventilator, and no mistake about it. Are they having a dinner break, James? Do we know? That's a question for you.
Omaha players don't eat dinner.
They don't eat dinner?
They don't eat dinner.
All right, then.
They gamble. It's only you sort of Hold'em rats who need your food.
3 champs to check King 6 suited? No.
Was?
What a brilliant stream. Very much enjoyed it. More to come, guys. We'll be taking you through all the way to the conclusion of this 10K PLO high roller.
Again.
Any more legends in the chat, Demps, while we're on this little
just a lot of people
hiatus?
Who are a little confused at some of the play going on.
Right. Me too.
Amazed by it, some might say. Okay, so we carry on. 8-handed.
We move forward.
Club blinds are now up though, 50-100. There's another 2 minutes, falls off the clock. Which means Jessica has, what, like 3 blinds? And is basically going to be all in the big blind in a couple of hands.
Right.
So again, Saxton, theory, has to play super tight here.
That's what.
But it's deep enough that he can limp and you know, take things on here.
We have seen he just has not been getting put in any spots, right?
So again, this is a spot where Maddie should just pop this up to 300k. Actually has a reasonable hand to do that with anyway, in the form of 2 queens against a limp. It looks like he is going to raise this one up.
Yeah, it's changing gears.
This is the point. Like, Saxton has a really strong hand, king's double, but he
can only call.
He should only call. I mean,
yeah.
Like, what's he going to do? Try and get this in?
Sure.
And like, Jessica just gets in the money? No. He has to play super cautious. Well, there we go. Ace 10-8.
Wow.
Neither player likes that one, but Maddie does have the hearts, does have a gut shot draw, has the betting lead. If he just bets this, he should win.
Very bad flop for Saxton. On the list of flops he wanted, this is very low down the spectrum. Maddie gonna take a free one.
Wow,
there
finds
it is.
And also finds it in a way that Saxton has blockers to the nuts in those 2 kings. He also has a 9 working for him. If ever you're going to bluff. But again, theoretically, you just don't have many bets in this spot anyway.
Sure.
So I like just checking and giving up still. And, ooh, such a small bet.
Quite like this from Maddie, having hearts in hand, right? Less to protect from.
That's a good point. Exactly that. He has the 2 queens, and he has the hearts.
Yeah.
And to this size, Saxton can't go anywhere because, well, he's drawing, so straight still.
Very nice bet size from Maddie.
Kind of a bad card for both to see. Saxton, of course, improving to 2 pair, but Maddie's straight being counterfeited. Like to see him still find a bet, though, of course. Can't be scared of everything. And again, just like a little third pot.
Yeah, it's just really nice.
Oh, the B40.
B40, baby.
Your favourite. They've been listening to you, Andrew.
I'm telling you. Some people do sometimes.
This is just it. Saxton's, you just get put in the bin a lot.
Yeah, very grim situation to be in. Working with a dusty 2 pair only. Does block King Queen. This is, of course, the most natural river value bet. I guess also Demp's right. Maddie hasn't really been the type to just isolate complete junk here. You know, if he's just raising every hand when you limp, maybe you could consider some wild bluff or hero call. Lands on the right decision. Well done, Maddie. Very nice turn size in there. I liked it a lot.
Das Anti-Bin. Wenn man bedenkt, dass ich als nächstes dann Anti und Ding bin. Viel. Viel.
Chip counts on your screen, guys. Maddie, 53 bigs.
Let's not worry about Maddie.
Okay.
Let's worry about Jessica Tussle.
I'm not worried about Jessica. She can get it done.
She has just 3 blinds.
Yeah, tough spot.
And she's in the big blind in 2 more hands. And she's posting a big blind ante. So she's going to post 100, post another 100, be forced all in.
All right, I'm worried for her now.
She is desperate to see another all in. Obviously, we just saw out of table action. Looked like Danny Tang getting the double up.
There's nothing worse.
They gave her a chance. Not to say she's not going to win that pot, of course, when she's forced all in the moment, but
yeah,
it's a scary proposition.
It really is.
And I think she's played bar those queens.
Yeah, she's played very well.
I think she's played flawlessly, really.
Yeah.
And understood the changing situation, but just that one step out that I think maybe was a little ill-advised. I like being critical. It's easy back here.
Saxton continuing to pick up playable holdings.
Yeah, this is the one spot, obviously, you can get a bit more jiggy from on the button. The only time he does have position on Maddie, but still a little scary. Doesn't get to play too many hands.
He's not folding this.
Right, so this is a spot where if Maddie really wanted to, double suited, run it, like, just pot it. What are you going to do? Is he really going to get it in when Jessica's got all in next hand?
Right.
Lena, same thing. Look, he looks at a nice hand, but I know he's going to call this because this is kind of way he's played, but this should just be a fold. Just fold this hand.
No, he has to save his beloved, right? He has to bust Songsten.
Well, he might end up busting himself.
That's very true. Saxton, excuse me. Everybody whiffs somehow.
Well, Saxton, yeah, kind of.
You know what I mean.
Finds an 8, has kings, kind of a pretty good board, above average.
Absolutely.
But again, this is scary. What are you gonna do? You're gonna bet get this in? No, you can't. You just have to check back.
Nice check.
Yeah, good adjustment. And picks up diamonds, as does Maddie though. There's a gut shot draw to go with it.
A little surprised to see Maddie snap check here.
Yeah,
like,
again,
right? Some potential to
He's missing
put the
a trick
pressure
here
on.
that he just gets to be really aggressive.
I think so.
That's his big mistake I think we've seen on this bubble. Again, I can see why Saxton's betting because the book says bet. But in this situation...
In theory, you would check, because if you get check raised, it's a disaster.
Right. And also, you know, we've got king high diamonds. We're not going to make ace high diamonds fold anyway.
Right.
We can make flushes against smaller flushes and just don't want to open myself up. But again, Maddie just bombed it here. But I think maybe Saxton's making the adjustment. Hey, look, Maddie's not doing enough of that. So therefore, I can bet a little bit more freely. And wow, what a river card for him. River's the nuts.
Yeah.
Not often sets the nuts in this game.
And more than that, Demps, Maddie does river top pair.
Yeah.
Interesting to see what sizing Saxton goes with here. Going to want to elicit some crying calls.
Yeah, I think just as an exploit, we go
pot?
really small.
Yeah.
Maybe just go like 300 again.
Okay. Yeah, kudos to Saxton for recognizing that he's not getting put under pressure and finding that turn bet. It's going to end up working out beautifully.
It's in theory, if you put this in the old solver, 8 left on the bubble, 2.4 buy-in min cash, you're not supposed to bet anything really on the turn.
And he's gone very big.
Yeah, he's gone the other way, which is fair enough. He's in his mindset, he's thinking, well, Maddie's just either calling or not, regardless of bet size, which is a, you know, reasonable suggestion. And Maddie,
could he call?
Problem is, he's got the 9 jack of diamonds.
That's a very bad, very bad combo to hold.
Yeah, you want your opponent to hold those.
Blocking those missed draws.
Though, yeah, remember this went check on the flop, so he's not thinking he flopped a big hand, his opponent. So he's thinking, did he really turn something? Is he really going this size with 2 pair?
Right.
Is he really saying he's got a set of kings when I've got a king in my hand, but does make the fold?
I say nice laydown. It's you know, against a million when he's never going to bluff. Very often here we block the bluffs. Probably a more simple laydown than I referred to.
MPP kann nicht, egal was ich krieg.
Very impressive performance, Saxton, must be said. Showing his chops as we approach this final table. We're basically on Tussle watch at this point, Demps. The walls are closing in. We'll see if she can scale them. I believe she's in the big right now, Demps.
She is indeed.
So this could be it. 115k only behind. Is there any world in PLO? I presume not, where just any 4 they must go in?
I mean, maybe she looks at 3 deuces.
Okay. I'd like take the small blind instead. I just wonder.
Yeah, take the small blind and then you just win that and you get a couple more hands, but
right.
Yeah, it's Saxton with the fold. Maddie should just be obviously raising any 4 here, but it doesn't because he actually likes her.
Oh no!
If she survives, oh
no!
Here we go.
What a killer! Give her a walk. Are you sure they're dating? I hope you're sure.
Oh, she's found the aces!
Oh no!
She's found the aces. Boyfriend has put her all in on the pure bubble here in the MPP PLO high roller. As he should. Let's point this out. They may be dating, but in game integrity, they're clearly playing the game. If there was some sort of collusion going on, he would fold, but that would be terrible.
Okay.
Here we go then. Jessica is all in, but a 2-to-1 favorite double up and buy herself plenty more time at this table. In really good shape, really, because Lerner has an 8 and a 4 to her kickers.
Right.
About as good a shape as you can be with these aces. Finds clubs in the flop as well. Almost a lock on it.
So later,
he's hit the 5. Okay, so we got the
jack
5
or a 5. Jack or a 5 only.
Or 8 or 4. 8 or 4 will get her there.
Of course, because yeah.
Deuce is not one of those. Jessica about to double up on the pure bubble. Oh no!
Oh, it's an 8.
An 8 on the river. Oh dear.
No.
Oh dear. Jessica Tussle, pure bubble. Tries to hide the disappointment, but it is apparent, rightly so, and well, it might be a little frosty in whatever room number that is later.
Oh, what a brutal way to go, Demps. Also.
Yeah, finding the aces, forced all in from the big blind. Jessica Tussle is the bubble girl here in the MPP PLO high roller. And while the man who did it is her partner, that is going to be a little frosty later. There was nothing that could be done. The situation was the situation. Cards are cards. You often, Andrew, you know, you're often sat at the table with friends or people you have swaps with. You have to do what you have to do in this game. Game integrity, they showed it there. They played it straight up.
I would have walked my fiance, just to be clear. Just to be absolutely clear. There is no universe. I don't care about the integrity. I care about my health and overall well-being, James.
Well, there you go. You heard it first. Andrew Headley has no scruples.
Yeah, I don't care.
All right, guys. we have reached the PLO High Roller final table. Maddie taking the lead, one assumes, in the entire tournament, to the final table. These guys are going to go on a final table break, stroke dinner break. So guys, please take your break, set alarms. We've been told it's about 60 minutes until the final table, so don't stay with us. Please do go take a break, set an alarm. When you come back in exactly 60 minutes, we will have this final table going off with the likes of Ludo and a table you've just seen. And Dan Tang, of course, who we've not seen up until now, guys. We will see you very shortly.
Your unique journey starts now. Merit Starlit.
Welcome back, guys, to the Merit Royal Diamond here for the Mediterranean Poker Party. Although poker taking a back seat for the moment. We're having a little reprieve. We are going for another round of the Merit Poker Olympics, where today's task is, of course, the great game of chess.
Looking forward to it, Dan. It's going to be a lot less strain on us than the basketball. I'm still recovering. To be honest, I'm still sweating from it. This one, going to be a bit more relaxed. The rules are simple. You have to attack your opponent, capture his king, and then we're going to find out who the true king of poker commentary is, Dips.
Well, speaking of rules, of course, a bit like the poker, we want to speed this thing in through a little bit. So we are going to put a shot clock on this one. We've got 10 seconds per move, which, given the size of the board, maybe there is a little bit of sweating to come. But first, we must find out who draws white. Of course, a little advantage in chess to go first. Position the opposite to poker.
Okay.
So, Andrew.
All right.
I'm going to shuffle this bad boy behind my back.
All right.
You choose which hand white's in, you get to go first.
Okay. This one.
Ah, unlucky it's here.
Terrible, but we love it.
Right then, son. You ready to get taught a lesson?
Let's
All
go.
Right. Well, I'm running out of time already, so
come on then.
I'm just going to get this thing moving.
Is that it?
That's it. You intimidated?
I'm going bold.
Oh.
In for a penny, in for a pound, son. There we go.
I'm sending Queenie out to do a bit of work early doors.
Really?
I think so. I'm not sure. Yeah.
Go on. What's that? That can't be a strategy, a viable strategy.
I'm playing aggressive.
I don't even know what I'm doing, but it's going to be good morale. I have no idea what I'm doing. Oh, all right.
Putting it right on you.
Get out. Get in the mud.
Wow. Well, if you want it like that, you can have it like that.
Oh my God, look at this. You've been studying.
Have that, you fish.
Get away.
Interesting. Interesting.
Oof. Let's get you out of harm's way. Hurry up, come on, time. What the hell did I do? Seriously. Someone text me or something, like, properly struggling. Right. Oh, I'm absolutely dead. Wait, I might be stone dead. Oh wait, I gotta get rid of that. No, I can't. Oh yeah, I can. Because that'll take you. Get it around you. Oh, it's okay, I'm back.
Get it around you.
It's all right, I'm back. I'm heavily in the mud. Unlucky horsey. You're off to pasture. You're going to the glue factory. There's nothing for you. There's nothing left for you in this world.
There's nothing for you in this world.
There's nothing left for you. You're finished.
Come back here, my love.
Yeah. I don't know what to do.
Let's get the first check of the game.
Oh no, that means I'm absolutely humped. Okay, you're gonna have to go there. Otherwise I was dead. Right? Right?
Yeah. Check.
I mean, I'm absolutely shockingly bad.
If we're being honest, it's better than the basketball.
God, it's quite complicated, isn't it?
Christ, this one's heavy. He's a heavy horse. Not bet on him to win anything. Oh, we can go aggro.
Yeah, I'm going aggro, fuck it. Because if you want to take it, then I'll just take you.
I was hoping you weren't going to be aggro.
Your race is run. See you later. Alright, see you later. And then I have no choice but to dispense of the second queen.
Now we've got an open game.
Goodbye, darling. Goodbye, sweet princess. Look at him. Look, Pan. He looks stressed.
Come on.
You
know, poker, you pop a set, you look a bit nervous. Oh, a check. That's what's going on here.
Why have you done that?
Because I'm just aggressive. There's no logic to this.
Why would you do that?
Dun 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 dun.
Oh, that's okay. Oh no, that's not really great. Protect the king. Okay. Well, it's just.
We're trading pieces.
Yeah, we're going to be a draw.
This is a very aggressive game, it has to be said.
I foresaw this move.
My heavy horse.
I foresaw this move.
It's very heavy, that horse.
In fact, I did not foresee that exact move. Well done. I'm officially back. Oh no.
It was a failed move.
Okay.
You must retreat.
Brilliant. All right then.
The poor bastard. But there's always a plan B.
That's interesting. Nay bother, pal. We'll see you later.
Nay bother, pal.
Yeah, but that's okay. I mean...
Go to horsey heaven.
Oof. Oh, shit.
He just remembered the rules of the game.
Hey, listen, I'm kind of enjoying myself now. I'm in the mixer. Now, let's get you to safety, old chap. That's not good at all.
4 moves, 5 moves, maybe. He's a really good 6. Oh. Oh.
I saw you chirping to the camera. 4 moves or 5 moves, guys. I'm not gonna lie, it might be 4. All right, then, nothing to be done.
Nothing to be done but take that, little fella.
Get out. The moment is upon us.
We're getting this game. If I get him to the back line, becomes a queen.
What?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah. If you get a pawn to the back line.
You're at it.
So just, you know.
At it, man. Let's get after it then.
Good move, good move.
Thank you. I do know what to do. Big genius move coming.
Oh, hang on. Check.
But can't I just take it?
Well, you could if that was.
Ah, I would have saw it. Don't worry. Very sharky indeed.
We're now in the final throws.
Oh shit! Right, if I go there, you go there, and I'm dead.
Very final throws.
No, I wouldn't be dead.
No, you wouldn't be dead just yet. You just get closer to death.
Yeah, I'm feeling threatened. I think I have to go there.
Oh. All right, we can still do this.
All right. It's all speed now. It's all systems go. Oh no.
That was an
interesting
decision.
A huge misstep. It must be said, it was a big misstep.
I've got you here, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it feels like you've got me.
Check.
You can go diagonal. Full steam ahead, mate.
You can.
No guts, no glory.
Check.
No guts, no glory, mate. No.
The King of Scotland. His days are numbered.
They are.
I could just get this. No, I'm going to keep messing with you. Check.
Oh, brilliant. Well, whatever.
Pish off.
Oh, I'm dead.
Now we've got him pinned in there.
Yeah, I'm dead.
You can keep going back and forth. We're just marching to certain victory here.
Yeah, I can't do it.
I mean, a noble king would recognise, you know, time's up.
It is up.
And take his own life.
It is up.
I'll see if I can do this without him. I'll just get a queen. Where's Queenie? Come on in here, love.
That's not how it works, surely.
Come on in here, love.
All right.
Back you come.
Well done, James.
So, winner.
I'm not having that. I've got my pride.
Good game, my friend.
GG's. I did well for the first half.
You did very well. He did a lot better than I expected him to do. It took a little bit longer than we expected to do as well. You can't see the whole crew behind here in their black jeans and black t-shirts. They're sweating a little bit. Nearly as much as this man. You've gone it's as red as he was at the basketball.
I'm not made for the sun. It's the Mediterranean. It's beautiful. Well done, James. 2-0. I'll get you next time.
Yeah, time for some more poker, shall we?
Let's go. It'll be a minor irritation, that, to Savenkov. You know, thinking, right, this is my tournament now. Time to run riot.
Yeah, and this guy's just not letting me.
You do need the cards to play ball, not allow opponents to wake up with the big hands. Yeah, here we go. Even a hand as weak as 3-5 suited. This one's pretty out of line. You know, holding two of the kind of cards that you want your opponents to hold, of course. But regardless, people are going to have to find it, Demps. Going to have to find big hands.
Well, here's a big hand.
Oh, my word.
Ebby with 6 blinds. Looks down at the hooks. It's hits go to give them a 12. And a 12 he will. Obviously, made that amazing raise forward with 10s against 2 jacks. Has basically, I mean, assuming he loses that hand, which is the far more likely, he would have been out in 7th. Now here he is with 6 left. And going to be in with a chance to...
I mean, Savenkov's going to be very steamed here.
Get a spin. I mean, 9 million more.
I think we have to call. It's horrible. I think we got to flick it in.
Yeah.
We are up against enough, you know, ace, jack, ace, 10, ace, queen, ace, king combos, Demps, to be live enough. But it feels pretty gross. Yeah.
He does make the call. Here we go. Ebby with that great fold. Now with an 81% chance of getting up to 30 million chips with one more player out.
Yeah, Savenkov somewhat punished here for pretty out of line open, but as we said, your opponents are going to have to find something pretty big to get it in. And he's very live now, Demps.
Wow. Flops the open ender on the 8-7-6 board. Even has a backdoor heart draw. Maybe not enjoying the sweat.
Oh my word.
Wow, the needle card. He improves to a set, but it's a bad card for him. In that it gives Savenkov the flush draw to go with the straight draw.
Oh,
and it's a heart on the end. Wow, what a disgusting run out. Running hearts, the 3-5 suited, running down the 2 jacks of Ebay, who, fair play to him, does a lap with the table, gives his respect to all the players. He's going to leave with 17,100.
Very quick fold from Generalov.
Burton. Now we're 28,400 locked up. Are we?
Got to raise call this one.
Into the raise calling, yeah, that's what I was going for. Now obviously the shortest stack. Have the lowest risk premium. We're kind of tied shortest stack, but nonetheless, this is a plenty of hand, isn't it, to try and get some action with.
Yeah, I think it's. I'm kind of surprised.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I don't want to call it a mistake, but I think, you know, there's only a 7K pay jump, whereas the difference between 1st and 4th.
13K now, we're up to...
Oh, okay, sorry. My mistake. Oh, well, here we go. It's not going to matter, Demps.
What's Danka? Finds the Ninas. In fact, this is the helmet, is it not? The black 9s.
And here we go.
Huge flip.
Big,
I just said how Gosdank has kind of just got through this field without getting any dicey spots, but here he is playing a 56 million chip flip. A chance to knock out the man who was leading this tournament for such a long time. And if he does so, he will take 100 million into the three-handed battle.
Big moment.
Generalov, we did mention it earlier, he was going to just find his way into fourth.
About to ladder up to third here. Or is he? Not anymore.
High, 2 diamonds. Oh. Could you find a worse flop for those 2 nines?
1 out, Demps.
1 out and then still not there. 1 out and a brick needed. Well, there's the brick. Just need the 1 out now. That is not it. A double up. Near parity between these two now. 44 plays 56. Generalov back where he feels comfortable on the short stack.
Yeah.
Estoy impaciente, quiero comerte.
Quiero jugar, baby, 1 hora más.
Estoy impaciente, quiero comerte.
Quiero jugar, baby, 1 hora más.
Estoy impaciente, quiero comerte.
Quiero jugar, baby, 1 hora más.
Estoy impaciente, quiero comerte.
Quiero jugar, baby, 1 hora más.
Generalov, now with his newfound wealth, just gets to chill. He's the 2022-2023 Petanque World Champion. Kirill Burtin looking down at the 8-7 offsuit in the small. Let's see how he wants to approach this with that super active big stack behind. He is going to fire in the required chips to see a flop. Will Savenkov allow that? Probably will with this Jack-7 of hearts kind of hand that likes to check back.
I like check here. I think this hand's almost too good to shove. You know, very problematic seat now for Burtin.
Yeah.
Really puts him in a lot of dicey situations, having the chip leader on that direct left. Deciding, you know, we can't walk him every time. Does decide to limp with this one and outflops his opponent, Demps.
Nicely done. Gut shot for each as well. Enough to perhaps give Savenkov reason to go betting.
I think he will start stabbing Demps. Makes loads of sense. You know, target some of these king high, queen high, even potential ace high traps. You can get them to fold on a later street. Great spot. At the moment, at least, for Burtin. And what a turn. King of Hearts.
Here we go. Hold on tight. Savenkov picks up a flush draw. Swiftly bets half pot. And he's playing super fast now.
Yeah, I mean, pretty easy check call for Burtin here. You know, we're going to have the best hand a lot. We have that backup equity of the straight draw to go with our 8. We're going to be against an opponent who's going to find a lot of bluffs here still. An opponent shouldn't have that many king X, right? Do you know what I mean? Like Savenkov shouldn't be smashing this turn. So pretty comfortable check call turn. And here we go. The big decision point is coming. You'd imagine Savenkov always trebles this one, Demps, I think. Holding that 7. No, we can't win. Not ideal, of course, to have hearts, but sometimes you have to go for it. Yeah, I think I like it, even though we are bluffing with hearts. I think if you're going to choose a 2-heart combo, what do you reckon?
I'm at a loss, to be honest, at this point, Andrew. I mean,
fair enough.
I don't know how I'd range my opponent when they check call twice.
Yeah, I mean, he's not going to fold here. Hand's too
Yeah.
good. And Burton, just like that, just shows you how quickly this can change.
Yeah.
Essentially, pretty much joint chip lead once more. One part of the game that, you know, we all analyze it to death nowadays in modern poker, but pressure still pays. Savenkov, first little bit of resistance, basically, Demps. There we go. Gets him to fold queen deuce. Great timing. Godstanker, ace queen off.
This is a monster in most situations.
Feels like pretty easy shove.
Playing four-handed here. It is so good.
Yeah. Praying for a call, and he's going to get it, I think, Demps.
Yeah, Generalov made the fold before with ace-7.
Here
This
we
is a different
go.
situation. Flicks it in with the ace-8. He is up against it, the covered stack and the dominated hand. Kozanka, look at this. Like I say, it's the first time he's kind of found himself down on like a vulnerable stack in a long time. And now with a chance to not just pick up a bounty, but vault himself back up towards the other two stacks and make this a pretty even three-handed affair. Of course, he does just cover by 6 million. If he were to lose this one, he would be the one right on the bubble. Getting worried. Yeah, a lot of pips around the 8, but it is the 9-7. Generalov looking for lightning.
Oh, wow.
Ooh, here we go. It's brewing. A 10 and 8, 5. 10 live outs are in the deck. He starts with the same equity. He finishes with, but he finds the 8 on the end. A brutal blow to Godstanker, who is left with just 6 million in chips. Generalov lives again.
Still work to be done. Two stacks of around about 20 big stamps, a little bit more for Burton. Action back on Savenkov. Has another one of these hand stamps that could potentially open jam.
Yeah. What if you feel he needs to, or whether he's got them well trained enough that he doesn't have to? Like they're just not going to fight back enough.
Oh, he's limping again.
Again, all right.
I don't like it with this type of holding.
Yeah, I'd be curious to know what the theory is behind it, because he's got such a commanding chip position and has really bludgeoned these guys when he's tried. It's not like they've come up with some counter strategy and he's making an adjustment. No, he's going to stab his second pair when check 2, as he should on this King 8-7, but Burton with that gut shot and overs to the 8, finds Jin on the turn. See, Savenkov has not really had a misstep post-flop. See if he can find the check back here. It's a scary-ish looking card when you get check called. There we go.
Yeah, pretty nice check. You know, we're right.
Oh, wow.
My goodness.
Burton, how's your run out? Do you choose that yourself? Wow. Now, is there any way? Is there a possibility here he just goes really big and that sort of saves?
Yeah, this is really going to come down to river sizing.
Oh, he's going for like a far more standard small sizing, it looks like.
Yeah, I love this. It's going to induce a raise every time. Savenkov loving this.
Yeah, like how do you have ace-8 here? Like you limped in, bet flop, checked back, and now you just make some like BS-looking river raise. It's such an amazing spot to have the hand.
Yeah, credit to Burton here for not just getting too greedy. We are going to have some blocks. You know, with a hand like a 10. Potentially a weak king that wants to, you know, induce something.
Yeah. 20 million at the bet. Now, obviously, decision point flips back to Burton. And normally I'd advocate for, like, you know, you kind of want to preserve some chips. But surely in this spot, Savenkov just has a house at 0%.
Absolutely.
He's not checking back 2-pair.
No.
Oh, see, this is the thing. I think it's just an easy jam.
Tiredness potentially creeping in.
Savenkov is going to be shocked to see he got called and isn't good here. That's insane.
Welcome back, guys. We're here at the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel Spa, and today, basketball court. Where, Andrew, we have the first of a series of events coming up. You, myself, and Jay are going to be competing in the Merit Poker Commentator Olympics. And well, is this our game, Andrew? Task 1?
Probably not. I found myself with a basketball in hand. Last time, I believe, was in 1992. Back in the school days is the last time I held a basketball. We're going to get after it. The guys behind the scenes have decided. Merit Poker Olympics, James. Round 1, basketball. And then there's going to be more to come.
There are many more challenges to come. And just a quick idea of how we're going to do this. Obviously, whoever wins each challenge, whoever comes second, going to get more chips for a sit and go at the end where you, myself, and Jay will battle it out to see who is the ultimate commentator.
Absolutely. Right, guys, round 1, free throws. We've all seen it on the television. It looks very easy watching Steph Curry and the boys get it executed. We're going to have 5 throws each. And whoever makes the most shots, makes the most throws, James, is going to win round 1 of the basketball challenge.
You know, I'm confident that I'm only going to need 1. I think it's going to be a 1-0 victory.
I'm an elite sportsman. Look, this doesn't just happen, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get after it.
Okay, whether you go first or second?
Oh, we're doing with hands?
Yeah, but okay, I've got one hand open, one hand closed. Choose, what's that? They open or close?
Oh, I don't know. Just like show that one.
Huh? I've got nothing in them.
Oh,
like one hand open, one hand closed.
Well, which one do I need to pick?
You choose. Tell me which one's which.
And if I get it right, I get to choose.
You get to choose. You go
All
first.
Right. This hand is closed.
You're going first.
Did you film the back of him? You can't trust James Dempsey, ladies and gentlemen. That's one thing I'll say.
It's all secret. All right. You're going
I'm first, am I?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Set them up, boys.
Oh my God. Right, come on. No, be fair. Come on now.
A lot of pressure, this.
There is. I'm feeling it.
This will live forever on the internet.
Oh, it's a mile off.
Oh no. Okay, we got a northwesterly. That is, it's a northwesterly. Got to factor that in. It's a windy day here in the Med. It's not normally windy.
Oh yes, it's absolutely garbage. Love seeing it. Right, come on, Scotland. Come on, one time. This is the one.
Oh, there's a gust of wind there.
Get in! Oh! That was actually not a bad effort. Don't worry, I've got him. I've got him where I want him.
Oh no. I was expecting a gust of wind.
Just keep filming until we make one.
Where was the
Just
wind?
keep filming.
Is that 0-0 through 3?
0-0 through 3. Come
I said 1-0 might do it. I didn't say to who. Guys, we're not actually this bad. It's the wind. You can't not pick it up on the camera.
It might look warm.
Where are the trees? Where are the trees? There's no trees, that's why. They've all been blown over.
Right, make one. I actually support you here.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Because you want it to be over?
Yeah, make it. Oh no. We have to get after this. We got to do something about this. Our reputation's on the line. Okay?
Yeah.
Break.
Okay.
Oh, I had a chance.
Oh dear, he's got a chance to kill him off.
Oh! Well done. Nicely handled. Good stuff.
Yes! Come on, give me the chips.
Sorry, Dad. I failed you after all these years.
Sorry, Scotland.
Scotland, I'd like to apologise for absolutely nothing, as he said. No, it's Ireland. Never mind. Well done, James. Round 1. So, guys, now that we just wowed you with our prowess in the free throw challenge, well done, James. I'd like to say it was deserved.
It wasn't deserved, but I mean, like I said, I called it earlier. I said I was going to win 1-0. I won 1-0.
You did.
It was a very poor quality match, but now it's time for revenge for you, perhaps. Perhaps.
Time for 1-on-1.
Tete-a-tete, head-to-head.
Tete-a-tete, head-to-head. It's going to be me running at James with the ball, hoping for the best.
No elbows.
No elbows.
See any elbows?
Keep it all above
the waist.
The waist. Anything else is allowed.
I'm just going to shoot from here because I'm really good.
You're tall.
Oh.
Thank God. You can catch the ball. That's about it.
It's better if we run. Oh. Ah, come on, get that ball to me.
Okay, let's go.
You can't grab that ball. You got to grab this ball, not my balls.
You can't get past me. I'm a machine. Oh, very high risk.
Oh, he's done me! He's turned me!
Get in!
Oh! He turned me! Right.
Straight it from there.
I've seen this on the TV.
Where are you going? Oh! Oh, you're fucked now. That's travelling, isn't it?
I don't know. There's no rules in this game. We're playing merit rules, motherfucker! Oh. Oh, he's the big man. Oh, he's spun him.
Oh, the ball's still live.
Oh, he's called it.
Love seeing it.
Oh, he's not.
That was beautiful. Where's the justice?
Andrew.
Draw?
Let's chop it up.
Tie.
Draw.
We'll take it.
A non-score draw, even. A very low score draw.
It's a draw.
All right, guys, that's the end of round 1 of the Merit Commentator Olympics. And it was a resounding victory for who, Andrew?
A comprehensive victory, 1-0 from a possible 20 baskets. James Dempsey takes round 1. I will say well done, my friend, but I will come back stronger, fitter, angrier, and ready for round 2 of the Merit Olympics. Here we go, Demps. King 8 suited, 7 bigs.
Yeah.
He's been here many times before. Can he do it again?
This has to be a jam, surely.
Yeah. Yeah.
Jam it is.
The old half stack of root. Well, here we go.
Savenkov finds an ace, rips it in. They are going to run it for all of Generalov's chips. He is the one, of course, at risk, and he is the one with the weaker holding at the moment. Needs a king, an 8, some clubs, something. He needs help. Kirill Burton, the interested observer. And we'll be very happy to see a 10-5 four-board. He and Savenkov are just 2 cards away from a heads-up encounter. Generalov, though, has shown the cockroach ability so far today. Oh, wow. He's found an 8. Has he really done it again? Has he really done it again?
He may well have done so, James.
No way.
One to come.
Just needs to fade an ace or a 7. And he'll be back in the game. Oh, no. They teased him. They gave him an 8 on the turn, but it is the ace on the river that will send Generalov off to the rail. $41,210 to the good. But that is where his incredible survival run ends. Imagine if we miss breakfast.
Don't worry.
Imagine if it goes on.
You're going to be okay.
Well, then there's always late breakfast and then lunch.
Big
We could be here at 4 p.m. when lunch closes.
Aye, aye, please no. Oh my goodness, this could be it.
This really could be. Well,
could be going in.
Yeah. Makes sense for it to go in,
I think it will go in. Based on how we've seen Savenkov play. No.
He shows restraint.
Finds the restraint. Suppose it's 29 bigs, which is not insubstantial.
And a board that should slow both players down. Neither like seeing this ace, deuce, 8 board.
Yeah, Burton probably comes with 1 big blind. It would make a lot of sense to me.
Yeah.
Just go for that small bet. And Savenkov, 3 to straight. Probably got to call 1 demps. Heads up. Very difficult to make a pair. I think this would be an overfold if he makes it. Don't get me wrong, it's not exactly appealing, but we can turn a very disguised set. We can take this pot of showdown when our opponent shuts down. 9 of clubs turn. Decision point for Burton. You know, Savenkov can still have a bunch of ace-X at 29 effective. You know, you don't just 3-bet jam ace-6 off, ace-7, ace-8. They can all feasibly just call. So we can go one of 2 ways. You can seek value from an 8, some king highs. You know, hands like a 10 jack of clubs, right? That floats 1. Like, there's going to be a bunch of these hands in there. Yeah, it looks like he's going to land on that option.
Right, bet now. Make life easier on the river.
Sure.
Get some value.
Yeah, it looks like half pot.
Protect his bluff range as well, of course, by widening it up here with some other value combos. I like it.
Yeah, very interesting this, because it is a spot where, of course, Savenkov is going to be aware. It doesn't look like he has many ace-X.
Wow, look at this.
Yeah, so feels compelled to get sticky. I can kind of see it.
I'm a little surprised he's got sticky with a hand as unplayable as these 2 3s, because there's just so many bad river cards. That's one of them, because your opponent barreling maybe some... There we go, just swift check back as we knew it'd be. But yeah, some of the barrels just have so much equity against 2 3s.
Look at this. All of a sudden, we're basically neck and neck.
Play with an increase to 2 mil, 4 mil.
Wow, we're really making it to the 2-4 milli level.
Seems reasonable kind of spot where when we were discussing this tournament earlier, I was like, that's the kind of the level where I'd be surprised if it didn't finish in. But then we played 7-handed for so long, it's not that surprising that we got so deep before getting to heads up. But eventually the blinds catch up. And these two, okay, we haven't seen a big clash yet, but they're clearly the kind of guys who are willing to put it in. There was potential with the 3s v queens, but it wasn't a slam dunk and wasn't taken.
Yeah, going to be a clash of sorts here. I like this from Savenkov. You know, sort of, it's been that very awkward 35 big blinds realm or so. It feels like too much to jam. You don't want a 3-bet call ace-8 off. Get some deception in there by just calling pre. Induce some c-bets on a board like King 8-3. Easy continue, of course, for Savenkov. Goes with call. Always very tricky boards, these, for a hand like Queen 9. Because you just end up barreling off into a king, right, on a lot of the time, or mate. Especially this card. Savenkov could lead here, Demps. You do see it a lot on this middle card pair.
And that's what he's done. You've called it. I like it.
I like it too. You know, you're still going to get value from pocket pairs. Even some ace highs can still get curious. Hands like 3x, pocket 4s all the way up through the realm of pairs. King X, never going to fold. Don't allow it to check back.
Yeah.
Looks good. I think we got to give this one up. You know, like hands that continue flop that we can beat are going to be hands like Queen High, right? Queen High with backdoors, like Jack 9 of hearts or something like this, wrapping around the 8 and the king. We block it.
Hello.
Yeah, this is spice. Oh my goodness, he's raising.
Wow. And for the second time, Savenkov is sitting there with 3 8s and an ace kicker and being raised. This time, he has the old 100%.
Yeah, I mean, this shocked me, won't lie, Demps. Struggling to see the rationale behind this one.
Right.
You know, I just don't really know what we're achieving.
And like Savenkov is playing this one a beaut, throws in the time extension, genuinely looks pained at this one. And to be fair, he genuinely is pained because he's thinking, wait, what hand are you raising with here? He gets to like tap into the sort of true emotions of being perplexed by the raise, and by doing so kind of portray a little weakness.
Yeah, such a strange decision to raise here from Burton in terms of, I think when we're raising here, Demps, like we're mega polar now to like trips and bluffs almost, it feels like. Like I just don't see a king raising turn really ever.
Right.
Unless it wants to set its own price, like king queen or something.
Or it's just, you know, these guys have shown creativity. Maybe he is doing because we don't expect to see it. So it's levels upon levels.
Well, Burton is going to need to level himself off the cliff's edge, and does manage to find a way to do so.
Yeah, that was he found the brakes a little late, but
he did.
Yeah, they worked just in time.
Cards back in the air. Here we go. Big hand for Burton. Ace-10 off. I did say nothing good ever happens, Demps, but he is heads up with it.
He's heads up and be looking to try and get all the chips in the best way possible. Whether deciding to raise... Oh, hello. Oh, wait. I think he's... wants to see a count.
I mean, it's going in, Demps.
Yeah, just a question. Does Savenkov ever, like...
3-bet call for sure.
3-bet induce.
3-bet call. Hand is way too strong to jam. You want to give your opponent the chance to 4-bet rip some stuff we dominate.
Right.
Oh, no, he does just jam. Here we go.
Through the front door button. Finds it easy. Just throws in a chip for a call. and is a marginal favorite to take the big lead in this match. If he can hold, he will have the 190 million against 50. However, if Savenkov can convert this very pretty looking king, queen of clubs, then he will be our first champion of the series.
Wow, what a moment.
Two guys who played great up till now. Wow, that's how you do it. That's how you get it done, Andrew Headley. King, king, queen, flop. No messing about. Drawing to just running aces. Wow. What an incredible flop to finish this tournament on. That is insane. Kirill Burton out in second place. The man who did the heavy lifting early on in this final table. Perhaps a little shell-shocked in the way that one ran out.
I'm shell-shocked.
He's taking home 57,800. He's got a smile on his face. Wow. It's kind of absurd. But there is your winner. Our man. Flopping a boat.
What a way to
no less. Savenko just
drilled it.
Drilled it. Just took over this final table halfway through. $85,000 for him. And, of course, a whole host of bounties.
Estoy impaciente, quiero comerte.
Quiero jugar, baby, una horas más.
Estoy impaciente, quiero comerte.
Quiero jugar, baby, una horas más.
Estoy impaciente, quiero comerte.
Quiero jugar, baby, una horas más.
Estoy impaciente, quiero comerte.
Quiero jugar, baby, una horas más.
Action back round to Burton.
Yeah, loving it, isn't he? Very much involved. Raising this one up with an unknown hand until now. But it is the ladies. We'll see how to raise fold the last hand. Here's the man who 3-bet him.
Oh, and he sent it in, Demps.
Yeah, he's got him. Whoa, I say he's got him.
Don't know what he has yet.
Oh.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, the same action as the last hand. Look at this. We see the open from Burton with 2 queens. Melchizedek with a very, very reasonable 3-bet jam him. Slam dunk with ace-king. And given that he did this last hand with king-queen-o, now waiting behind, wondering.
My goodness, you would imagine this is not Hollywood. This stage of the tournament. It does get out of the way, Demps.
Is that a call? No, call.
Here we go. Of course, snaps it off. 2 top-of-range hands, James.
Top of range.
Absolutely. Cutoff versus button. 2 monster holdings.
This is pretty sick for Melchizedek that he could be 1-2 punch out of this one, having had 16 million 2 hands ago.
Big flip developing. It is the classic.
Yeah, this is the flippy of flips. King 6 straight. There it is. Finds a partner. No diamond. Backdoor joy for Burton. Just the queen will do it. With one pull to come. Just thinking, Andreas. We hear the music.
I know, I'm
jiving in the background. Like, if you're the one all in there with 2 outs to come, and everyone's silent, and you just got this like happy, cheery tune going, I don't know, that might
put you on tilt.
That might send me over the edge. Like, no one's ever hit a 2-outer to that music. Based in Grenoble, I believe. You know, the foot of the French Alps.
You know, I'm just having a bit of fun with it.
I know you are.
Mont Blanc.
I'm just getting
Mont Blanc, that's one.
Mont Blanc is a mountain. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
There's a lot of mountains in France that begin Mont, as it happens.
Yeah.
Coincidentally, of course.
Hence why I made the joke. I'm one step ahead of you, Dems. Speaking of being one step ahead, Melchizedek has been one step ahead of the competition so far. Getting after it, ace-9 under the gun. Fairly reasonable, you know, to open here. Lots of sort of medium to short stacks that will only have one move. So using that ace blocker, gonna come in for an open. In a fold round to the big blind, Burton. Lots of shallow stacks now, in fact, Demps, with that blind jump. You know, 5 or 6 players at the table working with 24 bigs or below. Burton, we get to sweat with Melchizedek, and Burton with an unknown hand. 9-7-6, very much a texture that connects with the big. And you will see some donking. Does look at his chips, James. Yeah, and here it comes. Certainly a trend in modern poker. You will see a lot of leading here on these 3-card straight completing boards. Melchizedek might rip it here, Demps. I could see it. Backdoor nut flush draw, top pair, top kicker, very vulnerable holding.
Right, it's a situation where he just doesn't know what the bad cards are on the turn, does he? Yeah, there are a lot of them. Hand rates to be the best right now, but I think it does make the committing raise.
Really impressed with him so far. Just seems super attuned to what's going on. Has decided to go for the raise call, James, instead of shove.
It's effectively the same thing, right? When we're talking about this stack depth, isn't it? Making it 5 million. I mean,
oh wow.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Burton tables what looks to be
8-9.
Is that 8-9? I
think he might.
Oh, it's top pair with an open ender.
Yeah, it is.
So Melchizedek has got his man to stick it in here with effectively just the straight draw on the live card, looking to pair up for the 2-pair. So again, in the best spot, in a monster pot. There's 26 million chips in this one.
Huge.
As we see the 8 roll off. Now, of course, there are chop outs. And, of course, the ace would still do it for Melchizedek. But all of a sudden, he is bang up against it. And that's where he remains. Everything was going so right for this man. But now, all these chips moving to Burton.
Always frustrating, of course, when you try and execute said limp. Don't get to C3. Round 2, God's Danker. Pocket 6s. +1. Very likely to be in there with this one.
Yeah, man doesn't need 2 6s to enter a pot. So already a Jack 6 suited from this sort of seat. course, it was the 2/6s that he did the damage against earlier with his ace-9 offsuit when he came out with a rather creative turn at check-raise bluff with the lone ace of spades. Stoica finds the 10s. Here we go. Gonna get to rip this one in for 11 blinds. And one assumes, given the bounty nature of this, given that Gozdanka's had a little sand thrown in his face, that he may elect to just run. Burton wakes up with the hooks behind. Stoica, how cold is this?
My goodness.
And now Burton with a real decision point here, right? He gets to call here and allow Gozdanka to perhaps go bananas behind. Does he call here and just fold if Gozdanka goes bananas behind? Because, hey, like, I have to have a pretty strong hand here, cold calling 11 blinds.
Right.
Does he ever click it to sway Gozdanka, or is the nature of the fact that the 3-bet is to 11 blinds big enough already?
I think 50, right? We're 50 big blinds here, effective. Jack's probably strong enough to just rip it in.
Wow, okay.
I think it's very close, James. I think if we have 40 here, we wouldn't call and then fold to jam. I think
Let's see.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has sort of gone for the clicky.
Pass.
6 pass.
Marcus Jatin would have had a decision. Instead gets saved. Gabisa.
Oh my goodness.
Wow. Well, this is grim because he was loving the action until now with just that shallow stack in the big blind. And this may factor into this, right? You think, all right, because Danka's gone after this big blind. Because it's a shallow stack, we are playing a bounty.
Right.
So, Stoica probably plays his hand as the value range that it is. Because, hey, he's only got 11 blinds himself, doesn't have much fold equity. But Burton could be that little bit lighter with that in mind.
Yeah.
The fact that Gozdanka is raising here with a really high frequency.
And there's just so much money in the pot. I mean, we have 7 blinds, James. Of course, ace-queen figures to be in a lot worse shape than it is. We can see it's in fantastic shape against these 3 holdings.
Yeah, I think he's just going to look at this. And
we only have 1 time bank, by the way, James, I think. So
wow.
He's not got long to make this critical decision.
I think
might time
just
out here.
Kind of cry fold this one. Yeah, I like it. I like it. Obviously, we can see that in this instance, he would have wanted to be in there. Gozdanka's showing, hey, look, I wasn't in with nothing. Stoica's going to get the very bad news.
It just feels like ace-queen wins this hand every time as well. There's just going to be no justice.
Yeah, well, if that's the discussion going on there, Burton kind of looking in Gabisa's direction.
What a spot for Burton for a bounty and to get to around 40 million.
10's alive, hence the 27% equity. We see it there. There are 2 10s left in this deck as we head to the turn. He's happy with the ace-queen so far. Wouldn't have got there.
Yeah, desperate to see another brick. Can Stoica find one of the remaining 10s?
No, he can't. Wow, what a collection of hands. Because Marcus Jatin had ace-jack of diamonds in there. Gabisa had ace-queen of clubs. We had 2 jacks, 2 10s, and 6s.
My head shape doesn't suit a cap, you see.
Like I say, Gabisa, this man's not come from the Mediterranean. this man's, yeah, I don't know what's going on. He's ready to go to Sterling, as you mentioned before.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like a lumberjack look.
I like it. I like the shake.
Now, Rudsar in the cutoff. Ace, queen, very big hand, of course. 16 big blinds effective. Likely to play this one as a raise call, James, but he does decide just to ship. Interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, and here we go, Dems.
Wow. Not against Melchizedek
Oh,
again.
it's a stone cooler. Melchizedek. Seen these guys tangling all night long. The final battle potentially about to get underway. Super unfortunate for Rudsar here to run into a better hand. Cutoff versus small. And if he does not improve, James, gonna be out of here in 13th place.
Yeah, this is just cruel on Rudsar that it's gonna potentially finish this way. He's been dealt a couple of rough spots. One hand maybe, we feel, was of his own making, but this is a tough one. Nothing on the board. Of course, not to overlook the fact that Melchizedek only has 1.9 million back himself. This is effectively the pair of them all in. Whipping for stacks. But the flippers have resulted in just 3 outs with 1 pull. Can Rudsar find it? He can't. Queen, not enough. Melchizedek with another big all-in pot. Late night finish last night at 4 AM. Come back today at midday.
I don't understand what they're doing that table. No, they're just cheap giving.
Round to Constantine.
Cheap dumping.
Another one of these mediocre hand stamps, but is openable. We have seen these sort of 20 big blind stacks shy away from these sort of weak mid-range ace-X. Problematic that you are raising into the chip leader's big blind, right? Something to consider.
They put 2 here, actually.
Yeah, let's get out of the way.
First and second. Oh, one. We were 3 tables back then.
Another big hand in the small blind.
Yeah.
Now, can God's Danker find the trickiness? I would like to see limp here a lot, Demps. I think the big blind we've seen, he's going to attack very aggressively. Whether God's Danker agrees with my appraisal.
He does.
It would appear that he does. Oh,
wow.
My goodness.
Wow, 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 wow. They needed far less hand than this to get these in. But as it is, surely we're going to see a big showdown here as Burton going to raise up over this limp and God's Danker with the true value in pocket jacks as a limp raise hand, one suspects. Is there any way he does anything like clicky?
I like click. I like click for sure. This is one of these, you know, where Burton is going to isolate lots of trash stamps, right? And lots of hands, you know, that are strong and that could... Oh, he's gone very big.
He's gone big, yeah.
5.5x. Wow. Okay, probably no clicking now. Don't think we're going to click over this size too often.
All in a snap, and we have the biggest pot we've seen thus far. 44 million chips in the middle. In the most classic of scenarios, Ace-King versus the 2 jacks. Obviously, we're cheating a little bit today, Andrew. We see the percentages down to just 41 for Burton by virtue of some of the folded cards. So God's Danker in great shape here to double up and basically switch stacks. Here we go.
Does not want to make a set, Demps. Blank 3 of clubs turn. Does cancel those jacks as outs for Burton. Looking for an ace or a king.
Not to be. The 10 pairing the river. We'll see God's Danker retake the chip lead here at our feature table. Good afternoon. But you're probably not joining us from LA, so maybe they are.
I would.
Those in Vegas.
Mediterranean poker party, mate.
Get in the mix.
There we are, still 7-handed here. Opening event of the 2024 MPP. 1K Luxon Pay Mystery Bounty final table. And here we go. First look at a real hand in a while. Pocket queens for Savenkov. UTG1. They come in for the raise to 2.5. And here we go. Another potential spot. That was very fast, Demps. Skutladze makes the call with ace-jack off, and here we go. Ebby on the button, pocket tens. Potential disaster, Demps, depending on how quickly he plays this hand. 35 bigs.
Yeah, it feels... I could see him going two ways.
Yeah, and here we go. I was going to say, it feels like a spot that we could even potentially jam, not so much at finals.
Yeah.
You know, in normal tournament poker.
We have to be concerned still. I'm surprised it's gone quite this size. I might have gone smaller because we kind of like...
Yeah, this is
you want to hear,
big.
you can ask a question of Savenkov for far fewer chips than this.
Agreed.
And then maybe you still, like, maybe get Skutladze to do something crazy with 8s or 9s. I don't know. I think I'd rather just see this be like a 7.5, 8, but we're nitpicking here.
Yeah. Does land on a shade over 8 blinds.
Yeah, once Skutladze's peeled, it feels like a mandatory 3-bet, right? I think before that, you could even argue, just because of the chip situation the way it is, that maybe you just flat call 10s on the button against a +1 open.
Yeah.
Bear in mind, though, of course, it was Savenkov who opened, was it not, before, when Ebby found the 3-bet with 6-7 suited. So it's kind of like he has 3-bet him already once in this spot. A little different this time around, of course. And now the interesting spot, I guess, for Savenkov. Does he just, I guess with queens, have to run it right?
I think
he can't
we're
be
just all
loving
in,
it.
Demps. I think we're just all in.
I mean, so often here you're all in against ace-king or something and playing a monstrous flip with 7 left, which is not what you want to do, but at the end of the day...
Does burn through another time bank. Yeah, when you get called here, typically you're either dead or flipping.
I love this cap.
This is going to be grim for Ebby if Savenkov does put it in. And there he goes, sends the chips in.
Yeah, I mean, Ebby just hating
so
life.
gross,
You
so
kind of
gross.
made a value/protect 3-bet with these 2 10s. You weren't bluffing, but you kind of have to fold, and that always feels a little bit grim. And you know, with that previous action, an orbit or so before where you 3-bet him, kind of feels like, well, I've actually got it this time, but I guess I still have to actually fold.
Yeah, optimistic here, I think. To think that Savenkov will shove with a worse hand that isn't ace-king. Right? Like ace-queen, is it really ripping it in? Sometimes you have to tap the table and say nice hand if they do find that jam.
If somehow this is like, if it is like the once every so often ace-5 suited, there we go, the solver bait as they like to call it, then so be it. You've got me. You've outplayed me. It happens.
Faintly grim spot indeed for Ebby. Yeah, it does make the right decision. Well played hand by all.
What a huge pickup for Savenkov.
Yeah.
Andrew, beaming this to you from the Merrick complex. It's such a complex. There are so many tunnels and corridors and whatnot, but me and Andrew are actually in a separate building, although the same building, given we traverse underground between them. But we are in the Royal
I still have no
This is
idea
in the
where I'm
Royal
going.
Diamond. The tournament's in the Royal Diamond. We're in the Royal,
right?
Which is the original offensive. In the soon-to-be-opened Onyx setup. I mean, this commentary booth is, well, unused until today. We have broken her in.
Yeah.
And it's nice in here. As we said, we've got some fantastic setup in here. Nice little info screen. We've got our own little tournament clock in here.
It kind of reminds me of a panic room, James. I'm going to lie. That doesn't reflect on my personal circumstance, just to be clear.
I mean, the air conditioning.
It's like a padded room. If they lock this door from the outside, we may never get out.
I think we can climb out through the air conditioning ducts. Looking up.
I can't get up there.
Well, that's true.
You may be able to. I'm under it. Forget. Did you not see my vertical leap at the basketball today?
I'll come back for you.
Okay, I'm sure you would. Ebby. I'm kind of loving how Ebby is just sort of saying, you know what, I'm going for this.
Yeah.
You know, like pocket fives here, middling stack under the gun. I think normal theory, we probably let this one go with 2 big stacks behind us. Not a bit of it. As does Godstanker. Defends the 7-4 suited. And here we go. 8-7-7. Godstanker flops, trips.
He's back. Godstanker finds it.
This could be trouble, James, right, for Ebby.
It could be a good
there's a lot of draws.
Right, and I mean, it's a good-looking flop. Oh, but he likes to check it back, recognizing that this isn't really his texture, even though he has a kind of hand that wants to bet someone for protection. Godstanker improving as if he needed it to a boat, whilst Ebby picks up that inside straight draw. Now, does Godstanker find the bet? He does. With so many draws on board, I like this. Fast play. Ebby going to have either a hand that just folds, or a lot of hands are going to want to call at least one, and potentially 2 on brick rivers. Here we go. The call is made. 2.5 more. Finds the middle. We've got 13 million chip pot. Heading to a brick river. That is about as good as it gets for Godstanker. He's thinking, hey, I'm up against a lot of ace highs here. And maybe some of these pocket pairs, even some over pairs that want to check back on this flop for deception.
Absolutely. How big will he go, James? Pretty
like
big.
Yeah, about half pot.
Yeah, quite like this. You know, we can get some hero calls. Hasn't gone too greedy. Very easy here to really bloat this river.
It's kind of fun because he does get to have a lot of those bluffs. Like a lot of gut shots, open-ended, missed heart draws.
I mean, I think as played, Demps, we have a pretty clean bluff catch. Don't hold a 9 or a 10 or a jack. Don't hold a heart.
Right.
We have gotten to this river, you know, with a pretty... Like, we're relatively high up our check-back range, right? Check-back, call turn, get to the river with a pair. It's going to be very difficult to fold here for the price. Doesn't feel great.
Yeah,
there are so many misdraws that we do unblock all of them.
Very tough spot for him. I'm with you. I wouldn't be surprised at all to see a call, and I wouldn't fault it either.
I think you'll call here.
I think we can fold now. Obviously, the missed hearts we might have had, and like the ace highs can fold. But yeah, especially if we're like c-betting like the 9s plus at a really high frequency, then suddenly what are the weak hands we have? Like maybe we have some 8x that checks back. Yeah, he has made the call, and like I say, I don't hate it at all. Get shown the boat. A little overkill. Cards find the muck. Here we go. Godstanker joins the big boys with 45 million in chips.
But yeah, of course, 3-bet, never going to be a bad thing.
Here we go, Burton with a big one.
All of a sudden, Ebby did make that Magnificent raise fold, but we are left with 6 BBs. Generalov. It's so tough because even now you don't really get to defend and just try and flop a piece because you have Gabdulin and Ebby that have basically the same stack as you, right? So like 2 million here is so valuable to your chip stack.
Yeah.
I think he may fold this stamps based on what we've seen from him so far, and it'd be hard to fault it.
Yeah, I like the fold here. Feels grim, but
I mean, the problem with these spots also is that there are actually reverse implied here against a player like Burton. Like, he's going to open Queen 8 suited, right? He's going to open King 7 off. You know, hands, you know, that we have a hand that you normally expect to be very live against, you know, normal ranges, so to speak. But Burton is not afraid. I mean, I wouldn't put it past him just to open the 8-9 suited here, Demps, right? All this type of stuff.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah.
It's a great point.
So it's not like when we flop a piece that it's always clean.
Yeah.
And Gabdulin's going to be in the big blind next hand, right? It's going to chop him down. Is this a prudent use of your time banks? It's going to defend, though. We're working with 2/3 pot back. Would be a nice time to flop something.
There we go.
And he does.
Now, given that the ICM situation, is this a spot where...
I think we donk shove this one for sure.
We just shove or do we check?
Yeah.
I like that, just given the ICM.
I don't think Burton can fold here either.
Snaps it
Got to
off.
flick it in. Just like that, Generalov, 75% favorite here to find that double.
Wow, and how patient has this man been?
Yeah, unreal. Very clean turn.
Just got a fade 6. Diamond would be a good card. He's not wrong. Diamond it is. Double up. Generalov suddenly in the mix. 27 million chips.
Welcome to Mediterranean Poker Party.
Boop, boop. What a tremendous beginning of Mediterranean Poker Party. The brand new, huge poker stage was built. It's TV time. Don't forget the main thing that unites nation. A bunch of poker events running now.
And I'm from Norway.
Turkey, Australia,
The Netherlands, Lebanon,
France, Bulgaria,
Venezuela.
Belarus,
Iran, Ukraine,
Austria, Serbia,
Russia,
Germany, Armenia, Hungary, Kazakhstan,
Italy,
Greece, Romania,
Moldova,
Scotland, Poland,
China,
Spain,
Sweden,
England,
Georgia, Yahanna.
Mexico, Croatia, USA,
Lithuania.
Clock ticks towards the 2.5 million big blind level, Demps. We can't make it that far, surely.
Oh, we're getting to
We
2.5
actually
million.
might now.
Oh, with 7?
I mean, with 7.
Oh, no. I'm sticking my neck out on the line. I said, we can't do it. I said we probably, I think I gave a caveat. I think I was like, very unlikely on the 1 or 2. There's no way we do another level with 7 players.
I mean,
I suggested to you earlier, I think that, you know, once we get to the 2.5 million big blind level, that's kind of like where you can see the tournament finishing. You know, between this level, that level, the 3 million big blind level, that's about where you could see it ending. With still 7 players left. I mean, what is going on? Got Zanka.
Absolutely crazy.
Ace 10. He's going to pop it up from under the gun. They keep giving him an ace every hand. It's a good situation to have.
Sure
Sometimes they
it
give him
is.
2. Oh, Gabdula now with 2 jacks. Here we go. Just got the double up. Now gets a 3-bet jam spot. He's going to be very happy to take.
Yeah, these jacks going to look like aces. There's been that card dead. Very nice spot to find.
Yeah, I mean, 13.5 blind, they are aces. I like this little difference to the one we saw before where we saw a snap 3-bit jam. He does burn the time bank, even though he knows full well he will be jamming. There is no other course of action here.
14 million.
Okay, the committal. It's the same thing.
Just in case we find a jam behind.
Yeah, you get a rejam behind, and then the original razor sticks it in, and same thing.
Oh!
Well, here we go. We are going to find the jam behind.
Wow.
Savenkov being dealt the goods. 2 queens up against the 2 jacks of Gabdulin. The man he just doubled up, looking for instant redemption. Wow. Here we go. Going to do some posturing as well, of course, himself. And he is going to raise it up again himself, clicking it, making it 24. We've got some cutesy stuff going on here. But of course, Kodstanka now could only ever put this in with the absolute top of top. And that's not what he has.
Very unlucky here for Gabdulin.
Well, let's see.
Insanely though, Demps, if he wins this pot, finds a jack, he's going to take the chip lead.
There is just 1 jack remaining. You see that reflected in the stats here. Down to just 13%.
Stand-up equity has been activated.
Yeah, this is a good time to do that, I think. In this long 7-handed battle, we see a King 8-6 board. Clubs, no use to Gabdulin as both hold 1. We are in the Mediterranean. He needs to find that fish hook. 2 of hearts. Five of spades on the end, taps the table. Eventually, something had to crack. In this case, it was our man, Damir Gabdulin, out in 7th, winning 14,300.
Your unique journey starts now. Merit Starlit.
It'll be a minor irritation, that, to Savenkov. You know, thinking, right, this is my tournament now. Time to run riot.
Yeah, and this guy's just not letting me.
You do need the cards to play ball, not allow opponents to wake up with the big hands. Yeah, here we go. Even a hand as weak as 3-5 suited. This one's pretty out of line. You know, holding 2 of the kind of cards that you want your opponents to hold, of course. But regardless, people are going to have to find it, Demps. Going to have to find big hands.
Well, here's a big hand.
Oh, my word.
Ebby with 6 blinds. Looks down at the hooks. It's hits go. to give them a twirl, and a twirl he will. Obviously, made that amazing raise forward with 10s against 2 jacks. Has basically, I mean, assuming he loses that hand, which is the far more likely, he would have been out in 7th. Now here he is with 6 left, and gonna be in with a chance to.
I mean, Savenkov's going to be very steamed here.
Get a spin. I mean, 9 million more.
I think we have to call. It's horrible. I think we got to flick it in.
Yeah.
We are up against enough, you know, ace, jack, ace, 10, ace, queen, ace, king combos, Demps to be live enough. It feels pretty gross. Yeah.
He does make the call. Here we go. Ebby with that great fold. Now with an 81% chance of getting up to 30 million chips with one more player out.
Yeah, Savenkov somewhat punished here for pretty out of line open, but as we said, your opponents are going to have to find something pretty big to get it in. And he's very live now, Demps.
Wow. Flops the open-ender on the 8-7-6 board. Even has a backdoor heart draw. Maybe not enjoying the sweat.
Oh my word.
Wow, the needle card. He improves to a set, but it's a bad card for him. In that it gives Savenkov the flush draw to go with the straight draw.
Oh,
and it's a heart on the
goodness.
end. Wow. What a disgusting run out. Running hearts, the 3-5 suited, running down the 2 jacks of Ebai, who, fair play to him, does a lap of the table, gives his respect to all the players. He's going to leave with 17,100.
Very quick fold from Generalov.
Burton. Now with 28,400 locked up, are we?
Got to raise call this one.
Into the raise calling, yeah, that's what I was going for. Now obviously the shortest stack at the lowest risk premium. We're kind of tied shortest stack, but nonetheless, this is a plenty of hand, isn't it, to try and get some action with.
Yeah, I think it's. I'm kind of surprised.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I don't want to call it a mistake, but I think, you know, there's only a 7K pay jump, whereas the difference between 1st and 4th.
13K now. We're up to.
Oh, okay, sorry, my mistake. Oh well, here we go. It's not going to matter, Demps.
What's Danka? Finds the Ninas. In fact, this is the helmet, is it not? The black 9s.
And here we go.
Huge flip.
Big.
I just said how Gosdanka's kind of just got through this field without getting any dicey spots, but here he is playing a 56 million chip flip. A chance to knock out the man who was leading this tournament for such a long time. And if he does so, he will take 100 million into the 3-handed battle.
Big moment.
Generalov, we did mention it earlier, he was going to just find his way into 4th.
About to ladder up to 3rd here. Or is he? Not anymore.
High, 2 diamonds. Oh. Could you find a worse flop for those 2 9s?
1 out, Demps.
1 out and then still not there. 1 out and a brick needed. Well, there's the brick. Just need the 1 out now. That is not it. A double up. Near parity between these two now. 44 plays 56. Generalov back where he feels comfortable on the short stack.
Yeah.
Estoy impaciente, quiero comerte.
Quiero jugar, baby, una horas más.
Estoy impaciente, quiero comerte.
Quiero jugar, baby, una horas más.
Estoy impaciente, quiero comerte.
Quiero jugar, baby, una horas más.
Estoy impaciente, quiero comerte.
Quiero jugar, baby, una horas más.
Generalov, now with his newfound wealth, just gets to chill. He's the 2022-2023 Petanque World Champion. Kirill Burton looking down at the 8-7. It is time for the MPP Potlim Omaha High Roller final table. We are here at that very luxurious looking, and in actual fact is very luxurious, Merit Royal Diamond Hotel, Casino, Spa, tennis court, chessboard. It's got the lot. And the stage is set. There you go. We see it. It is final table time. There are 7. And it is Maddie leading the way. No surprise there, given the level of activity he showed leading into this final table, that he brings that lead. Sondra Saxton, of course, he was the one fighting hardest to try and prevent that chip leader. He brings in the second biggest stack. The shortest stack is the man on absolute fire in World Poker, pardon me, over the last year and a bit. It is, of course, Danny Tang propping up the table. And Andrew, your boy, your man, your compatriot, the fan favorite, Ludo, also in the mix here.
Come on, young Ludovic. Love to see it. Me and James had a slight disagreement on who's headline in this final. James claims it's Danny. Team Ludovic all the way. Nah, both elite poker players, obviously, for anyone who's followed the game over the last, 5 or so, 10 years plus. Well, look, best of luck to both.
Of course, maybe I can lean back towards your argument, seeing Danny come in here with the shortest stack. We saw he was all in with 8 left, got a double up, faded that bubble. Not something that Jessica Tussell could do. She was the bubble girl. We are just getting things ready. Aha!
Ladies and gentlemen, the time passes really quickly, and we meet each other in the middle of fabulous Mediterranean poker party. And for the first time, we have the high roller here. $10,000 buy-in. It was for this PLO event, and we down to final 7. Still 148,000 for the winner, and it's perfect time to meet our finalists. Sitting in the first, representing Austria with 1.4 million in chips, it's Raphael Schneider. Seat number 2 from Iran, and coming here as a chip leader with almost 5 million in front of him, it's Mahdi Loftilares. Actually, the guys in Scandinavia, they're famous for crazy PLO action, and probably it's not an exception. 3.2 million in front of him, Norwegian, Sondre Saxton. We can imagine the high roller without the true high rollers. And here we have one, $1 million in front of him from Hong Kong. It's Daniel Tang. Cheers. sitting in 5th seat with 2.6 million in chips from Austria, Stefan Linner. Seat number 6, and he came here for overseas from Colombia. It's for Jatin. Cheers. And last but not least, third in chips with 2.7 million from Scotland. It's Ludovic Gaelic. And guys, I know 4 cars are much more fun than 2. So enjoy and have fun here. Dealer, please, shuffle up and deal.
Well, there we go, Andrew. The stage is set. No final here at Merit. It's complete without our boy, Viltatas Mulbutas even, pardon me. Gets the crowd pumping. I get excited listening to it.
Living legend, Mulbutas, we love you. Absolutely epic. I particularly loved the Danny Taring. I don't even know what it was. It's magically done.
Yeah.
As we see our floor wishing the players good luck.
Are we drawing? I think we're drawing for the button, is my guess.
Well, he's wishing them good luck too, right?
Yeah, probably. Who's going to get the button? You tell me, quickly.
Oh,
who's the favourite?
The boyfriend of the year, seat 5.
Oh, I was actually going to go ahead from as well.
Where
so
are you?
I'm going to take Danny Tang.
All right, seat 5.
Oh, we're both wrong.
Who is it?
Oh,
it's Danny. Honestly, you're some sun runner.
I'm a genius.
Speaking of sun run, Danny, 9 blinds. That's a big.
That's why I chose him. He needs it the most.
That's a big result.
He needs to draw that the most. You would think, right? Final table is about to be underway. It's, of course, Farah Jatin, who draws that big blind first hand, but he's got 26 bigs. We are going to play 51-100. We only played a few minutes of that level. 40-minute levels here in this event. We have 33 minutes left on the level.
4.
Average stack, 26 blinds, plus a bit of shrapnel. $24,000 is what's locked up. We're on a 7K pay jump, but the first prize, a whopping $148,800.
Not too shabby. James, we did see Danny point to the skies on his way in. Perhaps, you know, a little prayer to above. Answered with the button. The button draw.
You know,
it was like watching Ronaldo entering the field.
His very dear friend, Ivan Leal, passing away a couple of years ago, happened unfortunately right here at Merit. Tragedy. He's enjoyed incredible amount of success, pardon me.
Oh, jeez.
Since the passing of Ivan, and Ivan was his boy.
Yeah.
And he's always not playing for Ivan, but you wonder. He feels like Ivan's looking over him. Ever since then, he's been on an incredible run, and he puts it down to Ivan pulling the levers upstairs. So let's see if he can continue to do that here. It has been an incredible year for Danny Tang, or incredible 12 months.
Yeah. That was incredibly sad news about Ivan at the time. Still sad now, of course, and we wish Danny the very best of luck. He's got some work to do, James. Just a shade under 10 blinds as we see Maddie picking up where he left off on stream in there with some suboptimal hands, will we say?
Yeah, a little different scenario now, of course. Bubble has burst.
Yeah.
People can play. I mean, there are pay jumps, but the last pay jump was 2.4 blinds. The next pay jump is 0.7 of a blind.
Sure.
So pressure relieved somewhat.
Absolutely. So we see Lena and Jatin both going to get to take a look here in an unraised pot.
Yeah, lovely little hand here for Jatin, and Lena's isn't too bad either.
Yeah.
Double suited ace.
You know what that means. 10-10x flop from Maddie.
Well, there's some connectivity here. Jatin, with the 6-8-9 wrap on this 7-5 flop. Lerner, top and bottom. And Mardi, well, he's got 2 blockers to the nuts, plus that little gut shot. Wouldn't be surprised if he just opened up the aggression here at the start of the final. But let's see if Jatin even gives the option. He will.
Well, he's going for an aggressive eye rub. We'll see what he decides to do here. He's going to check through.
Yeah, he's going to take his equity. This seems pretty normal. Oh, boating up for Lerner. Great start to the final for him.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, none of his opponents holding any spades.
Yeah,
that could potentially either bluff or indeed have a flush.
It's a great house for him to make in that sense, Andrew.
Yeah.
You can get paid off. I'm surprised to see him bet here. Oh, 175 will make it very hard for a lot of flushes, of course, as it is against these holdings. Yeah. This should be the end of the hand.
Likely to go fold. You never quite know with Maddie.
Maddie's in the pot.
Yeah, you never know.
He's got a 7, kind of blocks the boat. He's got 2 6s, blocks it. He might just go for it. I don't know. Action is still on Jatin, who is, it appears, in the tank. Dealer looking that direction.
This would seem like a very dicey continue.
Well, he is still thinking, and I mean, I don't blame our director for going with us and thinking the action was going to go straight round to Maddie, because it's peculiar that he is taking the song and he's into the realms of burning time banks now, and he has no blocker to anything, right?
Right.
No flush card.
Oh my goodness, and he's gone for it.
No flush card. No pair card. And he's going for it.
I mean, this is spice.
Maddie.
Surely not, James.
No.
Oh my goodness, no.
What is going on here?
He's not.
No.
Oh my goodness.
Has Maddie misread his hand?
I mean, what is Laner sitting thinking now?
Does Maddie think he's got 7s, not 6s? It's not impossible.
I mean, if there's ever a time to check your holdings.
But what else makes sense here?
Yeah, I mean, it's Maddie, though.
I mean, Lerner's like, really? Lerner's got a great hand, but he's starting to think, hang on a second.
You're not thrilled.
Like, when you bet and someone raises and someone overcalls, the overcaller is supposed to have a house. You've got the second worst house.
Straight flush out there as well.
Good point.
Demps. I mean, Jatin now.
Well, we tried, but like I say, Maddie just has a boat. Right, so
you're supposed to,
in theory, and probably not even. He's going to be in there with 3-5 still. I don't think he's folding that.
What a wild start to this final.
Jatin has to wave the flag.
He
went out on a fly. He blocks none of the hands. There we go.
When this checks to Maddie Demps, he's going to have to bluff.
What?
I'm very confused. Very confusing start.
3-7.
We are a little stunned silence in the booth.
I was just seeing if we could pick up a little from the table.
7-3.
Maybe something would be discussed, but Maddie called that turn raise with 1 pair. And I don't know, maybe he picked up on something with Jatin, but when Lerner's continued, he's decided against going for it.
Okay.
Possibly.
Yeah, I mean, he did have a 7 in hand, right? Maybe thought, I'm going to bluff heads up. Whereas when it goes 3 ways...
If he thought, hey, I think Jatin's at it here, I'm going to call and bluff him later on.
This one also?
But then Lerner called and kind of ruined things for him. Yeah, very strict rules here on our TV table. No electronics at the table, and we're coming in for the smartwatches.
Oh, yes.
Hopefully you need these off as well for Ed's fielder. Get some scissors. Yeah. They've only been on there for like 7 years. Let's just start cutting them off now.
First hand at this final table was a corker.
The only other thing I can think, James, is that he did misread his hand, and then when the camera was off him, right, after overcalling, he looked and recognized he did not, in fact, have pocket 7s.
I don't know what happened there.
Yeah.
Other than, I mean, look, if Lerner had folded and had been just betting with a flush or just bluffing, and Jatin raised, we have the overcall here. They go heads up to the river, and then he just puts Jatin in the bin. Like by bluffing him with that. We'd be going about how amazing this hand was played.
Absolutely.
And that's what I'm going to go with. The plan was just Lerner had it and ruined it for him.
All right, well, Maddie back at it, undeterred. Ace, Queen, 7, Deuce. A lack of connectivity with the second 2 cards, but does have nut diamonds.
For what? If we have any electronic stuff on us.
Yeah, you're right. He is undeterred. Unsurprisingly so.
I'm not joking.
Once again, the blinds getting a relatively free look. Jatin completing. Ludo checking. Nut clubs, King Jack 6-6. Second nut clubs, excuse me.
Well, there we go. Maddie's back at it. Flops trips. And look at this. Jatin with an open ender. But the 6 is no good, and the ace is no good, such as this situation. Does, though, of course, have a 5.
I mean, this has to be very tricky, James, right? Because players, when they limp +1 here, you don't give them a deuce, right? Really ever. Well, very rarely, right? And so it's going to be hard to navigate against a player whose VPIP is as high as this.
Yeah, and Ludo obviously realizing that the 2-6 is almost certainly, or not almost certainly, but
sure,
they're reasonably going to be the best hand on this kind of board often. And a hand that's very vulnerable, so does decide to bet the flop, gets called.
Maybe he forgot now.
Finds a king.
Potential trouble.
Yeah, kind of a good card in the sense that he can just sort of check this and have the best of it. Like, oh, is he going to go for just like another small bet? Yeah, he is. Just a little blocky. Thinks he certainly has the best hand now. Maybe hoping up against a hand like jacks or queens that could potentially call. Obviously wants to charge some draws. But like you say, I mean, not expecting Maddie to have a deuce, except the fact that it's Maddie. And I'd imagine Ludo's done his homework and is kind of aware of the frequency Maddie was playing up coming into the final table.
Does check the river.
Oh, Maddie just checks ace deuce.
Ludo probably thinks he's best.
Yeah.
Gets the bad news.
Yeah, and that's a big deuce to check, the ace deuce.
Happily for Ludo, not faced with a tough river decision.
Yeah, would have been awkward.
This man, unreadable, Demps. Very tricky customer. Welcome along, guys, if you are just joining us. Final table of the 10K PLO High Roller. 7 players left, all in the hunt for the Mediterranean Poker Party High Roller PLO title. And all chasing shade under $150,000 for the win.
You say chasing a shade under 150,000. I say chasing more than 148,000.
Beautiful. I like yours better.
Glass is half full.
I'm Scottish, mate. What do you expect?
Speaking of being Scottish, Ludo in the mix here. I see someone in the chat going, how come Ludo is rocking the German flag? I guess he registered with his German passport for these events. I don't know.
There was a bit of controversy earlier. They had him as German. They took it away. You said, where is his flag? So maybe they're still hunting for a Scottish one.
Well, let's see what he's got now. Obviously, Sexton's down now with the Union Jack. But again, maybe I don't know where he lives, resides, what IDs are going on. I mean,
7+.
there you go. Ludo's flying the old blue and white.
What a time to find this hand, James.
I mean, Shriner earlier was flying the Australian flag. You type in the country, Australia, Austria, it's easy to make mistakes. Tell you what's not a mistake is this raise. Aces double from the big. Let's go. Maddie. A little bit of restraint. And recognizing that here that Shriner is very strong. So nicely done. Pick up for Shriner.
Yeah, very
Shows
nicely timed.
Promise you guys, I've always got aces double.
Let me ask you, James, in terms of adjustments, we've seen Maddie, you know, limping pretty relentlessly throughout the stream, like doing it a lot. these other players are not going to be that used to seeing this degree of limping, right? So how, obviously you're going to ISO wider, I would imagine, but these tricky spots when you're in the blinds and he's limping and you're trying to define a range for him, you're just having to...
You just can't really
fly on the seat of your pants, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Ludo come a little unstuck there, kind of making the perception that, hey, probably my opponent doesn't have a deuce here when they've limped in that spot, but they can. So yeah, you just have to make that adjustment a little bit. It's a little easier, I think, in Omaha than it would be, say, to that action in Hold'em. In that, even like tight players can always have that card you don't expect in Omaha because of danglers and whatnot. So yeah, you have to be a little bit more careful. And you know, of course, the big dynamic change is really when the game just plays bigger because he's here. He's limping straight away. When someone raises, they can raise to 4.5 blinds.
Right.
Plus, he also just defends his limps with a really high frequency. So pots can play a lot bigger, which is great if you're in a cash game and you've got a player who's getting a lot of action. But if you're like a medium stack on a final table, you don't want the pots to play particularly bigger. You want the pots to kind of play smaller so you can ladder.
Right.
9985 for Jatin. He's going to limp in from the cutoff.
Yeah, we've seen Jatin very willing to get in the mix with suboptimal holdings himself.
Yeah, and we see here, I think part of the reason he's come in here is because it is Mardi and the big blind, and he fancies he's going to have the best of it post-flop against him.
Okay.
We just saw Mardi, you know, miss a value bet with the deuce on the river. We've seen a couple of other ones. You know, we've heaped praise on him for some of the way he's played some hands, but there have been some chips left on the deck, shall we say. Well, a flop that everyone has a little piece of. Jatin blocking the nuts and does have a draw. Checks to him. And a board you would expect to hit the sort of cut-off limping range with a decent frequency. So reasonable he comes out with a bet. See Shriner here, can't do anything with top pair, top kicker. Maddie, though, with top pair and the open ender, does cool. And here we go, straight away. You're getting these spots, but you've got to be careful what you wish for. He's playing a pot in position against Mardi, and he's managed to keep it reasonably deep. But let's see what happens. Turn flush draw.
Yeah, with those 9 blockers in hand, also turns a flush draw. Of course, some potential to turn this hand into a bluff, James, but as you said, against a player that doesn't have much of a fold button,
yeah, but
you know, it starts to get very dicey.
But when a player doesn't have much of a button, that gives you the incentive to 5-3 in these kind of spots, right? You know the person's going to stick around.
Sure.
On the flop, maybe too wide. Not in this case, completely reasonable. With this stick around on the turn. Now, of course, river, how about just get there? Plan B. Only losing to the flop nuts. And normally I'd say, well, Maddie can't have the flop nuts, but we've seen him play the flop nuts in peculiar styles.
Yep.
So this is what I mean. You can't rule anything out in Maddie's range.
Yeah, nonetheless, we are going to seek value. Goes for around about 2/3 pot.
We have to go for it.
Yeah.
We have to go for value with this. We just, if Maddie has somehow slow played it again, he gets us.
Quick fold from Maddie.
Yeah, it's weird. I kind of want to say Jatin, it'd be nice to bet turn to set up a river shove there with the 2 9s, but at the same time, 2 clubs, 2 spades on the board. Your opponent's going to stick around perhaps a lot. There's got a lot of bad cards that even if you have the nuts, you don't get to shove.
Sure.
So setting up to fire multiple streets as a bluff when a lot of your value hands end up checking that river kind of doesn't make as much sense. So if the turn had been like an offsuit card, I think we might have seen a follow-up, but when it brought 2 flush draws.
Yeah, contented to take his equity.
Yeah, and it's just hard to have as much value on the river if you bet, like, those turn value hands check back a lot on the river is what I'm trying to say.
Got it.
Not that river, but a lot of rivers, all the black ones. I hope that made sense to those of you watching. I was kind of flubbing my lines a little bit, but...
I understood what you meant.
Well, if you understood, then the people at home certainly did. That was an insult, Andrew.
I know.
Okay.
Listen, sometimes I just let you get on with it, James. I don't have to defend my honor.
6+.
You're overfolding your honor.
Bound to Jatin once more in the hijack.
Speaking of honor, I want to know in that long break, did the greatest chess game to ever take place
7+.
get aired in that break?
I believe it did.
Oh, yes.
I know. I don't know if I want to see it.
Where you eventually
2+.
protected your honor.
I put up a good fight. Right.
Took a knife to your own heart.
Yeah. If anyone is just joining and don't know what we're on about, we are having a Merit Commentator Olympics. Some fun little challenges through the week that we will be showing during our breaks from play. Myself, James, and Mr. Jay Harwood, who joined us this afternoon.
He's on the island.
Yeah, we're going to be competing. And then at the end of the week, we'll have a competition to determine who is indeed the ultimate commentator. I'm getting smacked so far, not gonna lie. I'm 2-0 down, but you know, I'm a Man United fan, it's fine. It's pretty standard.
You're used to disappointment.
Pretty standard.
Diamonds come in the end.
And there you go. It's actually 2-0 down. It worked, didn't even check. Oh, what a world it is to be a United fan.
Danny Tang, also a Man United fan, but he's having a slightly better day than you, given that he's at the final table of this 10K. Although you're on the commentary booth with me, so I don't know who's having the better day. Plus you had double helpings of Chinese beef for dinner.
Don't out me. I've been behaving on a good diet.
You've had 8 breakfast teas this morning, even though it's not breakfast.
I've had a fair few. Sag's in there, seeking a little value. Takes down a small one. We get another shot of our beautiful lineup of trophies available this week.
That sums it up, I think. A line-up.
Yeah.
More than one. More than 2. In fact, there's more than 3. We see 3 there. We see the trophy, pardon me, for this event. And then, of course, the EAPT Grand Final trophy and the MPP Main Event trophy. That's the one you want.
That is the one.
Comes with the most Wonga.
Yeah, 5K, 5 million guaranteed main. We will be streaming the final day of that event. Very excited for that one.
He's streaming the final 2 days.
Final
maybe.
2 days, there we go. Always nice. We get to, you know, build a bit of narrative about who's doing what.
I'm going to leave before that, which is a sadness.
I know.
I won't be around to see who that trophy goes to.
I'm absolutely devastated, mate. Anyway, back to the action. Ludo, ace, jack, 10 deuce. Won't be thrilled with that little deuce dangler, but decides this hand is playable from hijack. Comes in for 250. Once again, Maddie, double suited, queen 6, 6, 8. In there from the button. Round to Danny Tang.
Maddie will get away with this still for a little while longer, but it's going to be curious what happens if and when he gets sort of shorter stacked, where a few players cover him and can play more aggressively against him.
Right.
Because right now, still, Ludo has to play pretty scared in this spot here, where when Maddie's called in position, Ludo knows he's got a super wide range, and Ludo only has 1.9 million chips. And we're on a final table. There are ladders involved. Well, fear not, you just flop top and bottom on a rainbow board.
Yeah, about as good as
I love this. He's going to check with so many hands. With the stack to pot ratio the way it is, wow, that's a huge turn for Maddie. Picks up a pair, picks up clubs. Now Ludo going for the delayed C-bet.
Time to seek value, 1/3 pot. From what we know of Maddie, going absolutely nowhere. Getting the right price also Demps, commits the chips to the pot.
Yeah, Ludo just extended a little bit of rope to Maddie. You be careful what you wish for.
Big river coming.
When you're playing this man, because he's shown a propensity to find ways to win pots. Well, a bad card for Ludo. It shouldn't be a Maddie's range, but as I keep mentioning, Maddie's range, who can define it?
Now, will Maddie bluff? We haven't seen much of it, Demps, on these type of rivers. Ludo there, pretty content to check and try and bluff catch against missed clubs. Does go check, check. Very nice pickup for Ludo.
Yeah, and
getting that additional bit of money in by check and flop.
Looks like Maddie tabled his hand as well, so the others are getting to see what he had.
Oh, he did have an 8, of course. Excuse me, so he didn't really need... Well, I mean, you could still obviously need to bluff, right?
He needed to bluff
in the long term.
Yeah, he knows he needed to bluff to win that one.
Yeah. Very nice pickup for Ludo. Fades that club river.
Yep.
Sitting around about 3rd or 4th in chips at the moment.
But yeah, I'm going to be interested to see as this final goes on, any adjustments the likes of Ludo will make, playing with Maddie. I think Ludo there made a adjustment straight away on that flop, because I think if it was against, say it was Ludo versus Ludo, right?
Oh.
Imagine that world.
My God.
Imagine the world of two Ludos.
I would rather not.
But if he'd flopped ace deuce 3 Rainbow having open early position, he would have just, I think, c-bet that board all the time. But he made the adjustment against Maddie specifically to sort of like give him a little rope. He knows he's in there with some garbage hands, going to let him try and catch a piece. Obviously, Maddie can just have the nuts there as well. But I mean, if that's the case, Ludo knows well, you know, so be it.
Yep. Action back on Farid Jatin. Double suited, not the most appetizing combo of clubs. And from under the gun, feels like this one's got to go in the muck, as it does. Action round to Maddie. Once again, James, double suited. And sticking with this pure limp strat so far at this FT. And here we go. We talked about wide ISOs, and this falls into that bracket. Ace, Queen, 7-4.
Yeah.
Very spicy ISO.
Non-Natsu, just literally going after this. And this is the point. I mean, Saxton obviously happy to like risk busting to play some big pots with Maddie. That's his strategy here, and he's looking with this player. I can see already to like eyes on the prize, trying to win this tournament. And that's not surprising. We saw how he played with 8 left. He was willing to open up his stack a few times. And well, a big flop for him on this ace-9 board.
Yeah, absolutely drills it. Ace-9. Imagine small bet, order of the day. Round about a third pot, 300k. Maddie comes up empty. Quick check fold. Does very much feel, Demps, that with Maddie's style, he's either going to be the type to accumulate a really big stack quickly or potentially be out the door fast.
Basically, what we would have said a few hours ago, he did accumulate.
Yeah.
But it's a style that he does have to catch some cards for it to work. And like far less effective now we're in the money than when it was on the bubble.
Action now going to be on Ludo under the gun.
Pass. 2 pass. 3 pass. 4 pass.
Maddie finds a hand he doesn't like.
It's a rarity.
Round 2, Danny. Queen 10, 9, 7. 7 blinds, James. Does this make the cut? Still a little too weak?
Thing is, it's one of these things. It's not the worst hand, but just given the action I've seen around this table, he may be thinking, hey, look, I could get some unlikely ladders before I have to put it in. And he finds that fold. I like that.
I would agree. Round to laner, double suited, nut hearts, ace 8, 4, 3. Does have Jatin covered. Jatin with around about 2.2 mil if memory serves.
Ah, good memory.
Yeah, 2 million. Is going to limp.
Yeah, could certainly have raised that one with such a playable hand and with the chip positions the way they are.
Right, Danny very short.
Like Jatin wouldn't be able to, if you just pop this from the small, Jatin can't call the King 10, 7, 2. He's not calling 3 blinds with that hand. Or he shouldn't anyway.
As it stands, gets a free look.
And a little something with the 3-4 working, top pair. Jatin, of course, a gut shot 9 gets him there, but other than that, nothing to enjoy. Lena deciding to check that 8, and look at this, Jatin going for chips straight away. We've seen him be very aggressive in a number of spots.
Yeah, notably in position in these limp pots. Earlier on the feature, did start the action with a lot of small bets. Look to ramp up aggression down the streets. And here he comes again.
Fair play to him.
Wow, big bet, Demps. Pot, essentially, 250k.
Yeah.
Very uncomfortable now for Lena, right?
It really is. I don't think we're checking to fold for one bet, but maybe to that bet he is.
Yeah, right, pot size.
It's scary. You're thinking, is he really just taking a flyer? And if he is taking a flyer, does he ever slow down?
Like, our hand isn't really going anywhere good, right? Like, a 7's not a great card.
Yeah,
only a deuce, really?
Yeah, like he folds that size bet. Well done, Jatin.
Very well played.
It's funny, I was sort of...
I think I like fold.
I was scribbling in my notebook as that hand went down, thinking we're going to see like a small bet and a call, but then suddenly it was the big bet, and that makes all the difference.
Yeah, credit to Jatin. We really have seen him make some pretty dusty holdings work.
Yep. Obviously, he went out on a limb early on this final table with the ace 6, 8, 9, whatever garbage hand that was. That was just lunacy. But sometimes you get it wrong. You play the style. Yeah,
there's a fine line, right, between
this one,
genius and insanity, as they say.
Yeah, it's all about the result.
Yeah. Action on Shriner in the 1C.
Ian Farrell in the chat. Saying,
oh, loving that. Go on, Ian.
Saying he's gutted. Really want to root for Ludo, but his horrific wardrobe choices.
Ian, of course, referring to his beloved Glasgow Celtic. And by the way, definitely the best poker player in the Farrell family.
I didn't know there's more than one.
I stand by it.
Saxton raising up. Ace, Queen, Jack 8 with a nut suit. Interesting, Maddie folded again. Didn't catch the hand, but maybe he is taking a little change in tack now.
Yeah, Jatin with a whole bag of nothing out of the way. Round to Ludo. Not a great holding, James. 10-10, 7-5.
Not great, but not the worst. One and a half more blinds to call.
Gonna take a peek.
Yeah, you know, it's got 25 bigs behind. It's not like he has to be in a lot post. Well, that's a pretty good flop.
Very good. Does have that overpair, open-ended straight draw also. Saxton here, second pair. Does have, of course, ace, queen, and jack working with him to improve.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to catch that jack if Ludo check calls.
Yeah, this is a nice hand to bet with. Obviously got second pair, no diamonds, getting blasted off it, not a disaster. But as you say, the ace, a great card. The 10, obviously a nutted card, and the queen of jack likely to be good if hit, albeit they would bring straights. Turn pairing 9.
Yeah, very interesting. Likely to slow the action down, Demps.
Yeah, Saxton can think it's one of these situations where he might think he's got the best hand with that 8. He's just keeping the pressure up. Okay, he's going for that. Look, if Ludo's got a draw, Ludo basically has to fold now. That's what he's thinking, and just kind of trying to almost protect that 8 by betting. And sometimes you'll make the better hand fold, like right here.
It looks very likely. I don't know if Ludo can continue here.
No. I like that play from Saxton. Obviously recognizing as well that the chip situation being a final table, how Ludo has to play that a little bit more honest against him. Doesn't want to call those draws on a paired board naturally. But also probably just thinking that Ludo's nutted hands on the flop do just check raise with pretty decent frequency, given that the item situation, he just wants to take pots down. So nice adjustment, nice bet. And again, it helps that he had the kind of hand that isn't great, but is okay to do that with. The music is banging in the background here. Really is the Mediterranean poker party coming to you here from the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel, Casino and Spa. I keep saying Spa, but the Spa is somewhere I've neglected this trip. But it's summertime.
That's
I'm
not
outside.
like you, is it? That actually is not like you.
I'm always in there like 3 times a day. The only time I've been in there is looking for you.
That's true. I was only in there once, and only for a comedy skit, obviously. Now, the weather is too nice to be stuck indoors at the moment. Maddie.
All right, well, I suggested Maddie maybe a change tack, but then the Jack 10, 8, 4 under the gun.
Yeah, this is wild.
Yeah. And does Danny want to take... No, he can't take Queen, Queen, 7, 6 rainbow. It's annoying because this is the sort of spot he's looking for, right, to get his double up. He wants to find a good hand, and I've had Maddie limp.
Problematically, of course, still has 4 players to act behind him.
Yeah, and again, I think he is adrift by quite a margin, so this may be why he's still thinking about this one. I don't think anyone else is really below 1.5 million, are they?
No, I don't
I'm trying to
so.
think.
Yeah, I think everybody around about 1.8 to 2 mil minimum.
I think Schreiner was kind of the second shortest coming in, and he came with 1.4. I'm trying to think, did he?
He won the pot with the suited aces.
You're right, so he's sort of like
1.6-ish.
Yeah, he's probably around the where he's in the big blind in this hand. So yeah, so with that in mind, obviously, when you are that far adrift from the field, it does mean that busting out in 7th, not as bad a thing.
Sure.
He will have to accumulate some chips, but it's just such a bad hand to have. Even though he knows he can be up against a hand like Jack 10-8-4, and you can see there would be a 2-to-1 favorite. But as you mentioned, 4-player stack behind.
Yeah, really, really grim.
Although those players are going to have to play pretty tight if he were to raise.
Yeah.
Nice fold, Danny.
I think so too.
I could see where his head was at, but let's have a look at these stacks then. So yeah, 2.2 million behind for Jatin. Comfortable. 3x what Danny has.
Yeah, credit to Danny for thinking that one through, of course. Looking to get himself back in the mix, James.
Yeah, and Danny, obviously the first to admit that PLO is by no means his game. But he's a great card player. Great card players figure stuff out pretty quick.
And here comes Jatin. He wants to isolate Maddie.
Yeah, and this is maybe well, look at this. Obviously, you love having 2 aces in your hand. 3 aces not so good, but in the day, it is still aces. There is an ISO over a wide limp.
Which helps, right?
Yeah, this is just dreamy for Ludo. He knows this you know, the ace-king 8-3 is not normally raising here. It's only because it's Maddie that's limped. And he knows Jatin has shown a willingness to go after it thus far. So great timing for Ludo to find the aces, and big pickup here. And again, this is another reason, perhaps, why the fold of Danny is even more ideal, because these things can happen. Collision equity.
I should have trademarked that.
I think I'm going to give that one. The first time I heard someone say that, or at least the concept of it, was Mr. Patrick Leonard.
It was Pads, wasn't it? Yeah.
And, I was in the booth with him, and I was like, wow, this is why you're the best.
Yeah.
Like, he broke it down far more structured. He was like, well, if you fold here, there's a 35% chance the small blind jams, and then there's like a 25% chance that the big blind calls, or you know, like 15% chance they call 50% of hands, and then X% of the time that person was that person out, so you can work out how much it is just to fold. I was like, Pads, you had me at collision equity. I don't need the numbers. I love a catchy phrase.
You had me at hello.
So Andre Sexton, now the chiplet leader, of course, with his courageous play to start this final. Danny Tang, the shortest, as we mentioned, half the stack of Raphael Schreiner. Farah Jatin now third shortest. Ludo with that little pickup back over the 20 big blind mark. So it is on Danny Tang to do the moving. Blinds have gone up as well, so things even more desperate for him. Sexton. Does he pop this up? Oh, he went to limp. And then changed his mind? Is that what just happened? Is he making out he grabbed the wrong color?
Yeah, interesting. Blinds up just to start this hand. Makes it 300k here. King, 8-5.
Was he about to make it 250? Because he thought it was 2.5 blinds.
That makes sense.
Maybe that's what happened.
And
Saw the blinds up. Oh, Ludo with them again.
Back to back.
And double suited this time. Another dreamy scenario for him.
We'll be taking this one upstairs, I would imagine, Demps.
Yep. Yeah, no other decision. Just going to pop this, but of course taking his time. Exactly the same as the last hand. And, you know, some people might look at this aces versus kings, but of course Sexton with some pretty poor kings, and he knows Ludo has to be pretty tight here.
Yeah.
Given that Danny is on 700,000. I was about to say 7 blinds, but of course blinds have gone up, so only on around 6 blinds now.
What's that?
And these kings, they just play so poorly against aces. I mean, you see the equities here, but we're taking them to account folder hands. They're not folder cards. They're not as bad as 13%, but they're bad.
Yeah, it seems incredibly difficult to continue here. Ludo going to be so heavily weighted towards aces. With this exact distribution of chip stacks, especially. I would imagine Saxton good enough to fold here, Demps.
Yeah.
From what we've seen from him so far.
I'd be very surprised if he continued, especially the way he's got himself into this tournament now, with the chip lead.
Right.
With the action player on his right. I don't think he's going to jeopardize this situation.
Plus, we're very shallow, right? We don't have great implied odds here, even if we were to hit a king.
Yeah, well done, Sondre. And of course, he's open under the gun as well. I mean,
sure.
He doesn't get to open super wide. in that
Great
seat.
start to this final for Ludo. Chipped up by about 1 million chips now. Always helps, James, to find back-to-back aces.
Yeah, obviously.
In favorable spots.
Came in with 2.7 million. Had a little bit of a rough start, went down, but now is back over his starting mark for the first time on this final table.
Closing in on the chip leader.
Yeah, I guess
it's very close between him and Sungston now.
Well, yeah, he's certainly in second now, right? He's overtaken Maddie by being up to 3.5 mil.
Yeah.
But I think Sondre's still got
4 mil-ish.
4.5, something like that, yeah. But that's a great spot to be in now, obviously. Danny, our short stack, is going to have to post 250k next hand.
Yeah.
The big blind ante, of course. Lerner, of course, there we go. There's another man with 3.5 million chips. Great start to the final for him. Had Jatin bluff into him, had Maddie make a very surprising overcall.
And Ludo now, another very playable holding from the cutoff.
Yeah, it gets to start opening up a little bit. Oh, the rabbit gets the gun every now and again. Aces double for the action man, Maddie. Now, he hasn't made any action pre-flop to opens. Always just been flatting. Let's see if he stays with that or does elect to 3-bet. Even though 3-betting telegraphs kind of, you got aces.
Look at this, he sticks with it.
No, he's 3-bet, really
small.
He
did, really small.
Like, I like it kind of in isolation in that we've sort of got aces double and it's a great hand, but like, we just want to pot this. I mean,
maybe he thinks Ludo will overfold to pot.
You don't mind a fold though, the final table.
Yeah, but it's Maddie.
I know, he wants the action.
He wants the action, mate.
The problem is, it's the first time we've seen him 3-bet. I wonder if Ludo does actually just give him aces here. Although it's such a small sizing, it's kind of peculiar. You wouldn't expect aces to 3-bet that size. But then again, you wouldn't expect too many hands to 3-bet that size.
Heart
Ludo continues,
in the window.
finds a pair, and as you mentioned, chance. Backdoor hearts. Maddie, of course, blocking some of Ludo's strongest continues here, having a 9 to go with his aces.
Should be hand over.
It's so grim for Ludo.
Versus kind of this size.
You're trying to crack a big hand, you think, and you flop a piece. But does he really want to play a guessing game?
I can't continue with this one, Demps.
No.
Credit to Maddie with that small 3-bet. Probably got the max here.
If Ludo had a hand like ace, queen, 10, 8.
Yeah.
You know, that gut shot to go with the backdoor hearts might be enough. He's desperate to have a crack at this. He knows he could get the chip lead in this pot.
You mentioned earlier also perhaps aware of how kind of non-standard outside of the box Maddie's ranges can be. So maybe thinking, you know, that his holdings can contain a lot of random stuff. Perhaps why he's still debating this one.
It's a weird one because...
But then again, these hands would wrap around this board, right?
Yeah. It's just the first 3-bet we've seen him make, albeit like a really small one. I think you still have to go with the fact, like, this is the first time we've seen him 3-bet. You probably got them. And he'll show them.
Let's get out of the way. Maddie consolidating his position. They really have ramped up the tunes in the background, I've noticed.
Yeah, we're parting. This is the Mediterranean Poker Party PLO High Roller final table. We have, well, we've played quite a long time.
Yeah.
You know, a good full level in. 40 minutes of play with 7. We haven't lost anyone yet. Kind of surprising. We are, of course, playing down to a champion tonight. We picked up coverage earlier today as late reg closed. There were 46 entries in total. Everyone guaranteed 24K. Stefan Lerner, he's coming in. He's got a rainbow hand, but it's 4 broadways, ace, queen, jack 10. Decides it's enough. And given he's open under the gun, makes it hard for Schreiner here with the ace, king, jack, deuce. He does fold. Maddie on the button.
Wow. In there again, Demps. This is very wide versus gun. Well, I mean, versus anyway, raise, right?
Well, Danny gets to flick in or 1.5 blinds more with 4, 5, 6, 7.
And there's certainly worse holdings to find.
Yeah, and as we keep saying, you know, he's the shortest. He's got the least to lose. He needs to get something going. This feels like an okay spot to try and flop something.
Yeah, here he comes. Looking to find help.
Yeah, at least 300K back. Obviously over $1 million in the pot. Just going to jam if he flops any kind of piece. That's not enough of a piece, unfortunately.
Comes up about as empty as it gets.
Yeah, everyone's rechecking the cards. Maddie's the one with the ace of hearts. Lerner's doing the recheck, knowing full well that he opened with a rainbow hand. But he has to have top 2.
Yeah, somewhat tricky for him, Demps, right? You know, we are out of position to Maddie.
Yeah, I think
there is a flop flush out there.
I think we get to just check this. You can be pretty confident. Actually, I suppose Danny can have some nutted hands now. It's all heartboard. He might slow play some of those, but for the most part, he would have just set it in himself.
Now, will Maddie start bluffing?
It's weird. Like, normally I'd say it's mandatory if you've got the ace of hearts here to bluff, but he has all the offsuit ace combos as well because he plays such a high frequency. If he was a much tighter player and you've got the ace of hearts, it's very hard not to have another heart with it, so you get to bluff more.
But I don't really
Look at this. Danny now, 30% equity somehow.
With the 4, 5, 6 working.
Unfortunately for him, unlikely to realize. Lerner announces himself 325K.
Yeah, he's happy now. He's seen Maddie check back, but Halo probably got the best.
Here he comes again.
Maddie has a piece, has a gut shot, and has the ace of hearts. This is frisky.
Would there be some slow-played nut flushes here?
You could check back nuts.
Okay. Especially with Danny being so short, right?
Yeah.
Pretty horrific spot now for Mr. Tang. He's got to let it go.
Yeah, little as you know how much equity he had there. Couldn't do anything but fold, of course. And would have got there. As it is, Maddie actually makes 6s and 3s now, but it may see him elect not to bluff this.
Right.
If you think Lerner may just have aces or kings.
Okay.
You know, especially kings with like a heart with maybe a bet. Oh, he's going really thin.
Likely to block.
Oh, love this. Wow, he knows where he is. And yeah, this is, I don't know, to that size you kind of have to raise. If you somehow got here with the ace of hearts. Just looks like you're up against this kind of hand.
Very well played from Lerner.
And he shows the full 4 cards. And like Danny's face. Danny knows he would have scooped the lot. Yeah, indeed. Sickening to see that.
May have been his route back into this final table.
Oh, certainly would have been.
Of course, has played. Nothing to be done, right? On the turn. Can't do anything.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
No.
Danny going to need to find something very quickly. Anything can happen, though, of course, in the great game of PLO.
I think if it goes back forward, then I'm not folding. Yeah. Or it goes back call. At least bluff the river.
Danny's wishing Maddie had bluffed the river so you didn't have to see that he would have won. Down to absolute fumes now in the small blind, posting 50K of his 300K. Ludo, he's going to raise this one up. And look at this, Shriner finds a really nice hand at ace king queen 4, but he doesn't want to play it when Danny is on absolute dust.
Yeah, Ludo getting to leverage the fact that Danny is so short. Also has a nice playable hand of his own. Laner, pretty undefendable this one, I would suggest, James.
Yeah, it's a bad one. Of course, he does get to realize a lot against Ludo, given that Danny's that short. Still can't play the king 4-3 deuce, though. Spy's still open for Ludo. It's kind of a hand you didn't want to get dealt there, but he's very happy with the result. He doesn't really want to be opening with Danny on no chips. He wants to just be dealt the easy folds at this point.
And then a 15 minutes break. 15 minutes break in day 1 to.
Action back on Ludo, under the gun. Gets rid of it. Maddie finding a rare laydown. Action folds round to Danny Tang, desperately looking to squeeze something out, and he quickly moves in, James.
Here we go.
First
Two blinds.
First player at risk.
Ah, nice one. 10-10, 9-8.
Pretty good hand to find.
Now, does Lerner elect to isolate with this king-queen 7-4 double suited? I think it makes sense. Obviously, calling, allowing someone else in, and then maybe knocking a player out, also okay. But if he were to isolate here, it just makes it so hard for Jatin to come along, because Jatin could just get a ladder by folding so often.
Sure.
And that king-queen 7-4 does do a lot better heads up than it will three-way. But he has gone for that strategy. If he calls here, he knows Jatin will call.
Yeah.
And they kind of both do well out of knocking a player out.
So here we go then. Danny Tang at risk. 30% equity. 6-6-3. Danny still best.
He is. Gonna have to avoid a lot. As you see, 30% equity. He has the lowest equity, despite being out in front. Loses to an ace, a king, a queen,
and a
5, a 4.
Lots to dodge.
Running spades, running diamonds. There's the 4, making 5-7 the straight. Also gives Jatin nut spades with that as well. It's a gin card for him, and one that kind of... He could actually check this back. It sounds crazy, but with the nut spades, you kind of don't ever get to bluff here.
As you referenced, James, if Laner had ISO'd here, Danny would still be alive, at least to the river, in a heads-up pot. As it stands, drawing to 2 10s and 2 10s only.
2 6s will do. Although, looking at the folder card, we see there is only 1 6 left in the deck.
Good game.
Danny going for the pro level mic removal. Gives you the extra 6%.
10%.
Oh, Ludo's on it. He's only factoring the standing up though. The standing up mic removal is extra.
Can Danny Tang find it?
He cannot. Nut spades unnecessary, but it does lead to the elimination, pardon me, of Danny Tang.
Did you ask for a Turkish tea, yeah?
$24,000 going his way.
Yeah, unfortunate for Danny. Came into this FT very short. Pretty much dealt out Demps. Wasn't much he could do. Good run, locks up the min cash. I'm sure we'll see him in many more of our events through the week.
And we are going to have a quick word.
And then short deck's just a smaller audience. I'm probably better at short deck than I am at no limit hold'em, but then no limit hold'em's way bigger, you know. So yeah.
Who has the biggest chance of winning this one?
I like Ludo's chances. You know, I mean, I'm not super familiar with like who's good and who's bad in the PLO world, but I know Ludo's in a good seat. He has decent amount of chips and he's pretty aggressive. So yeah.
What is your favorite part of playing MPP events?
Favorite part of playing MPP, probably the trophy. I mean, I just saw the trophy just now. It's pretty nice design. Okay. Yeah.
He's not wrong. That trophy's worth winning. GG's, Danny Tang.
Yeah, commiserations to Danny. Not much he could do. As we see Maddie back at it, limps in from the hijack, and we are seeing players, you know, tuning in to these wide limp stems and thinking about these wide ISOs. Laner here has him covered, has a double suited hand of his own with the King 10 deuce. Maddie, just so unfazed. Take a little sip of the water.
Wow.
Gonna overlimp.
Whoa.
Very interesting.
Yeah, this one, I mean, he obviously wants to get in there and play pots with Maddie, but...
Rather ISO this one, I think.
King 10, duck. It's just...
Would you rather ISO than limp, if you had to choose?
Yeah, probably. I mean, it's just so bad that we certainly don't want to go multi-way. And by limping, we ensure it certainly will be multi-way.
Yeah, Jatin now gets a look.
Yeah, in this case, at least 4-way. And you've got Jatin and Ludo behind as well. They're not like they're weak players.
Right.
Yeah. I think this is a little bit of Lena's... This happens sometimes. You kind of get tunnel vision. You see Maddie in there kind of limping in, playing a lot of hands, and you think, I want to get in there. But you forget that there's other players at the table and bad things can happen. But that's why it's kind of fun when you get these live wires at a table, because these bizarre scenarios occur.
Right.
And here we go. Maddie flops the best of it. At ace, 9 kicker, pipping Jatin. Ludo finds a king. Lerner finds a king. Now, if you have limped in and you flop 2 backdoor flush draws and a king, maybe you have to bet this one. But no, he checks it back. Does pick up diamonds. Pardon me, Ludo picks up diamonds as well as Lerner and Jatin. How many diamonds are in this deck?
Quite a few. Yeah, part of the problem here for Laner, you referenced it, if you're going to get in there with this type of hand, can become problematic. Now Jatin, going to bet, figures his ace to be good enough of the time. Ludo sitting behind with a pair of kings and the nut flush draw.
He figures the ace might be good. I don't think that's obviously the reason really for betting, but he can hit a 4 to make a straight. But more importantly, when you've got these like 5 high diamonds, betting here and making like the 10 high diamond draw that Lerner has fold is like massive.
Yeah.
That's what's going to happen here. So Ludo calls with a nut flush draw, but you know what I mean? You can liven up those bad flush draws.
5 on the river.
Wow. Maddie makes it on the end. The stone colds. And Ludo obviously kind of with an 8.
Jatin river in 2 pair also damps.
Yeah, well, I'm just seeing this, assuming Jatin checks. Interesting spot for Ludo because, you know, he blocks the nut diamond draw by having it himself, which is you want someone in this pot to have
it.
Because someone's overcalled. But when it's Maddie overcalling, it could be anything. So he may still go for this, holding that 8.
And we can see this would be a disaster for Ludo if he goes for it.
The textbook would say not to bluff here, but the textbook doesn't have a chapter on Maddie. And we've also seen Jatin just getting way out of line in spots as well. So well done for Ludo for not taking that spot. I think if he'd seen everything I'd seen in this booth at the start of the final table, we're an hour delay, they haven't really seen anything yet, then he may have taken that spot.
And Maddie's sitting there with the rivered nuts, trying to work out the right size to go for. He's going small, James. Looks like around about a 3rd pot.
Yeah,
pretty much exactly that. What do you do now as Jatin? Of course, in a against I don't want to say abnormal, and like Maddie's not abnormal, but against most players, fairly easy fold.
The thing is, we've seen Maddie not bluff with the ace of hearts a minute ago. He tabled the hand. We've seen him not value bet with the deuce against Ludo on the deuce board.
Does get away.
I think, unfortunately, yeah, he's just played the rivers too passively. That kind of players are waking up to the fact that when he bets, he does actually tend to have it.
All players, MPP tickets. Bring dice to us.
Hopefully, for Ludo's sake, he doesn't get any crazy ideas, but that facial expression...
He's thinking about it for a moment.
Can't imagine he goes for it now after that little grimace. Think about calling Demps would be fairly crazy.
No, I think he's still thinking about using this 8 as a bluff.
I'm not so sure. Made a little face as if to say, I don't like this. Potentially thinking of a pretty wild bluff catch. You wouldn't have thought so.
I don't think
you wouldn't have thought so, of course.
I think we're just thinking about still taking this upstairs. He's questioning whether he thinks Maddie would bet that small with the goods. But again, he didn't value bet 3 deuces with an ace kick in a spot where that would be a pretty clear value bet. So if he's not value betting even like obvious value bets, then is he value betting thin enough that you can then go for check raise bluffs?
But that's why I thought, maybe he's just bluffing when he bets, if he's not betting a deuce.
It's true.
And maybe we could consider something.
Well, that's the thing.
A crazy bluff catch.
You polarize someone's bet rate, but the problem is that you can just lose to some of his bluffs there.
Yeah.
That's the problem. So I don't think we're going to have a call with the king.
Call and lose to King Jack. Really does make it fun for us in the booth. Oh, speaking of legends, in the YouTube chat, Mr. Robbie Bull, another good friend of mine from Scotland. Hello, Robbie, good evening. Fresh off a very nice run out in France. Nice to see you, Robbie. Ludo still in good shape. Scottish lads railing him home on YouTube. Welcome along, everyone. If you are just joining us, 10K PLO high roller, final table action. We are down to 6. All players locked up $31,200. Going through all the way up to that first prize, $148,800. As we see Laner here, over limping once more. Maddie, 5-4 deuce, James, from under the gun. This man has never seen a hand that PLO he doesn't like. Ludo, here we go. Gear change, James.
Yeah.
Bumps it up. Ace, King of Hearts with the 5 and deuce.
Well, he's seen that limp. He's seen Lerner over limp, so doesn't give him credit for much hand. Besides the Ace, King, 5 deuce with a nut suit. He's going to stay at his stall, going to chip accumulation. Obviously risking busting, but sometimes if you want to live, you have to risk dying.
Maddie.
Unfortunately for him, Lerner's actually, we saw last time, over limp the King 10 deuce deuce. This time actually limped a hand that he can continue with, and is going to continue with. I mean, Maddie's in the pot especially. So suddenly we're playing a 1.75 million chip pot.
Big flop incoming. Ludo with just over pot back.
Oh, and a huge flop for Lerner in the form of top pair and the open ender. The other two just whiffing. It's a weird one. Like, Lerner doesn't really want to open up his stack to Maddie by betting here, but at the same time, Maddie just has almost any 4, so you kind of just do have to. And if he's got you, he's got you. Okay, we're going to check it back. No diamond in hand, no diamond draw, I suppose, in hand. Kind of worried that he's in really bad shape against diamond draws, but...
Yeah, turn is the 9 of hearts.
Yeah,
Laner improving to top 2.
It's a great card for him because he makes top 2 and he has 2 10s blocking Jack 10, which is obviously the principal hand to worry about at this stage.
Once again, it checks round to the Austrian.
Yeah.
You would imagine he bets Demps holding those 2 10s?
Yeah.
A bit of value in protection.
So unlikely to get check raised. Yeah, I think you just go small here.
I think so.
Maybe 500K, something like that.
Yeah, is reaching You've called it. Looks like 400.
Yeah, I'm okay with it.
Ludo, hand that goes nowhere into the mud. Maddie, you never quite know. We've seen him do some wild stuff, but this would be beyond the pale.
Yeah, I actually like how Lona's playing this hand. I think I got a bit carried away on the flop thinking he was just going to bet, but with 2 diamonds on board, not having a diamond draw, bet getting it in there would be pretty terrible.
Yeah.
Although, you just so often win the pot when you bet because of the players we're dealing with and the way it's gone. I don't think Ludo really ever slow plays.
Right.
And I don't think Maddie really ever has it, although with Maddie, whoever knows. But having said all that, like, it's still checking back. It's kind of fine. Especially when you've got so many good cards, right? He could just make a 6 or a jack, make the nuts.
Yeah.
9 and 10 look to be very good cards, as would a queen. But certainly once he found that turn, I like the bet size.
Yeah, and Lena, all of a sudden, really had a fabulous start to this final, James. Now, outright chip leader. I think he has over 5 million now. Shriner with work to do on the short stack.
Yeah.
Ludo.
I like the Ludo set out his stall there. He could have kept the pot small. But he's, with the
Just
fact
an
he's a
adjustment,
tourman,
right?
and he kind of, there's some short stacks around, but he was trying to make a move there. If he can get himself up to 4 million, then maybe he can take some huge spots against these guys and potentially win the tournament. Sexton limping in with the ace-8 6 double off his 4 million chip stack. Shriner in the small blind, folding things away, but let's see if he flicks this one in. He does. Happy to play it 3-way with Maddie behind, who looks down at very nice looking queen, queen, 4-4. And is Maddie going to reach for chips? He's going to do some sort of tickle raise here. Looks like it. Yeah. Makes it 3 blinds. Shriner's like, really, dude? You have to do this when I limp in with garbage from the small? This is the time you find a raise from the big, huh? As it is, Sexton. You just know he's not folding against Maddie. This is the dream scenario for him. Although, again, we haven't seen much aggression from Maddie pre-flop, so he will approach this with some caution. Well, caution. Order of the day on the King 9-7 for both players here. Maddie hates that board. Sexton does have a little draw. Happy to check it back. Even happier to find an ace on the turn. Gives him a very weak made hand. He probably doesn't expect him. Oh, he does.
He does bet. That surprises me.
Yeah, I'm surprised by that too.
You would imagine long term you only really get action from a better hand?
Yeah, wow.
Well, look at
okay.
I mean, this is next.
Sexton, you're a genius. I would just be worried I'm betting into another ace here,
right.
and he just never folds it. So maybe he's trying to set his own price for showdown.
Yeah.
I don't know. Now, interesting hand card, obviously. Maddie has 2 queens blocking Broadway.
Can
if he finds
Maddie
this.
find a big donk bet? No. Checks it over. Donk lead, I meant to say, not donk bet. Yeah,
Sexton knuckles back and he's going to be delighted.
He just
he somehow wins this hand.
Seems to have had a handle on Maddie, right?
Look, he's like, oh, wait, what? I win? But he did not expect to win that one. Wow, another bizarre hand here at the MPP PLO High Roller Final Table. The boys are playing.
Yeah, they sure are. A few chinks in the armor of Maddie finally starting to show demps. As James gleefully gives me news of my beloved Manchester United being 4-0 down. Ah, what a time. Fortunately for me, get to cover this 10k PLO with you instead of watching that.
What I'm looking forward to is the fact that my beloved Brighton get to play in Man United in a couple of weeks.
Just leave me alone.
Just
leave me alone.
We haven't scored 4 goals against you for a couple of years now, so it'd be nice. Maybe 1 year.
I'm not sure there's anything more depressing at the moment than being a United fan. But there you go. It's my cross to bear. It's like a parody now at this point. We had all that success, and now it's just pain every day. Anyway, Lena, Queen Jack 9-7. is under the gun. Recognizes positional disadvantage, gets out the way. As does Ludo. Shriner now has gotten very short demps.
Yeah.
Short in a short order time.
I think he's unlucky in the sense that there hasn't been more than one bust out this final table. Obviously unlucky in his card distribution as well, but there's always action. Look at this Maddie now down to 2.6 million chips. I mean, you called it quite early. Maddie could be out here.
Honestly, I can see it. Yeah. Like, could easily see him either win the tournament or come 6th with his playing style. Checks it over here. Both players not working with much. Maddie actually with the best of it here with 2 pair.
Remember,
try and work his way to showdown.
Maddie came into this final table 4.85 million. Second best was Sondra Sexton there with 3.2 million. And there's a drop off to 2.6 for third. So pretty, pardon me, Ludo had 2.7 in third. And pretty incredible fall from grace.
Yeah, you mentioned it with this playing style of being so splashy, you are going to hemorrhage chips.
It goes one of 2 ways, right?
Exactly.
You either get a lot or you lose a lot.
Sure. Saxton rakes in a small one with King High. Looking forward through the week. Demps, we have a full week of streaming.
Oh, yeah.
Tomorrow we're going to have coverage of the EAPT Grand Final, Day 2.
EAPT Day 2 coverage, picking up at some point during the day tomorrow, and then, of course, that will lead into the following day's coverage with the EAPT Final Day.
Yeah.
A tournament that you've left $4,000 in the pool. Nice of you.
Right. Honestly, you know I'm wounded. United are getting battered. I got 2 out of that tournament. 5 hands left. You have to rub it in my face. I should have been in. That should have been me. I should have been in there tomorrow.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I'm needling you, but some of those dollars are mine too.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Friendly fire.
Yeah. Plus, I overcharged you, so it's fine.
Oh. Now he admits it.
That's how I get my rake back.
It's all right. You just get me a drink in the bar here, and we'll call it quits.
Okay. That's the deal. Shriner looking a little disgruntled. Round 2, Saxton, King Queen 7-7. Pretty nice hand to look at in the small. Unfortunately for him, he's dominated Demps. Laner, King Queen Jack Jack. Reaching for chips, gonna take this one upstairs. Saxton going nowhere. Figures he has too much hand to fold. Quick limp call. Spade in the window, followed by
both for the piece.
6 and a king.
Matching piece.
Yeah.
Both chasing their hidden full house.
Very likely to result in a chop.
Yeah.
But there are, of course, developments to come. Turn and river.
First, there's still some intrigue in this one, how exactly it's going to play out.
Yeah.
Like a small bet from Lerner.
Yeah, very nice. 150k. Pretty locked down board, so to speak. Quick check call from Saxton.
Both improve the kings and queens. I think both would be happy to see Lerner make another little bet here,
right?
Perhaps. Again, it's just hard for Saxton to ever check raise given the chip distribution in this hand. So,
yeah,
you know, Lerner can be beaten here, of course, but he knows that he's almost certainly going to see a showdown here by betting and then checking back rivers, or if improving, of course. Continuing.
That does check call B40.
Your favorite number?
It is. River
oh, wow.
Is a 6.
That's one way to do it.
Goodness.
That's one way to do it. Lerner finds a way with his 2 jacks. And they look massive in the way this one's played out. Obviously, he's blocking kings and queens. Ace is unlikely. Case, being up against a 6 now, pardon me, sorry, even more unlikely. But very hard to get paid off now, you would imagine.
Right.
So you may see him check, but I'd like to see him find another bet. Nah, okay, it's reasonable.
Close. Me too.
Saxton doesn't like to hear that.
No. And when he sees the actual 4 cards, it's going to be pretty crisp. I don't mind the check back because you can still be up against that 6. That's the thing. It's like one of the hands that's likely to give you action is the quads, and it's hard for him to be in there with a pocket pair that's called twice on that turn, unless it is like King Queen 7-7 or Ace King 7-7, that kind of hand.
Can Saxton have like bad aces also that don't want to get it in pre-blind on blind? It seems kind of reasonable, right?
It can have aces as well.
With them both being 2 of the chip leaders.
Yeah, but I think you're really hoping he has that hand, which is very unlikely given you have King Queen yourself, or Ace King 9-9, that kind of thing.
Got it.
So yeah, I understand the check back. And I do endorse it. I'm just always in here calling for action, you know.
Obviously.
I'm a sicko. I want to find thin value wherever I can get it. Of course, the problem with betting there as well is also you might just get, against that hand, might just get check raised.
Right.
He's got King Queen, he
Double
blocks Kings full, blocks Queens full.
Sure.
Could just
go for it.
And then you kind of have to call with checks though, because you block those yourself. So, and then there's also the K6 out there that you can have. It gets very messy. Sometimes it's easier just to tap the table and say, dealer, can I see his hand?
Sure. Speaking of messy, Maddie refusing to slow down. These faintly trash hands, limps in. King 10, 10-3. Laner gets to complete. Round to Jatin, double suited here in the big. Jack 7, 5-3. Blind's about to go up, Demps, as well. Is going to really shallow out this final table.
Yeah. Time waits for no man.
Does check his option. Ace, Queen, 4, Rainbow. Essential brick for all 3 players on the flop. Maddie here does have a gut shot to Broadway, although 3 of his jacks we can see are dead. Jacks of Laner still best on the ace turn.
Yeah, unbelievably so.
You'd imagine this checks through.
Yeah, I say that, but
Jatin just always wants to go for it, right?
He really has. He's overstabbed. He's shown some restraint this time, but
9 of clubs, river. Probably just checks through.
It should do. Well, like I say, Jatin's the one that wouldn't surprise me. Although, betting the turn made a bit more sense with a gut shot draw. Now everything's missed. It's kind of like he just can't help himself.
Would a queen bet Demps ever, right?
No.
Probably not, right? So we're just basically...
that he just can't help himself. This is actually funny. If Maddie
he calls, then like Laner will fold, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly that. And I wouldn't be surprised if he does call. Oh, wow. This is so great. The only way he can win this pot is if Jatin just comes for the one big blind bluff, and then Maddie has to call. I mean, Laner, I say he's going to fold if he can sniff this out to be exactly what it is. But so often the call is just a queen.
We just can't call, right?
The call is just a queen so often, and he just...
Sure. And we can't raise. Oh, wow. And Maddie.
This is going to be great.
Let's watch Laner's face.
See if he gets tabled. Does he show it? Oh, come on, show it.
He's gonna. Oh, I think he mucked.
No, he's turned it face up.
Did he show?
I thought he flipped them up and showed them, but I'm not sure.
How does Maddie do it? He somehow finds a way to win this pot. Fantastic stuff.
Jatin just can't help himself, can he? He's got a problem.
Oh, brilliant.
A lot of people who play pot limo or high rollers have got a problem, but Jatin's just got he's got the bluff disease. He's got the virus. He was itching to bet the turn, you could tell.
Yeah.
He was jonesing to bluff. And he goes for it and gets called by an underpair. And then nearly overcalled by another underpair.
There we go, Demps. Chip counts in front of us. Chip leading. Stefan Laner, 6.3 million.
His compatriot, the one propping up the table. He's the one with the work to do as those blinds have gone up to 150k big blind. Just 6 bigs. And I could say, maybe not unlucky not to have laddered up, but unlucky to have not had a shot. Like, it's crazy we haven't had like another all-in showdown, given the level of action we've seen.
Yeah.
Trying to setting out his stall, kind of playing the snug ICM aware game. I mean, he just had no hands.
I mean, very interesting now, though, right? I mean, if he doubles twice, he's going to be second in chips. So, by no means out of this, right?
No.
With it being so shallow.
No, he was just hoping he'd be four-handed by now.
Yeah, sure.
Currently guaranteed 31. Just under 41 for fifth, 55k for fourth. That's what he's looking at. Like, why are there not just 4 left and I've got 55k now? I'd be happy.
Maddie finds a fold with the Queen Jack 8-7. Love how I'm absolutely flabbergasted at that laydown. Round 2, Lehner, very dusty holding of his own. Going to be blind on blind here. Jatin versus Geilich. Never quite know what this man's going to do. It gives Ludo a walk. And he is going to be thrilled.
Yeah.
Huge pickup.
I think that's a very astute fold. I mean, Ludo can just pile pressure on you.
With, like, Shriner being so short, right?
And he know, like, we saw this earlier, kind of players not doing that. But I think he knows Ludo is the player who is going to put the pressure on.
Yeah.
Ludo will take his spots. And so good adjustment there from Jatin.
Shriner now forced to put 250,000 of his 900k in.
Especially when you see the blinds. You know, we're playing 100k, 150k. There's only 50k.
Sorry, 300k actually of his 900.
Yeah, but it's 100k, 150k. So you've only got to call 50k more from the small.
Right.
So it's like you're looking so incentivized.
Okay, and he still laid it down.
But he still laid it down.
Very sharp. I'm still shocked that Maddie folded Queen Jack of Hearts with a 7 and an 8. We've not seen him fold much. This time, King Queen, 7-3, 3 diamonds. Not gonna fold this one, or is he? Yes, he is. Gear change. Saxton here. Double suited hand. Ace-8, 6-4 with nut hearts. Come in for a raise.
You predicted it. You predicted it. That you're going to knock me out.
Round 2, Ludo. King Jack 10-7.
Just fold, yeah. I will try.
8+.
Here we go. Shriner finds a very playable one, Demps, just in time. He's going to be happy enough to get to defend here.
Yeah. Certainly enough hand to take a flop with. 2 live flush draws, as it turns out.
A lot.
Broadway rundown.
Be careful.
With a little wheeled angler, just for fun. Diamond in the window.
Oh.
Queen 10 behind
Wow.
it. That is a monstrous flop. So good that he wants to induce the action. And he will get that action.
94% favorite in PLO, Demps.
Yeah, it doesn't get much better than that, does it?
I didn't know that was a thing.
You deserved it.
That just about sums it up.
He's like a 3 or a 5 in the tongue. A 3.
Ludo.
Ludo doing the analysis for us.
Yeah, an 8 or a 6 is better.
He knows what he wants. He's out for ladder up.
6 is better.
Three of clubs? Or...
It's an 8 or a 6. On the tongue.
Or an ace. I mean, no, ace not good. 8. Pick 8. 8?
Oh, there it is. There's some equity. Now drawing live to the 2 pairs.
Not like this, James, surely. Not like this.
You an ace.
Not like this, indeed. Shriner improving to the jack high flush. Gets the double, and like you said, it only takes 2 of those to be right back in it. Here he is, 1.75 million.
Sorry.
Just in time for Shriner. Finds that double. Is that the greatest equity distribution that you can ever have in PLO? It's like, you can't be 100, right? Or can you? Can you ever be 100?
You can just flop the joint against no pair, no draw, I suppose. But I mean, when your opponent actually has a little bit, like in terms of his opponent's putting it in with an 8 high flush draw, not a great flush draw, but to have a higher flush draw, a pair, and block your opponent's overcard in the form of a straight draw. It's like
it's a pretty nice place to be.
Yeah, it's pretty hard for ace-8-6-4 to just be like dead on the flop, but somehow with the diamond draw, but somehow it was.
Thanks for the question.
I'm just used to the equities running close.
It's never an easy turn.
No, but she tried to...
Yes, she tried to give me a heart attack.
Well,
but I predicted it somehow.
on the flop, she did not.
Yeah, you're right. But the turn, at least options.
Action back on Saxton. Ace 10, 9-9. Nut diamonds working for him. He's going to come in for a limp this time.
6 plus, 7 plus.
Ludo out the way.
2 call.
Schreiner takes the price. Maddie checking his option in the big.
Yeah, Saxton, I'm kind of surprised. Like, we're not seeing him adjust. It's just
wow.
raising all these spots, given he gets to play Maddie heads up a lot more if he does that. But as it is, limps, flops, not just top 2, but also bottom set. Flopping too much of the board, really. You never like doing that because obviously you block the hands that give you action. You also block your own outs should you need to fill up. But he may get some action from Maddie here, who has a gut shot on this flush draw board. Not ideal, but Maddie loves the game.
This is optimism at its finest. Brick deuce turn. Saxton knows here, has the effective nuts. 700K wagered into 1.2. Oh, he can't,
No.
Debs. No, he can't.
Maddie, stop it.
You can't do it, my friend.
This is unfortunate
Yeah,
to see.
this is a bit much.
Yeah, this is... If he puts this in, it's getting a little unpleasant now. It's just...
Oh, dear.
Wow.
How is he called here, James? If he finds a queen here, doesn't find it. 3 on the river.
Check 3.
Yeah, great run out here for Sexton. We'll see 4-5 gets there.
Yeah,
but
essentially just lose to 4-5 and 2 clubs.
Yeah. That's not going to be there, so I guess Sexton's just going to go for all of it here as played. It's kind of weird because, like I say, he blocks the hands that give him action. So, okay, he's downsizing because of that.
Yeah.
I like that. Just so hard for his opponent to ever have a hand when you're holding top 2 and bottom set.
And Maddie, unfortunately, the wheels have come off, James.
Yeah, this one was...
Lost $1 million here unnecessarily, in my eyes.
Yeah, that was too many chips.
Should be folding flop, I think. Never mind turn.
3 plus.
Fortunately for him, comes up empty. Saxton now.
It's hard. This is obviously the style that's got him where he's got to. But...
like potentially a bit of frustration and tiredness in that call.
Yeah, the speculation on the flop, it's kind of his style, but the turn is just too much.
Yeah.
Like I say, it's what got him here, so you can see why he's gone that way. Still 6 players remain here at the MPP Pot Limit Omaha High Roller final table. It is the second of our streamed final tables here from the Merit Royal Diamond. It's the biggest prize to date in this festival. $148,800 going to the eventual champion. And well, the man who came in with the chip lead is slipping down the counts now.
Action going to be on Stefan Lehner. Very dusty looking queen 7-4-4.
6 plus. 7 plus.
Round to Ludo. Working with 14 blinds, James.
Yeah, it's just
pretty
so
strong
awkward.
holding, but it is awkward.
Yeah, rainbow, pair of 10s.
Yeah.
Not great. Like that. I like that discipline. When
nice lay down.
You've got Shriner here with fewer blinds.
Maddie's not going to fold.
Yeah, Maddie's just pretty short now himself. And you've got the chip leader in the big blind who's very competent.
You see a limp here from Shriner.
Yeah, I like that. He doesn't obviously want to ever get put in here.
Yeah.
Limps. He knows Maddie's going to be in there. And Sexton's kind of been willing to play ball a little bit pre-flop.
King, Queen 6, 2 diamonds.
Ludo wouldn't have minded that flop.
Yeah.
But as it is, Maddie with the best of it. Shriner with the pair though, drawing live to 2 pairs, has a gut shot.
Likely to check this one, Demps, I would imagine.
We've limped in to allow ourselves to maybe get more cards on a board like this. Diamond rolling off, no one with diamonds, of course. First one to sneeze at it will win.
Wow.
Sexton with the 7-7-5 combo. Gonna have a stab.
Yeah, with no diamond in hand. And look at this.
Nicely done.
Very nicely timed.
Chip lead moves. Very well done.
Yeah, Saxton now building up some momentum of his own.
I'd be very impressed with him. I was critical of the style in a few of the hands when there were 8 left, but purely from an ICM survival standpoint. Like, he opened up positions where he could potentially bust when we had really small stack in Jessica Tussle. But in terms of playing to win the tournament,
right,
he has been very impressive. And, you know, we're at the MPP, we're here in merit. Not everyone's here for the min cash. Some players kind of want to get their hands on that trophy. You heard Danny Tang talk about how cool they are. Like, it's a thing.
He wants the Kryptonite trophy.
Yeah. I mean, I did it once before. When I first saw the trophies at the Win in Vegas, they were the replicas of the Win, really heavy marble things. I was like, I'm going to the next Win series because I want one of those trophies.
Right.
It's just so cool. But this is the kind of guy who spent far too much money on a jacket, so you know.
Eventually you will reveal how much money you wasted.
I won't.
On a piece of apparel that you no longer wear.
I mean, I would wear it, just... I've just doubled up since I bought it.
Maddie here. Jack 10, 10, 9. Gonna limp in. Saxton completing. Lena with the free look.
Yeah, I mean, obviously no Maddie limps in a lot, but this is a pretty good spot to be limping.
Yeah,
this kind of hand on the button with 10 blinds. And how about flop quads?
Wow.
And look at him. He's like, wait, what did I have again?
Saxton does have a gut shot.
Yeah, this is one I think Saxton may go stabbing at. Using that chip lead, or chip advantage, obviously Lerner has him covered. Kind of knows Lerner waited to back cards, giving him knuckled back.
They are still there, Maddie. They're still there.
And, you know, we've seen Maddie stick around with some really poor holdings, so it's not out of the realms of possibilities that Saxton continues to fire in this spot where he might not usually against some players.
And if he turns a diamond or a jack, doesn't do so on this occasion.
It turns a 9, which obviously holds one. I don't think the 9 really conflicts too much with...
And you called it, Demps. Here he comes.
It's called micro. Okay, is this I can actually get some sort of weird hybrid value if I'm up against a flush draw?
Maddie checks his cards again.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we don't want to do anything but cool here.
Trying to feign weakness.
And again, we might not be done. From Stagson's point of view, nothing would surprise me. He's kind of rivered a little bit more of it, but is he really? I mean, he beats some flush draws. That's the thing.
That's it.
And he may just try and get to showdown against those.
And as you said, not out with the realms of possibility that you can have the best hand against Maddie.
Look at that. It goes milky. Quarter pot.
Wow.
Ah, snap cool.
Snapperoo.
Well done, Maddie. Finally gets it moving in the right direction.
Yeah.
Back up to 2.7 million.
And this is it, James. We know that with his style, if he starts hitting the boards, they're going to pay him off, right? Like, I would venture that Saxton wouldn't call really any other player on the river ever to this bet.
No, exactly that.
So, you know, Image can get him paid if he makes hands.
Yeah, that was a spicy one.
Yeah. We have had a few today. And our man still live and kicking. It's got to feel good after straight downward trajectory at the FT.
Yeah.
Finally gets one going.
Yeah. Interesting though, of course, again, the river bet was the goods.
Yeah, we really haven't seen him bluff many rivers at all. Wonder if the players will pick up on it.
Which actually, you know, when we go back to the learner hand from hours and hours ago where he folded second set on the river, kind of like starting to maybe make a little bit more sense now.
Right.
Although I think we still have to call because we do beat value, which is the case we had, but it does make the fold a little bit more understandable now.
Yeah.
Again, for those of you who weren't with us earlier, there was a pretty crazy hand. I believe it was hand number. It was even hand number 55, I think it was. But you know, stay with us now. We're at hand 107, but maybe we've got a break coming up in about 20-25 minutes. Maybe just jot down hand number 55 and look back at that.
It was a fun one as we see Saxton back to the ISO.
Yeah, love this.
Ace, King, 8, deuce, double suited. Beautiful looking hand, especially against a range as wide as Maddie.
Yeah, this is perfect.
Going to look to get those 10s working in back-to-back hands.
Oh, yeah. Hey.
Can he do it again? 2 in a row.
Wow. We're about to find out.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow. Oh, my. And Saxton with aces and 8s.
Oh, my word. And Maddie with the flush draw back up to boot.
Is he just going to check raise this one? And
I mean, he's going to double if he does. There we
does.
go.
And hang on a second, because Sexton, like I say, we haven't really seen the Maddie aggressive action post-flop really ever.
I mean,
now we check jams, but
yeah, he can't fold it.
He says play, and look at this. We have got a 5.85 million chip pot.
He's going to retake the chip lead demps.
Saxton needs to find an ace.
Yeah.
Or he's down to just 11 blinds himself.
Wow.
Maddie, 1-2 punch. You said it. Back to back with the 10s. He's going to hit his peak chip count. This is incredible.
Absolute scenes.
Diamond on the turn. Proves Maddie to a flush. Just needs to fade the ace. Oh my word!
No!
Oh my word!
Oh no!
Sondra Saxton does it dirty.
This is the winning hand. Ace,
The dealer confused. They're mucking the hand.
Oh my goodness.
Marty and Sondre, I think they were aware. But that is the end of the man who came in with the chip lead, and he was one card away from regaining that chip lead. That is a brutal way for him to bust out, picking up $31,200 for his efforts. Wow.
That was just brutality, Demps. Maddie was about to rally back to the chip lead, and the bolt from the blue sends him home.
And I think Ludo saying he folded the case ace.
Oh my goodness, what a moment. GG, Maddie, you gave us a hell of a show, my friend. Busts out in 6th place, $31,200. The better. What a hand that was, James. And wow, we are 5-handed at this 10K High Roller FT. Oh my goodness.
Breathe.
Whew. We did say, right, with the Maddie style, if he hits some boards.
Yeah.
My goodness, it was about to take the chip lead.
Yeah, that was desperate. Sexton now with 7.5 million chips of the 18.4 million in play. Yeah, take a swig of that, my man. Take a moment. Realize how disastrous it nearly was.
parts in the ugliest of fashion. And on we go. Laner, Jack 8-6-6 from the button. 40 blinds, lets it go. Jatin, the very ugly, holding from the small. Gives Ludo another walk. My word, still reeling from that one. As we take a moment to catch our breath. What an incredible turn of events. I feel for him, Demps. That was rough. GG, Maddie. Really enjoyed watching him. Most entertaining stream we've had in quite some time, I would say. In terms of sheer carnage, Saxton now getting after it, under the gun. Jack 9-9-7.
6-7 plus.
Ludo with a decision. Ace, Jack, Jack 5, nut clubs.
Yeah, pretty grim when you get the action is the problem. It rates to be good in terms of a re-steal type hand, but just so poor when you do get looked up.
It's very cagey here with the stacks also.
Kind of hand you can play when you're like deep.
Yep.
Because you got nut clubs, you can flop a big set, but playing shallow, not so good.
Yeah, Schreiner gonna defend an exact 50-50 split in equities. King, Queen 4 with 2 diamonds. Schreiner does flop best with that pair of queens. Of course, can't know it. Gonna be really tough to continue here, James. $250K C-bet, quarter pot from Saxton.
Sorry, I'm still just trying to get over what we
You're
just
all
witnessed.
good. I feel like we have to fold this one, and Schreiner does.
That was brutal.
That really was.
Maddie was the star of this one, leading into the final table. And he just got absolutely ruined.
Oh.
Nothing to take away from this man, who has played great as well. And the cards kind of fall where they may when you're playing against Maddie.
Yeah.
He sort of felt he had to go with the aces and eights, and kind of understand why. But
it happened so quickly.
A 1 out on the river.
Beautiful little look there at our EAPT trophy.
Yeah, we'll get that one away in a couple of days. I keep mentioning it. There's a couple of Picassos dead in the field there.
Right, that's enough now. You know, kick a man when he's down.
Look, you lost some of my money there as well. I can at least get to needle you.
Well, yeah, you have been all day. You're a cruel man, James Dempsey. Ludo on the button. Ace Jack 8-7. Intriguing spot. Has Schreiner with 6 bigs, I believe, now in the small. Perhaps even lower. It might even be 5.
Right, so the old, do I fold here and allow collision to take place behind, or do I try and force the issue myself? Got the chip leader in the big blind. Again, Sandra's been kind of willing to let players see flops more than maybe he could. Not a bad spot for Ludo to potentially limp this one.
I was going to ask if this was a viable strat. Let's get out of the way.
Again, it depends if, like, I don't know if Ludo kind of employs that limp strategy at all. I don't know. Like,
yeah, we can see it likely it would have resulted in him getting a flop.
And look at that fold again for Schreiner. Like, obviously with the big small blind level, if you know what I mean. We're playing 100K, 150K, so you only got to call 50K to be in a 400K pot.
Is there a reason for him to fold that when he is the shortest by a distance?
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised he folded that. I didn't actually see the exact holding. I didn't catch how bad it was.
It wasn't. It was
happened
like
quickly.
Queen 10-6-3, I believe.
Yeah,
three hearts.
I think we can call 50K.
Right. Like we are the shortest by a mile. Need to make something happen.
And you know the loose cannons.
Like there's 400K out there. 50.
Yeah. But I would have liked to see Ludo I'm in for a limp there.
Yeah, very tricky distributions of chips. I guess Ludo looking to get Shriner out the door. And of course, look at that. Also, Demps, Jatin, big blind hunting him. He only has 1.2 million himself. So maybe it really is beneficial here for Ludo to play tight, try and get three-handed.
Yeah.
It would make a lot of sense. I'm with you, though. It did have a limpable hand, I think. This one, not so.
I'm not going to sit here, though, and question too heavily Ludo when it comes to
Absolutely not.
PLO, especially tournament format. He's far more versed in it than I am.
As they say in Scotland, the master of the four cards.
Is that what they say?
That's what Ludo says.
Oh, okay. What, self-described?
Saxton here, completing small. 10-10-5-4.
Yeah,
Lena
right.
with an above-average hand in the big. Content to check.
Yeah, Jatin being so short, of course.
Yeah.
Does change that position of Ludo. But I just still think Sandra's been willing to allow players to see flops. If it was someone who's just going to raise a lot when you limp, then maybe not. But I would have limped Ludo's hand.
Saxton deciding that he's going to stab. Lena, of course, smashing this board pretty hard.
Very much so.
Very deceptively strong holding.
The two big stacks. At it.
Yeah, just a very easy spot for him to call.
Yeah, and you're going to call with so many hands here.
Right.
The two big stacks. Neither of them want to play a big part. Even with his flop sets, say he'd
Saxton
be in
drills
there.
it.
Wow. His moment.
Wow. And Lena not going to be able to fold turn, I don't think, Demps, ever.
No.
Especially, yeah, and Saxton sizes up as he should.
Yeah, it's a big bet.
Still,
yeah, like
though,
you say, second nut flush draw and an ace in this spot. Calls, and it's not like he's calling here and having 1.5 million behind. He's calling and got 5 million behind. He's not going to be put to the test. Saxton kind of still has to play ranges a little bit more normally against this player.
Yeah, I mean, our hand figures to be good a lot. And, of course, with those live clubs.
Yeah, one half of this hand figures to be good.
Yeah.
I think you kind of give credit that when he's bet twice here, pretty big, maybe he has got like a hand like aces up, but hey, we've got a queen and a 9 over the 7. They rate to be good if it hit. The club would be good.
Yeah, it does brick the river.
Saxton just loving life. How's he found himself here? And he just bombs it. Full pot on the end. Yeah, nice swift fold from Lena. He kind of knew where he was at there. I don't think he was expecting it to be bluffs too often. 9.3 million chips. Half the chips in play sit behind that little flag of Norway.
Yeah, putting himself in position to take down this title with the added benefit there of taking more chip stamps from the man second on the ladder.
Yeah.
Makes a big difference.
Especially, yeah, we've got the sort of the micro stack, the small stack, and the medium stack behind. Lena gonna have to play pretty snug. Does have, of course, the best seat with that in mind. Sandra working away up front. He gets to see everything he does. Switch those seats around and Saxton will be just marching towards victory.
Action on Ludo. Just again, kind of forced to play tight here.
Yeah, this isn't one we're going to play, but it's just one of those nice hands to look down. This is where you want to be playing in a 300 big blinds deep in a juicy cash game.
Sure.
You're in there with this hand. Catch some disguise stuff. Got the nut clubs. Sandra on the button. I'd be just very surprised if he elected to play that one.
Yeah, just taking his time. Five-handed, big FT. I'll make sure your neurons are firing optimally. Saxton finally finds a hand he wants to let go.
And Lerner finds a nice one. Ace-Jack 10-8, blind v blind. Should just see him lean on this small stack behind.
You would think so. Feels like pot is the order of the day.
That is the bet in hand. Jatin with just a rainbow hand.
Yeah, I mean,
jacks, yes, but So hard, Rainbow.
Feels like you've got to just fold this, right?
Yeah, when there's a 5 big blind stack out there, we're talking about a 15k pay jump. This hand just is never in great shape.
Wow.
He's sticking around, all right. He's looking for a low one.
We know that Jatin, not interested, Demps, in just laddering.
In fairness to him, he's been unlucky with the card distribution, but very much willing to play pots, and he's just looking for kind of a good flop, as it were, and, well, that might be it.
It's not a bad one.
Yeah.
For just bare jacks, seems like one of the more favorable boards. What do you do now, Demps, as laner?
That's a tough spot whether you decide just to put your man in here. I think that'd be reasonable.
Is there any small, like,
you do
one big blind bet and see what happens?
Maybe look at this. This is a check.
Okay.
Jatin, I guess, just wants to. I don't know whether he feels like he's got enough hands just to check down.
Right.
Obviously, you know what the bad cards are, ace or queen. You wouldn't expect your opponent to ever just be checking diamonds here, just set you in for the 600k, so you're not even worried if a diamond comes off, I think. Suspicious when your opponent checks here.
Yeah.
Like maybe they've got aces, maybe they got a king. 7 of spades rolls off. Second flush draw appears. I think in some way Jatin's playing this like almost as a trap at this point. I wonder if Jatin just wants to shut this down now. Does check it back once more. River 9. Well, Jatin has got to the end with the best of it.
It's like a very complicated spot to me, this Demps. Not something that I'm very well versed in. Like, would you ever bluff as laner now, or is it just not a thing?
It feels kind of weird. I mean,
like, would Jatin have bet a king by now?
Jatin would have bet a king by now, I'm sure, with the double flush.
Yeah, I thought he might bluff. I mean, I kind of like how he's played this.
Well, this is
pretty sick now for Jatin.
Yeah, but I mean, we just have a way better hand than we're supposed to have now with these jacks. Do you not feel? I mean,
would our opponent check twice with 2 flush draws out there with a king of his own?
Right? He might. Like, okay, let's say he
Aces,
always does so with a king.
Aces he would sometimes. Pocket queens, can that value bet river?
I don't know this, but all the flip side is like, why would he wait till now to bluff? I don't know. This all seems a bit. This is all a very confusing hand. But
it seems like value to me when he check bets.
Right, it does.
I mean, it does. I like it.
But what would that value be?
Well, like, if aces and queens can value bet, right? If you think your opponent bets a king, that would make sense to me.
Yeah, but they may have just bet the turn.
Okay.
Or even bet the flop, really small. Wow.
Yeah, he gets it through.
Jatin believes it. Nicely done, Lerner.
I can see he's bluffing, and I kind of believed it.
I thought we were going to see a call there, I'll be honest.
Okay. Very interesting hand, and credit to Lerner recognizing that this line would look pretty strong, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Jatin, when he checked back turn, was expecting to fold Brick Rivers, but it just kind of transpired that way. And like you said, I think he's just suspicious. He's thinking, like, why does he check twice with and then bet?
Right.
Wouldn't he just bluff earlier? Does he just have a king somehow here? Or like you said, maybe the aces?
Yeah.
And just gave him credit, which just goes to show, because if he'd bet the flop or the turn, he was getting called.
He wasn't folding, yeah.
He's found a way to win that pot.
Really interesting hand.
He's found a way I wouldn't have found.
Yeah. Kudos to him.
Wow, and just changes the dynamic once more. Now you got Shriner and Jatin both below 1 million chips. Ludo just handcuffed in the middle. Sexton finds a suited ace off the 9 million chip stack.
Yeah, more than good enough.
Yeah, Lerner loving life. You look at Jatin down to 500k. Ludo just has to play super snug now. I just...
Yeah, we just can't really defend wide whatsoever.
You know, for chips, we like this hand, but why would you ever want to get involved here when you're looking like you're at least going to get a shot at being down to the final 3 soon enough?
Blinds are about to go up, folks, which is going to really ramp up the pressure on Jatin and Schreiner, especially.
Ludo having a think about this one. I wonder, Andrew, is he doing this trying to make the big blind go up in a hand's time on Schreiner in the big?
I'm sure he will be.
It will cost Ludo, in fact, cost Ludo nothing more, because the next level is 100,
There we
200,
go.
and he's in the small blind. The small blind's 100k anyway, so he's burning a time bank here, so that when we come back the next hand, the big blind will be 200k rather than 150k, costing.
I mean, it's kind of an unfortunate part of modern poker, but you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, it just cost Schreiner. Schreiner's going to have to put in 400k instead of 300k in the next hand.
Look at his face, he's hating it.
So well done, Ludo, for doing this.
Yeah, you just got to do it.
Yeah.
All part of the strategy.
Well played.
Schreiner knows what's going on. I don't think the rest have necessarily picked up on it. Just says, well played.
And knowing Ludo like I do, he's not going to enjoy doing this. But it's just part of the game.
If he was a true pro, let me tell you, the true pro move here, and I'm joking,
part of the game,
is to fold and then go, oh, dealer, there's a mark on this card. And, you know, you get the new deck in, all that, save yourself a time card. Well, with that, it looks like these players are going to go on a break. It was scheduled. There are 5 remaining.
Switch these off and
Blinds will be going up to 100k, 200k. Ludo wants the mics off whilst he goes and discusses strategy with the boys. That's how things stand at the current level. But of course, big blind will be 200k at the very next hand. And it will be Jatin in the big blind with just 525,000 chips to start the hand. He will almost certainly be at risk. So guys, please don't go too far. Myself and Andrew will be back in 15 minutes for more of this, the MPP PLO High Roller Final Table.
Доска, да? У Лены мы выкладываем вот здесь, вот так. Прямо на доску заходим? Мы вот так вот делаем, чтобы был открыт типа логотип, и они были вот так типа собраны. Поняла?
One part of the game that, you know, we all analyze it to death nowadays in modern poker, but pressure still pays. Savenkov, first little bit of resistance, basically, Demps. There we go. Gets him to fold queen deuce. Great timing. Godstanker, ace queen off.
This is a monster in most situations.
Feels like pretty easy shove.
Playing four-handed here. It is so good.
Yeah. Praying for a call, and he's going to get it, I think, Demps.
Yeah, Generalov made the fold before with ace-7.
Here
This
we
is a different
go.
situation. Flicks it in with the ace-8. He is up against it, the covered stack and the dominated hand. Kozanka, look at this. Like I say, it's the first time he's kind of found himself down on like a vulnerable stack in a long time. And now with a chance to not just pick up a bounty, but vault himself back up towards the other two stacks and make this a pretty even three-handed affair. Of course, he does just cover by 6 million. If he were to lose this one, he would be the one right on the bubble. Getting worried. Yeah, a lot of pips around the 8, but it is the 9-7. Generalov looking for lightning.
Oh, wow.
Ooh, here we go. It's brewing. A 10 and 8-5. 10 live outs are in the deck. He starts with the same equity. He finishes with, but he finds the 8 on the end. A brutal blow to Godstanka, who is left with just 6 million in chips. Generalov lives again.
Still work to be done. 2 stacks of around about 20 big stamps, a little bit more for Burton. Action back on Savenkov. Has another one of these hand stamps that could potentially open jam.
Yeah. What if you feel he needs to, or whether he's got them well trained enough that he doesn't have to? Like, they're just not going to fight back enough.
Oh, he's limping again.
Again? All right.
I don't like it with this type of holding.
Yeah, I'd be curious to know what the theory is behind it, because he's got such a commanding chip position and has really bludgeoned these guys when he's tried. It's not like they've come up with some counter strategy and he's making an adjustment. But no, he's going to stab his second pair when check 2, as he should on this King 8-7, but Burton with that gut shot and overs to the 8, finds Jin on the turn. See, Savenkov has not really had a misstep post-flop. See if you can find the check back here. It's a scary-ish looking card when you get check called. There we go.
Yeah, pretty nice check. You know, we're right.
Oh, wow.
My goodness.
Burton, how's your run out? You choose that yourself? Wow. Now, is there any way? Is there a possibility here he just goes really big and that sort of saves Savenkov?
Yeah, this is really going to come down to river sizing.
Oh, he's going for like a far more standard small sizing, it looks like.
Yeah, I love this. It's going to induce a raise every time. Savenkov loving this.
Yeah, like how do you have ace-8 here? Like he limped in, bet flop, checked back, and now you just make some like BS-looking river raise. It's such an amazing spot to have the hand.
Yeah, credit to Burton here for not just getting too greedy. We are going to have some blocks. You know, with a hand like a 10. Potentially a weak king that wants to, you know, induce something.
Yeah. 20 million the bet. Now, obviously, decision point flips back to Burton. And normally I'd advocate for, like, you know, you kind of want to preserve some chips. But surely in this spot, Savenkov just has a house at 0%.
Absolutely.
He's not checking back 2 pair.
No.
Oh, see, this is the thing. I think it's just an easy jam.
Tiredness potentially creeping in.
Savenkov is going to be shocked to see he got called and isn't good here. That's insane.
Welcome back, guys. We're here at the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel Spa, and today, basketball court. Where, Andrew, we have the first of a series of events coming up. You, myself, and Jay are going to be competing in the Merit Poker Commentator Olympics. And well, is this our game, Andrew? Task one?
Probably not. I found myself with the basketball in hand. Last time, I believe, was in 1992. Back in the school days is the last time I held a basketball. We're going to get after it. The guys behind the scenes have decided. Merit Poker Olympics, James. Round one, basketball. And then there's going to be more to come.
There are many more challenges to come. And just a quick idea of how we're going to do this. Obviously, whoever wins each challenge, whoever comes second, going to get more chips for a sit and go at the end where you, myself, and Jay will battle it out to see who is the ultimate commentator.
Absolutely. Right, guys, round one, free throws. We've all seen it on the television. Looks very easy watching Steph Curry and the boys get it executed. We're going to have 5 throws each. And whoever makes the most shots, makes the most throws, James, is going to win round one of the basketball challenge.
You know, I'm confident that I'm only going to need one. I think it's going to be a 1-0 victory.
I'm an elite sportsman. Look, this doesn't just happen, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get after it.
Okay, whether you go first or second?
Oh, we're doing with hands?
Yeah, but okay, I've got one hand open, one hand closed. Choose, what's that? They open or closed?
Oh, I don't know. Just show that one.
Huh? I've got nothing in them.
Oh,
I've got one hand open, one hand closed.
Well, which one do I need to pick?
You choose. Tell me which one's which.
And if I get it right, I get to choose.
You get to choose. You go first.
This hand is closed.
You're going first.
Did you film the back of him? You can't trust James Dempsey, ladies and gentlemen. That's one thing I'll say.
It's our secret. All right.
I'm first, though.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Set him up, boys.
Oh, my God. Right, come on. No, be fair. Come on now.
A lot of pressure, this.
There is. I'm feeling it.
This will live forever on the internet.
Oh, it's a mile off.
Oh, no. Okay, we got a northwesterly. That is, it's a northwesterly. Got to factor that in. It's a windy day here in the Med. Not normally windy.
Oh, yes, it was absolutely garbage. Love seeing it. Right, come on, Scotland. Come on, one time. This is the one.
Oh, there's a gust of wind there.
Get in! Oh! That was actually not a bad effort. Don't worry, I've got him. I've got him where I want him.
Oh, no. I was expecting a gust of wind.
Just keep filming until we make one.
Where was the
Just
wind?
keep filming.
Is that 0-0 through 3?
0-0 through 3. Come
I said 1-0 might do it. I didn't say to who. Guys, we're not actually this bad. It's the wind. You can't. You're not picking it up on the camera.
It might look
Show the
warm.
trees. Where are the trees? There's no trees. That's why. They've all been blown over.
Right, make one. I actually support you here.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Because you want it to be over?
Yeah. Make it. Oh, no. We have to get after this. We got to do something about this. Our reputation's on the line. Okay?
Yeah.
Break.
Okay.
Oh, I had a chance.
Oh dear, he's got a chance to kill him off.
Oh! Well done. Nicely handled. Good stuff.
Yes! Come on, give me the chips.
Sorry, Dad. I failed you after all these years.
Sorry, Scotland.
Scotland, I'd like to apologise for absolutely nothing, as he said. No, it's Ireland. Never mind. Well done, James. Round one. So, guys, now that we just wowed you with our prowess in the free throw challenge, well done, James. I'd like to say it was deserved.
It wasn't deserved, but I mean, like I said, I called it earlier. I said I was going to win 1-0. I won 1-0.
You did.
It was a very poor quality match, but now it's time for revenge for you, Matt. Perhaps.
Time for 1-on-1.
Tete-a-tete, head-to-head.
Tete-a-tete, head-to-head. It's going to be me running it, James, with the ball, hoping for the best.
No elbows.
No elbows.
See any elbows?
Keep it all above
the waist.
The waist. Anything else is allowed.
I'm just going to shoot from here because I'm really good.
You're tall. Yes. Thank God. You can catch the ball. That's about it.
It's better if we run. Oh. Come on, get that ball to me.
Okay, let's go.
can't grab that ball. You got to grab this ball, not my balls.
You can't get past me. I'm a machine. Oh, very high risk.
Oh, he's done me! He's turned me!
Get in!
Oh! He turned me! Right.
Straight it from there.
I've seen this on the TV.
Where are you going? Oh! Oh, you're fucked now. That's travelling, isn't it?
I don't know. There's no rules in this game. We're playing merit rules, motherfucker! Oh. Oh, he's the big man. Oh, he's spun him.
Oh, the ball's still live.
Oh, he's called it.
Love seeing it.
Oh, he's done. Oh.
That was beautiful. Where's the justice?
Andrew.
Draw?
Let's chop it up.
Tie.
Draw.
We'll take it.
A non-score draw, even. A very low score draw.
It's a draw.
All right, guys, that's the end of round 1 of the Merit Commentator Olympics. And it was a resounding victory for who, Andrew?
A comprehensive victory, 1-0 from a possible 20 baskets. James Dempsey takes round 1. I will say well done, my friend, but I will come back stronger, fitter, angrier, and ready for round 2 of the Merit Olympics. Here we go, Demps. King 8 suited, 7 bigs.
Yeah.
He's been here many times before. Can he do it again?
This has to be a jam, surely.
Yeah. Yeah.
Jam it is.
The old half stack of root. Well, here we go.
Savenkov finds an ace, rips it in. They are going to run it for all of Generalov's chips. He is the one, of course, at risk, and he is the one with the weaker holding at the moment. Needs a king, an 8, some clubs, something. He needs help. Kirill Burton, the interested observer. And we'll be very happy to see a 10-5 four-board. He and Savenkov are just 2 cards away from a heads-up encounter. Generalov, though, has shown the cockroach ability so far today. Oh, wow, he's found an 8. Has he really done it again? And welcome back once more to the Merit. Pardon me, the Merit? Well, it is the Merit. Technically, it's the Merit Royal Diamond. What I meant to say was the Mediterranean Poker Party.
There you go, James.
It is the PLO High Roller final table, and we are down to just 5. That is the stage we have before us. What a huge setup that is.
Beautiful
just 5 players in the middle of that little square. And look at this chip distribution. Ludo, middle of the pack, but with just 9 big blinds. He's somewhat handcuffed as Shriner and Jatin are surely going to be all in at some point in this orbit. And then, of course, we have the 2 big stacks who will look to make the best of the situation, maybe prosper off those 3 who are kind of in a holding pattern, a folding game.
Right.
As we're currently guaranteed $40,800. Next pay jump gets you to 55K. Call it 15K pay jump.
Yeah, fairly critical and interesting for us as the viewers next sort of 10, 15 minutes. Yeah, I mean, Ludo can ladder literally $34,000 here just by outlasting Jatin and Shriner.
That's what I was going to say. We're going from 40,800 up to 55,200, then 74,400. Those are realistically now, if you're looking at the 2 big stacks, you're thinking they're going to get first and second. You have to kind of play for third if you're one of those 3 short stacks. So a really intriguing game coming on.
So with that in mind, Demps, laner just gets to go fairly ballistic here. I mean, like Jack 8-7, not the greatest hand, but...
Well, we know our man in the big blind here has posted 200, has 200 dead, only has 125 behind. So is in.
Yeah, and here we go. Or is it here we go? I think he's got 450 back.
Yeah, sorry. got his stack slightly wrong.
Yeah, I mean, you can probably fold, and he does.
Yeah. What a pickup that is for Lane. He's loving that. Jatin also loving it, as will Ludo, because he's just so short now.
Right.
That's, obviously, you want him to be all in with a chance of busting, but if he just found a hand that's that bad that he can't even defend, it's great news for you too.
Yeah, very intriguing moments upcoming. Basically a battle between Shriner and Jatin at the moment, at least, to make it up to 4th. I mean, Ludo gonna have to be absurdly tight. Let me ask you, James, as I've said a few times, I'm not the most well-versed in PLO. If Ludo gets dealt, for example, bad aces and is raised into, do you just fold? Like, is that is that a thing?
I
like
actually think we're at that stage,
Like, it feels like a thing, right?
Yeah. If one of the big stacks raises, he's got even maybe good aces, it might be.
Right.
It might be a fold.
Okay, I was wondering just how tight we got to be.
Yeah. Obviously, in Hold'em, we have such huge edges pre-flop when we've got monster hands that we can kind of go with them in these situations. But
you're never that big of a favorite, right?
Right. Like here he is on the button, just has to fold. Knows there's a good chance of a collision here.
And so this goes in. I don't know, right? Jatin's in the big next. Maybe you can fold.
Yeah, well, can he? I mean, again, this is the kind of thing where...
This is so complicated.
Saxton hasn't really punished any kind of limps and taken that aggression pre-flop, so maybe he's thinking, hey, maybe I can limp in here and see a flop. But yeah, I think if we just fold, there's such a good chance of getting ladder. I'm with you.
It feels like a fold. You know the situation is complex when myself and James...
No, you called it. You called it first.
Yeah.
It's a fold there.
Like, we've been around the game a long time, and this is a very unique situation, shall we say.
Worst hand of the deck.
And obviously delighted to get walk with the Queen 7-3 deuce.
Queen 7-3 2.
Yeah.
Now, guys, if you are just joining us, welcome. This is, of course, the MPP PLO High Roller Final Table. There are just 5. Now, I want to talk to you, chat, out there. I want to know, in the chat, who you're rooting for. I want to know who the fan favorite is. I've got a sneaking suspicion, but I need it confirmed. Please do let us know in the chat who you're funking for, who you want to win this one. Well, maybe who you want to lose the most if you're just an evil, bitter person.
That. Yeah, who do you hate? Actually, I want that. I want to hear about that.
Who do you want to bust?
Who you hating?
Either who you want to win or who you want to bust next. Come out. We're going to go negative tonight. Ludo, again, looks at his 4 cards, but there aren't many he can play.
Yeah, not going to be playing these ones. Out they go. Shriner just cannot find the get-in hand.
Yeah, and now the 2 big stacks get to play one if they choose.
I wondered if we ever raised range here, but maybe not. Laner probably gets to defend.
Yeah,
still relatively wide, right?
Laner does. Laner, obviously, Laner still has a lot of equity in potentially doubling up, is the point.
Sure.
He would then have, you know, 2/3 of the chips in play and almost certain win. So he can take some risk. They're not going to play crazy, but...
Yeah, Saxton here going to take his pretty dusty hand and just try and fold out hands that have whiffed themselves. You probably get some ace highs even to fold in a situation like this.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
But not going to get 8-9, 10-10 to lay it down.
No, that's going to take a look at 1, try and find a 6 or a 10. Doesn't do so on that turn. And Saxton.
Interesting decision point.
Yeah, isn't it? Isn't. Obviously, we've got 8-9. It's never great to have those 2 cards to barrel again. And I think just showing a good level of restraint here. He also knows Laner doesn't just get to bet with a lot of hands because he never really wants to open up the action to a check raise.
Absolutely.
So many hands still check back. He does get to take a shot at hitting that 6. Obviously, we can see he only gets half the pot. Worried to hit the 6.
Instead, 9 on the river improves Saxton to 2 pairs, but obviously unlikely to bet this one.
Yeah, it won't be betting. Both these players just happy to check this down and take their hand to showdown.
Yeah. That is exactly what we would expect. Laner not going to be seeking to reopen the action, as you said, James. I'd be shocked if he did. taking his time.
Yeah, going through all the options in his head, all the thought process.
Saxon will think that he can win occasionally, but not this time.
Yep. Table the 9, beating some 7x. Maybe some weak draws.
Yeah, nice pickup again for Laner. Starts to narrow that gap.
He does. Obviously, not too much of a concern, like we say. He's over 30 blinds deep. And he has that, of course, advantageous seat to the left of the chip leader. If the seat's the other way around, it'd be a little bit more difficult. But he's happy. Just they chisel away, play some little pots between them, whilst the short stacks await their fate.
Yeah, Jatin now, the next player forced to commit 400,000. Doesn't have much behind himself.
No. We
do know Shriner will be all in 3 hands' time. If he doesn't get the chips in before then.
Look at this, he's got 125 back. Is that?
Does he? Is Jatin forced all in first? No.
Yeah, he's got the chips in his hand. He's got 125k.
Wow.
Ludo, oh, here we go. Ludo with aces.
Oh, wow.
Now.
What will Gaelic do?
Right. This is the spot that's just kind of silly. But I think it might be a spot.
You can't limp, right?
I don't
don't even know what you're supposed to do. Very complicated.
I guess you.
Nah. Yeah, he is going for it.
Yeah.
Ludo ain't folding this hand. It could be for $500,000. He ain't folding it. I'm telling you.
Yeah. No. Well,
and there we go.
I don't think I was advocating for folding it because it's one of these spots where it's unopened in front of him. But if one of those big stacks had opened and he had that hand with someone all in the big blind, whoa.
Yeah, well, I'm not surprised at this, right? Jatin can fold twice, and then the big blind is forced all in. And you ladder 15k demps. And Ludo has the tightest range at the table. Probably has to be as strong as this, right? No? Or are you just priced? Give yourself a chance to still rally up and come third.
Yeah. It's, It's 15k, but there's another 110k between now and first. Okay, yes, Ludo has a tight range there, but Queen 10-7-4 actually does okay against aces. Like, if there's a satellite, of course, but it's not a satellite. That seems...
Yeah, it's just a very complicated spot we're in.
There were so many chips in the pot.
Yeah, yeah,
right?
I understand. And I guess you'd almost rather get in with this hand heads up when you can still get back to sort of 1.5 mil.
Yeah, that's what was in there. So it would have been 650, 850, 950.
Yeah,
million chip pot.
Million chips.
Instead, he folds and has 100k. And now, is he really folding this? Wow, yeah.
Yeah, well, he has just decided.
This makes sense, yeah.
He has just decided.
But this isn't a satellite. This is, like I say, it's 40,800 for fifth, but 148,800 for first. And yes, there is a 14k pay jump.
Yeah, Ludo, very disciplined. Love seeing this.
Ludo can't play that hand.
Yeah.
And now, like, yeah, this is truly bizarre. We've got a man with 1 chip.
Incredible. So Jatin, we will see if his decision pays off, because if Shriner doubles here, he's going to hate his life. You know, right? Part 1 of the plan is, okay, I've decided I want the extra 15k. But part 2 of the plan, your man still has to lose the hand,
That's the thing.
So that's even more reason to just call it off the previous one.
Like I say, if this was a satellite, I get it.
Yeah.
But this is not a satellite. This is not a...
It's just such a weird distribution. I can see what he's thinking. But then maybe when you think about it in more detail, as you just suggested, James, there's still 100,000 more that you could, and you can spin it up in PLO, right?
It's one of these things. It's a 1.5 buy-in pay jump. You wouldn't expect to see someone do that on the button, on the bubble.
He did snap fold as well, which.
But you wouldn't. If somebody did that on the bubble, you'd be like, "That's crazy." And the bubble was 2.5 buy-ins.
I'm with you.
And again,
I was surprised to see the snap fold. You know, like maybe just think it through. You've got time banks. You've got. It's a big moment.
Well, here we go. Here's the moment. He is all in from the big blind. Rafael Shriner at risk. How many players will he have to take down?
Kind of interesting because Saxon wants this bubble to continue.
Right, he should just pop this up.
So he should just raise with any 4 almost.
Yep. I like the any 4 raise.
Yeah, I think so. As it stands, Jack 10, 10, 8, more than good enough, especially with the lineup and stacks.
Yeah, Lerner could try and be a fly in the ointment, but he just benefits from bust outs too. Obviously, Jatin doesn't look at his cards before folding.
Oh my goodness.
Here we go then. Well, now, we discussed this situation a moment ago.
Did. What to do? Now, Ludo, if he puts it in, all he has to do is outlast, beat Shriner, right?
That's
and
the
then
thing.
you get at least 4th.
But there's a guy with 1 chip there, and
but you want to win. Will he ever call? I thought he might, you know.
I like that.
I think I do. Like,
I like that because I think he's still I think Sexton, his perception of Sexton, if he's been seeing all the hands we have, is Sexton's not really pushing these really kind of nuanced spots. He's playing PLO a little bit more like PLO's played.
I quite like this from Ludo. Just look for a safe board.
You don't really know what a safe board is, though.
Of course you don't.
But I think he just trusts Sexton not to bluff him, not to over bluff.
Very interesting, though, because Sexton arguably should over bluff.
Well, Sexton doesn't benefit that, like...
And by the way, Shriner has flopped 2 pair. Let's get back to the action, and we'll get back to the theory after.
I mean, this is a spot where Sexton...
I don't know.
Yeah, see, he checks there. So this is why I quite like the call from Ludo, because I think Sexton's going to just allow him to get a hand like this to showdown.
Especially now when the big blind can cover this pretty well.
Well, the big blind's only 4, right? So... But I think if Sexton was on, like, a game there, he would just bet that flop, and what's Ludo going to do with aces?
Right.
But the fact he doesn't... vindicates, I think, the Ludo flat.
And by the way, Shriner has held incredibly on this board.
Yeah.
7s and 3s. Awful news for both Ludo and Jatin.
Look at Jatin. He's like, really?
Oh.
You guys tripled him up?
Oh, it's just the horrible sinking feeling. Wishes he could turn time back 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Wow. A very smart, shrewd play from Ludo.
It's funny that we sort of discussed the potential of what would he do if he's got aces and there's an open ahead of him, but obviously that one, there was a player all in, there was no sort of bluff equity, as it were, so it was slightly different.
Yeah.
But it's still interesting, you know, he found the other way. A lot of people would just be like, oh, I guess he's going to go all in, but no, he can't, he doesn't really want to be at risk.
It's so complicated. We can see that Ludo would have doubled there, right? I mean, he's not going to fold Jack 10, 10, 8.
I think he is.
He'll fold for 8 blind. Just thinking he's against aces all the way. I don't know. Very, very tricky, complicated situation. But Raphael Shriner finds a big board. Stays alive. Jatin now on the ventilator of all ventilators.
Yeah, I was going to say, they haven't invented a ventilator yet for him.
1/10 of a big blind. Shade over.
He's on the CPAP.
I don't know where he is. His soul is levitating above his body, James.
He's thinking, did I play this like it was a satellite instead of a normal tournament? Takes his stand now. Actually, this is another spot I don't... I suppose big blind ante, so he can win with 200k in the middle.
Oh, he can?
Yeah. So I was about to say you're better off just folding and hoping there's some disaster in the next couple of hands, but actually, obviously, he can turn that 25k up into 275k just by playing against the big blind.
Okay. Shriner electing not to complete from the small. Interesting.
275 in the middle.
There we go. Ludo's on it.
Ludo knows.
It is 3 times the 25 plus the big blind ante. Sexton gets to take back 175k from his big blind.
Yeah, correct. That shows.
So here we go then. Almost a flip.
Yeah, well, again, we must have
there
double
must be,
suited nature and some folded.
Yeah.
But actually, these are the sneaky ones. You see the sort of double domination, but actually the equities quite often run closer in these spots than you would first imagine because of the connectivity and the double flush draw.
Can Jatin survive? Much like Shriner a moment ago, Would be back up to 275k if he can do it. Just a unique situation, James. Can more than 10x his stack.
Yeah, by running down one hand. Jatin looking to carry on here in the MPP PLO high roller.
Oh. Wow. 998. What a flop that is for Jatin. Flops the open-ended straight flush draw. Yeah, needs to improve.
Incredible equity. Still just 10 high.
Looking for a spade, a 6, a 5.
Well, that's a disastrous card.
That is an awful, awful card.
Can still hit that straight or flush.
Can he get there? River coming. Wow.
Doesn't do it.
Out.
Andrew Headley, we have lost our man in 5th. Jatin picking up $40,800 for his efforts, and maybe, just maybe, got caught up a little bit too much in the race for survival.
Yeah.
Sacrificed, in my mind, too much. But still, a very healthy cash for buy-ins. And we are going to hear from him right now.
Who has the biggest chance of winning this one?
Who has the biggest chance right now?
Yeah.
Or the chip leader?
Yeah.
Yeah, he has a massive chip lead, so very big chance.
What is your favorite part of playing MPP events?
Well, this is my first one, and playing here in Cyprus and the organization and everything has been very good. So everything about it has been very, very good.
Is there any specific memorable moment from this tournament?
Nothing too memorable. I think I would have wished the final table to have better, more spots or better hands, but nothing to complain about. It's just the nature of PLO, you know, so it's just how it goes.
No mistakes on your part?
I don't think so. I mean, probably you always could go back and see what you could have done better, but I don't think I got any good spots, you know, at the final table. It's just, it kind of played itself.
And how did you bust?
Well, I got really short because I let the guy be all in blind, and then he beat 2 hands, so I was down to no chips. I won all in with a pretty good hand, and I lost.
That sounds like a lot of poker tournaments. I went all in with a pretty good hand, but I lost.
Well, here we go. Catching up with the action, guys. Fast and furious. Shriner now puts the rest of his chips at risk. King Jack, Jack 7. Looked up by Laner with Ace Jack 10-6 double suited. Can Shriner continue the spin? Or are we going to be down to 3 just like that? Here we go. Queen 7-7. Shriner here, still best. Great flop for him, James.
Huge flop.
Massive.
Almost there.
Yeah, just got to fade an ace.
No, backdoor would be the way, right? He's flop trip. 7's only a backdoor draw, and here comes the backdoor draw.
Oh, this would be grim. Laner looking for a heart or a non-spade ace.
Ace is no good, my friend.
Oh, it is? Oh, there's a 7. Oh, excuse me. It's getting late.
It is.
Please excuse me the oversight.
It's okay.
Did not recognize that Shriner had 3 7s.
Yeah, Shriner flopped him dead almost on the 7-7 queen board. Hence the chuckles all around.
And Shriner, just like that, Demps.
Survivor.
Yeah.
Obviously, they're all guaranteed 55,200 now. Ludo was thinking it was going to be back-to-back hands, and maybe he'd be there with guaranteed 74,400, as that's the next payout. As it is, Shriner survives. Lerner, just a few chuckles. Obviously, it doesn't really hurt him too much. And in fact, this kind of handcuffs now Shriner and Ludo even more, because they're pretty even in chips. That's what Shriner was looking at right there. You saw he was counting up, looking in Ludo's direction. That's the man he's playing against right now.
Shriner still in with a puncher's chance. Ludo now in the big.
Yeah, what, 1.5 million for Ludo behind?
I think less, James. And he lost that ace's hand. I believe it could be as low as $1 million back, maybe a little bit more.
I was just trying to eyeball the yellows. I
Yeah,
felt like he had 3 stacks, but you could well be right.
King 10-9-3 for Lena.
Yeah, and look at this. Lena's eyeballing Schreiner's stack because he knows the other two are playing a different game. And let's see if he elects to apply the pressure. He should just make this 600.
I think so. Hand figures to be more than good enough, I would say.
Yeah. It's almost any 4 situation.
Right, like
I don't.
This doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah.
There you go, 1.4 back. Ludo going to be delighted here to face that limp demps.
Yeah, he's going to be allowed to see a flop here that he wouldn't have been able to if he'd faced a raise.
Yeah, strange decision to limp here. Off to the flop we go. Ace 3-4. Ludo flops best. Middle pair does have a wheel draw. He's going to be intrigued here. Could imagine Ludo to be quite confused by this just complete pre and a check. And here we go, improves to 100% demps. 3rd 4 materializing on the turn. Very strange spot now for Lena. Does, of course, have a 3 in hand. Ludo now. Somewhat strange spot. Yeah, I don't hate this. Probably thinks his opponent has a lot of nothing. 3 on the river.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Ludo doesn't really get to bet many hands as bluffs or values, so just playing most of the range as a check back. And look at this, finds himself in a really good situation in that Lena gets a piece, and a big piece at that on the end. Now, Ludo just knows his PLO tournaments.
Lena has to bet, right?
Yeah.
We just always play this as a call, Dims?
Yeah.
Can't imagine doing anything else. Yeah,
Lena's not enjoying the snap nature of the call.
Gonna get the good news. And that is a big swing, right?
Yeah.
Lena opens pre, gets Ludo still down at 1.4. Like Ludo now 2.6 instead. Feels like an expensive misstep from the Austrian.
Yeah, I think there's nothing you can do as played once the river comes.
Sure, sure. What a result for Ludovic Gajalik. Gets some breathing room. Schreiner going to be the least happy with that development. As we continue on four-handed. Just past 1 a.m. in the morning here, local time in Cyprus. Welcome along, anyone just joining us. Hope you are enjoying your evening. We've certainly enjoyed the entertainment here, this 10K PLO High Roller FT. As we see Saxton continue to wield the big stack.
Yeah, that little hand there, probably, you know, obviously Ludo was the biggest winner in it, but Saxton the second biggest. Is
right.
He really did reduce the chips of Lena, who's in second, and Saxton therefore just gets to open a whole bunch more. In this case, this hand being a case in point. Wonder Schreiner for min raise. I think he may have to defend this one.
I think obviously, it might be time damps, yeah.
Yeah, he's that much shorter than Ludo now, more than 2-1 down in chips. So it kind of is on him to make something happen, and here we go. This hand a reasonable one. And you know Saxton's going to be pretty light.
Okay, players from the grand final turbo. You can take your seat. Your game will start.
Ace 7-4 with 2 clubs. Not a flop that either is particularly thrilled with. Oh, and sorry, apologies.
Bottom 2, yeah.
Yeah, bottom 2 for Schreiner.
Yeah, easy to miss it. You see the king 7-5-4 and you see an ace high board. It's reasonable to believe it's not a good flop for that hand, but he does find the danglers.
Yeah.
And now he's up to 2.1 million. Ludo wipes the sweat from his brow. Not ideal for him. He was hoping to see a snap from an ace X type hand.
Reasonable to donk shove this, Stamps? Isn't the Razor going to rep this board?
You kind of don't mind, like, he had jacks there. You don't mind denying that hand from seeing it, because it's PLO, lots of things can happen.
We only have a kind of vulnerable 2-pair.
Right.
Right.
I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
You just don't want him in there with, like, a no-pair gut shot. There's so many ways you could lose that hand.
Sure.
In PLO, in Hold'em, of course, yeah, you'd be in there, wouldn't you? You'd be in the trapping. In a similar scenario, but
that's my Hold'em brain.
Yeah.
At work.
And again, if we were at a different stage of the tournament, I think you'd be right. But just given the fact that the chips are the way they are in this sort of war of attrition.
Oh, and here we go.
Ludo. Now, again, I do think that Sondra Sexton is going to allow Ludo to get away with a little bit more than he should. So
you like a limp?
I like a limp or a raise. Like, Sondra hasn't really put the 3-bet hammer down on anyone yet either.
It does feel like eventually now we're kind of level with Shriner. You know, you got to take some spots, right? You got to keep yourself afloat.
Yeah, Ludo's gone big. I mean, reasonable to do it with this hand, but it does mean it's very hard for him to do anything against Sexton worth the jam. Obviously, Sexton going to fold with all the hands, Queen 9-3 deuce being one of them. So, Ludo chipping up over 3 mil.
Yeah, perhaps just deciding. If you find it, you find it. All of a sudden, the 2 short stacks, like Laner has to be feeling a little nervous about this, right?
Yeah.
Any double up now from Shriner, for example, it's basically a 3-way tie.
Yeah, he's gone from clear second to not far off being dragged into this mess.
Dogfight.
Yeah.
You see Ludo. Very weak double-suited holdings will be going into the muck. Shriner follows suit. And now a dreamy spot. Demps for Sagstone. Feel like he just gets to really go after Laner. Yeah. And he wakes up with more than a good enough hand to do so regardless.
Yeah, this is a spot where we're getting... He's now getting towards the spot where he just gets to raise all these small blind situations. Oh, Laner with a hand he's going to defend with. Queen 8-6-5 double. This seems reasonable. Obviously, again, scary because...
Very scary.
He could bust forth, but he has enough chips.
Oh my goodness, they both flop a straight.
Oh, wow.
And Sagstone with the better of it.
Found the check. Wow. But Sexton finds the check, having flopped
goodness.
number 2. And Lerner checks back the bottom straight. Wow. Both going trappy. Clubs materializing on the turn. Lerner does have those.
Almost feels like Lerner isn't trapping Demps. It's just you don't really want to put chips in this pot, right?
Yeah, he wants to make it a 2-street hand.
Yeah.
Rather than a 3-street. See a safe card. That makes sense. I'm just surprised that Sexton doesn't bet flop, given that you kind of want to bet flop with a lot of your hands. Your opponent can't continue with that many. And we see if he's going to check back the best hand he can have in terms of what you want him to have when you've got 10-6.
Sure. And if this river bricks Demps, Lane are going to be in the grossest of gross spots.
Well, it's a chop.
Wow.
They both end up with a 10 high straight.
What a result for the Austrian.
Wow, this was close to... on the right river, obviously he picked up clubs. On the brick river there, that was going to be a bet call. And Lerner was going to be right down there in the muck. As it is, both players will be happy to just check this back. Neither one holding a jack.
Yeah, Lerner, fading disaster.
Lerner thinks he's been unlucky here. He thinks he was about to win a nice pot.
It's not very high.
Suddenly gets the good news.
Losing rate.
Found it at the last moment. He did actually have the same straight. Nearly mucked, thinking he was playing 5-6. But of course, the 8 getting into 10 high straight, although the dealer seems a bit confused on this matter.
6-6-8.
There we go.
8-6.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
8-6.
Same straight.
Yeah, 8-6. Yeah.
8-6. It's a chop chop.
Yeah.
Chop. Yeah.
The hands was table, so it's fine.
Yeah.
The hand is table.
Eight,
Yeah,
six,
I know.
please. Yeah.
It's late at night. Mistakes can happen.
Yeah.
But you nearly mucked it.
Leonard did nearly muck it.
Ludo's bang on it every time, man.
Leonard did nearly muck it, then realised, hang on, I think I've got an 8 that's got me the highest straight.
5-6, obviously.
And the dealer's only seen the 5-6 because Lane has thrown forward the 5-6. But, as Ludo says, the hand was tabled. The players knew. No dramas, but wow. What drama we could have had on a brick river. And there were a lot of bricks that could have come on that river. And this man would have basically had, what, 1 hand and 4 fingers on the trophy had that come a brick, because the other 3 would all be playing with sub 10 blinds. Or, sorry, Ludo's got a little bit more. But by the time Sondra would have finished with them, Ludo would have been holding on with like 4 blinds and playing heads up. Ooh,
what
hello.
a time to find the best hand.
The boots. Aces. Double. Pardon me, aces single. But with a suit nonetheless. And he really has found them at the right time, hasn't he? Oh, no.
Oh, my goodness.
Sexton looking down at kings. No suit, but for 10 blinds. I think he's going to have to run this.
Right, 4-handed game. And we referenced it, James. If Shriner gets action here...
Yeah, he's going to be second.
Right. The bones of 5 million, if he can hold here.
Understandably, Sexton is going to run this, looking to try and knock a player out.
Wow.
Ludo would have to find, I believe, the other 2 aces to be in this one.
Check a flop first.
He left his time banks here as well.
Did just see both aces folded, James.
Oh. Just calls, leaving back 50k. For good luck, perhaps.
No worries.
Here we go then.
And we have 4.6 million.
Shriner holds here, damn. Saxton only have 6.7.
I thought you went pot.
I miscounted. Damn, I miscounted mistake. I am all in.
You're all in. Okay.
Yeah.
I had a smaller pair than you, I guess. Yes.
Yeah, Sexton knows it's bad news when he got snapped, I think, and the confidence at which Shriner was talking. Although, there are plenty of hands Shriner would have raised, called with the weaker. Some of those A6 rundowns. Here we go then.
Maybe we all become.
Key pot.
We all become average stat 4.6 million. Yeah. Then we all go all in blind. Yeah. And see who wins.
Good luck.
9-9-7. Saxton flopping a boat.
Oh,
and you called it.
My goodness.
The other 2 aces were folded pre. By virtue of the folded cards, we know that Shriner is drawing dead. Draws dead to 2 more deuces.
My word, some of these runouts. Brutal exit for Shriner. Hung on in there. Got himself in position to get into second place.
Not flushing round 2s.
And gets a horrible, horrible run out.
Yeah, it was a bit cruel because if he'd busted a while back, he probably shrugs it, but he got the spin up and then gets booted out in 4th.
Brutal stuff.
Started dreaming of higher finishes.
I'm being sarcastic.
Do lose Raphael Shriner in 4th. Is it name on the trophy stuff, Demps? It feels like it.
Well,
remember that ace against Maddie earlier?
Yeah.
Flops a boat against Shriner. Monstrous chip lead.
Yeah.
For Songsten.
Way over half the chips in play now resided in this stack. Gets to, again, leverage the situation. Liner.
What brings you here?
I live in Cyprus. And I'm very often here.
Okay.
Is there any specific memorable moment from this tournament?
When I busted.
Really?
Of course.
What happened?
Aces versus kings. The classic one.
You had aces?
Of course.
Pot limit, Omaha, Hold'em, or short deck? If you had to choose one to play for the rest of your life?
PLO.
PLO.
For the rest of your life?
Of course.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, back at it, Ludo raising up from the small blind. Trying to make something happen here against the chip leader. He is the shortest of the 3 remaining. The lowest risk premium, as we like to say. And well, not a flop you're looking for when you've got King Double Jack 8.
Yeah, does still have the best of it.
Yeah, so hard, though, with this stack depth to fire one out because the chips are so valuable at this stage.
Yeah,
Let's see, though.
Ludo surveys his options.
In theory.
And he does find the small bet, James.
Yeah, the big stack and the big blind, not 3-betting pre, kind of.
Yeah.
Does eliminate a lot of the ace-X type stuff.
This should work, right?
Yeah, it's not a value bet, but it's a sort of best hand bluff stroke protect type bet.
Yeah, and every pickup massive at this point. Ludo closing in on second.
Daniel Oliver in the chat asking, what are the payouts like? Well, we are now guaranteed $74,400. And when I say we, I mean the final 3. Myself and Andrew are getting diddly, you know what?
Speak for yourself.
$105,600 for second. So we are on a 30K pay jump. And then, of course, it'll be another 43,000 up to first, because first is $148,800. And, of course, not that trophy, not the one on the right, but the one to the right of that. The small Kryptonite trophy.
Oh.
Be the Super Scott in the mix. Again, does he decide just to ramp this one up? Of course, we're playing with the big blind ante.
Yeah, here he comes.
Yeah, a lot freer now. He's third of 3. And raising into the other medium stack here. I say the medium stack, I mean small stack. But you know what I mean. The man in the middle.
Gotcha.
Leno, who's going to just have to fold this one. Jack 7-6-3.
A very unappetizing hand to want to defend with. All of a sudden, Demps, Ludo and Lane are neck and neck.
Yep.
In second chip position, effectively.
It's funny, this is kind of been the theme of the second half of this final table. Little wars of attrition and survival down the bottom. Earlier on, we're kind of seeing some big stacks clashing, playing some big hands, and now it's the short stacks trying to avoid clashing. But clash they will as we play 3-handed. And some of that pressure is relieved when you know you're guaranteed $74,400.
Sure. And the very intriguing prospect here. It did at times look like Songston was going to have all of his own way with this, but if either of the other 2 players double, they will take the chip lead now, Demps.
Right, he won't mind if it's against each other and he finds himself heads up with a chip lead, guaranteed 105 sub. Because as we've seen a million times in poker before, like Saxton can still finish third here himself.
For sure. Here he comes, 500K from the button. King 10-9-6, now laner.
It's a nice hand.
Absolutely, 3-handed, double suited, Queen Jack Jack 8.
Yeah, I think we're going to see Lena get involved in this one, calling from the small. Seems like the most likely. It's a hand that plays pretty well post.
Yeah.
Don't mind if Ludo comes along. I mean, I always say you kind of want to be playing heads up with these double suited, but they are suited to the Queen and the Jack. It's stronger than some of the other hands we've seen.
Is he thinking of the other option?
Yeah, he might be. Just running it. It's kind of grim when you get it in.
Sure.
But Saxton's going to have a lot of hands. I think that's the theory here. And like I say, you know, I keep saying it, the double suiteds, they kind of like being heads up.
Doing a little bit of inventory, checking Ludo's stack. Big moments here, 3-handed. Been very composed throughout, which I find quite impressive, James. No rush decisions.
Yeah, can't you tell from here how many time banks he's got left? I presume they're hiding behind his chips there.
Yeah, right.
Because this has taken more than 30 seconds.
Absolutely.
Will become a factor as this goes on. Time bank cards. think the longer he thinks, the more likely it is to be a 3-bet, to be honest. It's kind of weird to think this longer and then call.
Is there a chance he folds this hand, Dimps? The longer it goes? I mean, you wouldn't have thought so.
No. Yeah, here we are at, though. He's clearly in a quandary. And
oh.
I think he's going to now go for the 3-bet. Give just my feel of how he's looking.
Very curiously long tank, but you've called it.
Yeah.
He is potting.
But yeah, it is very curious, and I don't know what.
Just burning time? It's a bit of a strange one.
Yeah, that's the thing. He wasn't just burning time, and it would be very weird if he was just burning time.
Sure,
so we know he's had a tough decision, and that
right.
And that's kind of weird to Sexton. Obviously, Sexton's not gonna continue with King 10-9-6, and we are in an hour delay. But when he sees us back,
1.7, right?
Well, his back from what it might have been here. This may give some clue that it was a genuine indecision, not knowing quite what to do in this spot. But a big pickup this will be for Lerner.
How many time banks? 2?
3.
Looks like he's got plenty of time banks in his hand. So
felt like a very long tank.
I'll steal how many.
How much?
5.
It wasn't,
No.
It was 3. It was 3.
Those 3?
It was 3, yeah.
5's 2.5 minutes. Wasn't that long.
The funny thing is,
he said 2, you said 5, and I said 3. Okay. You agree? No, for free. You're like, okay, 3 rather than 5.
yeah, he did suggest 2. Ludo quickly on it saying 3 once those time bank chips out. And the dealer tried to claim 5. Speaking of 5, that's what Stefan Lerner has in chips, 5 million.
Definitely more than 2.
It definitely wasn't 5.
Ludo just 3.5 as the blinds are going up to 100, 250k, and Picasso has got the chuckles on.
I mean, he's some character, you know. Ludo just having a bit of fun with it. Playing for 150k. Laughing away as always. Chilling. The most relaxed man at the table, on most tables. Still in the hunt here, on the short stack. We can see now, stack's condensing a little, James. Sondra still going to be a good size favorite, you would imagine, more than half the chips in play. But we know PLO, anything can happen.
3.6.
3.6, thanks.
3.6 total.
Thank you.
And on we press. We've got the old elevator music in the background now. It's a little less bouncing than it was earlier.
Yeah, it was really pumping.
It was.
As if maybe it was that ICM disaster.
Oh.
You were unsure.
He knows that. Ludo's got the read.
Because we had like near enough the same stack at that time or whatever. Not much in it. 2 big blinds.
Laner now.
Now the gap is more than 2 big blinds.
Yeah.
That pickup.
Is going to come in for a raise.
Yeah, and I like this again. I mean, in theory, not supposed to have too many raises and stuff the way things are, but I do believe that Sondra Sexton really hasn't applied enough pressure in these kind of spots, and so he's going to get to maybe realize more than he should given the chip distribution. But here comes the call. Let's see how Sexton plays it post, because you can really make life hard for Lerner, pardon me. And, well, this kind of flop is pretty terminal, perhaps, for Lerner. Although Lerner doesn't have to bet it. If he does, it's curtains. Sexton flopping top set.
Intriguing decision point for Lerner.
Yeah, good check back.
Like this.
It just got bare flush draw on a pretty rich board. And, well, look at this for Sexton. Turns hearts to go with that set. Also has a jack. It's kind of a bad card to have, really, because you do block your opponent having turned some 2-pair combos, but
Yeah, very intriguing. Lena improving to a gut shot to Broadway to go with the nut flush draw.
Yeah, and it's one of these spots, yeah, sure you can be behind to a straight, but you just got so much equity even against the nuts with a set and a flush draw that he wants to go ahead and bet. And I wanted to see more what he would do here without such a strong hand, whether he would have applied as much pressure. But as things are, Lena closing the action with that gut shot you mentioned to Broadway and the nut flush draw. Is going to have a little look here.
Yeah, very clear call.
Maybe hoping that, you know, should he find a club, his opponent just goes blasting off.
Right.
With a bluff.
Huge river in the context of this tournament incoming. And it is the Queen of Spades.
What an ugly card for Saxton to see here. Any kind of King X, 8X hand is going to see his hand run down with 3.35 million chips in the pot. A horrible feeling. The good news for him is his opponent doesn't have it.
Does Lena have to bluff here, James? I mean...
He has the most king...
Very ace-king, right? The most king...
Yeah, not too much ace-king, other than, of course, the ace-king with the nut clubs and...
Nut hearts?
Yeah, that's true.
Right?
Yeah, could have picked up. But I think there's plenty of king X of clubs, king X of heart combos that have got a 9-10 jack or queen with them that... Yeah, I would like to see a bluff here.
Feels mandatory to me. Very likely to work. Pretty sick spot. I think Lena recognizing no. Doesn't find it.
I think
Saxton going to be absolutely delighted to get this one a showdown.
I feel like, maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like that's... Actually, I guess it depends what you think Saxton's betting turn with. Is he only betting turns with straights? Which ones of those does he fold? If he's betting turns with bluffs, does your queen win against those bluffs? Or a lot of those bluffs now ahead, maybe. Do you think he bets 2 pair on the turn? Probably not. So maybe if he thinks he's up against bluffs and straights, then maybe he doesn't need to bluff and doesn't expect to get straights to fold enough. I don't know. I think you still can make some straights fold, albeit the clubs and hearts missing.
Yeah, another pot goes the way of Songsten.
I tell you what, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised to see him check it back because it's kind of been the theme of these guys further down the streets. I think if we see Ludo get a stack together, you're just going to know through by his reputation that he'll be taking a few more of those spots.
Yeah. Saxton now.
Yep, just say the word pot.
Here it comes.
Or throw it in. Whatever you want.
Has a pretty strong hand, blind on blind.
Just going a little bit smaller. 600. We are playing 100, 250k now. And, well, Lerner with a continue, certainly. 9987. Doesn't get to continue that wide, but he's had a couple that he does have to continue with. And, well, here we go. 8-4 deuce. Couple of hearts. Not a great board for Saxton, but he does, you know, block holding a deuce. Not that Lerner has much 4 deuce, 8 deuce type hands at this point. Obviously never ideal not having a heart in your hand when you see those 2 hearts on board. But the queens figure to be best still. I think he just wants to go pot.
Here we go.
Nicely done. It's never great when you do this and kind of have to put the rest in, but so often you just do this and get folds. And there's so many chips in there to pick up. I like this. Well done, Sondra Saxton. And not really a decision point for Lerner here.
Yeah, hand doesn't have enough going for it.
No, if it was like 7, 8, 9, 10, then it'd be much more palatable.
Sure.
With those live cards to catch, but holding a pair in your hand, working against you post-flop here. Ludo praying for a call, of course.
Yeah. Lerner.
Down to just 2.65 million. Sorry to cut you off there, but I felt like we tag teamed that one. You gave me the name, I gave you the stack.
Yeah, pretty grim couple of minutes for the Austrian.
One man.
Sees his stack cut in half, essentially.
Yeah, one man having a great time, though, here.
He really is.
The Norwegian, the Viking, sailing into the Mediterranean. Pillaging.
feeling very serene.
Ah, the Scots are basically Vikings, but just a few centuries later, right?
I was about to try and come up with something clever to say, James, but I think you've beaten me to it. Saxton here, suited ace, massive chip advantage. Would imagine he's going to continue to leverage.
Just keep mashing the raise button. So all he has to do at this point.
Lerner here doesn't find a hand worthy of continuing. Ludo, however, so tricky this now, has now found himself in second place. Do we defend this, Stem? This is pretty grim, right?
It is pretty grim.
Not loving it. Of course, Saxton going to be pretty wide.
I would like Saxton just to raise a little larger in these spots, just to make it that bit harder. Like, this is going to make this hand fold, but make it 700k. Make it just under 3 blinds instead of, you know, 2.5. It just increases the chance of the fold so much more, and that's what you want at this stage with most of your opens. You've got the other two down to what, like 10 blinds, and they're equal, and they both know the game. It's one thing if you've got them down to 10 blinds and they don't know the game, but they know where the money's made here. We are on a, what, 31k pay jump.
Yeah, huge money now. Very much feels like Saxton's tournament to lose at this point. Of course, stranger things have happened. It really is having the time of his life out there. So we see Lerner. Lines, of course, have gone up a little while ago. 250k. Price of poker, very steep. And this is a pretty strong hand, Demps.
Yeah.
Three-handed.
Double 10, 7, double suited.
Just have to run this one?
Yeah. If someone gets better, good luck to them. Let's go. We're at 10 blinds.
Yep.
Big blind ante in play. We don't really get to be that selective anymore. Ludo would love to have found a hand there to take his man on. Ooh. That's the dream spot for Ludo, is when Lerner's potted it and you just find a big hand and you get to, you know, flip against him for a chance to take it heads up.
And Saxton not really incentivized to defend here.
Yeah, it's kind of a...
He can just sort of just wait until he has opportunities to be the aggressor.
Right. He can hammer himself.
Yeah.
And it's a good reason why Lerner's like raising pot there as well, because for a smaller raise, of course, he's going to call with the double suited hand, but doesn't need to force the issue there by defending the big to what should be a pretty not a snug hand, but it's not going to be garbage.
Action now back on Ludo, finds another very weak holding. And kick this one over to Saxton.
Yeah. And the good thing is now, from what he's seen, is I think he sort of has somewhat of a willing accomplice in Saxton. He's been doing more of the raising now. This hand, a very bad one, but yeah, it does just call.
Yeah, finally it mixes in a limp.
Yeah. It's just such a bad hand. I wanted to see if he was going to raise with that. I'm glad he didn't, because I think this would be too bad a hand. But
is it the first limp is always nothing?
Maybe. Well, look at this for Lerner. 3-5-7 with hearts on a 4-6 board.
Yeah, flops a huge draw.
Now, can he find the raise here? In the, like, Saxton just limped in from the small.
Sure. I mean, I think we just have to, right?
He just doesn't have an ace really ever.
Yeah. And we're going to have so much equity here against almost any hand.
Yeah, if he does have an ace that calls, so be it.
I feel, yeah, very nice.
Well done. That's the problem with limping in for Saxton, of course. Not that I fault his limp and then c-bet. It's just, it clearly isn't an ace, so if your opponent does have a hand like this, they can just go after you. But it's very rare they have a hand like that. Most of the time, your flop bet's just going to make the King 9-8-3 that was in the big blind have to fold. So what's wrong with that?
Yeah, Very nicely timed pickup for Lerner.
Welcome to everyone joining us here on the DTD Player YouTube channel.
Hello, everybody.
It is the Mediterranean Poker Party. It is Andrew Headley and myself, James Dempsey. It is, of course, the PLO final table high roller at that, a 10K buy-in. We are here at the Merit Royal Diamond. Well, actually, that's not true. The players in the Merit Royal Diamond, myself and Andrew, we're in the Merit Royal, just across the way. Such is the...
We're more regal, ever so slightly.
Yeah, we don't need diamonds.
No.
We're just royalty.
Now Lerner, 9-7-6-5 double suited.
Yeah, just pressure Ludo here, I think.
Very pretty hand, but once again, we've had a couple of these spots. He has decided just to limp this one again, Demps.
Yeah, this hand is just okay. The 5, 6, 7, 9. Let's just pot it. Let's just put Ludo under it, make him fold garbage, and if we have to go with it,
then we go with it. Okay.
Like, we're never bad.
Yeah, we can see it would have got through almost certainly with the distribution of chips.
And instead, he's going to let Ludo take a flop as a favorite.
Yeah, we have seen it.
And this is just disastrous because there's 750,000 chips in the middle. If Lerner had that, you know, he's back to 4.2,
right.
Ludo down to 2.3, nearly 2-to-1 advantage. And as it is, this situation occurs where he flops bottom pair with the 9-7-6-5 with 9 high clubs. But Ludo with a slightly better hand. And does Lerner find the bet? Kind of the same argument made before. He didn't raise from the small, doesn't get to rep too much ace-X. But at the same time, Ludo doesn't get to have much.
Yeah, likely goes check, check.
Yeah, that
Can't
seems to
imagine
be the path
Ludo
here.
will ever bet this one. Remains best on the 3 turn. Of course, a lot of outs working for Lerner.
Yeah, Lerner picking up that gutter. Wonder if we see a bet now, whether he's just thinking Ludo will check back. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of makes some sense.
I'd still like to see a bet, I guess. Just apply some pressure, slash blocky. You just bet like 300 here.
Okay. And here comes Ludo now.
Ludo just thinks he has the best of this. Doesn't want to
8-3-75.
give a free card because he doesn't know what the bad cards are.
Right.
Like, this almost is what I was just saying that I would have rather Lerner had done. Like Ludo going for the kind of block bet in position.
Okay.
If that makes sense. He can protect his hand a little bit. Check back rivers. Very unlikely that Lerner's going to ever lead river.
This is a massive river in the context of this 3-handed game incoming. And Lerner gets there, I think. No, wait.
Yeah, 7s and 6s, but queens and 6s for Ludo.
There we go.
Now.
For a moment, I thought he got there.
Now suddenly we've got a situation where Ludo gets to go for a little bit of value. We'll see 4-5 gets there.
Wow,
So unlikely.
He does find the value bet.
Yeah, I like this. And it's
Very
the perfect
nice.
river in that
75.
I think Lerner's going to have to pair it off. Somehow made 2 pair on a board where neither player really gets to have an ace too often. Ludo doesn't get to have, say, queen 7. He bets the flop with that hand.
What an interesting hand. Lerner could have avoided this situation simply by potting pre. He's going to get punished for it again.
Yeah, a little unlucky on this run out.
Yeah. A massive swing here between the 2 short stacks.
Yeah, trading positions.
Yeah,
it's now Lerner down to just 10 blinds. Ludo up to 4 million in chips.
475, 75.
Nice value bet, right, from Gaelic. Like, easy to check back there and be a little afraid of,
I think we've seen
being pipped or something.
We've seen quite a
trapped.
bit of that in the early stages of the final table where players haven't been willing to go for value on the river and checking back
value.
these kind of medium strength hands. And as I mentioned, I think Ludo showing his experience there.
Yeah.
And he is willing to take those spots and have a better feel of how that one plays out. Obviously, it's all down to how things kind of played out pre-flop, and Ludo checking back that flop means it's one of the better hands Ludo gets to have, because if he does somehow have ace-7, ace-queen that's checked back pre-flop, obviously going to bet the flop. Queen-7 going to bet the flop.
Yeah, right.
Starts taking off on the turn. Sure, Ludo could have had 4-5, some sort of bluff, gets the nuts, but he doesn't have that many good hands there.
Absolutely.
Well done. And I think Lerner, obviously, I wish he'd raised pre-flop, but as it is, I think you have to call the river.
Pretty unfortunate post.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now here he is, garbage on the button. That one we don't get to play. Now he just hopes for collision.
And we have seen, I was going to say, we have seen Saxton not really been punishing.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have been that shocked to see Ludo limp, but he's aware.
But it is a small blind level, if you will. It's just 150k more to call. If it was, say, like a bigger small blind, I don't know if we would have seen that. In fact, kind of curious why it's not 125, 250, unless our screen's incorrect and we're missing what's going on. But they are playing 100,
it does
250.
look like 100.
Interesting that that's the case, rather than being a 125, 250.
Yeah. Also, Learner about to have to post 500k.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. I was in favour of
the. Just chill and fold.
The book certainly says Ludo fold, and his hand was pretty bad. But yeah, the deviation we could make is that, as we've both mentioned now on a few occasions, Sondra Saxton hasn't really punished those spots. He strikes me as someone who probably plays a little bit more like cash PLO, maybe, than tournaments. And if there is a difference.
Well, here we go. Queen 965. He's going to mix in another limp. Wonder if Learner picks up on the fact that the limps have generally been weakness.
Yeah, again, might have just raised that one up, and if you have to get it in, you have to get it in. So be it. It's only got 2 million back.
Yeah, and has allowed his opponent to get there.
Yeah,
top and bottom.
I think that what we're learning from watching this is just
raise the small blind.
Yeah, when you're playing shallow PLO, we're not playing Hold'em. We're not in there with these kind of intricate situations. Just smash the pop button. Saxton would have picked this one up, not to be results orientated, but he might not be. Actually, yeah, that size is going to be done. Yeah, I'm going to say he did pair, but yeah, just not leveraging that big stack. Maybe. Again, I might be being harsh. It is late, 2 a.m. These guys have been grinding all day.
Absolutely.
But I think just showing a little inexperience, perhaps, in the latter stages of specifically tournaments. Saxton's shown me a lot of skill in PLO. He clearly plays that game a lot, but I'm not sure if he's played this stage of a tournament in PLO too many times. Just from what I've seen, what I've observed, I mean, he... Certainly, yeah, I feel like that was another missed opportunity. Not wanting to be too critical. Because he played great in the early stages of the final when he was taking on Mahdi. And he knew what he was doing there. But that was almost like a cash game scenario where you got the player playing a lot of hands, you want to ISO him, you want to get in the middle with him. And even when we were 8 left, if you remember, I was being... You know, he was playing, it felt like, for the win at that stage, rather than being preservationary and making sure he got to that final table. He was certainly opening the stack up to potentially have to get it in when the book would say, play small.
Yeah, I'm with you. As we see Ludo get a very welcome walk.
Oh, did he now?
Just 7-7-4-3. Going to be delighted. Put a little more daylight between himself.
I think Ludo wakes up delighted.
And Learner. You reckon?
He's a happy guy.
Oh, no, don't be fooled. He can be very grumpy occasionally. It's rare.
Now he gets that first coffee and the first smoke of the day. And he's a bouncing.
The smoke comes first, I'll tell you that.
You've got the woodwind on the go now.
Oh. Yeah, some very Gallic music in the background.
Yeah, this is for Ludo.
It is. Making him feel at home. Queen Jack 10-5. For Learner.
Pitching that one would assume.
Now, Ludo, pretty strong hand, blind on blind.
Right, let's see. This is a situation where, against this opponent, I would limp because he hasn't shown a propensity to pounce.
Also, just don't really want to raise, get this in, of course.
We definitely want to raise. But against someone who's just going to bully us to death, you could advocate even folding this. Oh, let's see, because this is a hand that does want to raise.
Oh,
I see, this is it. He's missing some tricks here, I think.
Yeah, I think so. Ludo going to be delighted to see a flop, and here we go.
Oh, wow.
Big flop.
Set for Ludo. Straight draw for Saxton.
Potential for this one to get big.
And Garlic does elect to check it. makes sense. You don't want to bet too many hands ever, really.
Sure.
Again, chip position the way it is. Has to play everything a little bit slow. Bad card to see when you are holding that set. Not just a straight on board now, but also flush possible.
Likely to see check again.
Yeah, Saxton just happy to try and see if he can make this straight.
Yeah, it does have that little pair of nines.
Just about something. Oh, Ludo going for a block.
Yeah, really nice.
No. Gonna get called by a 9.
Wow.
That's
a bit leaky.
Yeah.
You don't want to be giving a dangerous opponent any, easy chips, shall we say? Feels impossible for Ludo to be bluffing here with worse than a 9.
Yeah, I mean...
Almost impossible to me.
Yeah. I'll never, never say never.
Yeah.
But we're allowed to think about it. We don't have to just snap off with a 9 with clubs out there. Because Ludo can have clubs. Ludo's going to check the flop of clubs. He's going to check the turn to pot control.
You can have absolutely all sorts.
You can have what he had there, exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
You could even, I don't know if he value bets any 2 pairs there. Maybe Queen 9, Queen 8. But certainly sets and flushes, entirely possible as played. I would lean more towards the flushes. Man, he's just really getting into us.
Demps has a little...
Bring me my violin!
A little dance around the booth.
Now,
all of a sudden...
Ludo... I wonder if he's going to maybe try and separate himself a little bit more. Saxton, like I say, not really showing the willingness to raise pre.
Once again, he really has changed gears, James. This is 3 limps in succession, blind on blind.
And another hand that if he does pot it up from the small and have to get it in, it's not a bad one. Queen 10, 9, 6 does just fine against the hands that do want to get it in.
Yeah. As it stands, Lerner content to check. Well, it's a huge flop for Saxton.
Yeah. Gut shot, top pair,
flush
heart draw. Lerner has interest.
Yeah. Does have an open ender of his own. He's gone full pot.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, we've seen it. Lerner doesn't get to bet too often, so we just want to do our own bidding.
Yeah, and this is going to force a fold.
Yeah.
Lerner. Open ender, of course, but no heart in hand. Just one of these. Too many chips. You would imagine unpaired. Into the bin they go. All of a sudden, Lerner really under pressure, Demps. Sub 10 for the first time, I believe, in this tournament, from what we've seen on stream. Ludo up to 5 million or so, James, has kind of just wriggled his way out of the noose, so to speak, wriggling his way up there. You're doing a bit of wriggling yourself.
I think a little dancing here with the music's kicked on the stage again. Getting the blood pumping. 2 a.m. here on the beautiful island of Cyprus. You know, and I have to say, I am loving this PLO action tonight.
Me too.
A lot of the time, I'll be honest, I love PLO, but a lot of the time PLO tournaments can be very dry. This has been anything but.
That really has been compelling viewing.
Here we go. That's a hand we're going to raise with.
Absolutely.
Oh.
Oh, close one.
Yeah, it is. Especially when he's now adrift of Ludo.
Feels to me, just instinctively, we got to run this one.
It's
kind of grim.
It's like if we had a nut suit, I think it would be a no-brainer. And if Saxton had been opening with the frequency we would expect him to do so with that chip stack, it would be a no-brainer. But yeah,
wow.
Just because Saxton has been playing that little bit snugger, does let that go. But yeah, I might still run it despite of that. But I can understand the fold given those dynamics.
Sure. Ludo going to get rid of this one.
So I knew that, like, the last time he opened the button was quite a while ago. I really have got a blend of music. Whose playlist is this?
William Wallace? Not really sure.
Of course.
We've had elevator music. We've had the bagpipey Scottish pan flute.
We know going on in the room at the same time as this is, of course, EAPT.
Yeah.
Day 1 C, D, the turbo flight.
The room is busy.
Whatever it is, that's taking place because tomorrow we do have day 2 of the EAPT. And the EAPT is a tour that has been around for, well, a decade. But it's recently gone through a complete rebranding, relocation, established new partnerships, and started an expansive European life. They've been to Malta, they've been to Madrid, Bratislava, Bucharest, Barcelona, Milan, Rosvadov, and now here for the grand final at the MPP. That is what's going on in the room. That is our coverage tomorrow.
Yes, indeed. Second season of that coming up soon, damn.
Kicks straight off at Dust Till Dawn, I believe.
It does indeed.
No rest for the wicked. Do we have a date for that?
We do. 17th to the 27th of May.
Oh, so when I say kicking off soon, I mean, we're like, get home, do the washing, and down to Dust Till Dawn you go.
Absolutely. Main event buy-in for that, £560, 500k guaranteed. Dust Till Dawn in Nottingham. Yeah, it's going to be great.
You going to be showing your little face there?
Oh, I don't know where I'm going to be. What date is it now? Oh, you really weren't wrong about the washing. It's in like 10 days. Unfortunately, I won't. I'm going to my fiance's niece's christening.
Oh.
What a wholesome young man I am.
Isn't that nice?
That is nice. It is in Middlesbrough. Sorry, Middlesbrough. It's not quite as glamorous as Cyprus.
I don't think I've ever been to Middlesbrough.
They do call it the Cyprus of the North. Do they?
I've not been to Middlesbrough.
Not sure if they do. Anyway.
They have a football team.
I'm heading there. Yeah, my fiance is a die-hard Middlesbrough fan. There you go.
Look at that, just on point, they showed us the EAPT trophy.
Even she trolls me and rubs me down. She's a big
Really?
Middlesbrough fan. Even she is messaging me, ripping me about United, saying the football was hilarious. Lol.
Ludo?
She's like enjoying watching
Now,
you.
here we go. Let's see if there's adjustment here, because this is a hand he could attack that big blind with.
Right.
Again, just because his man in the small isn't quite doing the bidding he wants, isn't showing that sheer aggression that the stack warrants.
Yeah, we know that Lerner is down to around about 7 blinds.
Yeah,
Ludo.
He still folds it, but if Sexton's just always raising, then you can fold that really easily.
Right.
But he's kind of making it that you, like,
Yeah,
he's not
just
putting enough pressure on
limping
Lerner.
every small.
And see, he just gets, and Lerner going to make the action
Right.
himself against that limp. And this is the one time Sexton can't really do anything about it, because 10-7-4-4 is just poor. And I don't mind him not raising this hand.
He's correct. You don't add that.
But 10-7-4-4 isn't a hand you really want to raise, because getting that in is disastrous. So
sure,
I don't begrudge him not doing it with this one. But yeah, if Ludo had just popped it up himself, this would have been very different.
Yeah. Yeah, would have probably taken it down pre. You'd imagine.
Really good
against
chance.
Bear jacks.
Yeah.
And then you keep Lerner down in the sort of 1.6 realm. He's really in trouble.
And you take those chips yourself.
And you're up to 5.3.
And you just trust Sondra not to go crazy from the small, because he just isn't that guy.
Yeah, really interesting nuances.
But it's easy to say again, because we've seen every hand. We see these three players, they're sat at the table. They have no communication devices despite the 1 hour delay.
Oh.
So they're not even aware of what's
it's different
going on.
here, so you can't even, unless you sneak away to the rail or
right,
something.
but we know they've all three been sat there, so...
They've got no mates, is that what you're saying?
I'm saying they've got no mates.
Yeah. Oh, I hear you though, that's interesting.
They've got no fans.
So they don't actually have the extra information that you would see from time to time at finals.
But even then, you'd have to be... The person feeding the information, watching the stream, would have to be feeding you sort of real in-depth stuff, because normally it's just like, oh, what do they have in that hand? But you just to be like, yeah, like this guy's maybe not free-betting enough, or showing the propensity to free-bet from the small blind against button opens, or this guy is not ISOing, and you know, it's... Here we go, Lerner. Queen 9, 3 deuce. Surely not playing this one.
Yeah, faintly grim holdings. Ludo.
Lovely spot for Ludo. Again,
had quite a few walks.
I didn't see what Sondra folded on the button there.
Right.
But it has to be a pretty bad hand to not want to play.
Yeah, Ludo been quite fortunate with getting a fair few walks, sort of keeping that stack viable. You do feel as if he can get a little bit more upward momentum. He's going to fancy himself to take this down. Whether Songson allows that is another question.
He looks very fresh as well, doesn't he, Ludo? Despite the late hours here.
Oh, he lives for these moments. Three-handed. 10k PLO. Yes, please. Now, Lerner finds aces. Won't be thrilled with the 6 and the deuce accompanying the heavy artillery. But nonetheless, 9 blinds. Off we go. I would suggest Demps.
Yeah. This is what they call in the game a no-brainer. Despite the ugliness of the boots, they are boots nonetheless. But I like the little pause before doing so. He's going to have a lot of hands that aren't as easy to do as this one. So you just want to give yourself the sort of 15 seconds before opening. Oh, Ludo. His interest has been piqued. Yeah, double suited a hand, but not one we can really play against Lerner's range.
Yeah. Into the muck they go. Saxton also finds pretty ugly hands.
Yep.
Pretty easy fold. Lerner continues to hang around.
Hanging around.
I knew every time I say it, I know it. Every time I say it, I know it's coming.
Damn, you induced me.
I enjoy it, yeah. Induced the Teddy.
He's in here, guys. He's in here celebrating like he's just won the tournament himself. You could see what I'm seeing.
I knew it was coming.
Damn
so
it.
Good.
I'm too easy.
I am the puppet master.
Oh.
This guy with the check. Yours is better than mine, to be fair.
You're trapping me.
There we go.
Who did I meet recently who's never seen Rounders? Someone.
A poker player?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Like, how's this possible?
It's a rite of passage, isn't it?
It's required reading.
Absolutely. Ludo bins the Jack 9-9 deuce. Now, Saxton has been limping pretty religiously for the last while. Isn't limping this.
All right, here we go. That's it. That's the system. Just pot it.
Right.
You got these guys right where you want them, but you're the one with them right where you want them. You've got to do it.
Yeah.
Doesn't happen naturally.
And we do know that Laren and Ludo, very dangerous opponents, right? You don't want to,
right?
You just don't want to, at any point, sort of take your foot off the gas, right? You just don't want to allow them any sort of latitude to recover and get back in.
They're not going to give you this freedom if the old shoe moves to the opposite foot.
It's true.
They're going to go after you. Dog eat dog world. Saxton.
Pretty ugly one, this one.
Yeah, this one I'll forgive the fold on the button. Oh, lovely hand for Lerner. Ace, queen, jack 8 with a nutted suit. But again, no reason to be coy. Just want to go for it.
Nice holding.
Shallow it out. No traps necessary with 10 blinds in
Probably
PLO.
trying to look a bit balanced here, right? As if he's faintly unhappy or faintly, you know, has a decision. I like that.
Oh, is he looking at the tournament clock and the blinds are about to go up? Is he trying to make the he's trying to make the level go up on his button. That's the game here, I think. That's why he was wasting the time there, Picasso. A little tournament trickery.
Of course.
Wants to play higher stakes on his button.
Now Ludo, queen 10, 9, 4 with 2 diamonds.
Yeah.
Might be a hand you would defend under different circumstances, James.
Yeah, and maybe
suggest.
double. We could do this, but just it's not a great hand. Double suited, I think we have to have a look.
Yeah, it's one that requires a bit of extra thought. I can see Ludo's thought process. You know, Lerner down to what? 9 blinds?
Yeah.
So he is going to have to widen his sort of pot, right? Range from the small.
And Ludo's probably thinking, like, at this point, he's the man who might have to take Lerner out.
Right.
Like I said, this hand just, I think, just a little bit too weak.
I hear you for sure. I do think he will land on folds. Just given it the time, yeah.
Well done, Ludo.
Very nicely thought through. Just that little bit too weak, right?
Yeah. Queen 10 9-7 was getting played.
Right.
Queen 10 9-4 double was getting played.
Right.
Queen 10 9-4 single. Not so much. All right, 150, 300.
Thank you.
Actually turning into, dare I say, more of a sort of bit of a slog, war of attrition than we thought it might.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
I mean, we've also been kind of, in terms of action, the cards haven't really cooperated. Like I say that, like we could have had the Queen 10 9-4 double and we're seeing a flop.
Sure.
Every time someone's actually had a raise, there's been nothing behind. It's really interesting with 5 left. Yeah, 3 left, it's just kind of fizzled somewhat.
We see cards back in the air once more. Lerner finds a nice one.
That's more than nice. And
Yeah.
again, he's got more chips now, but the blinds have gone up. So again, just an easy one. Slide forward a milli. Say thank you very much. Well, a milli 50.
Put indeed.
Put 1,050,000.
Ludo's been doing the dealer's job for quite some time with the counts.
One too much, I think. I put one too much.
I mean, I feel like as Lerner, you've got to 3-handed in a high roller, in a PLO high roller. You should be able to work out what 3.5 blinds are, but...
Is this close stamps?
I don't think so with a pair of 8s. If it was like a, you know, ace-jack 10-8, then I think it would be.
Okay.
But the 8s just do pretty poorly. Again, that's what I'm saying. We're always just sort of one pip away from from clashes.
So like ace queen, ace king 8-8.
Oh,
Not
no,
flush
like,
draw kind of thing.
No, it's just, yeah, the 2-8s just rolled pretty poorly.
Okay.
It's the unpaired hand would be much nicer. So the ace jack 9-8 there would be much more playable. So obviously ace jack A8 does very badly against big pairs, and obviously nearly dead against aces. As dead as you can be in PLO, which is, you know, thriving in other games.
Sure is. On we plow. If you are just joining, guys, 3-handed 10K PLO high roller final table.
Where have you been?
All 3 players, $74,400 locked.
Oh yeah.
We are on a pay jump of $31,000, and then of course, first place taking home $148,800. So big money here to play for. Around about 75 grand difference between third and first.
Yeah, it's just double third is what first is, right? 74.4 doubles up to 148.8.
Oh, it is. It's exactly double.
Yeah.
Can't get anything past you, James.
No, I'm sharp.
Once again, Sagston.
Sharp as a canoe. I suppose canoes are pointy at the front. Sharp as a balloon.
Lerner here, checking back. King, Jack, 10-6.
Yeah, 10s and deuces. Both players find that top card.
Yeah, top 2 for Lerner, top and bottom.
Oh, pardon me. Sorry, I missed that.
Sagston is, of course, a 3-spade board. This gets tricky, right, for Sagston now. Yeah, I don't think we can fold.
No, definitely not folding just yet.
Not for one.
But it's hard for Lerner to fire another barrel at this, even though, you know, he has value. You just, when you get check called, there are spades in there at a reasonable frequency. You don't want to open this up with 1.5 in there, 2.75 behind with 3 left in this tournament.
Yeah, does knuckle it back.
I see Sagston picking up more outs with that 4 on the turn. 8 on the river. Changes nothing really. I mean, some straights fill in, but that's not too much of a factor with 3 spades on board and a bet on the flop.
It feels pretty likely to go check.
Yeah, again, another one that pot that just kind of fizzles in that direction.
Yeah. And again, though, shorter stacks just... I mean, it's difficult to critique Saxton for not raising this one free, obviously, but just these little amounts of chips just drib-drabbing down.
It's incredible
down
that we
to the
played
shorties.
this long, this shallow.
Yeah.
And not had a big showdown. Barely had a showdown, in fact. But it's a bit like what they say about the weather in Scotland.
Oh, no, here we go. Be careful with your words. I get grumpy at this time of night. Go on, though.
If you don't like it, wait 5 minutes, it'll change.
Hey!
You know.
That's true. That is true. I like to call it schizophrenic weather we have in Scotland. You know, you can be outside. You know, I mean, in Scotland, when it gets above 18 degrees, everyone takes the day off work and like goes to the beach, taps off, as we call it, walking down the street out, having a barbecue, and then all of a sudden, the heavens open. T-shirt goes on quickly, my friend, is all I can say to you. It's true. The weather changes about 5 or 6 times a day.
Yeah.
It's very depressing. That's why we all have such a sunny disposition.
Here we go, Saxton, like this. A little change in tack, popping it up. And look, it makes Lerner have to fold a hand like this. Ace, Jack, 5-3 with a nut suit. He can't play that hand.
Right.
If he can't play that hand, we want to be raising a lot of buttons. And Ludo, Jack 10, 5 deuce from the big. Interesting, actually, that... Oh, no, Saxton has been opening... He was opening to 600, wasn't he, at 250k big blind, so 700 at 300k big blind seems like the logical equivalent.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised to see Ludo do anything with this one.
Ludo's never playing that one.
There has to come a tipping point very soon, you would imagine.
I'd say so.
You never know in this game. I fancy a barbecue now.
Huh?
Well, just after talking about having one in Scotland when it's 18 degrees. See, that only happens once every 5 years. The over 18 degree day. We have a public holiday for it.
They call it August the 23rd.
I'm telling you. The Minister for Justice just comes on TV and goes, guys, it's 19 degrees. You've all got the day off.
Like, yeah, like heat warning. Must evacuated commercial buildings. Like,
yeah, everyone gets an alert on their smartphone. Oh.
Alert with this one. Aces on the button. It'll be 1,050,000 again. Think he remembers the number?
I hope so.
In fairness, with time clocks, it's easy to just say pot.
Lerner now, all of a sudden, in position again.
3 times 3, add on 150.
Ludo once again doing the job of the dealer.
What's that?
But it's times 7.
Yeah. That's old school times 7, yeah. I just got 3 times 3 plus that.
I like that. Somebody coming out with all just a small blind times 7. That's the way I learned it way back in the day. Was small blind times 7. Obviously, it doesn't always work. In the last level, it was 100k, 250k. Wouldn't have worked, but... The clue is, the simple rule that's never wrong. 3 times the previous bet, plus whatever else is in the pot. That will never see you wrong.
Yeah, Saxton once again not incentivized to defend here against Pot. From a man with a very tight range. Lerner just hanging in there, back up to close to 5 million demps. We are seeing these two shorties swinging back and forwards. Saxton been kind of steady around 10, 11 million for quite a while.
Yeah, there's not been much changes there. I'd say these guys are ebbing slightly upward. He is dropping off slightly as Sondra. Stefan grinding away. Ludo doing the same. Looks down at jacks. Bad jacks at that.
Yeah, Ludo, for the first time in a while, starting to come under pressure. Haven't seen him dip below 10 blinds, I don't believe, on this FT.
See if he decides to run with this, given he has fallen adrift.
875?
Yeah.
He does. All right. Interesting that he goes for the smaller sizing. I say smaller sizing, it's, you know, 2.75 bigs, but it's not the full pot.
Yeah.
It's not the committal.
He's going to get it through Sagston. Round to Lerner.
Yeah. Lerner, well, it looks like he's making a motion.
Does
with
look
chips.
like it.
Okay, ace jack 9-6 nut suit. Feels like one we probably do want to defend to that size, especially when we're, you know, battling the man we can knock out.
And what a flop for
Oh,
Ludo.
wow.
The case jack
Wow.
hits the felt.
Wow, 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 wow.
Somewhat unfortunate for him in that
wonder-
Lerner doesn't have much of a piece here. Does have second pair top kicker.
I wonder, I mean, obviously the options here, bet small or even check back. I'd imagine this is going to go bet small because you want to allow your opponent to check jam. And you don't want to give a complete free card in case they're just in there with, you know, a gut shot that's never calling a bet. So go for the really small bet, the sort of 400K, 500K, just desperate for action.
Yeah.
Aha, 500. Ludo lands in the middle, 450K. And Lerner, well, decision, has that pair. These two pairs are all kind of good scenarios here. Backdoor nut spades as well.
Somewhat problematic depths in terms of how often do we get to realize all the way to the river. Like, Ludo is going to be all in on the turn incredibly often, it feels like. Is that fair?
Here we go.
There you
Does
go.
say, I want to have a look at
All
one
right,
more
then.
card. Looking for a spade, a 9, a 6, a jack, an ace. Maybe some other cards you might get in with. Well, there you go. That might be one of them because he now has an open-ender.
Any universe where we donk, shove? He
Well,
didn't do it.
He's checked. Ludo moves in with his set for a lovely sub 50% pot.
Yeah, I felt like this was part of the problem with check call flop, but I am, of
Yeah,
course, not a PLO guy, per se.
It is. You know you're going to face this bet a lot, but you just turn the best hand a lot.
Okay.
Obviously not in instance, because we see he was up against a set, but... Wow, Lerner, decision indeed.
Yeah.
I think the clubs are scary. Second pair, yeah. Ludo, obviously firing it all off. There we go. Ludo up to 4.47.
Yeah, big momentum swing.
Stefan down to 3.225. But that means they've got, what, 8 million between them. So we are getting to the point where, for the first time in a long time, Sondra's going to be heading maybe south of 8 figures.
Yeah.
Get the violins out.
I know.
I have mine around here
My
somewhere.
heart bleeds.
Where's it gone? I was looking for it earlier. Wanted to join in with the old Gaelic tunes that were pumping out of the speakers here at the Merit Raw Diamond. How are we still three-handed, Andrew?
Really is incredible. You know, we were having a chat on our last break thinking, well, the way this is looking shouldn't last this long, potentially.
Right. We thought we'd see a lot of action.
Yeah.
Obviously, we came back in a kind of peculiar scenario with 5 left and 2 exceptionally short stacks. And actually, Ludo wasn't far off them either, so it was kind of 3 clingers on. Got rid of 2 of them fairly quickly.
Yeah.
In the shape of Farah Jatin finishing in 5th and Raphael Schreiner finishing in 4th. And then we found ourselves with these 3 who are just battling.
Yeah, Sagston here raising the button, double suited 6-5-4-2. And here we go. Lerner has decided, line in the sand, decides the queens are strong enough.
Interesting that he's gone for the min raise this time, where we've seen all of his opens before now not being bigger than min. But yeah, Lerner on the short stack. Queen's enough, he decides.
Ludo going to be out of there. As will Sagston, you would expect, unless he loses patience.
Could go gambly.
He could go gambly. Does have a cracker hand.
I wouldn't advocate it, but I've seen crazier things in my life.
I was going to ask you, is this like the fact that we have 4 low cards like make for a bad steal here when our opponent's going to have sort of all in or fold decisions?
I hear what you're saying. You know, we're removing cards we want them to have, but
No, that's still okay.
I mean, it's just one of those things in... Maybe we've just got double suited hand. It's fine to raise. If Ludo defends, we kind of play okay, even though we've got 6 high. But yeah, there is something to that. But as I sort of mentioned, what seems like many, many hours ago, in PLO, you're always going to find a reason not to do something because you've got so many cards in your hand.
Right.
But yeah, it's a point.
You know me, always asking the big questions.
There's another 48 cards in the deck, though.
Lerner finds a very nice holding, shallow stacked.
It was Barney Boatman who once told me.
Oh.
He goes, oh, these kids with their blockers. They say, oh, I had to call because I had an 8 and I was blocking the straight. Do they not know there's 3 more 8s in the deck?
What a legend.
That's recent EPT champion Barney Boatman, of course.
One of the true legends of our game.
I can't imagine there are many players who could win a tournament and more neutrals could be happy about it than Barney winning that EPT. What an amazing result that was as Lerner. What's this one up? Genuinely, like, everyone was just...
Everyone was thrilled.
Yeah.
Amazing.
I think even, I can't remember who came second, but they were probably still happy. It was an M boss or something. Second or third was an M boss. Like, I'll have to have a look in a second, but...
Barney bashed them all up. What was that quote he made? Absolutely fantastic. Where his opponent goes, you risked your life on that hand. And Barney's like, well, I only risked my tournament life, not my actual life. Just deadpan. Stationed it off over 3 streets and said, listen, don't be pushing me around, son.
Love it. Alexis Ponokovs, that was it, in 3rd place. Absolute crusher of the game.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you can't crush the boatman.
You certainly can't.
Get out, Ponokovs.
Oh, here we go. Ludo.
Only joking.
This hand will be played.
Lovely guy, I'm sure.
This will be played for as much as possible.
Yes, it will. It's go time. Double suited. Handful of paint. Will he go 8-7-5 again, James? Or is it pot time?
I think this is one we definitely want to get some action.
Yeah, it looks like 8-7-5.
Especially when we're the shortest of the 3, right? Kind of don't mind getting something out of this, but I'm not going to.
You weren't
Look
wrong.
at that. Draws level with Lerner, though.
You weren't wrong about the cards not playing ball. We really just, like, no clashes.
It's crazy.
It's kind of wild. You'd think law of averages, we would have had like some all-in and calls. I can't even remember any.
As a table, I would say they are under-aggressive in spots, but that's not prevented collisions. There just haven't been any collisions if they were being full aggressive.
Have we had an all-in and call, 3-handed?
No.
Not one. That's wild.
I don't believe so. Come at me, chat, if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I don't recall one. Well, Saxton going to get after it. Ace 7, King 10, not clubs. Looks like following Ludo's lead doesn't raise pot. Just content to go with 800. Now this one, defendable? You're not loving it. You're not, feels kind of close.
Yeah, it is kind of close. But again,
enough connectivity in there.
Sharing the short stack.
Sure.
With the man on your right. Makes it hard. I think he may, though, just decide it's just about enough. Interestingly, he got 800 because he was doing a lot of the sort of 700 raises, then came up with a min and folded. Now suddenly deviates to an 800k raise. The first time we've seen that size. I wonder if Ludo at the sort of late hours even noticed that.
Here we go.
Wow.
And Ludo flops the second nuts.
Dreamy.
We can see 100%.
Yep. That's a nice percent to be in a 2 million chip pot at 2:30 in the morning.
And look at this, pretty large size in this looks like. Relatively speaking, 3rd pot. Ludo doing basically the happy dance you'd imagine Demps in his mind.
Trying to do his
flops go.
Best impression of a man who doesn't like the flop. And it's convincing right up until the moment where he puts some chips in.
In they go. Content to just call.
Oh, yeah.
3.45 in the middle. Ludo now round about 3/4 pot behind. Saxton does turn a pair.
Yeah, a pair in a spot where...
Of course, going to know it's never good.
Yeah, where a pair shouldn't really ever be good.
Pretty tough to keep putting money in depth, right? Just don't have the right kind of hand.
Yeah, but I've seen crazier things in my life.
Yeah.
Kind of a fun spot to find a really creative bluff here.
River is a 6. And what do we do, James, as Ludo?
I kind of like small.
Right, I mean, yeah, your opponent has shown one stab and then check turn.
Thing is, you just have a lot of flushes here, but I think you bet really small. You could still induce some raises.
Like 20%, 25?
I'm okay with that.
Yeah. A little larger.
I suddenly found the reds, but...
Looks like around about 900k. Yeah. He does land on... It was quarter pot. And all of a sudden, look at this. For the first time in a very long time, Saxton being reeled in.
Yeah, not a big difference between all of them.
Only 5 blinds between Gaelic and Saxton. We could be in for a long one all of a sudden. Credit to all 3 of them, been playing for a very long time now. We really haven't seen any outlandish, you know, missteps, so to speak. Perhaps a little under-aggressive in a few spots from Saxton in particular. But nothing too egregious. Learner, ace-jack 8-3 into the muck. Ludo, double suited. Pair of 7s, working with king-high clubs. King 7, 7-3. Can you limp this one, James?
Yeah,
we've been saying that Saxton
okay.
not been punishing the limps.
Yeah, and it's harder for him now to punish them anyway because they are so much closer in chips, but he is going to do so here with the queens.
And so do we have to limp call now?
I don't think we have to.
Tricky,
I think because Sexton hasn't really had many raises of our limbs, I think we can give respect to it being a stronger hand here. And it's always hard to play these hands. Okay, we're double suited, but it's hard to play this hand out of position post-flop all the time.
Ludo disagrees, makes the call.
Yeah.
I hear you though. Relatively uncomfortable spot at this stack depth especially.
Wow.
What a flop for Saxton. Top set. Ludo does, mercifully for him, come up stone empty.
Yeah.
Doesn't feel like we'll see a check.
No, we don't check this one.
Board's too wet.
Yeah, board is too wet. And you always, you know, even on some of the dry boards in PLO like this, you still just always want to give your opponent the chance for the old check raise.
Yeah.
You do tend to bet kind of always when you've got a good hand.
Ludo now. 10-10, 6-5. Pretty weak holding, but here we go. So we're starting to ramp it up, Demps. Are you surprised by this one at all?
I am a little bit.
I'm a bit too. Perhaps just feeling that the players are not playing aggressively enough, unfortunately for Ludo.
He's about to get it up
Yeah,
as they say
is off.
in your part of the world. This is a dreamy hand. It's a 3-bet.
Yeah, this might be the first misstep from Ludo that I can remember on this final, really.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to say misstep. I've been kind of calling out for a bit more aggressive play, and he's
Bad timing,
Bad
perhaps.
timing, I think, yeah. But this is a slam dunk 3-bet, high five the dealer. Text the backers. He probably can't text the missus. She's probably still fuming that he knocked her out on the bubble. When he goes, oh, I got so unlucky, I came third. She's going to be like, I don't care. Don't talk to me.
Every pot so critical now. Big swing again, this time in favor of Lerner. Couple of hits to Ludo's stack.
That's what we're here for, the MPP. We are on the med, we are playing poker, and it is somewhat of a party.
They've upgraded now to Underground London Trance. That sounds like not trance. Like what am I searching for?
You mean like house or
there
techno?
We go, house.
Okay.
Thank you. With that constant thudding beat. Sagstern puts the suited ace to work. Lerner, interesting decision. King, queen, queen with a pretty ugly 5 of spades attached to the 2 hearts and the ladies. Is this typically strong enough, Demps, to just run it? Or
I mean,
with Ludo being short, it's just so tricky.
I think
looks like we're going for a
yeah,
call.
I think we've got deeper now, haven't we? He's
okay.
17 blinds. You know, like it's just the call. Ludo.
Yeah.
Well, here's the option.
We can see he's dominating a couple of spots.
Yeah, but this hand plays
okay. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
May feel compelled to flick it in here for 1 blind.
Yeah. If it was more than 1 blind, we've seen Sagstern with a variety of open sizes. If this was like the 800k it was, last orbit, then I think we'd be for sure folding.
Yeah, takes the price, getting 6 to 1 on his money, decides the price is right.
Ooh, Ludo, open ender. Lerner with the gut shot. Sagstern with the best hand, aces and 8s, a hand that got him all the gold earlier, if you recall.
It did indeed.
He was all in with top and bottom against middle set. Spiked the 1-out ace on the river. Send Marty.
I wonder what sizing he chooses here, Demps. Of course, got to range Lerner's flat range in the small.
Yeah, I mean, Lerner's supposed to be around this board somewhat, but he's also just doesn't really get to have, say, ace, jack specifically all that often. So he's betting. Obviously, going to have to get it in like he did last time. He had aces and 8s if requested. Won't be loving it, but also just can't really bet small on this kind of texture.
And now Ludo with the decision.
Yeah, you want to make it this way. So Ludo just got bare an open ender in reality.
Yeah, no backdoor flush draws.
Yeah.
Always huge in PLO.
Yeah, a backdoor flush draw might be enough to tip this into a call for him. Remember, this is a 3-way pot. Sagstern's bet, flop, haven't been called by both the small and the big. So you do believe him a lot more. Ludo going to burn a time bank chip. And it looks like he's only got 1 behind. So as this tournament has gone on longer than perhaps we might have predicted, those time bank cards
very valuable
are getting burned. And yeah, something to keep an eye on. if he does burn the last one. We've seen it before in Merit events here, haven't we, where players have been put to very tough decisions because they are out of time banks.
Yeah. Saxton.
And, you know, the brain works a little slower this late in the night. These guys have been playing for 12+ hours.
Ludo does find a disciplined fold. Of course, frustrating to have to let it go against the old B40.
Yeah, it's just, if it was a heads-up pot, I think, you know, he could have played it. But when it's been bet into 3 ways, when the ranges are fairly narrow, like you say, you know, you've got to be concerned on ace-jack-8 that the man calling from the small is going to connect with that. So yeah, just correctly deduces that Sondra's not in here, just no hand in it. Ludo getting short once again.
Yeah, tough 10 minutes for Ludo. Of course, still in there. Stacks are getting pretty shallow. If he can find a double, it's going to still be in the hunt. Take down this title.
Quick shout out to the one and only Katie Swift in the chat.
Hello, Katie.
Says it's nice to hear us here when she logs in. And of course, wishing good luck to Ludo.
Fellow Grosvenor Poker pro showing support. Love to see it. Ludo now getting shorter. 11 blinds. Is going to limp here. King 7-5-3. Saxton may elect to put the hammer down with this one.
It's a hand Ludo's not going anywhere with just yet, I don't believe. A lot of flops we can go with this hand. The sort of the one gap of rundowns like this, you just get so much connectivity. They're bad if you're playing super deep because you just don't make the nuts enough. But when you're playing shallow, you find a lot of situations where you get a pair and a gut shot, which is a nice hand to have if you're playing, you know, SPRs sub 2, say.
Yeah, less of a problem when you just flop a flush draw or whatever.
Right.
If you're dominated, so be it.
Yeah, like here, Ludo's got an SPR of what, 1.2.
Got it.
And this hand, well, in this case, just flops top and bottom
and
against
wow, Saxton
queens
has
with
spades.
Yeah, Ludo goes into full trap mode. And we are going to see, I'm predicting...
This is going to be it.
Our first all-in in three-handed play. And we've been three-handed for a very long time.
Saxton also, with that gut shot straight draw that I didn't notice.
Fair fight.
Bit more equity. And basically a stone flip. Here we go.
Does announce pot. Ludo will recheck the cards. Slide it in with kings up.
And incredibly, I believe this pot is going to be for the chip lead, Demps. Essentially, if Saxton wins it, he's going to have a stranglehold on this title. If
Here we
Ludo
go.
wins it, he will join Saxton. In fact, he will take the chip lead.
You're right. 7.2 million chip pot. Ludo has a chance to be the chip leader.
Is a 3% favorite as things stand. Can the Scotsman hold? All the play building up to this moment.
See Stefan, of course, very interested observer as well. Desperate for that ladder up. 31K is the difference between third and second.
He is supporting the Norwegian. Turn incoming, and what a turn it is for Ludo.
Doesn't finish it.
Doesn't finish it.
But reduces our man to just 2 outs.
Yeah, awful turn for Saxton. Can Ludo fade the ladies? Yes, he can.
Ooh, and he needed that 3 on the turn as the spade rolls off on the river. Would have sent him to the showers, but as you mentioned, look at this, out of nowhere. Shortest to chip leader. Such is the nature of the shallow stacks at play here in this PLO high roller.
And unfortunately for Saxton, really through no fault of his own, cards haven't really played ball. Wasn't given the opportunity to put either man away early enough. And now we really have a relatively even fight, right?
We do. And
you know, Lerner here is about 4.5, I think. I mean, if he doubles, he's chip leader. Anybody's game.
And incredibly, we're only about 4 minutes away from the blinds increasing once again. We will go to 400K big blind. And we'll only have, what, 45 blinds in play in the entire tournament.
That is insane. Yeah, does feel like this next upcoming level is tipping point time.
Yeah, I mean, I thought we'd finish at the sort of 150, 300 level, maybe the level before, but instead we're going to go three-handed as things stand to the next level. Of course, still time for a couple of hands before that level up.
Yeah, we do have a break upcoming around about 5 minutes or so time. Just shows how long they've been playing Demps.
Yeah. Yeah, because we got from 5 down to 3 pretty quickly after the last break, didn't we? And
yeah.
So we've been playing that long, at least sort of an hour and a half.
And Ludo now, very playable. King Jack 9-7.
Well, this is it. I said, I think when if Ludo had the sort of position, he would be a lot more aggressive. Now, he's only got a slender lead. And King Jack 9-7 is a hand that the other players would have raised with a course as well. But I want to see now, if he does maybe stretch ahead, if he gets the 10 million chip mark, how he approaches it. I think we'll see a lot more aggression.
Interesting also to see how Sagstone responds to like really the first adversity, right? Anyway, Lerner defending, double suited, Queen 9-4-3. That flop is all Ludo. In terms of Lerner completely whiffed, Ludo with the nut flush draw. Comes with a very small c-bet. It's going to get the job done, you would imagine.
Yeah. Board cooperating now with Ludo.
And just like that.
The big momentum.
It really is a huge, huge switch. It's going to be up now to 8.5 mil.
Yeah, these little pots are so big.
Every pot absolutely massive now.
There are only 60 blinds in play. Every time you win a raise pot, it's a big one.
Actually seems faintly absurd that Ludo had that horrific 10 minutes where he just lost 3 big pots and then 1 double.
Yeah.
And then the chip lead, wild.
All of you at home, I hope you are enjoying this. You are getting your money's worth.
You sure are.
Late hours of action. Here at the MPP. Sexton with garbage. He's going to relinquish the button. Lerner with very playable ace-king 6-5. In the small, playing what, 13 blinds, and now the shortest stack.
Do we just run this one, Demps?
I think we might. Again, you'd much rather have the king or the ace suited.
Sure.
But beggars can't be choosers.
Needs must. Yeah, is going to bump it up. Ludo, very ugly holding.
Yeah, that one is not one we're going to look to play. The Jack 9-40s. There are a lot of hands we want to play with Ludo's stack in position against a short stack, but that is not one of them.
Yeah, it does let it go. Blinds going up.
They are, and with that, Andrew, as you mentioned, the players are going on another break. Incredible that we played 2 hours of poker there and lost the 2 micro stacks, but retain the other 3. It is Ludo that unbelievably now has the chip lead. There you go. You see it there.
Close, though.
We're going up to 200, 400. So Ludo will be the chip leader with 19 blinds. Sondra will have, what, 15.5, and Stefan just 11 blinds. That break will last, it looks like, around 14 minutes. So guys, please don't go too far. Myself and Andrew will be back then for surely the completion of this one. Imagine if we miss breakfast.
Don't worry.
Imagine if it goes on.
You're going to be okay.
Well, then there's always late breakfast and then lunch.
Big
We
hands.
could be here at 4 p.m. when lunch closes.
Aye, please no. Oh my goodness, this could be it.
This really could be. Well,
could be going in.
Yeah. Makes sense for it to go in,
I think it will go in. Based on how we've seen Savenkov play. No.
He shows restraint.
Finds the restraint. Suppose it's 29 bigs, which is not insubstantial.
And a board that should slow both players down. Neither like seeing this ace, deuce, 8 board.
Yeah, Burton probably comes with 1 big blind. It would make a lot of sense to me.
Yeah.
Just go for that small bet. And Savenkov, 3 straight. Probably got to call 1 demps. Heads up. Very difficult to make a pair. I think this would be an overfold if he makes it. Don't get me wrong, it's not exactly appealing. But we can turn a very disguised set. We can take this pot of showdown when our opponent shuts down. 9 of clubs turn. Decision point for Burton. You know, Savenkov can still have a bunch of ace-X at 29 effective. You know, you don't just 3-bet jam ace-6 off, ace-7, ace-8. They can all feasibly just call. So we can go one of 2 ways. You can seek value from an 8, some king highs. You know, hands like a 10 jack of clubs, right? That floats 1. Like, there's going to be a bunch of these hands in there. Yeah, it looks like he's going to land on that option.
Right, bet now. Make life easier on the river.
Sure.
Get some value.
Yeah, it looks like half pot.
Protect his bluff range as well, of course, by widening it up here with some other value combos. I like it.
Yeah, very interesting this, because it is a spot where, of course, Savenkov is going to be aware. It doesn't look like he has many ace-X.
Wow, look at this.
Yeah, so feels compelled to get sticky. I can kind of see it.
I'm a little surprised he's got sticky with a hand as unplayable as these 2 3s, because there's just so many bad river cards. That's one of them, because your opponent barreling maybe some... There we go, just swift check back as we knew it'd be. But yeah, some of the barrels just have so much equity against 2 3s.
Look at this. All of a sudden, we're basically neck and neck.
Play would an increase to 2 mil, 4 mil.
Wow, we're really making it to the 2-4 milli level.
Seems reasonable kind of spot where, when we were discussing this tournament earlier, I was like, that's the kind of the level where I'd be surprised if it didn't finish in. But then we played 7-handed for so long, it's not that surprising that we got so deep before getting to heads up. But eventually the blinds catch up. And these two, okay, we haven't seen a big clash yet, but they're clearly the kind of guys who are willing to put it in. There was potential with the 3s v queens, but it wasn't a slam dunk and wasn't taken.
Yeah, going to be a clash of sorts here. I like this from Savenkov. You know, sort of, it's been that very awkward 35 big blinds realm or so. It feels like too much to jam. You don't want to 3-bet call ace-8 off. Get some deception in there by just calling pre. Induce some c-bets on a board like King 8-3. Yeah. Pretty easy continue, of course, for Savenkov. Goes with call. Always very tricky boards, these, for a hand like Queen 9. Because you just end up barreling off into a king, right, on a lot of the time, or mate. Especially this card. Savenkov could lead here, Demps. You do see it a lot. on this middle card pair.
And that's what he's done. You've called it. I like it.
I like it too. You know, you're still going to get value from pocket pairs. Even some ace highs can still get curious. Hands like 3x, pocket 4s all the way up through the realm of pairs. King X, never going to fold. Don't allow it to check back.
Yeah.
Looks good. I think we've got to give this one up. You know, like hands that continue flop that we can beat are going to be hands like Queen High, right? Queen High with backdoors, like Jack 9 of Hearts or something like this, wrapping around the 8 and the King. We block it.
Hello.
Yeah, this is spice. Oh my goodness, he's raising.
Wow. And for the second time, Cervenkov is sitting there with 3 8s and an ace kicker and being raised. This time, he has the old 100%.
Yeah, I mean, this shocked me, won't lie, Demps. Struggling to see the rationale behind this one.
Right.
You know, I just don't really know what we're achieving.
And like Cervenkov is playing this one a beaut, throws in the time extension, genuinely looks pained at this one. And to be fair, he genuinely is pained because he's thinking, wait, what hand are you raising with here? He gets to like tap into the sort of true emotions of being perplexed by the raise, and by doing so kind of portray a little weakness.
Yeah, such a strange decision to raise here from Burton in terms of, I think when we're raising here, Demps, like we're mega polar now to like trips and bluffs almost, it feels like. Like I just don't see a king raising turn really ever.
Right.
Unless it wants to set its own price, like king queen or something.
Or it's just, you know, these guys have shown creativity. Maybe he is doing it because we don't expect to see it. So it's levels upon levels.
Well, Burton is going to need to level himself off the cliff's edge, and does manage to find a way to do so.
Yeah, that was, he found the brakes a little late, but
he did.
Yeah, they worked just in time.
Cards back in the air. And here we go. Big hand for Burton. Ace-10 off. I did say nothing good ever happens, Demps, but he is heads up with it.
He's heads up and be looking to try and get all the chips in
Absolutely.
in the best way possible. Whether deciding to raise...
Oh!
Oh, hello. Oh, wait.
Hmm?
I think he wants to see a count.
I mean, it's going in, Demps.
Yeah, just a question. Does Cervenkov ever, like...
3-bet call for sure.
3-bet induce.
3-bet call. Hand is way too strong to jam. You want to give your opponent the chance to 4-bet rip some stuff we dominate.
Right.
Oh, no, he does just jam. Here we go.
Through the front door button. Finds it easy. Just throws in a chip for a call. And is a marginal favorite to take the big lead in this match. If he can hold, he will have the 190 million against 50. However, if Cervenkov can convert this very pretty looking king, queen of clubs, then he will be our first champion of the series.
Wow, what a moment.
Two guys who've played great up till now.
Oh!
Wow. That's how you do it. That's how you get it done, Andrew Headley. King, king, queen, flop. No messing about. Drawing to just running aces. Wow. What an incredible flop to finish this tournament on. That is insane. Kirill Burton out in second place. The man who did the heavy lifting early on in this final table. Perhaps a little shell-shocked in the way that one ran out.
I'm shell-shocked.
He's taking home 57,800. He's got a smile on his face. Wow. It's kind of absurd. But there is your winner. Our man. Flopping a boat.
What a way to
no less. Cervenko just
drilled it.
Drilled it. Just took over this final table halfway through. $85,000 for him, and of course, a whole host of bounties.
Estoy impaciente, quiero comerte.
Quiero jugar, baby, una hora más.
Estoy impaciente, quiero comerte.
Quiero jugar, baby, una hora más.
Estoy impaciente, quiero comerte.
Quiero jugar, baby, una hora más.
Estoy impaciente, quiero comerte.
Quiero jugar, baby, una hora más.
Action back round to Burton.
Yeah, loving it, isn't he? Very much involved. Raising this one up with an unknown hand until now. But it is the ladies. Let's see, he had to raise fold the last hand. Here's the man who 3-bet him.
Oh, and he sent it in, Demps.
Yeah, he's got him. Whoa, I say he's got him.
Don't know what he has yet.
Oh
my goodness.
The same action as the last hand. Look at this. We see the open from Burton with 2 queens. Melchizedek with a very, very reasonable 3-bet jam him. Slam dunk with ace-king. And given that he did this last hand with king-queen-o, now waiting behind, wondering.
My goodness, you would imagine this is not Hollywood. This stage of the tournament. It does get out of the way, Demps.
Is that a call? No, call.
Here we go. Horse snaps it off. 2 top-of-range hands, James.
Top of range.
Absolutely. Cutoff versus button. 2 monster holdings.
This is pretty sick for Melchizedek that he could be 1-2 punch out of this one, having had 16 million 2 hands ago.
Big flip developing. And it is the classic.
Yeah, this is the flippier flips. King 6 straight. There it is. Finds a partner. No diamond. Backdoor joy for Burton. Just the queen will do it. With 1 pull to come. Just thinking, Andreas. We hear the music.
I know, I'm
jiving in the background. Like, if you're the one all in there with 2 outs to come, and everyone's silent, and you just got this like happy, cheery tune going. I don't know. That might
put you on tilt.
That might set me over the edge. Like, no one's ever hit a 2-outer to that music. And welcome back to the late hours here at the Merit Royal Diamond. It is, of course, the MPP PLO higher roller. That's a lot of initials. I should have just gone with the MPP PLO HR. Do you think? Do you think everyone will know what we're talking about by now?
I have no idea, James.
I don't know either.
It's getting late, mate. I'm not sure.
Ludovic Galic is your chip leader with 19 blinds. Such is the situation we find ourselves in here in this event. Sondre Sagston, he is down to second in chips with 15 big, 6.2 million chips. The man who led the way most of that 3-handed battle had, what, 12 million at its outset, 2/3 of the chips in play. But PLO, she's a cruel mistress. There are no guarantees in this game. Stefan Lerner has just been kind of the middle guy all that time, but now has fallen down to the bottom, but swinging around, and he seems pretty competent, knowing what he's doing, surviving in this situation. But surely, Andrew, the 200k, 400k level will see someone have to bust out, if not 2 players.
You would imagine so, Demps. But, you know, This has been a war for the ages. They're all clinging on in various forms. Chip chopping their way from top to bottom. Ludo now with a chip lead position that didn't look very likely.
It really didn't.
About an hour or so ago. Interesting to see how Sangston responds. Really the first time he's had any real adversity, I think it's fair to say. Now all of a sudden, you know, he probably thought he was coasting to the victory. And now he's got a fight on his hands as we see Lerner, King Jack, Jack 7, relatively strong hand three-handed, especially working with 11 bigs demps. And here he comes. Clicks the pot button.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot more of this now.
Yeah.
We saw a fair amount of it. Obviously, any kind of playable hand on the last level was getting potted by the button player, but with, yeah, just what? 45 blinds in play in the tournament, average stack of 15 bigs. Oh, here we go.
Oh, interesting spot.
Yeah, I think with the, it's sort of a bad enough good hand that we just want to call.
Yeah, I'm with you. I was going to reference, we've seen this setup 3 or 4 times where Saxton just hasn't had a defendable holding against a Lerner pot raise from the button, but has one this time. And all of a sudden, 90% pot only behind.
Oh, wow.
Goodness me.
Set of jacks for Lerner and Saxton finding an ace. Perhaps there is some saving grace in that he has
nothing to go with it.
Yeah, like a ace 10 high with the 5-4 not working, 2 spades on board, no spade in hand.
Worst case scenario unfolding. Glances at his chip.
Yeah, is he just going to lead this and just try and deny?
Oh, he has.
He is just going to do that, hoping his opponent doesn't have an ace. And if he doesn't, he'll be ahead. But as his opponent doesn't have an ace, but he's in very bad shape because he has a set of jacks.
Wow.
And just like that, a 9.55 million chip pot.
Lerner in Dreamland Damp, somehow 92% to win.
And Sondra Sexton, bar a miracle, is going to be reduced.
He has less in the pot.
To 1.3 million chips.
Goodness me, and sees that he is in awful shape. Needs runner Damps.
Well, miracles have occurred on this table today.
My
Sondra
goodness.
was the recipient of one earlier. Well, not too dissimilar board to this. Let's see if he can't turn some equity. A deuce, a 3, a 9, a king, a queen, a 7. No, not a 7, not a 7, James. Calm down. Not a 9 either. It's late.
It is.
A king, queen, deuce, 3, ace. No, not to be. 6. Ends this one.
Oh, no, he can hit a 7.
He can hit a 7.
Can hit a 7.
Pardon me.
Only 3 left, though. Drawing very thin. That's not going to do it. And Lerner, all of a sudden, now he has the chip lead.
There we go. Stefan Lerner.
My goodness, Saxton from a dominant chip position. Now a big favorite to get 3rd Demps. Wow. What a shift. Is it critical to say, is it a mistake just to lead for pot here?
I think he's
like. Do you ever get it in good? You know, when called.
Probably not when called, but he's just in an equity Jadar mode there, and probably the perception that hey, like my opponent has a lot more than just ace.
When your opponent has like
king,
king, queen, 10 types.
Yeah,
these type of holdings.
Like 8, 10, 7,
sure.
6. All the kind of hands you don't want to give a free card to, and got a lot of equity against you. So I can understand the jam. I'm not advocating for it, but I can understand it.
Okay. Pretty unfortunate.
Obviously, just it looks bad when your opponent's got a set.
Right. And just like that, Stefan, back loving life, in some insane up and down swings. Once more, the man who was bottom of the chip counts just a moment ago takes the chip lead. And Songston, penny for his thoughts. Now Ludo with a playable hand from the button. King, queen, 10, 7 with diamonds working. Decision on him.
Yeah, when you've got a stack there so short. Let's see what he comes with. He's going to open it up. Interesting.
Yeah, looks like the old raise and call the small blind.
This is a sort of theoretical to not do this because obviously the big stack and the big blind can just put you in the bin, especially when the small blind folds. Lerner, I'd be very surprised to see him fold given all that. He's just going to over-realize.
Right, can lean on your opponent post on a lot of boards.
Yeah, and it's not even the, like I say, it's not even the leaning, it's just the fact that you just get to showdown more than you should when you've got mediocre hands. But he actually is just going to fold Jack 10-6-4, maybe giving Ludo a lot more respect for having a much stronger hand than this. And the Jack 10-6-4 is a bad hand.
Yeah, also, Songson really crippled now. We will get to ladder $31,000 pretty often just by folding here. And it's not like he has an overwhelming advantage on Ludo either, right? It's only a small chip lead.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly that. If it was,
you know, like
a couple million more in it.
Right.
Then
Sandra needs help. 3 blinds, 2 blinds even.
We'll go with
3. We'll go with 3. See, I'm more accurate.
We're rounding up.
And look at this, Ludo and Stefan, neck and neck. Very likely to go heads up, but stranger things have occurred.
Stranger things have happened today.
Right.
Namely, Sandra Saxton being down to 1.1 million three-handed, where 2 hours ago he had 12 million three-handed.
Feels like a lifetime ago that Danny Tang departed in 7th place. And Grim holding here for Saxton. Jack 9 deuce deuce.
He's going to have to take his chances in the big blind. One fills, looking down at that hand.
Look like it. May decide with big blind ante, James. He has decided he'd rather take it on with this one. Here we go.
Now, question. Does Lerner just flat here try and get Ludo in?
Yeah.
They both just want to get rid of the short stack.
We did see him, you know, lean towards flatting small blind in at least one spot earlier in a similar situation where he could have ISO'd.
I would like this if he just calls here.
Yeah, Ludo...
Like, Ludo has no interest in bluffing.
He's not going to mess with him, right?
When you've got the same stack, you both want the short stack out. That's
Absolutely.
The thing.
And it looks like he agrees with you.
Yeah.
Makes the call.
It's sort of implied collusion.
Yep.
Collusion is a dirty word, but...
Sure, I mean...
I assume everyone understands what I mean. Like, it's in the best interest of both of them just to call and check this one down.
Right.
So that's what should happen. And Ludo's got, you know, more than enough hand to call with here. Suited ace himself.
Nut diamonds. And here we go. Saxton does have 27%.
Yeah, but...
Not great news.
73% to bust out here in third.
Yeah, Lerner with one of his deuces and one of his jacks.
And even if he does get there, which he's not going to do so far, although...
Does have a gut shot.
Yeah, even if he does, though, 3.8 million chip pot, he's still going to be the shortest by a margin. If he catches.
Yeah, we can see his 9 is dead. Oh, no, excuse me, it is not. Really looking for an 8.
Yeah, Ludo thinking about maybe betting there for a little bit of protection. 10 probably best. You're up against kind of a wide range. Probably not expecting to see as wide range as Jack 9 deuce deuce. But here we go. Turns, 10s and 4s. I think now we kind of do want some protection.
Does seem like he will announce himself. 3.7 million in the middle, up for grabs.
Yeah, it's a considerable amount of chips.
It is.
And this is just terrible news for Saxton to see this. He knows Ludo's not bluffing. Gonna table 10s up.
Very big pair.
Saxton needs an 8, needs a deuce. Well, he is incredibly gonna finish in third place, having been on 12 million chips.
On the precipice.
10-8 it is.
Oh my goodness.
Saxton strikes the river. He's going to find the full triple. Ludo, a scratch of the head. He was just moments away from having 11 million v 7 million heads up.
My word, Demps, we have seen some rivers today. Songsten finds the miracle river.
The show goes on.
It does indeed.
Ludo announces the show goes on. Goodness me. Of course, both Ludo and Luna are going to be very disappointed with that river card. Cost them both at least 31,000 for the time being.
Yeah, such massive amounts of money.
What a run out. We go again. Luna, Jack 10, 9, 6. Fair amount of connectivity. 3 spades in hand. Ludo, pretty ugly looking. Queen 9, 4, 4. Close between limp and fold, James?
This is so bad. I
Yeah.
might even just prefer raise or fold.
Okay.
Like, it's just there's not many hands you're going to raise fold when Saxton's only got 10 blinds behind, but that might.
Okay.
If you want to have that as a range, that might be it. Fold's the norm. Well, well, well. This man.
Back to life.
He is. It's been a roller coaster for him, of course. He played that monstrous pot early on with aces up against a set. On the ace 10-8. Found the ace on the river. It was the card that was needed. Since then, played very well to generate a huge lead into the three-handed battle. Now it's gone down to just 1.1 million. Trebles up with a fortuitous river card. Now, still finds himself adrift the other two, but is certainly back in the hunt. And one thing we know in the makeup of this final is he's only one double away from the chip lead.
Yeah. Does find King Jack 9-3, the King and 9 of diamonds, and here we go. Decides it's good enough.
Yeah, we're at that stage, and ooh, ace double 6-4. Double suited.
I mean, this is.
I think we're just gonna call here.
Yeah.
For 2 more blinds.
3.775, I think.
3.975, but pretty close, Ludo. Well done.
Still sharp in the wee small hours.
Yeah. Credit to him. Here we go then. We do take a flop. 2.8 million in there. Sugson with exactly that behind. Magical SPR ratio of 1.
Wow.
And wow, this is cold. He flops top pair with a gut shot. Once again, Lena somehow has a set against his man. Cannot believe his luck. Will he finish off the job? Picasso, that is the question.
Goodness me.
Oh, someone dropped something out in the corridor. Unfortunate.
Saxton searching for a queen, James.
Yeah. There's some backdoor, of course.
Yeah.
Catch a second pair.
Yeah.
Deja vu, says our boy Ludo.
Can Saxton wriggle out of the noose once again?
Three in the turn. There is a backdoor chance.
Wow.
King or queen? He asks for the king. It'll be similar to the feat he did before when he had top and bottom against the set. Can the same thing happen twice to the same man on the same final table? The answer is no. 8 on the river. A card that survived him moments ago is one that confirms his exit here in third place. Good for 74,400. The one-time runaway three-handed chip leader just got the wrong side of fortune with 3 left. We are going to hear from our third place finisher now, and then we will commence the heads-up battle.
Can you tell us what happened in the last hand?
Last hand, I raised pot and a flop top pair, and I ran into a set once more from the same player that I lost a big pot just before. So it happens. It's pretty big blinds, so it's not too much maneuverability anymore.
Is there any specific memorable moment from this tournament?
We got very lucky once when I had to hit an ace to knock somebody out, and another guy had folded an ace as well. So and I hit it on the river against a player I played a lot of hands against. So that was, you know, pretty brutal bad beat for him, but lucky for me.
What is your favorite part of playing MPP events?
So I come here a lot, so I just enjoy everything here. It's like all the facilities, all the restaurants, great service, everything. So yeah, it's my favorite destination to go to.
Is this your biggest tournament payout?
I think probably yes. It's a little bit bigger than for the Norwegian Championship. Yeah.
Who has the biggest chance to win this heads up?
I think they both play really well, so I couldn't distinguish between them, and I think no, it's just the blinds are so high now, so it's just who has the best runner cards, basically.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No, there we go. He puts it down to cards. I think chip distribution has a lot to say about that as well. And right now, you'd be hard-pressed to bet against this man who holds a 2-to-1 chip lead over arguably the more experienced Ludovic Geilich.
Yeah, we see Ludo here with a very nice hand heads up, but it really has whiffed this board. Seems very difficult to continue. I believe pre-flop it went pot and call. Whoa. And he's found a raise here, Demps. Did not see that coming.
Violence selected.
Wow. This is pretty sick.
Yeah, as you say, one assumes this was pre-flop raise and a call.
I think so.
And a check raise.
How's Ludo found a check raise here, James? Very non-standard, I would suggest. Look at that. Gets his opponent to fold the overpair with a 3 in hand.
Just decided.
Very under-bluffed, I guess.
But he gets to have more, yeah, more of 5-3 deuce and...
Wow.
And like, I'm not surprised he got a fold. I mean, we're supposed to start calling off one pair there?
Sure, pretty critical moment to find that bluff. The swing's so big. Every pot, humongous. Ludo there raking in 4 million.
You switched it on mute. Low battery, maybe. It might be low battery. Or did you switch it on mute?
Well, there you have it, James. We've been going so long. There's no batteries left.
You just put it on mute.
You need the Duracell button.
I don't think we were getting a whole load of chat out of Stefan.
That's true.
Up to now on this final table.
That's
I mean,
true.
For all the players, even Ludo is quiet for Ludo. But it is, what?
Business time.
It's business time. It's late here at Merit. The last break, I went in search of some food. All I found was a bread roll.
Yeah, soup. There's some soup in there.
There was some soup there, but I left it too late to get soup.
Oh, when will it end?
Yeah. And actually, I have to confess, obviously, I came across a certain someone on that break.
Oh.
And so I was like, oh, I see. You finished first. I bumped into Sandra on the break, and I went down to the poker room, and there he was. You know,
Well, here
a little
we go.
dejected, a little upset of how things have run out, but we saw it here. It was pretty brutal.
Well, Lerner finds a pretty big hand, heads up.
Yeah,
Ace
interesting to see if he just wants to
9-8.
if he just wants to pop this back up. See how both players want to set out their stall here. Not surprised, because when the whole tournament's been kind of in this flux where you're playing a waiting game, it's hard to then just readjust and go mad aggro.
Right.
Heads up. Obviously, ICM no longer a thing, but you're still just, you've been in that mode of playing kind of cagey poker. Not surprised to see him carry that on. And I'm not saying you necessarily have to 3-bet ace queen 9-8. In fact, far from it. But it is an option.
Sure. By just calling, Ludo allowed to realize here, has that 8-5 of clubs in hand for that middling flush draw.
Yeah, if I'm playing heads up against Ludo, and Ludo's tough, I'm probably just going to
ramp up the variance
ramp up the variance with ace queen 9-8, because he's exceptionally experienced in these situations.
Yeah.
And again, I have to confess, I don't know the full history of Stefan.
Let's check it over to Ludo.
But yeah, I'd want to play big pots.
Does have the best of it by a smidge. Ludo content to take a free river. We can see Lerner with the best hand now, with ace queen high. Whether Ludo thinks if check to the ace jack has enough showdown.
Well, it's possible Ludo could have hands that do want to value this river that have checked twice. The sort of jacks, queens, kings maybe, all might check the 6-3 deuce.
Sure.
Then get pretty happy when the board pairs, check back, see a brick, squeeze value. So he does have a credible line to represent some value, but yeah, he may just think the ace jack high is good enough.
Look at this, Ludo attuned to the situation.
Yeah, I like it.
Guess you can dislodge some pocket pairs maybe,
Yeah.
right? Like 7s, 8s types.
3x,
3x,
deuce X that's in there, yeah. And occasionally the better ace highs like this. Well, look at this. Stefan has yet to fold, holding ace queen high.
Gives this man a look.
Wow, the fact he's thinking this long. Credit to him.
And Ludo gets this one through too. Early movement heads up.
Just confirmation there, of course, once the players reach heads up in merit events. The next level they play is half the previous level length. So we've been playing 40-minute levels throughout. When they get to the next level, the clock will only be 20 minutes per level.
Will we get that far is the big question.
Yeah, I don't think in some tournaments, you know, there's so many blinds in place still that that's, you know, quite often needed here. I don't think it's going to make too much difference to the duration of the tournament.
As we see Lerner, King Jack 10-3 double suited. Very nice hand to find heads up. Indeed, in most situations in PLO. Here he goes. 1.2.
Hello.
Big moments unfolding. Ludo, ace, king, 8-7, nut clubs.
Monster hand heads up this. Expect to see Ludo pot this. But he may be of the opposite mindset. Maybe he just wants to keep pots more against Lerner. But the hand is so big, though. Yeah, he is going to do it. It's just too much hand to not do this. And Lerner with King Jack 10 double suited. He may want to have a look at this flop, Andrew.
Right. Seems like a little too much hand to fold. Can C3 for 2.4 million.
I mean, you can see the odds here, even against this hand, which is a pretty big one. He has 47% equity and the button.
Here we go. Reaches.
How much is it?
3,600,000.
3.6. I can't.
Here we go.
Monumental flop coming.
7.6 of the 18.4 million chips in play are in the middle already. With just 4.55 back behind in Stefan Lerner's stack. Ludo covering, but only just. We could well be seeing all of it go in here. On a lot of flops, we will do just that. Ludo, the 3-better from the big. He will act first. And a queen, 5-2 spade board. Very ugly one for Ludo to see.
About as bad as it gets.
I wonder, Andrew, if we see like a little 1.2 type bet.
Yeah, I was wondering 10% and hope your opponent's whiffed. Seems difficult to generate too many folds. Yeah, Ludo shuts this one down for the time being.
Yeah, and this
Does
is
Lerner send it now or take a free one?
I think you send it now and you go, well, if he's got aces or kings or queen X, good luck to him, I'm still going to get there.
Right, because we still have some fold equity, right?
A lot of equity against these kind of hands. Yeah, against these kind of hands. And, you know, even if he's got... Oh, he's check it back.
Take the free one.
All right, well, now we turn more with that straight draw.
Again, Ludo with just ace high and an ugly gut shot. Running the options through his head. We had a spot like this, didn't we, where Lerner checked twice and bluffed all in river a lot earlier, four-handed. And here we go.
Yeah, Ludo's trying to find... Now, does Lerner...
Oh, wow.
Go for it here.
Or do you take the price?
Right, I mean, we're certainly not folding. That's the given. But this would be amazing if he sort of read this for what it is.
He finds it!
That's class.
That is class.
That is different class. He got Ludo to commit an additional 1.8 million and made a micro jam over the top. Ludo thinks, oh, I've just run into a queen.
Oh,
so be it. But no. Stefan Lerner just played his man like a little fiddle.
Yeah, that's a beautiful, beautiful hand of PLO. Gets Ludo to fold what was still the best hand.
Yeah.
Of course, had a bazillion outs. Very well played from Lerner. Finds the sharpness, the wherewithal.
And is that
jam for just another few million back?
Yeah, it was like 4 million more. Is it now 14?
Less, I think. 3 million more.
Is it 14 million plays 4 million now?
It is. Potentially tournament-defining hand.
Oh, certainly a tournament-defining hand.
Lerner going to be feeling on top of the world, and Ludo,
here we go,
does find a big hand. Right on cue after that body blow. Looks to rally. King, Queen, 10-9. Huge holding.
$1.2.
Comes with 1.2. Oh,
yeah.
wow.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. This is going to be it.
This is it.
Andrew, the pot raise from Ludo is going to be met with a 3-bet from this monster hand, Ace King 10-8. And he's got his man in pretty bad shape, as much as you can in PLO, of course, in that they both share King 10. He's got an ace working with it.
Ludo maybe deciding depths whether just to call and leave himself a million back.
Just cool and always leave yourself a little decision, you know.
Makes sense. Well, here we go. Another tournament-defining flopping coming.
Well, this is it, isn't it?
Yeah.
This is either they get back to parity or Stefan Lerner will be the champion.
For Ludo, it is win or bust. Still in there with a fighting chance. Hearts and queens, his best bet to get out of this one.
Yeah, but always amazing, PLO. You see the sort of domination, but it is effectively still a flip.
Right.
In Hold'em, we would call this a flip. Here he is, dominating on 2 of those cards, but finds a 9. That's a key.
Wow. Top 2 for Ludo.
Cannot believe his luck that he's flopped that strong just when required. Stefan needing an ace for the win, a king for the chop.
Yep.
Ludo can kill it. 9.3 million is the size of the pot. 9.1 million of the chips behind.
Redomination. Redomination.
It is redomination.
Redomination.
Once he caught that 9, negating Stefan's king as an out. He owns it. Spade
Additional outs.
of no use. But it does bring him potentially a 7 for the straight. Six, no change. Ludo will double and take the slenderest of leads in this heads-up match. As the two heavyweights continue to slug.
What a tournament we have had. Fascinating battle continues as Ludo finds top 2 and holds through the run out. Lerner thought he had his man, Demps. Thought it was game, set, and match. Couldn't hold him off. Basically neck and neck once again.
Careful, huh?
This kind of reminds me somewhat of a very, very impressive basketball encounter I saw the other day.
Oh. All right, hit me with it. Who was that?
Just, you know, a game where no one deserved to lose.
Two titans of the game.
Should just shake hands here. And
titans of the art
they
form.
could chop the trophy. Some part of kryptonite each.
I don't know about that. Cut your hand trying to chop that thing. Lerner has to regather himself once again. Jack 9, 6, 4. Gonna limp. Ludo has to clear a little space.
Yeah, that's a good problem to have.
Still counting his chips. It's a relatively meager ace 9, 5, 4.
A knuckle back.
Indeed, you would expect. Look at those chips. Demps. Neck and neck. Off to the Queen, Jack 9 we go. 2 pair for Lerner. Just a pair of 9s for Ludo, no backup. Let's go check, check. Turn is a 3. Ludo drawing to just an ace, if indeed he even gets that far. Would imagine, James, that Lerner are going to start to seek value now. Or will he go for the very tricky double check?
Yeah, it's kind of a hand that needs a little bit of protection. You can get some worse to call.
Sure.
It's better to put one bet on here than the river, one would imagine.
Shade under half pot. Ludo, pretty dusty hand to continue. Gotta let this one go.
We've hit the genres with our playlist tonight here.
I was literally about to say the same.
We've hit the genres with the poker tonight on stream as well, has to be said.
And wow, look at this, James.
Yeah, I like it. Just keep the aggression up. Opponent's going to have a lot of these kind of hands. Don't like to call raises. If they do, we're a favorite against them anyway.
Yeah, this would be where I would be a little lost. 9-8-8-4, I thought. Looks incredibly weak.
It is just a bad hand.
Yeah.
But you got the button.
Use it as a raise or fold. Well, Lerner decides he has enough to work with. Flicks and call. Every pot now bloated. Shade under 3 million in the middle.
Straight draw for Ludo, having opened that hand. Stefan with bottom pair. Sneezing, you win.
Yeah.
Ludo might find...
He might not want to get check raised off this one.
Yeah, and it's... You can still bet later on.
Sure.
As a bluff. Still rate to have, you know, the best hand a lot of the time. There's only one overcard. I know we are playing 4-card, but playing 4-card against one player, and we're playing with super wide ranges. Well, there we go. Stefan takes the lead, turning 2-pair on that 4 of clubs. But a card that obviously Ludo blocks. May see a bet now from Ludo. Those 2 8s, obviously you're blocking your opponent having 5-8. It's hard to rep 5-8 himself too often because, you know, he is going to bet the straight draws at some frequency on this board, although we saw he checked back this 8-9.
Yeah. Does decide just to check back.
Yeah, has the best hand still a decent amount and has the best hand now on this river with the counterpiece of the jack. Yeah, just checking back. Figures kind of probably got the best hand, decent frequency to try and get to showdown. And that's where he will get this. And that pot.
Is this too thin?
This is too thin.
It is?
Yeah.
Even when your opponent checks 3 times?
I think it's too thin. He's going for it.
Yeah, I thought he might.
Yeah, I still think this is too thin. I know it's one of those where it looks like we're just never beat, but also there's just so few hands that can call, and, you know, the ones that do might be 10s and 9s.
Okay.
Queens.
Action back on Learner.
Well, let's see, because if you're ever going to get paid off, this is the kind of hand you want to get paid off by.
Sure. Is there any universe he uses these blockers to turn into a bluff, or probably not?
I hear you, but I think
like
we want
checking
to
3 times seems unlikely.
That's what I mean. If there'd been more action down the streets, then yeah, if he'd called a bet at some point.
Yeah, I was thinking the same. Yeah, nice lay down. Ludo does try to go for the razor thin value. Learner too smart for that. Gets out of the way. Yeah, right, Learner's going to announce himself with a set and 2-pair on the turn a lot.
Yeah.
And very difficult to credibly rep a full house. Incredibly, we are on the verge of the 250k, 500k blind level demps. We had a marathon of a stream. In the 1K mystery bounty for our first stream of the week. Following it up with another long one here in the 10K PLO. Guys, if you're joining us for the end stages, we are heads up. Both players have locked up over $105,000. And we play on. The winner will take home $148,800 for their troubles. We see a limp from Lerner, very dusty holding. Ludo content to check back. Ace-Jack 3-3 with nut clubs. Lerner flops best with that pair of 8s. Another situation where the worst hand gets there. Let's go check. 5 of clubs on the turn, no change. Lerner does improve to an open-ended straight draw, albeit a very weak one. Ludo with just that pair of 3s, still behind to the 8s of Stefan Lerner. Is content to try and show down. Does improve to a 6 high straight on this river. Ludo gets to the river with a whole load of nothing, just a pair of 3s. And he's going to turn it into a bluff.
Yeah, kind of blocking the deuce trays of the world, but...
Gets snapped off. Creativity from Ludo. Not going to dislodge Lerner off that river straight. Small one goes his way.
Well, heels approach the table, which means only one thing. A dealer push and a level change. We are up to that 250-500. The player separated by just 2 blinds. But there are now sub 40 blinds in play in this PLO high roller event.
Is the option of a deal on the table in these events, Demps? I'm not sure if we examined that. Is this a spot, if there was ever a spot to chop, is this it when you're just so incredibly shallow? 2 very technically skilled players.
I mean,
right?
You'd have to ask the players in question.
Of course you would, but like I'm saying, if there was ever going to be a deal struck, it would make sense to me.
Yes, this would be the
playing
one.
for $45,000 when you're essentially going to be flipping coins.
Yeah, what you could do, take 120 each, play for sort of 15 in the trophy or something like that. Yeah.
I don't believe there's been any such discussion.
No.
We had no delays or the like. Now both players basically with 15 blinds, little shade more. Ludo, King 9-6 deuce. I'm gonna mix a limp in here. Stefan quickly pots Ace King 8-4. Likely hand done. Ludo gets rid of it. Learner now. King Queen 9-6 with diamonds working for him. Content to limp. Ludo, not too much to work with. King 4-3 deuce. Does check his option. Queen, Jack, 4.
Something for each. Again, just finding these top pairs in these 3 big blind pots when 3 big blinds is almost 10% of the chips in play.
Huge.
So vital.
I've seen Lerner check a lot of his sort of middling pairs, content to go for value here. Top pair, King Kicker.
So much in there.
Yeah. Ludo can't defend, just bottom pair. Baby clubs.
The grand final, go with your hand, and that's not leading. Thank you.
For the first time, small gap starts to emerge. 11 million plays 7. Favor of the Austrian.
Manu took the lead in this heads-up match. Had his man Ludo at risk, effectively flipping for it all.
Hey, you're right, I forgot about that.
Ludo.
He did have a bigger lead.
Oh, sorry, did I just accidentally correct you?
Yeah, I was wrong.
I wasn't meaning to...
I'm happy to admit
I wasn't
my
meaning to call you out. Just more that he could have won by now already. Of course, he had a shot at Ludo. Ludo now with deuces. Not a very good looking hand, but one worthy of certainly a limp. And here we go. Stefan. King 8-7-4 with a suit. I would imagine this will see a check back. Don't really want to swell that one out of position. Eight-5 deuce. Wow. Ludo It's his turn to flop the set against top pair, and Stefan with a gut shot to go with that top pair and backdoor spades. This one could well swelter.
Yeah, and Ludo with just 6.6 million behind. Trouble ahead for Lerner, and he's going big.
This is so gin when you have bottom set. Just unblocking the better pairs in this limp pot, playing so shallow.
It's got to be fairly uncomfortable though, Demps, right? To face, what, 80% pot here? But feels like our hand...
Yeah, but we just got so much hand. Yeah,
sure,
like,
sure. Like just a little too strong, right?
If we're up against 5 deuce, we're basically a favorite. If we're up against 8 deuce, we're not far off. We're basically off flipping, maybe even still a small favorite, depending on what the kickers are.
Oh, he's fast playing.
Yeah.
Oh no, sorry,
cool.
sorry. I thought I heard pot.
I thought
got
I did
excited.
As well. Said the word cool, but there are a lot of cards where the rest of these chips are going to go in on the turn. Can Ludo find a brick? No, is the answer. It's not a brick, because it's a card that gives Lerner flush draw.
Well, here we go.
And does he now ever just decide to bet this himself?
No. Certainly was an option. Decide to just run our equity, maybe drive some folds.
Well, the good thing about this is
Ludo.
you can almost get Ludo maybe to follow up some hands that are in real bad shape now.
Okay.
Like, Ludo's got a pair and a straight draw. You've got a better pair and a flush draw. You might get him to commit.
Ludo surveying his options.
And if Ludo's just check back, it's not so bad. You've
Here
got
we
a flush
go.
draw.
Does decide to effectively send it.
Yeah, and like I say, there are just some hands Lerner's in really good shape against. So although it's never joyous getting it in with a pair and a flush draw on the turn,
does he ever just call and then on like some?
No, I think because I don't think you ever want Ludo to get away from like a straight draw that then misses kind of thing.
Okay.
But I like where your head's at.
Yeah. Like a 6-7 with turned worse spades type
right,
holding.
If he's got
it in there.
If he's got 5-3-4 or 5-4-6 or 8-6-7,
got
you just
Well, this is it.
You're not loving it because hey, you're beating it. You're up against all the 2 pairs. They're going to play this way, all the sets.
Thank you. 3 has been selected. We're going to bring last 3 hands. Last 3 hands, please.
You know, you also are in good shape against some hands.
Stefan, 2 time banks left only, Demps. Something to take note of.
Certainly is.
Fold out of the question, right? Here we go.
I like this. Oh, he has
he
just
did
called.
just call.
Yeah, I mean,
I did wonder if it was a potential option.
I'm not a fan of it. Like I say, for the reasons previously stated, like.
He maybe thinks Ludo will just realize enough and not pot with draws. Can be the only reason.
No problem, just in case.
Wow. Ludo, eyebrows raised. Gulp indeed, because there are 12 million chips in this one, and he has just 1.3 million behind. And sees a kind of some draw completing river card.
Does it?
7 makes 8s and 7s now. I mean, it's one of these weird things. Like, he sort of just has to bet the 1.3 million now because you don't want Ludo to ever be able to check back anything worse.
Wow, he does check.
That would have called.
Here we go. Ludo wants the rest of it.
I mean, he has to go for the rest of it, and Stefan can't fold.
Yeah. And what a big swing for Ludo. Finds a huge hold.
Monstrous. 15 million chips, the most anyone has had in this tournament thus far. Ludovic Geilich marching to victory here in the 10K PLO.
You said that with conviction, James. I don't know. Based on this final table.
Oh, yeah.
Based on this.
That's a good point.
We got another 90 minutes in us, I reckon. What do you think?
I'm not sure I can handle it, my friend.
Could we reach 300, 600k? Only 10 minutes away.
It's only 10 minutes away. We certainly could. What's that, like 2-3 hands, potentially?
Yeah.
If we get hands like this going off, probably not. Right. That was interesting, though. That was an interesting spot on the turn, I think, for Stefan, whether to play the hand, and then when he did play the hand, whether to go for the last 1.2 or not. I mean,
I guess you give Ludo the chance to just go for like a like desperation bluff. I mean, it's unlikely he does, right? But, you know.
But I know. Get those chips in the turn. I mean, the only argument is if he's ever calling that because he's thinking about just check folding the river with an 8.
Well, that's what I thought.
But if you're going to check fold the river with an 8, are you really ever going to check fold for 10% pot? Probably not.
Probably not.
So I think just put it in and get Ludo to commit when he's got
a big combo draw that
the no pair
somehow
hands
check back.
But yeah, you would just want to stack him at that point. Interesting nonetheless.
Yeah, like if a spade comes, Ludo may check back a set or something if you check river to him, right?
Yeah, I mean, I assume we're just going to lead if we make that.
Right.
But yeah,
but you know what I mean, and then you're going to have no bluffs probably.
Yeah.
Or
I'm more worried about when Ludo just completely misses and is on the river with 10 high.
Right.
And you could have finished it.
And no perceived fold equity.
And if you're never going to fold anyway on the rivers, then I don't know. Some genius out there will crunch the numbers.
There'll be someone in the chat, they can tell us, right?
There's always someone in the chat.
Well, Lerner, 7 blinds.
Welcome to the chat. Chat has been a bit active. We've been neglecting you. See Brandon, see Simon, see Wadey in there. Cheering on Ludo for the most part. Of course, there are some Stefan fans out there as well. They are the ones who need to rally around, give their man support the most, as he is severely out-chipped.
Off we go to the ace-8 deuce. Ludo flopping 2 pair. And Lerner here with that middle pair of 8s. King kicker.
500.
And here we go. This could be it also, James.
Yeah.
Not going to give Ludo too many ace-X.
Nope.
Can't imagine that we can bet fold.
It's weird. There just aren't rules, though, are there, on the ace-deuce 8?
Right.
So we might be able to bet. I mean...
3 million?
Yeah, if we're ever going to bet fold, if we're ever going to bet fold, this is the time.
Do you have backdoor diamonds?
Like, what do we put? What does Ludo had to have? Like 3, 4, 5, and we've got a 3.
Yeah, sure.
When we're behind, we're way behind. You're right, though. The ace doesn't seem as likely.
Yeah.
He just has to fold that.
Good discipline shown.
Pretty grim.
Credit to him.
And he has to bet it really as well.
Yeah. Protection was needed.
Protection, and when you do get called, there's lots of good cards anyway. You can improve if you're behind. You can have a lot of double barrel situations.
Are we witnessing the final knockings of this 10K PLO high roller? Ludo closing in on the title. It's been an epic final table. Swings aplenty. Stefan gonna need to find some lightning in the jar very quickly.
It's too late to get color up.
Right.
Seems like there
are old school, right?
A lot of physical chips at this table.
Loving it.
What the biggest chip in play is a 5th of a big blind.
Well,
is that right?
Yeah. This could be going in. Very likely.
Yeah, a couple of big cards, some hearts. Monstrous lead.
Does Stefan find something to go with?
Probably enough.
Does decide to call, leave himself a few chips back.
Yeah, this is a situation where I would advocate the call because there are some very unique scenarios where you might fold.
Sure.
But for the most part, he'll be running the old stop and go.
Can he flop some equity? Well, the answer is yes.
Some equity. That'd be the nuts with a straight flush draw.
Wow.
This might be one of the ones where he still just checks.
He does.
Ludo's going to look down at a club and 2 4s, send it in for the 650k.
Goodness me.
You're not expecting to find many folds, but if you were to find one here, it'd be amazing. As it is, you're going to find you're basically dead, my friend.
99%.
Yeah. That's about as bad as you can get it in and still somehow be live. He needs to catch a 4 and a pair up.
And there's only 1 4 left.
Yeah. And the pair up can't be the 7 of clubs.
It's going to be hard to win. A 4. The case 4.
7.
Case 4.
5 and 4.
7 7.
7 7.
That's not the 7 of clubs.
5 5.
You need a 7 7. That's
Case
not
4.
7 of clubs, Ludo.
Ludo continues to clutch at straws.
He's finding other ways, though. Credit to him.
That's not a good start.
That is not a good start. That is going to do it. So,
600.
Stefan.
This tournament
doubles back up.
It will never end.
Still 3-1 down in tokens. But is back to nearly 10 blinds, which is monstrous in this tournament.
1 double up and they're level. Wow. We really are at that stage. It's crazy.
Yeah. I mean...
Lerner wins 2 all-ins in a row, wins the tournament. Crazy stuff.
The crazy thing is, you asked me, can we get to 300, 600?
We're going to get there.
We're going to get there. We're only 3 minutes away.
We're turning faintly delirious here now in the booth.
The hardest part is one of his winning.
Feels like a good time to give a shout out to the production team, Demps. Still on their feet. See our cameraman there having a little laugh and a giggle.
Yeah, we're just ticking past 12 hours of stream.
Insane. Lerner.
You know what the sick thing about ticking past 12 hours of stream means?
Coming in.
YouTube library only lets you store 12 hours.
Oh, no.
So the day someone comes back to watch the stream, they're going to get to this moment and it's just going to end.
Is that right? Yeah. Oh, great. Well, could be an opportunity for it to end right here as Lerner pots from the button.
Oh, Ludo.
Oh, my goodness.
Finds the boots with a couple of jacks, which are lovely to hold against the 10A87. Here we go.
It's a Hollywood hand for a Hollywood tournament.
Wow, you've been waiting for that line, huh?
I haven't, but I just came up with it there.
Oh.
Did you like that?
I did.
See? It's 3:30 in the morning, but I'm still sharp.
I wish it was 3:30.
Let's stay all in.
Okay.
All right.
They're going to run it.
Let's go.
Ludo with his second opportunity at taking out Stefan. They've had one each. This one, though, is the biggest advantage someone has had in an attempt to win this tournament. Ludo with a wry smile. He's seen too much this tournament. He doesn't think he's winning this pot. Poker players are superstitious beasts, and he fears the worst here.
2-1 favorite to win the 10K high roller. Can he do it, Demps?
A 6-6-9
wow.
flop allows a lot of opportunity. The straight wrap for Stefan. A 10, 8, 7, or 5 will do it.
Close.
9. A lot of pips. That scares Ludo. But the 9 was a good one. Just one card away. 70% to take it down right here, right now. Become the PLO champion. And that is what he's going to do. And he's going to do it in emphatic style. Rivering top boat. Ludovic Geilich is the Mediterranean Poker Party PLO High Roller Champion. Round of applause all round. And of course, applause for our second place finisher, Stefan Lerner. I mean, these are two guys who know they've been through a match. This is like the end of an amazing boxing fight where they just... We have one there.
Let's hug it out, guys.
It was one for the ages.
Yeah, absolutely sensational battle, sensational tournament.
Stefan taking home $105,600, whereas Ludo picking up that $148,800.
And
he's going to get his little kryptonite trophy.
Certainly is. Ludo gets the job done. War of attrition. The Scotsman comes out on top. Yeah, commiserations, Stefan. Fantastic performance. Ludo gets the job done.
Just before we speak to our two warriors, just a shout out, of course, to Sondra finishing in 3rd, Raphael in 4th. Farah Jatin finished in 5th. Unbelievable Maddie finished in 6th. And then, of course, what seems like a couple of years ago, Danny Tang finishing in 7th place. There's Jessica Tuso, of course. She finished in 8th on the bubble. Her partner there managed to go that little bit better. He is the one who knocked her out. So, obviously, it seems like all's been forgiven now. He's picked up 105K. But he didn't get one of those trophies. The EAPT trophy, that's the one we're going to be looking towards tomorrow when we pick up our coverage. It will be day 2 of that 2K. And then, of course, the following day, day 3, will be the day we give that trophy out. But for now, we will be back in a minute to review that schedule. But it is time to speak to both the runner-up and the victor of this high roller.
Can you tell us, how was the tournament for you?
Yeah, it was a tough final table, very short stacked all the time. And yeah, heads up, it just didn't went my way. I was all in, I had him all in with ace king 10-8, and I had him dominated, but he just hit 2 pair, and yeah, that's how it is. And then he just played very well, and yeah.
There was a very curious moment for the audience when you eliminated your girlfriend.
Yes, that's right.
What were your feelings during that hand?
To be honest, it was not so funny, but because it was the stone bubble. And yeah, of course it's not funny to bust your girlfriend, but it was a spot that I couldn't do anything else as a chip leader, so yeah, but I wasn't happy for her, of course. Yeah.
What are your feelings after taking down this tournament?
Always over the moon, obviously, to win. I'm saying either one of the 3 of us that were left could have easily won. The chip lead changed hands so many times, you know what I mean? So it was one of those ones, and it only takes one hand, and then if somebody's got like 70% of the chips 3-handed, then they can basically put everyone in the bin. Like, they can obviously just like pot every hand. So it's just one of those ones. I'm saying it worked out well for me, but it could have worked out well for the other 2. And that's just the way it goes.
Are you still playing a lot of private pot limit Omaha cash games?
Not as much. I play a wee bit online, sometimes private games on the apps, but it's mostly like 4, 5, and 6 Omaha. So like it's a bit different from 4 Omaha. 4 Omaha, you've got to be a bit patient, whereas in 5 and 6, you can gamble a lot more.
Did you use any live tells for your opponents on this final table?
I did, yeah.
Yeah?
There was a few, yeah. I'm saying, like, some people don't believe in them, some people do. I've always believed in them. If you give it enough time and you keep an eye on certain players and use your time banks well to see what they're up to, then you can get good information at times.
Do you have any opinion on covering your face at the poker table?
I don't think you should be allowed to have glasses or a hood up or covering your face, but if people want to do it because they're coming from an online background, I understand they're nervous or whatever, so that's fair enough. But in general, I hope live poker goes to the point where you're not allowed to cover your face. And I loved this final table because nobody was allowed their mobile phone. And I was on the feature table the whole time, which was great. Nobody's allowed their phone, no information. Everyone feels safe. Everyone feels like it's good. You know what I mean?
Well, there we go, our winner and 2nd place finisher. That's what we have coming up for you the rest of the week. Slight change to the plan there, of course, for tomorrow. That 25K AMAX final day has been substituted for day 2 of the EAPT Grand Final. Then we will, of course, pick up the final day of that tomorrow, Picasso. And we will be welcoming Jay Harbour to the booth as well, Andrew.
Yeah, Jay making his debut out here in Cyprus. Very much looking forward to that. Top analyst back in the UK. So we're excited to welcome him in. What a tournament that was, Demps. Brilliant stuff. Looking forward to tomorrow.
Yeah, and with that, we will bid you good night. Keep an eye on the socials for the exact starting time. That one there, 1 p.m. UTC +3. Probably not going to be the case, but keep an eye. We will see you tomorrow for the EAPT.